Do you think she's just an ordinary girl? Wrong. She is the future big shot in the entertainment industry. From a newcomer actor to a movie queen, from a singer to a director, Jiang has conquered the hearts of countless audiences with her strength and talent. She not only became a regular at major award ceremonies, but also led the trend with her unique charm. But just as she was thriving, a conspiracy about her background gradually surfaced. Can she turn danger into safety in the crisis? What secrets does her strength hide? Do you think she's just a focus of attention? Wrong. She is still an ambitious person. Jiang Li is well aware that relying solely on hot searches and traffic is far from enough. Only with his own strength can he go further. She utilized her resources to expand into multiple fields and gradually build her own empire. However, with her rise, jealousy and conspiracies from competitors also followed one after another. Can she win in this struggle? Where will her ambition take her? Do you think this is all? Wrong. A bigger secret is emerging. Jiang Li gradually realized that her success was not accidental, but closely related to her true identity. Her success not only changed her personal destiny, but also revealed a shocking secret about power and fate. What is her true identity? What is hidden behind this hot search counterattack? Big Boss is on Hot Search every day is not only a refreshing article in the entertainment industry, but also a wonderful work that integrates power strategy, growth, and humanity. The author Nan Jiqing uses a compact plot and profound thinking to take you on a journey through the legendary life of an entertainment industry tycoon. Come and follow in Jiang Li's footsteps, uncover the secrets of hot searches, and witness her comeback journey. Chapter 1. The Unexpected. On the top floor of the hotel, the dark golden elevator doors slid open. Please refrain from seeking my assistance with such assignments in the future. Jiang Li's voice was low, devoid of warmth, exuding a chilling coldness. It wastes my sleeping hours. She stepped out of the elevator, her hands casually tucked into her pockets, a black backpack nonchalantly hanging from one shoulder. The young woman possessed a tall and slender frame, her face obscured by a black mask. She was clad in a simple, loose-fitting ensemble of black. The silk shirt at her collar was unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of her collarbone, her skin pristine and pale. Beneath a black cap, her dark brows were shrouded in the shadow of the brim. She radiated a sense of indifference and authority, tinged with an obscure hint of hostility. On the other end of the voice-modulated earpiece, the man expressed mild surprise. Did you secure it? So swiftly? He recalled that the rating data indicated this task was quite challenging. After all, it involved snatching something from the Qin family. He had leveraged his status as the esteemed leader of the Hacker Alliance, persistently pleading for this formidable figure's involvement. This individual was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Jiang Li grasped the zipper of her jacket and swiftly pulled it up. Her fingers were long and delicate, unblemished at the tips, glistening white like freshly fallen snow, emanating a touch of frostiness. The item will be dispatched to you. Having spoken, Jiang Li removed her black earpiece. At that moment, the door to her right suddenly swung open. With a fierce elegance in her gaze, Jiang Li slightly lowered her eyes, her expression relaxed yet harboring an underlying ferocity. She walked forward without a sideways glance. Suddenly, someone seized her arm with a firm grip. Jiang Li furrowed her brows, a sudden surge of hostility flashing in her eyes. With a swift motion, she seized the slender wrist of her opponent, poised to retaliate when an overwhelming force yanked her into the room. Bang! The thunderous sound of the door slamming reverberated through the silent corridor. The black earpiece fell to the ground, its glossy surface reflecting a shard-like glint of cold light. Before she could sever the connection, a frantic voice crackled through the earpiece. Beilong. What's happened? Beilong. Inside the room, darkness enveloped them. The cacophony of a fierce struggle threatened to dismantle the entire space. The two engaged in combat for over 10 minutes, debris scattered everywhere, leaving chaos in their wake. Jiang Li, unable to gain the upper hand, felt her mask forcibly removed, her head gripped from behind and pulled towards him, the sharp scent of tobacco invading her senses with an overwhelming intensity. The temperature was uncomfortably high, bordering on unbearable. Jiang Li's eyes widened in shock, fury igniting within her as she drove her knee upward. Yet, her opponent deftly shifted his body, causing her to lose her footing. With a thud, they both collapsed onto the bed. A muffled groan escaped Jiang Li's throat as she found herself trapped beneath him, unable to break free. In a fit of desperation, she bit down on the man's lips, drawing blood almost instantly. However, he seemed to have lost his sanity, mercilessly claiming her, oblivious to the pain. The metallic taste of blood filled their mouths. The atmosphere in the room was fervent and searing. "Don't be afraid," the man's husky voice whispered in her ear, his heavy, warm breaths cascading upon her skin. In the next moment, the girl's delicate fingers suddenly clenched the bedsheet beneath her, biting down hard on her lower lip, not uttering a sound. At 5 in the morning, the chaos finally subsided. Jiang Li gradually steadied her breathing. After a while, she turned her head slightly, gazing at the indistinct silhouette beside her, narrowing her eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent evident in their depths. 5:30. Jiang Li emerged from the room, a scene reminiscent of a cataclysmic battle, utterly disheveled. Her mask had been torn by the man, leaving her face, strikingly beautiful, exposed. A black baseball cap was pulled low, the corners of her pale lips slightly pressed together, revealing a hint of gloom. Before stepping out, she had taken a shower, the ends of her jet black hair still damp. Her gaze swept across the floor, failing to locate the black earphones. No longer wishing to squander time, she retrieved her phone and dialed an encrypted number. On the other end, the call was answered instantly. "Elon, what just happened?" Recalling the recent events, a heavy aura of hostility shadowed Jiang Li's brow and eyes as she succinctly replied, "Encountered a bit of trouble." Such simple words sent a chill down one's spine. The other side had never heard this tone from her before, and the voice grew grave. "Were you discovered?" Upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. The infamous Elon of the Hacker Alliance's intelligence division, a master disguise. When had this esteemed figure ever faltered? Jiang Li pressed the down button at the elevator, her voice low and icy as she stated, "It's nothing." Seeing that this time the objective had not gone awry, the other party felt relieved and inquired, "Are you injured? Do you need me to handle the aftermath?" This formidable figure was known for spilling blood in action. Moreover, considering the time when the esteemed individual encountered difficulty it has been 3 to 4 hours, ND dawn is nearly upon us. Such an extensive duration. Undoubtedly, it has been a fierce battle. Jiang Li stepped into the elevator, her tongue brushing against the corner of her lips, suddenly curling into a smirk, exuding a chilling and arrogant demeanor. "No need, I will handle it." Her voice was nonchalant, yet it carried an underlying ferocity, a palpable coldness. The implication was unmistakable. Wasn't it said that only items were to be taken? Any additional actions would warrant extra payment. Upon returning to the Chu mansion, the sky had begun to lighten. Jiang Li gradually halted before the entrance, her thin eyelids fluttering as she leisurely cast her gaze towards the plaque. It should have Red Jiang Mansion. This was the abode of her biological parents, Jiang Xian and Chu Chengzhang. When Jiang Xian passed away, Jiang Li, being a minor, was unable to claim her inheritance. Consequently, Chu Chengzhang brazenly seized all of the Jiang family's assets, unceremoniously changing Jiang Mansion to Chu Mansion, and promptly marrying his long-hidden mistress, Yanwei. Upon entering, Yanwei brought with her a pair of children, Chu Linfeng and Chu Yan. Chu Linfeng bore a striking resemblance to Chu Chengzhang, being 3 years older than Jiang Li. Chu Yan was merely a few months younger than Jiang Li. Jiang Li withdrew her gaze, her long legs striding forward as she entered the Chu mansion. "One day, I shall make you all spit it out." Chapter 2. Could it be that his sister, Jiang Li, is still asleep at the Chu mansion's dining hall? Chu Chengzhang cast a glance at the clock on the wall. It was 6:50. He coldly regarded the empty seat beside Chu Yan. It had been over a year since her return from the countryside, yet she still clung to those unsavory habits. Did she require incessant prodding to attend school? One sister, Chu Yan, consistently ranked among the top 3 in exams and was a promising contender for this year's citywide college entrance examination. Gifted and versatile, she was also an accomplished pianist. The other, Jiang Li, had been sent away to the countryside since childhood and had only just returned. The two sisters were often pitted against each other. Jiang Li was beautiful, possessing an exquisite exterior, yet devoid of any academic prowess, knowledge, or talent that could rival Chu Yan's. What future could she possibly hope for? To everyone, Jiang Li seemed like a directionless individual, merely passing time until graduation, incapable of achieving anything substantial. Even her striking beauty was overshadowed by the label of frivolity. Chu Yin was the pride of the Chu family, while Jiang Li was the family's unspoken disgrace. Chu Yin looked at Chu Chengzhong and gently remarked, "Father, it seems my sister did not return last night." Chu Chengzhong frowned. At that moment, a servant suddenly spoke up, "The young lady has returned." Without a glance at Jiang Li, who had just come in from outside, Chu Chengzhong maintained a cold demeanor as he ate his breakfast. Jiang Li strolled leisurely into the dining room. As she approached, a chilling yet vibrant aura enveloped the entire space, reminiscent of her innate presence that commanded attention. She casually pulled out a chair, draped her backpack over the back, tucked her black headphones into her pocket, and sat down in a relaxed manner. Her long legs splayed carelessly before her. Chu Yin found herself utterly unable to tolerate the glaring aura surrounding Jiang Li. As if she were predestined to be the protagonist without lifting a finger, she tightened her grip on the chopsticks, casting a sideways glance, momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Sister, what is that?" As her astonished words resonated in the air, all eyes turned toward Jiang Li. Chu Chengzhong's face turned a shade of iron, and he slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly, "Shameless wretch, where were you last night?" Despite his humble rural origins, Chu Chengzhong had graduated from a prestigious university and now held a respectable position in high society. How could he have spawned such an embarrassment? Where had she been gallivanting? Jiang Li nonchalantly sipped her milk, tilting her head slightly, licking her lips, and replied leisurely, "I've been out and about. Does it matter where?" Her languid smile was either a provocation or a genuine display of indifference, the tone so infuriating it could provoke wrath. Jiang Li, Chu Chengzhong, seething with rage, advanced to strike her. However, Chu Linfeng interposed, frowning, "Dad, Lily hasn't returned all night. We should first ascertain the truth before resorting to such language." Yan Wei shot a disapproving glance at her son for defending Jiang Li. Bullying? Chu Chengzhong gestured toward Jiang Li, glancing at Chu Linfeng. With her grades at school, what legitimate work could she possibly engage in? Am I unjustly accusing her? Yaner has also stayed out all night. Why do I not mention her? Can those with good grades commit no wrongdoing? And what good can those with poor grades accomplish? Chu Yin was taken aback by the sudden mention of her name, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes, unnoticed by others. A pile of muck. It wouldn't even stick to a wall. Chu Chengzhong fixed his gaze upon Jiang Li's indifferent and unrepentant countenance. "You have been reckless outside, and I have turned a blind eye to your misdeeds. But do you possess no sense of shame? Look at your sister. Both are my blood. Can you even compare to her in the slightest?" A flicker of pride danced in Yin Wei's eyes. Her daughter had brought her much honor. Their daughter's name bore the surnames of both herself and Chu Chengzhong. Jiang Li would forever be overshadowed by her daughter. "Dad, brother is right. Please do not speak ill of sister," Chu Yin gently interjected, then turned to Jiang Li, "Sister, we can report this to the authorities. Should they involve the police, this matter would escalate, and her engagement to the Yu family would be irrevocably severed." The Yu family had long sought to dissolve their engagement with Jiang Li, but had struggled to find a suitable pretext. Little did they expect Jiang Li to dig her own grave. Everyone remained standing, save for Jiang Li, who lounged lazily against the back of her chair, arms outstretched and carelessly draped over the dining table. "Mr. Chu wishes to discuss matters of shame with me?" As she spoke, her eyes languidly flicked toward Yan Wei, Chu Linfeng, and Chu Yin, as if to say, "You, a man who has strayed within marriage and fathered illegitimate children, dare to speak of shame?" Chu Chengzhong appeared to be struck where it hurt, his face flushed with indignation. Chu Linfeng remained unperturbed. Yan Wei's smile faltered, becoming increasingly strained. Chu Yin clenched her fingers tightly, a glimmer of hatred flashing in her eyes. "Very well. You have some audacity," Chu Chengzhong said fiercely. "Let us see how you will account for this to the Yu family." After breakfast, Jiang Li, as if nothing had transpired, changed her attire and stepped outside. Chu Yin proceeded to school. Chu Linfeng is now in his 4th year of university, immersed in entrepreneurship and not residing at home. Yan Wei brought over a suit jacket to assist Chu Chengzhong in putting it on, saying, "Darling, the Yu family is a prestigious household in the capital. We cannot forfeit this engagement." "That goes without saying," he replied. "Had it not been for the late Old Master Zhang's friendship with Old Master Yu, which led to this betrothal being arranged since childhood, how could the Zhang family possibly ascend to the heights of the currently flourishing Yu family?" Naturally, Chu Chengzhong was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity to ally with the Yu family, and he found himself in a quandary. Yan Wei adjusted his collar gently, her voice soothing. Madam Yu has quite an affection for our Yenner. However, with old Master Yu's influence looming over us, there is little we can do." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingzhang turned towards her, his eyes alight with hope. Did Madam Yu truly express such sentiments? Yin Wei, who had maintained her exquisite appearance over the years, in her 40s still radiated charm and grace in every gesture. She nodded with a smile, saying, "Are you not aware of how exceptional your own daughter is?" Chu Yin was strikingly beautiful, her academic prowess unparalleled. She had been a member of the national team for the International Mathematical Olympiad since her first year of high school, far outpacing her peers. Chu Qingzhang had always believed that only Chu Linfeng and Chu Yin were his true children, bringing him pride. If given a choice, he would wish he had never fathered Jiangli. "Indeed, our daughter is remarkable," he acknowledged, feeling grateful to Yin Wei for nurturing their children so splendidly over the years. Yet, as you mentioned, old Master Yu's authority is formidable. Even if Madam Yu favors Yenner, would old Master Yu acquiesce to a change? Yin Wei chuckled softly. Jiangli is quite indiscreet outside. Who knows if there will be another opportunity? If matters escalate, it would bring shame to the Yu family as well. Her academic performance was subpar. Perhaps it would be wiser to send her abroad. By doing so, we could also preserve the Yu family's dignity. Madam Yu remarked a few words nearby, asserting that this engagement was undoubtedly meant for our Yenner. Moreover, Yin Wei observed him, stating, "In 2 years, Jiangli will turn 20. With the support of the Yu family, she should rightfully receive her share of the company's equity." Chu Qingzhang fell into deep contemplation. Yin Wei maintained a poised demeanor, articulating her thoughts with precision. The assets of the Jiang family rightfully belonged to her children. This was a debt owed to her by Jiang Xian. She would never allow Jiang Xian's daughter to marry into a better situation than her own daughter. As for Jiangli, did she truly believe she was worthy of entering the Yu household? At the Tianjin Grand Hotel, Qin Yichen surveyed the impeccably arranged room. Adorned with newly acquired high-end furniture, save for the ostentatious, yet inexpensive, bed priced at 640,000. When he had arrived that morning, it appeared as though the room had undergone a horrific assault. The wardrobe lay toppled, the coffee table was upended, shards of crystal scattered across the floor, and not a single item, be it the television or the sofa, remained intact. He could only imagine the intensity of the previous night's altercation. Meanwhile, his brother lay in bed with a knife wound to his left chest. It was not that his brother's heart was inherently different, being situated on the right side. Today marked the 7th day since the incident. Xiao Yi, value your life. Avoid letting the wound come into contact with water. Xin Yu advised as he dressed Qin Yizhao's injury, weariness evident on his face. Fresh from a shower, Qin Yizhao's damp hair framed his chiseled features. His deep-set eyes were partially veiled, with long, thick lashes casting shadows beneath. His high nose and slightly pursed lips exuded an air of frigid detachment, devoid of expression, yet strikingly elegant and aloof. A somber aura enveloped him, heavy and oppressive, seemingly suppressing an unknown burden, tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. At that moment, he was bare from the waist up due to a change of dressings, his skin delicate and pale, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. The contours of his physique flowing and distinct, his long legs casually draped over the coffee table. His visage was breathtaking, exuding an enchanting grace. Xin Yu could not comprehend it. In a world where appearances reigned supreme, how could someone inflict such harm upon a face so captivating that it could ensnare one's very soul? Qin Yizhao rested his arm on the opulent sofa's armrest, his long, elegant fingers toying with a small, unmarked black earbud. Qin Yichen's expression was exceedingly complex. He was genuinely curious about which faction could rival his brother's prowess, nearly costing him his life in the process. The surveillance footage from that night at the hotel had been completely wiped, and despite the passage of days, they had unearthed not a shred of information. The wound inflicted was indeed grievous, penetrating deeply into the lung, necessitating a prolonged period of recuperation. That individual truly intended for his brother to perish. Xin Yu, having tidied the medical kit, settled back onto the sofa and regarded Qin Yizhao. Xiao Yi. He paused, carefully choosing his words. A beauty trap? Upon hearing this, Qin Yichen's eyes widened in astonishment. Xin Yu, what do you mean? The one who harmed my brother is a woman. Xin Yu shot him a sidelong glance, exasperated, and nodded. A beauty trap? Could it possibly be a man? Qin Yichen was momentarily struck dumb by this astonishing revelation. A woman had inflicted such damage upon his brother. Good heavens! How formidable must that woman be? Even after leaving the hotel and settling into the car, Qin Yichun remained engulfed in existential doubt. Xinyu, what on earth is the background of that woman who is so exceptionally skilled? Xinyu turned the car key, raising an eyebrow, more intrigued by the girl's audacity than her background. How could she nonchalantly rise from Xiao Ye's bed and then turn to stab him in the back? Qin Yichun's mind momentarily stalled. Then he pondered the implications of her words, his lips twitching involuntarily. Could it be that his brother was incapable? Within the confines of the room, an eerie silence enveloped. Qin Yixiao reclined deeply on the sofa, his fingers delicately rubbing the black earphone, his eyelids relaxed and slightly lowered. A small, light-colored mole rested just below the corner of his right eye, devoid of any allure, instead exuding an air of chilling menace. His gaze remained fixed upon the grand bed not far away. After a considerable pause, he reached for a cigarette and lighter from the coffee table, lighting one with languid fingers. His bare torso leaned forward slightly, his arms resting on his open knees, while the other hand grasped the black earphone. His half-closed eyes focused intently. A moment later, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. The small hand was both tender and fierce. At that instant, the phone on the coffee table rang. On the other end was one of Qin Yixiao's trusted aides, Qin Shan. Xiaoyi, we couldn't trace the origins of this earphone. Our established contacts have all been severed, Qin Shan's respectful voice relayed. My apologies for my incompetence. This was anticipated. The hotel was under the Qin family's jurisdiction, and its security system was formidable. If someone possessed the capability to hack the surveillance footage here, it was inconceivable that they could be easily traced. Qin Yixiao flicked the ash from his cigarette. Continue the investigation. Chapter 2. Jiangze. My father died particularly early. 7 years later. Beijing International Airport. At the tender age of 6, Jiangze dragged along a black suitcase nearly as large as himself. In his small hand, he clutched a transparent plastic bag containing essential documents, a mobile phone, and an assortment of miscellaneous items. Two small, fluffy dogs, gray and white in hue, were tethered to his wrist. In today's world, children are cherished treasures, making it quite a rarity to witness a child like Jiang Ze managing his own luggage, which drew curious glances from passers-by. Oblivious to the attention, he focused instead on a woman ahead, clad in a black coat, tall and slender, exuding an aura that suggested she was not to be trifled with. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, Jiang Ze ambled along at a leisurely pace, embodying an innate and formidable presence that made him stand out in the bustling crowd. His short legs swung energetically as he hurried to his mother's side, dragging the suitcase and the two dogs behind him. Lowering his voice, he whispered, "Mom, I need to pee." Jiang Li, engrossed in responding to a WeChat message, tucked her phone away and glanced down at Jiang Ze. Wearing a black baseball cap and a mask, only her dark brows and eyes were visible, the latter devoid of warmth as they regarded those around her. May is peak travel season, and the airport teemed with crowds. Jiang Li disliked waiting and loathed crowded places. Her voice, cold and unfeeling, emerged from beneath her mask. "Hold it." "I can't hold it," Jiang Ze whimpered, squeezing his legs together and pouting pitifully. "I'll wet my pants. I drank too much water on the plane." His child-sized black mask framed his remarkably large, innocent eyes, which sparkled with an extraordinary beauty. His long, thick eyelashes and deep, glistening pupils gazed up at Jiang Li, exuding vulnerability and helplessness. Yet, those familiar with Jiang Ze understood that beneath this facade of fragility lay a spirit that was anything but weak. No word could possibly relate to him. Jiang Li gazed at his incessantly fidgeting short legs, a flicker of impatience crossing her features. 5 minutes. She diverted her gaze, sending a WeChat message to the person picking her up. "All right, Mom." Jiang Ze placed his suitcase beside Jiang Li, clutching a plastic bag while leading two dogs, hastily dashing towards the restroom. His mother would certainly not assist him in handling the dogs. The ordinary restroom was crowded. Without a second thought, Jiang Ze sprinted towards the VIP area. At the VIP entrance, an airport staff member was on duty. Upon seeing a young boy with two dogs and a tattered plastic bag, the staff member raised a hand to stop him, saying, "Hey, little buddy." However, as he casually extracted a black gold card from the shabby plastic bag, one that granted unrestricted access to any VIP venue, an expression of disbelief flickered in his eyes. The staff member's hand awkwardly froze midair. A tattered plastic bag? The universally accepted king of cards? The black gold card? What an odd combination. Ignoring the bewildered staff member, the boy and his two dogs dashed into the restroom. Inside, Jiangze casually tossed the leash, and the slightly larger dog seized it in its mouth. "Shisher, Jiaochan, you two behave and wait for me here," he said while unfastening his pants and heading towards the children's urinal. Qin stood at the sink, whistling as he washed his hands. Upon noticing a child entering with dogs, he remained focused on grooming his hair in the mirror. However, upon hearing the names of the two dogs, his attention faltered. "What absurd names? Shisher? Jiaochan?" Qin lowered his head, casually glancing at the two obedient dogs sitting neatly on the ground. However, when his gaze met the pair of gray-green eyes, his pupils suddenly dilated in shock. Goodness! Wolves! A wave of fear surged through him, causing his heart to leap into his throat as he instinctively took a large step back. Shisher and Jiaochan simultaneously lifted their heads to regard him, their icy gray-green pupils devoid of warmth, with an excess of scara rendering their gaze fierce and cruel. They resembled predators poised to pounce, ready to claim Qin's life. A chill traveled from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Jiangze appeared somewhat surprised that someone had recognized them and turned to glance toward the sink. There stood Qin, a grown man, seemingly wishing to meld into the wall out of fright. Jiangze's expression revealed his disdain. What a disgraceful display from an adult. He adjusted his pants and approached Qin, casting a silent, scornful glance his way. "Uncle, Shisher and Jiaochan want tea bite." Upon hearing the names of the two wolves once more, Qin's mouth twitched. Which devil had bestowed such names upon them? Jiangze untied the leash from the wolves' mouths and began to lead them away. Qin stiffened, adamantly stating, "Little brother, this isn't merely a matter of whether they bite or not. Wild animals cannot be privately kept, do you understand?" Jiangze paused in his tracks, turning his head with a melancholic tone. "My father passed away quite early." Qin was taken aback. "What does your father's early demise have to do with your keeping wolves?" Jiangze's eyes crinkled with a smile, because he was too fond of meddling. Qin could only remain speechless as Jiangze continued to lead the two wolves toward the door. Simultaneously, he extracted a breeding license and a health certificate from the torn plastic bag. With a flick of his little finger, the two documents separated, revealing their backs as he nonchalantly waved them. Certified to operate, to become an exemplary successor of socialism. The diminutive black silhouette exuded an undeniable coolness. Qin was momentarily taken aback. It wasn't until the small figure turned the corner out of the restroom that he regained his composure. He blinked, reflecting on Jiangze's height and tone. Goodness, has that child truly evolved? How could one so young possess such audacity? It felt as if Qin's worldview had been utterly overturned as he muttered to himself while making his exit. Yet that child's eyes are remarkably beautiful, somewhat familiar. As if I have encountered them before. Chapter 3. Why should one endure in the VIP lounge? The moment Qin returned, he began to chatter incessantly. Raising wolves? This is the first time I've heard of it. Qin nodded vigorously. It startled me. Those two wolves have such ferocious gazes. Just a glance from them leaves me breathless. Xinyu looked at him in disbelief, then averted his gaze, casually remarking, "Did you not mention that child's father passed away early? It isn't difficult to comprehend the need for security in raising two wolves." Indeed, Qin agreed wholeheartedly, glancing towards his brother Qin Yexiao, who was seated on a nearby armchair. "Brother, did you know? That kid appears to be only 6 or 7 years old, yet possesses immense courage." Xinyu raised an eyebrow. If he dares to raise wolves, how could he not be audacious? The lounge was illuminated by cold, white, intertwining beams of light. Qin Yexiao reclined on the sofa, his features sharp and distinct, his complexion pale, yet not unhealthy. He wore a black shirt, impeccably buttoned to the very top, devoid of any wrinkles. Graceful yet aloof, he exuded an air of restrained elegance. His arm draped casually over the armrest of the sofa, revealing a slender and delicate wrist adorned with a black cord, from which hung a small, exquisite black earpiece. His fingers were long and well-defined, the fingertips holding a half-burned cigarette. Leaning forward, he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, rose at a leisurely pace, brushed off non-existent ash from his attire, and, with one hand in his pocket, exited the lounge, entirely indifferent to the astonished reactions of Qin. After enduring disdain from a child, Qin found himself ignored by his own elder brother. What a bitter experience. Upon reaching the exit of the VIP passage, Qin Yexiao paused momentarily. Turning his head slightly, Jiangze had not strayed far. Though diminutive in stature, he was easily spotted amidst the crowd. Two wolves trailed behind him obediently, behaving more like loyal dogs. Qin Yichen stood beside Qin Yexiao, pointing. Look, that little brat. Quite audacious. It was remarkable for the second young master of the Qin family, Qin Yichen, to be so impressed. Prior to today, the only other individual who had left such an indelible mark on him was the female psychopath who had once stabbed his brother. Now, he had encountered another peculiar child who kept wolves as pets. These two wolves were trained to be more obedient than dogs, wagging their tails like canines. Yet their eyes still held an untamed ferocity, unmistakably fierce. Xinyu glanced over, observing the child approach a tall, slender woman with long hair. He then proceeded to drag a hefty black suitcase beside her, following her toward the airport exit. The sight of the small figure struggling with the large suitcase was both endearing and comical. Xinyu turned to Qin Yichen and inquired, Audacious? Are you certain? I failed to perceive it. What a remarkably sensible little boy. Qin Yichen responded with utmost seriousness. He is merely feigning. He is undoubtedly pretending. Xinyu. Qin Yexiao retracted his gaze and strode forward with long strides. Cheng Sijuan stood just outside the terminal, struggling to advance while dragging all her luggage and two dogs. The exquisitely delicate Jiang Li appearing as if she were lost in the wild. A faint twitch emerged at the corner of her mouth, should the media capture this moment. Another scandal would arise, branding the fated actress Jiang Li as one who mistreats children, as an obscure figure in the industry, who would be foolish enough to dig up dirt on her. Jiang Li squinted slightly, wearing an air of indifference. The entertainment industry evolves rapidly, with new talents emerging like mushrooms after rain. Who would remember someone who had vanished for a year? Yet, there are individuals who, despite being absent from the scene, still have legends that linger in the world. Cheng Sijuan crossed her arms, firmly confident in Jiang Li's influence within the entertainment realm. After all, it is hard to find another actress with a temperament as volatile and brazen as Jiang Li's. Chapter 4. Manage your illegitimate daughter. Jiang Li rose to fame with a single brutal act, grasping someone by the back of their head and forcefully slamming their forehead onto the table. The sight of bloodshed still haunted Cheng Sijuan to this day. As for the illustrious achievements of this formidable figure, she would refrain from elaborating for now. In the entertainment circle, who dares to be as audacious as Jiang Li? Even the most feuding top stars, despite their personal grievances, must pretend to be sisterly when they meet. Only Jiang Li remains unfazed by reputation or persona, exuding an outrageous arrogance. Coupled with her almost mystical knack for attracting controversy, she stands unparalleled in the realm of scandals. Negative news floods the media, while the comments section on Weibo descends into chaos. What a disgraceful woman. Who allowed you to remain in the entertainment industry? The face reflects the heart. One can discern by appearance that you are not of good quality. May your entire family meet their demise. Jiang Li, leave the entertainment world. Comments of this nature populate Jiang Li's Weibo daily. However, she remains unfazed, while the outsider Cheng Sijuan cannot bear it and has disabled comments on Jiang Li's Weibo. Consequently, some malicious fans even tracked down Jiang Li's phone number and called to berate her. A year ago, Jiang Li quietly exited the scene, and the entire internet rejoiced. To this day, Cheng Sijuan struggles to comprehend why those individuals harbor such animosity towards Jiang Li. Li Yi, now that you're back, temper your disposition, let us avoid trouble. Cheng Sijuan implores earnestly. Jiang Li, with hands in her pockets, nonchalantly replies, I will do my best. Though Li Ye's words lack credibility, Cheng Sijuan finds herself powerless against Jiang Li. Exhausted, she decides to take things as they come and opens the trunk. Xiaoyi, please hand the luggage to Andy. Thank you, Sister Cheng, Jiang Zhe responds, adjusting his mask beneath his chin, revealing a charming smile with small canine teeth, both obedient and endearing. Cheng Sijuan glances at him, raising an eyebrow. Are you taking advantage of your mother? Meanwhile, Jiang Li has already opened the door to the passenger seat. Jiang Zhe, with his small hand raised slightly to cover his mouth, whispers conspiratorially, in crowded places, it's safer if I call my mom and you sister. He has heard that paparazzi in the country are even more formidable than Interpol, so caution is indeed wise. Cheng Sijuan had intended to discuss this matter with Jiang Li, but seeing how thoughtfully the child considers things, she nods in agreement and affectionately ruffles his hair. Quite perceptive, indeed. Jiang Li chuckled softly, absolutely. Cheng Sijuan started the car and straightforwardly informed Jiang Li about her work. There's a web drama, and I've secured an audition opportunity for you as the second female lead. The director has seen your photos, and you perfectly embody the character from the original work. As long as you pass the audition, the role will be yours. Understood. Jiang Li removed her mask and retrieved a mint from the console's recess, unwrapping the candy. Cheng Sijuan glanced at her profile. Despite having known Jiang Li for many years, she was still captivated by her stunning beauty. Jiang Li was the epitome of a striking beauty, radiating an unparalleled allure, bold and carefree, even with a loosely worn mask. She exuded an air of unattainable elegance. Once a red carpet sensation, such beauty, if not marred by scandal, would have long since ascended to dizzying heights of fame. Cheng Sijuan harbored no concerns regarding the audition, although Jiang Li had garnered a plethora of negative press. Most of her industry peers who had collaborated with her recognized her dedication. She shunned the creation of a false persona and committed herself to her assigned roles with utmost professionalism. The negativity she faced was substantial, indeed. A veritable storm of online criticism. This comeback is for my own vindication, Cheng Sijuan declared, rummaging through her pocket to retrieve an object, which she tossed toward the passenger seat. Before I depart this world, I wish to witness your rise to stardom. Jiang Li lowered her gaze to find a talisman resting on her lap, inscribed with the character for endurance. She picked it up to examine it. Noting the reverse side bore the character for tranquility. Blessed by a master, it served as a reminder to endure. When times grew tough, she could simply glance at this. Cheng Sijuan had exerted considerable effort, seeking divine intervention and making offerings before Jiang Li's return. The older one grew, the more one believed in fate. Jiang Zhe leaned between the two front seats, smiling as he said, Aunt Cheng, why don't you ask my mother for a talisman of wealth? For the sake of money. My mother would undoubtedly endure anything. Money makes the world go round. The corners of Jiang Li's lips curled up, her eyes and brows strikingly beautiful, her lips naturally tinted, exuding both chill and allure. Cheng Sijuan pondered for a moment, deeming Jiang Zhe's suggestion remarkably practical. She casually tossed out 2 words, wait and see. Jiang Li, lacking patience for her mint candy, crushed it in a few bites, the icy flavor stimulating her senses. Tilting her head, she scrolled through Weibo on her phone. This role had consumed considerable effort on her part, as many at the company were still watching her closely. Cheng Sijuan glanced at her and remarked, Li, focus on your career. Jiang Li responded with a nonchalant hum, leisurely shifting her posture, stretching her legs out comfortably while scrolling through Weibo with her gaze slightly lowered. A few diehard fans messaged her daily, inquiring about her return. Sister, when are you coming back? It's been 325 days since I last saw you. Jiang Li chuckled, pleasantly surprised to discover that there were indeed people waiting for her. Jiang Zhe rested his soft hair against the back seat window, the wind tousling it and revealing his fair, full forehead. He observed a black Brabus SUV effortlessly overtake them, the lowered window momentarily revealing a man's face. Causing his brow to slightly arch. Chapter 5. The timing enthusiast Cheng Sijuan dropped Jiang Li and Jiang Zhe off at Huiting. The 2-bedroom apartment was just under 100 square meters. Jiang Zhe stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, gazing at the distant estate. Aunt Cheng, what is that place? It looks incredibly impressive. Between Huiting and the Grand Manor lies a towering hotel. On one side stands the ordinary high-rise of Huiting, while on the other sprawls the expansive estate covering over 3,000 square meters. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals is greater than that between a person and a dog. Cheng Sijuan took a few steps towards the floor-to-ceiling window and remarked, that place, the Beatty Manor, I have no idea whose territory it is. It remains quite mysterious. To this day, no one has managed to uncover the identity of the powerful figure behind it. Jiang Zhe retrieved a small telescope from a plastic bag. Pressing it to his eye, he shifted it to observe the surroundings of Beatty Manor. After a moment, he inquired, is that manor for sale? I wish to purchase it. His youthful, innocent voice conveyed the request with an air of casualness, as if he were asking for a trifling toy from a street vendor. Cheng Sijuan's lips twitched slightly. Children often speak without restraint, desiring what they see. She affectionately ruffled Jiang Zhe's hair and sighed, don't even think about it. Even if we sold your mother, we couldn't afford it. Although Cheng Sijuan was unaware of the formidable figure behind the manor, she was well aware of its staggering price, over $2 billion in US dollars. Jiang Zhe, while opening a bottle of water, was taken aback by the price as well, his expression shifting to one of silence. After a few seconds, he looked seriously at Jiang Li and said, Mom, why don't I investigate the owner of that manor? You could use your beauty to charm him, tempt him, conquer him. Cheng Sijuan retorted, Where on earth did you learn such explicit language? Are children today so precocious? After finishing an entire bottle of water and crumpling it before tossing it into the trash, Jiangli spoke up. That manner belongs to Qin Yexiao. Do you really think you can snatch something from him? That's a death wish. The Cheng family is quite prominent in the capital, a family of considerable repute. Cheng Sijuan has heard a bit about Qin Yexiao, the crown prince of the Qin family, a formidable figure who holds considerable power in the city. Yet, is this esteemed gentleman truly as fearsome as Jiangli suggests? He once performed surgery for the elder of the Cheng family, indeed a savior to them. Jiangli, do you harbor a bias against Master Xiao? Cheng Sijuan glanced at the Beidi manor before turning to Jiangli, the surgical prodigy of the medical alliance, a living testament to the first hospital of the capital. Do you have any idea how many lives he has saved? Jiangli merely curled her lips in a knowing smile, choosing to remain silent. Qin Yexiao is far more complex than he appears on the surface. Jiangzi, on the other hand, was captivated by the Beidi manor, flanked by two beauties, Shi Shi and Yao Chan, as they gazed longingly into the distance. Cheng Sijuan refrained from meddling in Jiang Li's personal affairs, aware that she harbored certain secrets which she rarely inquired about. With a sigh, she conceded, never mind. How many women in the capital are infatuated with this esteemed gentleman? We, mere individuals, do not even have the opportunity to meet him, so let us rest. Jiang Li remained silent. Cheng Sijuan had much on her plate, and with Jiang Li preparing for her return to the entertainment industry, she did not linger. Before departing, she looked at Jiang Li and said, I'll come to pick you up for the audition tomorrow morning. Jiang Li replied, all right. Later that evening, Jiang Li received a phone call, changed into a different outfit, and took Jiang Zhe out for dinner. Mommy, can I really go out with you? Jiang Zhe asked, resting his chin on his small fists. For many years, he felt as if he had finally glimpsed the radiant glow of maternal love within his mother, to the point of being profoundly moved, tears welling in his eyes as he blinked at Jiang Li. During his time abroad, she often forgot him in shopping malls while running errands. It truly was no small feat for him to have grown up in such circumstances. Upon returning to his homeland, he had believed he must remain hidden, avoiding the outside world to elude the prying eyes of paparazzi. To his astonishment, however, his mother remembered to bring him along for meals. Don't disgust me, Jiang Li remarked coldly as she donned a mask and a baseball cap, pointing at him. If you refuse to go, order takeout yourself. Jiang Zhe's expression turned serious in an instant. I refuse. I want to enjoy delicious food. He hastily put on a children's mask and hurried to catch up with her. At 6:55 p.m. at Yunshang Pavilion. Dad, is Li Yi really back? Su Chuang looked at his father, his eyes filled with tension and excitement. The others were equally restless, their gazes darting repeatedly towards the entrance. Suju nodded, a smile of joy on his face. It's been a year, the storm has passed, and her return is perfectly timed. A year ago, the entertainment industry was rocked by the notorious 418 drug scandal, which drew significant attention. The narcotics police had been monitoring this group closely and apprehended them in the act that very night. Many of those involved were well-known actors, whose reputations were irreparably tarnished and futures destroyed. Jiang Li had been present that night as well. After undergoing a series of tests conducted by the police, the results showed no traces of drugs. However, she inadvertently found herself photographed by reporters while leaving the police station. Her temperament is notoriously poor. She has physically assaulted individuals on set, carries a plethora of scandals, and possesses a tarnished reputation. Amidst a wave of celebrity drug abuse revelations, she has become the focal point of public scrutiny, with many firmly believing that she, too, is involved in drug use. With a persona like Jiang Li's, who would dare to claim she is innocent of such accusations? Drug addict, indeed. Jiang Li should exit the entertainment industry. She should leave. The biases held in people's hearts can be profoundly terrifying. Even if the police ultimately clarify that Jiang Li is not engaged in drug use, such statements have little impact, sinking into oblivion like a stone cast into the sea. In truth, few care for the reality. Individuals are far more inclined to accept the narratives they wish to believe. Following this incident, Jiang Li faced significant boycotts, with not a single production team willing to employ her. In desperation, her agency decided to send her abroad for training, hoping that the storm would pass before her return. This situation stems from Su Chuang's initial mismanagement, which has caused Jiang Li to suffer repercussions. Director Su, might Miss Jiang not return? The clock reads 6:59. The vice captain glances at his watch. This elite team of narcotics officers typically maintains a stern demeanor, often silent and aloof. Yet today, each member is visibly animated, a mix of anxiety and excitement, as if preparing to meet a high-ranking official. The young recruits, new to the team, wonder what kind of formidable figure could evoke such emotions in these hardened professionals. She should arrive just in time. Director Su is also tense. In his agitation, he repeatedly wipes Jiang Li's seat with a tissue. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the private room swung open. It is 7 o'clock, neither a second more nor a second less. Chapter 6. The Top Arms Designer. All eyes in the room swiftly turned in unison. Jiang Li slightly nodded, expressing her polite gratitude to the server guiding her. In the next moment, they all stood up simultaneously, including Director Su. Their uniform crew cuts and robust demeanor, coupled with their darker complexions and upright posture, unmistakably revealed the essence of the police force. A multitude of bright eyes were fixed on Jiang Li, resembling a welcoming committee for a high-ranking official's inspection. Director Su personally pulled out a chair for Jiang Li and, after wiping it with a tissue, gestured for her to sit. This scene left the newly arrived young officers in the bureau utterly astonished. When had their esteemed director ever exhibited such humility? Jiang Li removed her mask, her voice cool and composed. "Thank you. Why are you being so courteous?" Director Su, typically stern and aloof, wore a smile that seemed almost ingratiating. Su Chuang poured a cup of tea for Jiang Li, respectfully presenting it. "Master Li, please try this. It's tea we brought from the bureau." Jiang Li took a sip, noticing Su Chuang still watching her with a posture reminiscent of a well-trained server, nodding and bowing. With an air of indifference in her cold gaze, she casually inquired of Director Su, "Has he been dismissed from the bureau? Is he now serving tea at Yunshang Pavilion?" Su Chuang's lips twitched at her words. Relieved that she had chosen to drink his tea instead of casting him out of the narcotics team for his previous blunder that had led to her being photographed by reporters and pressured to withdraw from the entertainment industry. He thought to himself, drinking tea surely meant he could avoid being dismissed. Director Su sat beside Jiang Li, enthusiastically introducing her to the new dishes on the menu using a tablet. The new officers were left in a state of disbelief, contemplating their existence as they witnessed these unfolding events. Jiang Zhe gazed in astonishment at the impressive gathering of notable individuals surrounding his mother. Goodness, who exactly is my mother? Once everyone had exchanged greetings with Jiang Li, they finally noticed Jiang Zhe. The young boy, sensing the attention directed towards him, politely addressed the adults as uncle and aunt. Su Ju glanced at Jiang Zhe and remarked, "Is this your relative? He is truly adorable." Jiang Li leaned back, resting his arm on the table, his fingers idly caressing the teacup, and replied in a languid and carefree tone, "My son." The 3 words landed like a bombshell. Su Ju sprang up from his chair, his face a mask of disbelief. "What? Your son?" Even though the private room was well soundproofed, Su Ju's exclamation burst forth, summoning the waiter from outside. The waiter, aware of the distinguished company within, trembled slightly as he grasped the doorknob, fearing a confrontation. "Excuse me, Su Ju, is there something that has not met your satisfaction?" He nervously scanned the room, noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the guests, their gazes vacant as if they had just endured a tremendous shock. Gradually regaining his composure, Su Ju turned to the waiter and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. You may leave." The waiter, feeling the tension ease from his back, replied, "Understood. Please call me if you need anything." Once the door closed, Su Ju furrowed his brow in contemplation, casting a complex look at Jiang Li. After several seconds, he took a deep breath and inquired, "Is he truly your son?" He added, "Biological?" Jiang Li arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Doesn't he resemble me?" Director Su glanced at Jiang Zhe, then at Jiang Li, and candidly remarked, "Not quite similar." As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Zhe wrapped his small arms around Jiang Li and exclaimed, "Mom, regardless of whom I resemble, I am your obedient son. I carry your blood and flesh. If you disapprove of me, I shall undergo plastic surgery right away." With a quivering voice filled with sorrowful determination, he shot a glare at Director Su. No matter what, he believed he resembled his mother the most. Director Su. A crowd of people. Goodness, this truly is Miss Jiang Li's son. When did Miss Jiang Li have such a grown son? Jiang Li took a sip of water, her tone clear and calm. "All right, I will contact a cosmetic surgeon for you." The sorrowful expression on Jiang Zhe's small face froze. Director Su realized he had misspoken and quickly attempted to rectify the situation. No, no, you resemble each other perfectly. You two are simply cut from the same mold. The onlookers. Director Su stiffly sat back down, lowering his gaze for a few seconds to come to terms with reality, then turned to Jiang Li and inquired, "How old is this child?" Without waiting for Jiang Li to respond, Jiang Zhe, with the earnest tone of a primary school student answering a question, introduced himself. "Uncle Su, my name is Jiang Zhe, and I am 6 years old." Director Su. 6 years old. The esteemed one had this child at 19. Director Su's heart had never raced so fast in his life. Although he was merely a decade older than Jiang Li, he had always regarded her as a daughter. Now, upon her return, she brought along such a grown son. Who could bear such a revelation? Who was the unworthy beast responsible for this? Others stared at Jiang Li in the same dazed manner as Director Su. At that moment, there were 2 knocks on the private room door. The waiter entered, carrying dishes, and the group barely returned to their senses. "Please enjoy your meal," the waiter said before retreating. Jiang Li effortlessly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, displaying an air of calm indifference. Jiang Zhe had long been hungry, and only after witnessing Jiang Li's actions did he dare to start eating. Su Ju had merely intended to see Jiang Li today, not anticipating such a delightful surprise. In Su Chuang's mind, Jiang Li was akin to a revered ancestor, to the extent that he recalled the man who had made his ancestor apparent at the tender age of 19, filling him with indignation. Suppressing his fury, he inquired of Jiang Zhe, "Where is your father?" With his mouth full of meat and another piece of rib in hand, Jiang Zhe mumbled, "My dad? Why mention him on such a joyous day?" Su Chuang assumed this man had wronged Jiang Li, his eyes blazing with anger. "That beast! Do not speak ill of him. The deceased deserve respect." Jiang Zhe continued to eat, seemingly unfazed. Su Chuang was taken aback. "What the hell is going on?" He is dead. "So, your ancestor is a widow at such a young age?" Jiang Li remained silent, propping her chin up as she picked up a slice of spicy beef. The others in the room presumed they had inadvertently touched upon a sorrowful topic regarding the mother and son, and a moment of silence enveloped them. They gazed at Jiang Zhe with sympathy, lamenting the loss of his biological father at such a tender age. Consequently, they refrained from surrounding Jiang Li and instead engaged with Jiang Zhe, offering him red envelopes and displaying their firearms. As Jiang Zhe handled the gun, he exclaimed in awe. Yet upon closer inspection, his eyes betrayed a sense of disdain. This model was rather outdated. Su Chuang looked at Jiang Li with a complex expression. "Li Yi, is it true that little Ye's father has really passed away?" Jiang Li held her chopsticks, her wrist naturally relaxed, nodding absent-mindedly. It was still her own hand that moved. After finishing their meal, Director Su personally opened the door to the private room, following Jiang Li as they exited. Simultaneously, the door of the adjacent room swung open, revealing a group of individuals. Among them was Dean Dai, whom Director Su recognized, and he greeted him. Dean Dai is a leading figure in the field of surgery within the domestic medical community and the head of the first hospital in the capital. Dean Dai glanced around at the individuals accompanying Director Su, took a few steps forward, and inquired with a smile, "Has your anti-drug team come here for team building?" The elegant ambience of Yunshang Pavilion did not seem to align with the rugged demeanor of the anti-drug team. As Dean Dai spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the woman and child standing in the center, both adorned with black masks, maintaining a respectful distance from the rest of the team. A flicker of curiosity passed through his eyes. "Indeed, these little rascals thought I was being stingy, so I brought them to broaden their horizons," Director Su quipped, his gaze similarly drifting towards the 2 striking young men surrounded by Dean Dai and others. Although masked in black, their presence was undeniably commanding. In the capital, where power and influence abound, Director Su had encountered numerous influential figures, yet these 2 exuded a pressure surpassing that of the highest-ranking officials he had met, hinting at an even more remarkable background. He averted his gaze after a brief moment of observation. As the 2 groups fortuitously crossed paths, they exchanged pleasantries while making their way outside. "Xiao Yi, Xin Yu," murmured the man at the forefront, raising his chin towards Jiang Li and Jiang Zhe. "The woman and child we encountered at the airport." Qin Yexiao, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, wore a stoic expression as his gaze settled upon Jiang Li. The woman was engrossed in her phone, seemingly replying to someone's messages. Upon reaching the entrance of Yunshang Pavilion, Jiang Zhe had summoned a vehicle through his phone, which awaited their arrival. Jiang Li slipped her phone into her pocket and turned to Su Ju and the others, stating, "Let's go." Jiang Zhe, polite and obedient, bid farewell. "Goodbye, Uncle Su," Goodbye, uncles. Suju nodded respectfully, his posture slightly bent. Please take care and drive safely. This scene left Director Dai and his companions utterly astonished. Today, the individuals accompanying Suju were the elite of their bureau, each possessing remarkable abilities and an inherent pride. How could a group of grown men exhibit such deference towards a young woman? Jiangze dashed to the taxi, opening the door. Sister, get in. The moment Suju and the others heard this address, they paused instinctively. Their quick-witted minds comprehended within seconds that Jiang Li's identity was not one to be publicly associated with Jiangze. Qin Yexiao and Shen Yu similarly made their way towards their own Maybach. Just before entering the vehicle, Qin Yexiao received a phone call. Raising his phone while rolling up the sleeve of his black shirt, revealing his slender, porcelain-white wrist. The black earpiece dangling from a dark cord was particularly conspicuous. Jiang Li caught a glimpse of the black earpiece, and her movements abruptly halted, her keen eyes narrowing in scrutiny. Chapter 7. The overlord of Beijing. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the entrance of Yunshang Pavilion was shrouded in dim light. The black earpiece dangling from the man's wrist was starkly illuminated in Jiang Li's sight, causing her dark eyes to narrow sharply. Qin Yexiao slid into the passenger seat, while Jiang Li's penetrating gaze remained fixed in his direction. Jiangze observed Jiang Li suddenly halt, inquiring, Sister, what's the matter? Her large, perplexed eyes followed the direction of Jiang Li's gaze. Regaining her composure, Jiang Li averted her gaze, bent down to enter the vehicle, and uttered 2 words. Cold and heavy, nothing. Shen Yu, with one hand deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, overtook another car and asked, Xiao Yi, what do you think that woman's background is? Even someone of Su Jinghua's stature treats her with such reverence. The head of the Narcotics Bureau showed utmost deference to a woman barely in her 20s. Any random member from the narcotics team would likely be older than her. In the passenger seat, Qin Yexiao, with his elegantly defined fingers holding a cigarette, rested his arm on the wide-open window, his shirt casually rolled up to reveal his porcelain-white arm. The man's gaze slightly shifted, observing the black earpiece on his wrist. The night breeze rushed in, whispering against their ears. After a few moments of silence, Shen Yu, not receiving a word from Qin Yexiao, turned to see him lost in thought, fixated on the earpiece. Xiao Yi, I find this a bit perplexing, Shen Yu remarked, redirecting his focus to the road. If your intention is to find this woman and exact 1,000 cuts for past grievances, you need not wear that on your wrist for 7 years. Is this a case of love born from hatred? Surely it cannot be a case of a virgin complex. Moreover, you seem not to have even caught a clear glimpse of her face. What if she is particularly unattractive? Shen Yu dared not voice such thoughts, fearing a violent reaction. In truth, 7 years had passed, and they had been unable to uncover even a trace of her whereabouts. The prospect of vengeance seemed increasingly futile. Indeed, I find Ichen's perspective quite reasonable. That woman is undeniably rather twisted. Her counter-surveillance skills are formidable, and her physical prowess is exceptional. She is either a hacker herself or closely associated with one of considerable expertise. After reflecting on this, Shen Yu suddenly sensed a chilling gaze directed at him. He stiffened momentarily and cautiously glanced at Qin Yexiao from the corner of his eye. Their eyes locked, and he felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of those dark, icy orbs. The man's lips barely moved. Silence. Drive your car. Shen Yu. Jiangze sat upright, not daring to move. He keenly sensed that his mother was in a foul mood, even perceiving an undercurrent of menace. What had transpired? The taxi halted at the entrance of Huading. Jiang Li, enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere, disembarked. Jiangze scanned the payment, hurrying to follow Jiang Li closely, his breath subdued. Upon returning home, Shishir and Diaochan sat obediently at the door to greet them. However, before they could approach the fierce figure, the 2 wolves instinctively retreated behind Jiangze, their green eyes nervously eyeing Jiang Li. Jiangze felt apprehensive as well, yet he mustered his courage, ruffling the fur of Shishir and Diaochan. He then proceeded to the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water for Jiang Li, placing it on the coffee table with keen awareness. Mom, I'm going to shower and then sleep. Jiang Li acknowledged with a soft sound, seated on the sofa, her fingers gripping her phone. Jiangze turned back repeatedly, leading Shishir and Diaochan into his room. After only a few minutes on the sofa, Jiang Li stood up to fetch her computer, lifting the lid as her elegant fingers flew across the keyboard. In mere moments, 2 documents materialized on the screen. 7 years ago, the check-in records of Tianjin Grand Hotel. 7 years ago, the medical records from the first hospital of the capital. The name in that column, the three characters Qin Yexiao, pierced Jiang Li's eyes like a thorn, causing her hand to twitch involuntarily. Jiang Li gazed at the two documents, a seething anger building in her chest. After a lengthy pause, she exclaimed, "Damn, he is still alive?" In truth, given Qin Yexiao's status and influence, such personal information should have been meticulously erased long ago. The mere fact that it still existed was a clear indication that it awaited her inquiry. Jiang Li's gaze darted to the frantic red dot flashing in the lower right corner of her computer screen. Someone was tracing her movements. Chapter 8. What the hell? It's even now North Emperor Manor. Qin Yexiao and Xin Yu strode into the grand hall of the manor. So, have you confirmed who the adversary is? Xin Yu inquired eagerly as they entered. 7 years had finally led to that woman making her move. If she had a child, that child would already be able to buy soy sauce. Qin Yicheng rushed over, his face a mask of despair. Brother, you have no idea how outrageous that perverted lunatic is. She hacked all our computers. So what if she did? Jiang Li retorted. She even threw us the international sign. The expression of the middle finger only fueled his fury further. If she wants to throw the international sign, so be it. Yet she had the audacity to boast that she would kill you again. Qin Yicheng, filled with righteous indignation, scoffed. If she dares to show up today, I'll make sure she enters upright and leaves horizontally. Xin Yu's excited expression froze on his face as he turned to glance at Qin Shan and his group of technical subordinates, who appeared so dejected they might as well have wished to dig a hole and bury themselves. As Qin Shan responded, his face flushed with embarrassment, barely daring to lift his gaze. Master Xiao, this is a technological prodigy, truly impressive. Xin Yu frowned. Qin Shan's hacking skills were nearly legendary, and this time he had brought a team of computer experts. Yet, not only were these experts soundly defeated, but they also endured a humiliating experience. Xin Yu found it hard to believe. Qin Shan, who assured us that if that woman dared to infiltrate the Tianyin and First Academy S systems, you would be able to trace her location and apprehend her immediately? Qin Shan rubbed the back of his neck, feeling utterly ashamed. Suddenly recalling something, he looked up respectfully and said, Master Xiao, I can confirm that she is in Beijing. Brother, I believe we need to make some preparations. Qin Yicheng, despite his scorn, was still trembling at the thought of that woman's chilling words about killing again. Qin Yixiao's expression remained unchanged as he tossed his coat to a servant and ascended the stairs, leaving behind a solitary remark. She won Tycoon. What? Qin Yicheng stared blankly at his retreating figure. In the dead of night, as Jiang Zhe stepped outside to relieve himself, he spotted Jiang Li standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, arms hanging limply, slender fingers gripping a can of beer. The young child was clad in delightful cartoon pajamas. Rubbing his eyes, Mom, why are you still awake? Jiang Li gazed at the distant Beidi manor, her mind fixated on 2 words. Damn it. First failure. Should I kill him again? Hearing Jiang Zhe's voice, Jiang Li glanced sideways, her gaze resting on his youthful visage. In the past, she could not discern whom Jiang Zhe resembled, but now, upon observing the contours of Jiang Zhe's brows and eyes, she noted a striking resemblance to Qin Yexiao. The living room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the beams of neon lights from the nearby hotel. Jiang Li's face was partially cloaked in shadow, a play of light and darkness, her obsidian eyes relaxed yet exuding an air of coldness. The chill was palpable. Save for a fraction of intensity that Jiang Zhe had perceived upon his return, the latent ferocity. Jiang Zhe's heart tightened, his small hands clasped demurely in front of him. As he hesitantly inquired, Mom, what? What is it? Jiang Li regarded Jiang Zhe's visage. 7 years prior, in that hotel, she had been unable to best Qin Yexiao, seizing an opportunity instead. If she were to attempt his demise again, it would necessitate a more cunning approach. However, should she fail and instead provoke him, the revelation of Jiang Zhe contesting her custody would lead to a myriad of complications. With a finger resting on the beer can, Jiang Li instructed him, in the future, ensure you wear a mask when you go out. Jiang Zhe responded with confusion. After delivering her message, Jiang Li tilted her head back to finish the remnants of her beer, crushed the can, and with a decisive flick, sent it accurately into the trash bin before striding towards her room. At that moment, her phone buzzed with 2 notifications. Jiang Li picked it up to read. As long as he is alive, it's fine. He stabbed you once, you stab him back, and it's even. If you're still unsatisfied, then go claim your kin. Force a marriage. The Qin family's legacy shall belong to your son henceforth. Jiang Li frowned, tapping the screen twice. Get lost. Chapter 9. No one can subdue her any longer. The following morning, Cheng Sijuan arrived to escort Jiang Li to the audition. Jiang Li slept throughout the journey to the audition venue. Cheng Sijuan parked the car and turned to the passenger seat, exasperated. Did you go thieving last night? You look utterly exhausted. Jiang Li remained silent, unscrewing a bottle of mineral water and taking a sip. The icy liquid cascaded down her throat, invigorating her somewhat. In a hushed tone, tinged with hoarseness, she replied, I went to commit murder. Cheng Sijuan felt a headache coming on at her brazen words. If the media were to catch wind of this statement, it would surely be subject to wild misinterpretation. Masterly, can we refrain from providing the media with ammunition? Cheng Sijuan sighed wearily. Jiang Li placed the mineral water back into the cup holder with a thud. Is dreaming of murder a crime now? Just remember this. This is the entertainment industry. Masterly, one must tread carefully. In this realm, a single misstep in speech could lead to irrevocable ruin and the collapse of one's public persona. Jiang Li smirked and pushed open the car door. There was no shortage of people arriving for auditions, each sizing up the others. After Jiang Li exited the vehicle, someone caught sight of her first, gasping in astonishment, prompting an increasing number of gazes to turn in her direction. The woman donned a black, knee-length gown, paired with red-soled black high heels. Her waist-length black hair cascaded like a waterfall, contrasting against her pale, cool complexion. Her figure was statuesque and slender, with long, straight legs that captivated those around her. Even concealed behind a mask and a duckbill cap, her allure was undeniable, drawing the attention of all present. Before Cheng Sijuan exited the car, she retrieved a small black and red-striped gift bag from the storage compartment and approached Jiang Li. Hand me your phone. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, not inquiring about her intentions, and promptly produced her phone. Cheng Sijuan then extracted a lavish red phone case from the gift bag, into which she tucked a vibrant red 100 yuan bill. Cheng Sijuan replaced her phone case and handed it back to her. Jiang Li lowered her gaze, truly surprised by the extravagant gift. She raised her hand to receive it, smiling. All right, Li Yi will make you rich. Upon hearing this, Cheng Sijuan lifted her chin and scrutinized her. You better keep your word. A group of actors waiting for auditions observed this exchange, buzzing with speculation. When did Cheng Sijuan start mentoring newcomers? How come there was no news in the industry? Cheng Sijuan had previously been a well-regarded agent in the circle, her reputation soaring just a year ago, with many believing in her capabilities. Yet, after Jiang Li's scandal, not only did Cheng Sijuan fail to manage the public relations effectively, but she also allowed Jiang Li to be forced out of the industry by public opinion. This incident led many to question her competence. In the world of agents and artists, their fates are intertwined. With Jiang Li's downfall, Cheng Sijuan's status diminished significantly, leaving her without any prominent talent. The physique of this newcomer is quite impressive. Could Cheng Sijuan be staging a comeback? Her presence is undeniably formidable. The onlookers paused, as if contemplating the incredibility of what they were about to say. Don't you think this newcomer resembles Jiang Li? No way. That's impossible. Didn't the higher-ups declare that no opportunity would be given to drug-related artists for a comeback? Indeed, with her extensive baggage, would she dare return to the entertainment industry? It could just be my mistake. You must be mistaken. If it were really Jiang Li, news would surely have come from Tianyao. Tianyao is Jiang Li's current management agency. At the audition site, Jiang Li auditioned for the role of the second female lead in Dreamlike Order, a national female sage. This character aligns perfectly with Jiang Li's appearance, as if it were meticulously tailored for her. Her innate commanding presence is unparalleled within the entertainment industry. In terms of looks, physique, and temperament, she even surpasses the illustrious female sage, Yuan Xing, depicted in the novel. The assistant director scrutinized Jiang Li from head to toe and inquired, Jiang Li, are you planning to return to the entertainment industry? Indeed, Jiang Li replied with a light chuckle. Despite having faced widespread online criticism, her gaze remained unchanged, cold yet fierce. Another assistant director remarked, do you not think you are being overly optimistic? How do you intend to address your detractors? Jiang Li responded nonchalantly, I only need to account to those who love me. What are detractors to me? The other directors were momentarily taken aback. They had heard of Jiang Li's notorious reputation within the industry. They were astonished that, despite her current circumstances, she maintained such an audacious demeanor. At this moment, Director Wen Qi interjected, raising his chin, Jiang Li, you may begin. Jiang Li nodded politely, all right. As the audition commenced, the assistant directors scoffed dismissively. barely casting a glance at Jiang Li. They engaged in idle chatter, showing her no respect whatsoever. Even though the drug allegations against her were unfounded, her reputation had already been tarnished, and after a year away from the industry with no public appearances, she had been eclipsed by a new generation of talent rising swiftly in the entertainment world. Jiang Li had seemingly been rendered obsolete by the relentless march of time. Only director Wen Qi observed her audition with unwavering seriousness. One day, I shall ensure that the world remembers the first female national master of the Great Liang, Yuan Qing, as she embarks on this expedition. The audition scene was rather awkward, lacking a coherent narrative, and the line seemed somewhat juvenile. Yet, when accompanied by Jiang Li's uniquely cool, slightly husky voice, the emotional nuance she infused into each word created an immersive atmosphere, vividly portraying the aura, ambition, dominance, and cold-bloodedness of a national master. Those engaged in conversation instinctively fell silent, their gazes shifting towards Jiang Li. Clad in Yuan Qing's official robes, she exuded an unparalleled presence. When she looked at Jiang Li, his eyes lighting up, he had not anticipated that after a year away from acting, her performance and delivery would surpass her previous brilliance. It was as if Yuan Qing had stepped out from the pages of a book, standing alive before him. The audition concluded swiftly. Others took several moments to recover from Jiang Li's performance, seemingly attempting to salvage their dignity. They cleared their throats and insincerely remarked, "It was rather average. All right, we shall cast you as Yuan Qing." However, before the speaker could finish, he was interrupted by Wen Qi, who promptly contradicted him. Everyone looked at Wen Qi in disbelief. This morning, numerous candidates had auditioned, receiving the usual response of waiting for further notice. Yet Jiang Li was the sole exception, being cast immediately. The assistant director hastily interjected. "Director Wen, this is unacceptable. What if Jiang Li causes a backlash from the fans against our production? Such a risk is not worth taking. What will happen to the reputation you have painstakingly built if she tarnishes it? Wen Qi is currently a rising young director, holding two immensely popular web dramas, both of which have already been broadcast on major networks, earning him widespread recognition. His name has even become synonymous with the quality and reputation of these productions. The drama Ru Mingling is particularly trending and is highly regarded within the industry." Wen Qi rested his hands on the table, gazing at Jiang Li. "Can you manage your negative press?" Jiang Li smirked. "Of course." Wen Qi nodded. "Very well, then it's settled. Await the notification to join the team." Director 1. Jiang Li is not suitable. She will impede the production. As Jiang Li exited the audition room, she could still hear the assistant directors advising Wen Qi against casting her. Upon returning to the dressing room, Jiang Li changed back into her own clothes. Just as she was about to leave, a female actress was about to enter, and she stepped aside to allow the other to pass. The actress, initially focused on rehearsing her performance, froze momentarily upon catching a glimpse of Jiang Li's masked face. "Jiang Li? What is she doing at the audition? Wasn't she blacklisted for drug use?" Chu Yin had just seamlessly joined a high-profile S-grade production. At 24 years of age, she had already ascended to the ranks of top-tier female stars in the entertainment industry. A graduate of the prestigious Beijing University, she was celebrated as an academic achiever, known for her diligence, high intelligence, and emotional intelligence, all of which had garnered her a substantial fan base. After finishing a scene, she returned to the break area, where her assistant Wang Yu handed her a water cup and her phone. "Yin Jia, someone just sent you a WeChat message." Wang Yu fanned her with a small handheld fan. Chu Yin nodded, her gaze instantly drawn to the name of the sender, Zhao Jiejia, a third-tier artist from the company. She had initially intended to ignore it, but upon seeing the message from the other party, her brow furrowed as she clicked into the dialogue box. "Sister Yin, I saw your sister Jiang Li at the audition for As Dreaming." Chapter 10. Why should he treat Jiang Li well? Cheng Sijuan was not at all surprised that Jiang Li had passed the audition. She had complete faith in her. The two of them did not linger at the audition site. Upon reaching the parking lot, Cheng Sijuan opened the driver's side door and got in. As she started the engine, she advised Jiang Li, "Make sure to study the script well while waiting for the production to commence." Jiang Li replied, "Understood." Cheng Sijuan turned the car around and exited the parking lot, saying, "There will be no promotions during the filming of As Dreaming. Once the drama airs, we will let our work speak for itself. An actor must have confidence only when they possess a solid body of work." Once inside the car, Jiang Li kicked off her high heels and slipped into the spare slippers, settling into a comfortable position to doze off. Just as she closed her eyes, her phone rang. Annoyed, she furrowed her brow and glanced at the caller ID. It was Chu Chengzhang. She promptly hung up the call. However, within moments, he called again. And without a second thought, she rejected the call once more. Chu Chengzhang did not attempt to call again. Cheng Sijuan cast her a curious glance. Who was that? My dad. Jiang Li replied in a cold tone, tossing her phone onto the car's dashboard with a thud before resuming her slumber. Later that evening, at the Chu residence. Li? She's back? Chu Lingfeng looked at Chu Chengzhang and asked, if she's back, why isn't she home? Chu Chengzhang recalled the 2 phone calls he had missed, and fury surged within him. The exquisite dishes laid out on the table lost their appeal, and he felt no appetite. Having faced severe criticism online that forced him to withdraw from the entertainment industry, and with no university education to speak of, he felt utterly useless. She had the audacity to ignore my calls. Let her suffer when times get tough, but I refuse to be her refuge. Chu Yin gently served a piece of yam to Chu Chengzhang and softly remarked, Father, my sister is likely planning a comeback. I heard from someone at the company that she auditioned for Ru Mengling today. She went for an audition? Yin Wei exclaimed in disbelief. Doesn't she have a history of drug abuse? The authorities explicitly prohibited her from returning. Upon hearing the term drug abuse, Chu Chengzhang's countenance darkened further. During that tumultuous period, he could barely hold his head high among peers, constantly bombarded with inquiries. Is it true your daughter is a drug addict? Even though the police ultimately cleared her name, the public backlash rendered their statement utterly futile. Jiang Li had brought him immense disgrace. Chu Yin smiled, attempting to reassure him. The police have stated that my sister did not abuse drugs. Yin Wei, however, had not followed up on the developments. She was simply satisfied that Jiang Li was ousted from the industry. A comeback for her seemed unlikely. Turning to Chu Chengzhang, Yin Wei cautiously suggested, shall we help her establish some connections? Chu Chengzhang's expression darkened even more. Establishing connections for her to continue embarrassing me in public? Absolutely not. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Linfeng spoke up. I will call Lili shortly, urging her to return so we can discuss a resolution. Once Chu Yin returned to her room, the thought of Jiang Li's potential return made her lips curl into a sardonic smile. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to her close friend. Ziqing, has the leading role in the drama Dreaming been confirmed for you? After approximately half an hour, a voice message came back. Just finishing up. Fang Ziqing expressed her dissatisfaction. If it weren't for my agent insisting on maintaining a dedicated persona, I would have let my stunt double handle those dangerous stunts. Chu Yin set down her script and inquired with concern, is the filming going smoothly? It's fine, came Fang Ziqing's reply, accompanied by the sound of a car door closing. Yin, I have some news. I don't know if you've heard, but Jiang Li is back. Chu Yin acknowledged, I just heard about it from my father. Fang Ziqing chuckled, she's truly impressive. Just returned, and she managed to convince director when to go against the consensus, despite everyone's objections. Securing the role of the second female lead, Yuan Qing. At this, Chu Yan's eyes grew cold. She was directly cast as the second female lead? Yes. Fang Ziqing leaned back in her seat, scoffing. With someone like Jiang Li, does she really deserve it? I don't believe there was no behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Chu Yin sighed. You know how badly my sister was bullied online before. Her public image has already suffered immensely. I'm afraid she might face another wave of backlash and lose even more of herself. I also don't want her to jeopardize my new drama. Had it not been for Chu Yan's involvement, Fang Ziqing would have urged the investors to remove Jiang Li at the first opportunity upon learning this news. Chu Yan's voice softened. I don't understand why my sister still clings to this. Perhaps she wants to compete with me. Compete with you? Are you joking? Fang Ziqing scoffed. And after a moment of contemplation, remarked, I suddenly feel that casting her out of the crew would be too lenient. We must ensure she relinquishes all hope. Chapter 11. Attempting to suppress her, yet lacking qualification, Jiang Li had scarcely ventured outside these past few days, engrossed in studying the script of Dreaming of You. Jiang Zhe stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, 2 wolves quietly and obediently perched beside him. Mother, the Beatty Manor has been quite peculiar of late. Jiang Zhe peered through a small telescope, observing discreetly. Jiang Li was puzzled by his fascination with Beatty Manor, but found herself equally curious about the happenings there. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, turning a page of the script. A mound of snacks lay beside her. She absent-mindedly picked up a potato chip and remarked, Recently, the number of bodyguards in the manor has increased threefold. Jiang Zhe scrutinized the patrolling bodyguards. Is someone attempting to assassinate Qin Yexiao? In the capital, Qin Yexiao wields immense power. What kind of expert would dare orchestrate such a grand scheme? A faint smile danced at the corners of Jiang Li's lips. She could devise numerous ways to instill fear and anxiety in them once more. Sipping her icy cola, she spoke in a nonchalant tone. It's been 5 days. Once you've had your fill of play, go seek out a school. Jiang Zi's petite face fell instantly as he stuffed the telescope back into a plastic bag. His voice tinged with disappointment. Understood. Should I look for a kindergarten or an elementary school? Whichever, Jiang Li tossed out curtly. Jiang Zi slumped his shoulders, responding meekly. Then I'll opt for elementary school. They finish early and don't require anyone to pick them up. Beatty Manor, master bedroom. Qin Yexiao reclined against the bed, his gaze directed towards the balcony. For several days, the door to the master bedroom's balcony had remained ajar. Though he was acutely aware that the other party would not come, a flicker of hope lingered within him, prompting him to leave the door open for her convenience. Yet, after 5 long days, there had been no sign of her. His suspicions were confirmed. She would not make an appearance. Suddenly, the door swung open. Qin Yichen entered. His eyes shadowed by dark circles, his gait somewhat unsteady. Brother, why hasn't she shown up yet? He had scarcely slept during these 5 days. With bodyguards stationed in layers around the estate, having set various traps to ensure that she would come and not return. Despite his extensive preparations, she remained elusive. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, and he longed for sleep, yet he feared that if he succumbed to slumber, the deranged woman would arrive. With this thought, Qin Yichen widened his eyes with determination, resolute in his endurance. Let us see who can outlast whom. Qin Yexiao shifted his gaze towards him. Qin Yichen propped his fingers against his eyes and vowed earnestly, Brother, rest assured, I will capture her this time and avenge you. Qin Yexiao rose from the bed. His legs were long and straight as he casually retrieved his car keys and a cigarette. Upon seeing this, Qin Yichen's mind cleared instantly, and he exclaimed, Brother, you cannot go out now. What if she is positioned in the building across, aiming at you? Last time, she punctured your lung. What if she targets your head this time? Qin Yexiao's pace slowed, and he cast a glance at his brother, noting the heaviness of his dark circles. After a brief moment of silence, he commanded, Go to sleep. With that, he exited the room. Brother, Qin Yichen gazed at his retreating figure. Fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan, the emperor may not be anxious, but the eunuchs are. The cast of dreamlike order has been finalized. Director Wen Qi summoned all the creative team for a meal to foster familiarity. Jiang Li arrived punctually, finding that most attendees were already present. Many were collaborating for the first time, engaging in greetings and exchanging WeChat contacts. Following suit, Jiang Li added a few contacts before immersing herself in a game, opting not to interact much with others. The second male lead, Song Mingkai, sat just 1 seat away from her, observing Jiang Li's relaxed demeanor as she played. Executing her moves with a leisurely pace, he was astonished to see her amass over 10 kills and more than 10,000 gold in just 10 minutes. A female player, effortlessly dominating 5 opponents in the game. Her skills were truly impressive. He nudged the male lead, Xiao Yi, beside him, gesturing subtly towards Jiang Li, silently exclaiming, Wow, she is incredible. Song Mingkai had certainly heard of Jiang Li's illustrious reputation, though this was his first time dining at the same table with her. She did not seem to embody the difficult and temperamental persona suggested by rumors. Xiao Yi, experiencing a close-up view of Jiang Li for the first time, having only glimpsed her from afar on the red carpet, found her strikingly beautiful, with an enchanting allure that was not overly gaudy, yet somewhat elusive. However, he remained skeptical about whether their collaboration would succeed and whether Jiang Li could make a smooth comeback, as the entertainment industry often requires strong backing. And Jiang Li lacked substantial support. Chapter 13. Wanting Jiang Li to toast her? After finishing a game session, Jiang Li noticed that Director Wen Qi and the leading lady, Fang Ziqing, had finally arrived, accompanied by a wealthy heir. Mr. Luo, please, Wen Qi said with utmost courtesy, as Luo Wei entered. His gaze was immediately drawn to Jiang Li, who was seated to one side. Prior to her withdrawal from the circle, Jiang Li had garnered considerable fame, her striking visage overshadowing countless stars. Her beauty had long transcended the ordinary realm. Despite her numerous controversies and the inherent risks associated with her career, she attracted a following of admirers. However, this elusive high-class flower remained unattainable for most. Luo Wei's attention lingered on Jiang Li. Fang Ziqing, following his line of sight, beheld Jiang Li's captivating face, one that could effortlessly outshine any gathering, igniting a flicker of jealousy within her. She tightened her grip on Luo Wei's arm. For several moments, Luo Wei remained rooted in place. Fang Jiqing felt a surge of heat in her chest and, suppressing her emotions, gently inquired, "Brother?" Regaining his composure, Luo Wei graciously pulled out a chair for Fang Jiqing before taking a seat at the one that Wen-Chi had opened for him. This gesture somewhat quelled the fire within Fang Jiqing. Once everyone had arrived, the servers began to present the dishes. During this interval, Jiqing had requested Wen Dao to look after her more attentively. Luo Wei raised his glass, to which Wen-Chi, adopting a modest demeanor, replied, "You are too kind." Luo Xiao. The others exchanged knowing glances. This affluent heir was not only Fang Jiqing's boyfriend, but also an investor in the production. Today, he had come to support her. Hence, they all gathered around Fang Jiqing, toasting in her honor. Even the leading actor, Xiao Yi, referred to her as Sister Jiqing due to Luo Wei's presence. In the end, only Jiang Li remained, and at that moment, all eyes turned towards her. The young woman sat there, one hand propping up her chin, casually poking at the ribs in her bowl. Fang Jiqing cleared her throat and smiled. "Li. It's been a while. Just the other day, I was speaking with Yin Yin about your return and was hoping to invite you out for a meal to welcome you back." Jiang Li lifted her eyelids, her dark eyes devoid of warmth. They were as profound as a frigid abyss, and when her gaze fell upon another, it carried an intangible sense of oppression. After a brief pause, the corners of her lips curled slightly as she politely replied, "No need, thank you. Please, no need for formalities." Fang Jiqing glanced around the table, chuckling as she remarked, "Yin Yin is quite concerned about you, and she specifically called me to ensure I looked after you." Jiang Li's background had long been unearthed by netizens. The popular Chu Yin is Jiang Li's younger sister. Due to their differing surnames and distinct appearances, it is challenging for the entertainment industry to associate the two. Nevertheless, in this context, nearly everyone in the industry is aware that Jiang Li is Chu Yan's elder sister, inevitably leading to comparisons between the two. Chu Yan possesses a sweet and innocent charm akin to that of a neighborly younger sister. Her beauty is gentle but not striking. In stark contrast, Jiang Li embodies an alluring and bold beauty, her stunning visage exuding a fierce and untamed elegance that captivates all. Anyone standing beside her is often overshadowed by her formidable presence. The title of Red Carpet Killer was bestowed upon her precisely because she consistently outshines others. However, Chu Yan is recognized within the industry as a diligent scholar, her hard work garnering high praise from peers. Conversely, Jiang Li is enveloped in controversy, with a plethora of negative rumors circulating about her, leading to a reluctance to engage in discussions about her on social media. Now, upon learning that Chu Yan entrusted Fang Jiqing with Jiang Li's care, the public's perception of Chu Yan has only improved. Chu Yan, having attained success, does not forget to lend a hand to her sister, displaying her inherent kindness. "Sister Li, teacher Chu Yan is truly benevolent towards you," remarked the third female lead, Huang Xijia, who then, with an excited glint in her eyes, inquired of Fang Jiqing, "Sister Jiqing, will teacher Chu Yan visit your set for this production?" Fang Jiqing responded with a gentle smile, "Of course, every time I am in a production, Yin Yin always comes to visit. Then I shall have the opportunity to meet teacher Chu Yan. I've heard her acting skills are exceptional, and she is incredibly approachable," Huang Xijia exclaimed. "Indeed. Now that I am collaborating with Sister Jiqing, I wonder when I might have the chance to work with teacher Chu Yan." A chorus of admiration ensued, each person taking turns to praise Fang Jiqing and Chu Yan. Fang Jiqing turned to Jiang Li, adopting a tone of a mentor addressing a junior, and said, Li, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Luo Wei chimed in with a smile, "Yes, Li. Feel free to reach out to Jiqing if you need anything." The other attendees looked at Jiang Li with envy. It was no wonder she secured the role of the second female lead. Even when facing online criticism, she had her sister to support her. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary," Jiang Li replied coolly, her demeanor remaining composed. Fang Jiqing had assumed that by extending her support, Jiang Li, despite her status as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, would at least acknowledge her with a toast. However, Jiang Li merely expressed her gratitude, showing no intention of toasting. Fang Jiqing's gaze darkened, and an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the group. Jiang Li enjoyed drinking, yet her tolerance was average. And after having consumed several glasses with the group earlier, her stomach now felt somewhat uneasy. She rose and looked at the director, offering tea in place of wine. "I apologize, Director 1. I need to use the restroom." To Fang Jiqing, this seemed like a blatant provocation from Jiang Li. an affront to her dignity. Her fingers, resting on the table, tightened slightly. Noticing Jiang Li's rather unpleasant expression, Director Wen nodded. All right. Jiang Li opened the door and stepped out, while Luo Wei's gaze instinctively followed her retreating figure. Fang Jiqing, witnessing Luo Wei's eyes nearly glued to Jiang Li, felt a seething anger bubbling to the surface. After tomorrow, she would relish seeing how Jiang Li would continue her arrogance. Chapter 14. Not wanting to lose even greater figures. She exits the crew upon leaving the private room. Jiang Li made her way directly to the terrace. She retrieved a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, lit one, and with a sharp click of her black lighter, ignited it. Leaning against the railing, she casually bent one leg, her hand holding the cigarette resting nonchalantly on the railing. Outside, the vibrant city night unfolded, adorned with dazzling neon lights and a continuous flow of vehicles on the road. The cool night breeze brushed against her face, offering a slight comfort as she raised her hand to smooth her hair. Jiang Li. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from behind her. She turned to see the livid face of Chu Qingzhong. He strode up to her, glancing at the half-smoked cigarette in her hand, glaring at her. Do you even realize how ridiculous you look right now? Me? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, then smiled and shrugged. Her demeanor audacious. Haven't I always been like this? Throw that cigarette away. Chu Qingzhong coldly reprimanded her. You are truly embarrassing me. When will you learn from your sister? Learn from her. Jiang Li couldn't possibly measure up. Chu Yin had ranked second in the capital's college entrance examination. Where's Jiang Li? She didn't even get into college. Chu Yin has entered the entertainment industry as a top-tier celebrity, highly acclaimed as a prominent actress. And what about Jiang Li? She is mired in scandal. Her private life is dissolute. With a tarnished reputation, she should not drag her sister down with her. Chu Qingzhong exclaimed vehemently, noticing her reluctance to discard the cigarette, and reached out to knock it from her hand. As Jiang Li slightly lifted her hand, he missed his target. Chu Qingzhong's expression darkened. The curve of the girl's lips took on a chill, her demeanor nonchalant. Mind your own business. Chu Qingzhong was infuriated by her attitude. If you don't want me to interfere, then refrain from engaging in such disgraceful antics. How did you even get into the production of Dreamlike Order? You know very well. Given Jiang Li's reputation in the entertainment world, which production team would dare to take her on? It was all due to those unsavory tactics. Chu Qingzhong lamented his misfortune in having such a daughter. There are no secrets that remain hidden. If you wish to avoid further disgrace, it would be wise to withdraw from the production. Chu Qingzhong stated coldly. Why should I withdraw? Jiang Li casually rested her wrist on the railing, flicking the ash from her cigarette, the remnants drifting down from the third floor like scattered stars. How dare she even ask such a question? Jiang Li glanced at the half-finished cigarette in her hand, lost interest, and extinguished it in the ashtray above the trash bin. Too weary to engage him further, she turned to leave. Chu Qingzhong grasped her arm, intent on keeping family disgrace from spreading, lowering his voice slightly. I have not finished speaking. Where do you think you're going? A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Li's eyes, her eyelids lifting slightly, revealing faint red veins laced with hostility, icy and formidable. Let go. Chu Qingzhong could hardly tolerate her condescending demeanor. Anger surged within him as he clenched his hand tighter. Since you are conveniently here, accompany me to meet the Yu family. Jiang Li's dark eyes fixed on him in silence. Chu Qingzhong continued, with your current reputation, you are unworthy of the Yu family's young master. You should proactively approach Madame Yu and announce your intention to break off the engagement. Madame Yu had also heard of Jiang Li's return and had arranged for the Chu family to meet, wishing to dissolve the engagement. It was only then that Jiang Li recalled her betrothal. A subtle arch of her brow indicated her acquiescence. Very well. Chu Qingzhong had meticulously prepared a multitude of arguments. But Jiang Li's prompt agreement left his expression frozen in astonishment. Chapter 15. I hope you will initiate the breakup. Additional update. Yin'er truly excels in every endeavor, be it academics or her foray into the entertainment industry. As Chu Qingzhong opened the door, he overheard Madame Yu praising Chu Yin. Yin Wei's gaze shifted toward the entrance. Darling. As she spoke, she caught sight of Jiang Li following Chu Qingzhong and paused momentarily before quickly regaining her composure, smiling. Li, I was just wondering why your father had not returned. It seems he encountered you. Madame Yu sat with an air of dignity, adorned in designer attire, exuding the elegance of a high society matron, barely acknowledging Jiang Li's presence. Yu Xuanqing had not seen Jiang Li for over a year, and he thought her even more beautiful than before. He had assumed that after enduring a period of intense public scrutiny, Jiang Li would appear haggard. Chu Yin stood up, gesturing to the seat beside her, softly saying, "Sister, please sit here." Jiang Li ambled over leisurely, casually pulling out a chair to take a seat. She carries herself with an air of nonchalance, both in public and in private, her posture unrestrained and haughty. Mrs. Yu subtly furrowed her brow, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Someone of Jiang Li's unremarkable standing is utterly unworthy of her exceptional son. With an elegant gesture, Mrs. Yu raised her teacup and spoke imperiously, "Since Jiang Li is here, I shall be candid. I hope she will take the initiative to withdraw from her engagement with Xian Chun." Upon hearing Mrs. Yu's direct proposition, a flicker of delight crossed the faces of the three members of the Chu family. Chu Yin cast her eyes downward, slightly pursing her lips to suppress a smile. Jiang Li remained silent, calmly reaching for a new cup and pouring herself some tea without even raising her eyelids. Over the years, Mrs. Yu's status in the capital had risen significantly, commanding respect wherever she went. Being treated so dismissively by Jiang Li caused her countenance to darken, her gaze sharp as a blade directed at Jiang Li. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, she was halted by Xian Chen's gentle interjection, "Mom, let's talk to Li, shall we?" Jiang Li took a sip from her teacup, her expression indifferent. An air of silence enveloped the private room. Observing the scene, Chu Qingzhang frowned and admonished, "Did you not promise to be agreeable before entering? What do you intend to do now?" Mrs. Yu, losing her patience, spoke with sudden sharpness. "Jiang Li, you are utterly unqualified to marry into the Yu family. A wise decision would be to withdraw from the engagement." This union had been settled by the late Elder Yu and the deceased Elder Jiang, with Elder Yu being a man of deep sentiment and traditional values, wholeheartedly intent on having Jiang Li join the Yu family. Madame Yu was determined to prevent her son from being hindered in his future by a woman like Jiang Li. In her attempts to annul the engagement, she had approached old Master Yu several times, only to be met with his furious rebukes that forced her out of his study. Left with no alternative, Madame Yu decided to confront Jiang Li directly. It seemed Jiang Li had only just registered the presence of the conversation. As she lifted her dark eyes, seated opposite Yu Xuanqing, her gaze sparkled with an ethereal beauty. When Yu Xuanqing met Jiang Li's eyes, he momentarily lost his composure, only to hear her speak slowly, "Annul the engagement?" Madame Yu shot her a glance, affirming, "Yes. You must take the initiative to inform old Master Yu of your decision to withdraw." Suddenly, Jiang Li smiled, resting her chin on her hand. Her tone languid and tinged with indifference. By what right? The implication of her words was clear. She had no intention of withdrawing. Madame Yu's expression turned scornful as she retorted, "And by what right do you believe you are worthy of my son?" Chapter 12. You are unworthy of the Yu family. Jiang Li paused, a subtle smile playing on her lips, her exquisite features radiating a hint of arrogance as she tapped the table lightly. "Your words carry no weight. It is old Master Yu who holds the authority." Seeing her obstinacy, Chu Qingzhang exclaimed in frustration, "Jiang Li, what exactly do you intend to do?" Chu Yin glanced at Jiang Li, her fingers clenched tightly, a flicker of hatred flashing deep within her eyes. "What do you think I wish to accomplish?" Jiang Li chuckled softly, her eyelids lowered slightly, tilting her head as her delicate, pale fingers traced circles on the rim of her teacup. "Old Master Yu has always sought to provide me with support. I cannot disregard his wishes and relinquish my opportunity." Madame Yu comprehended the situation, having prepared for it in advance. She retrieved a card from her bag and disdainfully tossed it before her. "This is 1 million. Go and clarify things with the old man," Madame Yu stated coldly. Jiang Li's fingers paused momentarily, and rising to her feet, she placed her hands in her pockets, a faint smile gracing her lips. "This money is for my wedding with Yu Xuanqing. If it falls short, I shall ask Grandpa Yu for more." Madame Yu glared fiercely at Jiang Li, incredulous that she could possibly desire more. Jiang Li merely smirked, turned, and kicked the chair aside with a clatter as she made her way toward the exit. "Stop, just a few steps away." Jiang Li heard Madame Yu's teeth-gritting voice behind her, "Name your price." Jiang Li let out a laugh, tilting her head slightly. "It would have been so much better if you had been this compliant earlier." Madame Yu's expression darkened. She was unwilling to behold Jiang Li's visage. How could Jiang Xian, a woman of refinement, give birth to such a detestable daughter? Jiang Li leisurely spoke. "I present you both with two options. Either relinquish the shares of the Jiang Corporation that my mother bequeathed to me, or I shall require your esteemed presence at my wedding." She glanced at Madame Yu, and then at Chu Qingzhang. Yin Wei, upon hearing Jiang Li's intentions regarding the shares, grew utterly frantic and turned to her husband. Darling, we cannot give away the shares. They all belong to our son. Upon realizing that Jiang Li's goal was the Jiang Corporation's shares, Madame Yu's demeanor softened slightly, and she countered Chu Qingzhong. Since they are the shares that Jiang Xian left for Jiang Li, you should just hand them over. Yin Wei's heart brimming with resentment towards Madame Yu thought it unfair that she need not spend a dime while standing there with a smug expression. Chu Qingzhong clenched his fist under the table, unwilling to withdraw the money he had just put away, remaining silent. Jiang Li nonchalantly extracted a lighter, idly toying with it. In truth, I do not wish to withdraw from this engagement. Marrying into the Yu family, I shall become the future matriarch, a role far more valuable than mere shares. Upon hearing this, Madame Yu's countenance darkened ominously. Jiang Li spoke with conviction. What the Yu family could offer her was indeed of greater worth than these shares. Madame Yu clenched her fingers tightly, casting a frosty glare at Chu Qingzhong. If you wish for Chu Yin to wed my son, you must weigh your options carefully. Yu Xuanqing glanced at Jiang Li, anticipating her outburst over his decision to break off their engagement in favor of marrying Chu Yin. However, Jiang Li's expression remained unchanged. Her smile of faint, cold arc. Yu Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she was indifferent to her sister's usurpation of her fiancé? Yin Wei's thoughts swirled in turmoil, torn between her daughter's marriage and her son's inheritance. You have 10 seconds to deliberate. Jiang Li tilted her head casually. Before I change my mind. With a crisp click, the lighter sprang open, then snapped shut. 10. The lighter opened and closed again. 9. The repetitive counting echoed in the quiet room, becoming increasingly irksome. Upon reaching 1, Jiang Li's lips curled into a slight smile. I hope everyone will attend my wedding. With that, she shifted her body, preparing to leave. Mr. Chu. Madame Yu's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. Jiang Li. Chu Qingzhong called out urgently, rising to his feet, staring at her intently. Jiang Li turned halfway, pausing to cast him a sidelong glance. Chu Qingzhong clenched his fist, his throat taut as he nodded. Very well, I shall draft the share transfer agreement promptly. Tomorrow. Jiang Li has set a time. Chu Qingzhong gritted his teeth in resentment, but could only acquiesce. Madame Yu, having relieved her anxious heart, turned to Jiang Li and extended her hand. The betrothal jade pendant, please. What right did Madame Yu have to take your grandfather's jade pendant? A faint, mocking smile danced at the corners of Jiang Li's lips. Chapter 13. The Tycoon's downfall. As Jiang Li exited the private room, she responded to a few unread messages before stowing her phone away and making her way towards the cruise suite. Just then, footsteps echoed behind her. Yu Xuanqing hastily caught up with Jiang Li, placing himself in her path. She halted, lifting her gaze. Yu Xuanqing pressed his lips together, guilt evident in his eyes. Regarding the engagement, I am truly sorry. I have let you down. Jiang Li remained silent. Yu Xuanqing continued. I will reach out to some contacts that may assist with your comeback. Jiang Li's expression was indifferent. No need. Noticing her dismissive attitude, reminiscent of her demeanor in the private room, Yu Xuanqing sighed, sensing her facade. If you are feeling sorrowful, you should allow yourself to cry. Jiang Li chuckled lightly. What is there for me to be sad about? Yu Xuanqing's face was clouded with remorse. I have already failed you once. I cannot let Yin Yin down as well. I hope you can understand our situation. Is that all you came to say? Just this nonsense? Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, regarding him with an expression of disbelief. Yu Xuanqing handed her a bank card, speaking as though to himself. If you ever need assistance, I will certainly help you. And I hope you can move on from me swiftly. Jiang Li replied. I shall take my leave now. Yu Xuanqing nodded apologetically at her, his footsteps fading behind Jiang Li. She clutched the card in her hand, tapping it against her palm with a raised eyebrow. After more than a year apart, it seemed that Yu Xuanqing's intellect had regressed to a level akin to that of a simpleton. Standing still for a few seconds, Jiang Li tucked the card into her pocket, intending to return to the private booth of the film crew. At that moment, she caught sight of Luo Wei approaching from around the corner. Upon noticing her, he strode over, scanning her from head to toe. Jiang Li, are you all right? Why did it take you so long? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, she replied succinctly, and as she attempted to bypass Luo Wei, he blocked her path. Jiang Li, he said, pulling out his phone, could we exchange WeChat contacts? A flicker of impatience crossed Jiang Li's eyes as she maintained a nonchalant demeanor. I'm sorry, but I don't have a phone. Luo Wei glanced at the device in her hand, pausing for a moment before responding. Then what's that? With an expressionless face, Jiang Li retorted, it's a model. Luo Wei, taken aback, exclaimed, are you trying to fool me? If you don't want to add me, just say so. Realizing he wasn't making any headway, he decided to be straightforward. Zhongli, let's be candid. You're looking to make a comeback, right? I can assist you, but you must agree to be my girlfriend. Zhongli had encountered such bold confessions before, her response unwavering. I'm simply not interested in your type. Luo Wei gaped in disbelief, gesturing to his own face. Take a good look at me. I'm an acknowledged heartthrob. If you're not interested in me, then what does intrigue you? Zhongli pondered for a brief moment, her brows lifting slightly. The heir of the Qin family, with power, influence, and wealth, piques my interest. Luo Wei, upon hearing her mention the formidable Qin family, regarded her with a look of incredulity, rendered speechless for a considerable time. They stood in the corridor outside the restroom. Inside, Qin Yichen cast a glance at his brother beside him, sighing at yet another wayward girl who had fallen for his brother. Moments later, Qin Yexiao heard the man outside break the silence. Zhongli, awaken. None of those princelings are worthy of you. Yet, Zhongli remained steadfast in her resolve, declaring, such individuals are precisely what intrigues me. Qin Yexiao was a figure capable of instilling fear in the hearts of the wealthy scions of the capital. She preferred to bear the label of a toad aspiring to eat swan meat rather than endure the annoyance of these affluent second-generation heirs. I advise you to abandon such dreams and embrace reality, Luo Wei remarked. As long as you are with me, I can procure anything you desire. Zhongli crossed her arms, a smirk gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I wish to reside in the Beidi Manor. Sprawled across the grand bed in the master suite. Can you fulfill that wish? No sooner had she spoken than Qin Yichen observed his brother stride out of the restroom. Zhongli suddenly heard the sound of footsteps and glanced sideways, only to meet the gaze of Qin Yexiao, whose deep, dark eyes were fixed upon her. Chapter 14. You actually wish to share my bed. Qin Yexiao was also scrutinizing Zhongli. Zhongli possesses strikingly beautiful eyes, uniquely reminiscent of a fox, with pupils as dark as ebony, shimmering as if infused with fragmented stars, enticingly captivating. Yet, within the depths of those eyes lies a chilling emptiness, devoid of warmth. A faint whisper of death lingers, artfully concealed. The resemblance between Qin Yexiao and Zhongzai's eye shapes is striking, a resemblance of nearly 70 to 80%. Though Zhongzai appears youthful while Qin Yexiao's gaze is profound and sharp, akin to a cold blade. At this moment, the man gazes at her without blinking. Zhongli believes that failing to eliminate Qin Yexiao would be her sole misstep, unaware that it would take her 7 years to realize her first failure. As for her second, would she have even 7 seconds? This esteemed master of the capital, Qin Yexiao, is indeed omnipresent. The absurdity of the situation is reminiscent of a film or television drama. What kind of absurd talisman of wealth did Qin Sijuan implore her for, leading her to encounter Qin Yexiao the moment she stepped outside? When Qin Yicheng arrived, his gaze fell upon Zhongli's face, and despite his extensive experience with women, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his eyes. Zhongli's features, whether considered individually or collectively, are nothing short of exquisite. No wonder, within mere minutes, 2 men had already gravitated towards her. Yet, she harbored affections for his brother, a confession overheard by him. Qin Yicheng's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he awaited her mortification, only to be met with disappointment. Zhongli's expression remained serene, betraying no hint of embarrassment. Even the man beside her showed little reaction. Suddenly, Qin Yicheng realized that these 2 might not recognize his brother. TSK, they don't even know his brother, yet dare to profess their admiration for him. The girl exuded an extraordinarily potent aura, standing opposite his brother, making it momentarily impossible to discern who held the superior presence. For 5 long seconds, the 2 formidable figures locked eyes, neither making a move, enveloped in a suffocating silence. In the shadow of the colossal Qin family, the Luo family appeared insignificant. And Luo Wei had naturally never had the chance to meet Qin Yexiao and Qin Yicheng. He regarded them as mere passers-by, casting a casual glance their way, only to be momentarily taken aback by their striking appearances. The capital city was replete with hidden talents, and his discerning eye recognized the unusual gravitas of the 2, prompting him to cautiously avert his gaze. He turned back to Zhongli, stating, "You must have had too much to drink to be so oblivious to your words. Let us return. Perhaps a cup of tea will help you regain your clarity." He added reassuringly, "Rest assured, I shall not speak of your drunken ramblings." His voice disrupted the stifling stillness. Zhongli indeed intended to feign ignorance of Qin Yexiao, calmly diverting her gaze from him and proceeding forward. Luo Wei, undeterred, continued to pursue her, presenting enticing offers such as endorsements and investments in films to secure her the leading role. Qin Yexiao shifted his gaze to Jiang Li's slender, elegant silhouette, his eyes dark and profound. Only when her figure vanished around the corner did he lower his gaze. "Brother, did you hear what that woman just said?" Qin Yiqing remarked with a TSK, his voice intentionally soft. "Such audacious ambition. She actually desires to share your bed. It seems she is simply enamored with your physique." After all, while few had encountered his brother, who was unaware of the frenzy he inspired among the men and women of the capital, the corridor was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by faint echoes, as Qin Yiqing's booming voice resonated clearly into another hallway where Jiang Li and Luo Wei stood. Jiang Li remarked, "It is commendable for a young person to possess ambition, yet to profess affection for someone you barely know seems rather excessive." Qin Yiqing's voice reverberated back. "If one is unfamiliar with the target, how can one make an advance? How might one share a bed? How can I expect you to be my sister-in-law?" Jiang Li remained stoic, her gaze fixed ahead, while Luo Wei's incessant chatter abruptly ceased as he suddenly realized that the two men he had encountered were none other than the brothers of the Qin family, Qin Yexiao and Qin Yiqing. His heart raced, and he gasped in shock, turning abruptly towards Jiang Li, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Did I just meet the legendary Qin Yexiao?" Jiang Li's expression remained unyielding, her fingers slightly rubbing together, the darkness in her eyes swirling ominously. If Qin Yiqing were to stand before her, she could easily crush him with her bare hands. Meanwhile, Qin Yexiao walked leisurely, one hand in his pocket, his long legs moving at a measured pace. The slight tension in his fingers revealed a tumultuousness beneath his calm facade. After a prolonged silence, a flicker of an elusive smile seemed to thaw the icy depths of his gaze. "Do you wish to lie in his bed?" Qin Yiqing perceptibly noted a subtle shift in the previously frigid atmosphere, which now seemed inexplicably softer. He turned his attention to Qin Yexiao, whose demeanor appeared unchanged. Yet there was an undeniable difference. Qin Yiqing furrowed his brow in confusion, sensing that his brother's mood was inexplicably buoyant. Chapter 15. Information on Jiang Zhe in the private room of the Dream Tune film crew. Fang Ziqing's gaze turned icy as she spotted Jiang Li returning with Luo Wei. No wonder she had been derided as a despicable woman who had slept her way through, with even her own people attempting to seduce and usurp her position. It was nothing short of a dream. Jiang Li could not be allowed to continue appearing before Luo Wei. Without hesitation, she rose to her feet, entwining her arm tightly around Luo Wei's, leaning against him like a feeble creature, and sweetly implored, "Brother, I feel a bit dizzy. Could you take me home?" Luo Wei's mind was preoccupied with whether he had said anything amiss in front of Qin Yexiao. It was only upon hearing Fang Ziqing's voice that he regained his focus. Known for his gentle demeanor towards every woman, he inquired, "Did you drink too much?" Fang Ziqing replied in a coy manner, "I'm feeling a bit unwell." When Qi glanced at Jiang Li, who had returned to her seat, then at Fang Ziqing, fully aware of the underlying intricacies, he surveyed the people in the private room and declared, "Since Ziqing is unwell and the hour is late, let us conclude for the evening. Everyone may head home." The director's words were met with unanimous agreement from the others. Upon exiting the restaurant, it was already around 10 o'clock, and the traffic in the capital remained congested. Jiang Li pulled down her cap, donned a mask, and inserted black earphones into her ears as she made a phone call, walking leisurely towards the subway entrance. Meanwhile, Luo Wei, seated in the back of the car with Fang Ziqing nestled against him, suddenly caught sight of Jiang Li's silhouette ahead and instructed the driver, "Stop." "Understood." The driver responded, steering the vehicle slowly to the roadside. Fang Ziqing, upon hearing this, opened her eyes and asked, "What is it, brother?" Luo Wei did not reply to her, but lowered the back window, calling out, "Jiang Li, get in the car. I'll take you home." Fang Ziqing's countenance suddenly darkened. It was Jiang Li again. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Li halted her steps and glanced over. Fang Ziqing clenched her fingers tightly, attempting to feign nonchalance as she mustered a smile. "Indeed, Li, hailing a cab can be inconvenient. Allow us to give you a ride." She deliberately emphasized the word us, asserting her dominance. Jiang Li replied softly into her phone, "That is settled then. You needn't consult me on these matters in the future. The funds will arrive tomorrow." With that, she ended the call. Stowing her phone away, she regarded them with an impassive expression. "No need, thank you." She shoved her hands into her pockets and continued forward. Luo Wei exited the vehicle, pursuing her, Do not be so courteous. It's quite late and unsafe. I shall escort you home. Inside the car, Fang Ziqing watched Luo Wei's attentive demeanor towards Jiang Li, her glare filled with envy. Luo Wei reached out to grasp Jiang Li's arm. Jiang Li slightly shifted her body to evade him, her gaze suddenly sharp, her voice laced with frost. I said, "No need. Please, don't be so polite." Before Luo Wei could finish his sentence, a Brabus screeched to a halt in front of his car. The gust of wind it created both arrogant and audacious. The rear door swung open, and a man stepped out, turning slightly to lean against the door, his wrist casually resting upon it. His skin was porcelain-like, with prominent wrist bones, and the cuffs of his black shirt exuded a chill. He regarded Jiang Li. Tilting his chin towards the interior of the car, his voice softened, losing some of its iciness. Get in. Jiang Li hesitated for 2 seconds before striding over and slipping into the car. Luo Wei stood there, momentarily dazed by the scene unfolding before him. Qin Yexiao cast a sidelong glance, and beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, his features were sharply defined, undeniably handsome, yet his gaze was both icy and imposing, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Luo Wei met his stare, his spine stiffening, legs trembling. No action was necessary from Qin Yexiao. For a mere glance sent a chill down his spine, leaving him breathless. Qin Yexiao, he and Jiang Li. Had he truly landed himself in significant trouble, daring to lay a hand on Jiang Li? Was Jiang Li intentionally pretending not to recognize Qin Yexiao back in the restroom? As Luo Wei processed this, he opened his mouth to speak, trembling, only to see Qin Yexiao turn and enter his vehicle. In that instant, the knife that had seemed to rest against his throat appeared to retract, and cold sweat trickled down his back. Chapter 16. My father is Qin Yexiao. Shen Yu drove ahead. Qin Yichen occupied the passenger seat. His gaze filled with curiosity as he peered into the rearview mirror at Jiang Li and Qin Yexiao. He had just instructed someone to investigate Jiang Li's background. She was nothing short of extraordinary. In the entertainment industry, it was nearly impossible to find anyone with more fabricated scandals than hers. The irony was that all these scandals were entirely false. How could such a promising actress be subjected to such slander? Qin Yichen believed that Jiang Li's ability to persist in her comeback spoke volumes about her formidable mindset. Indeed, a person capable of pressing an investor's head against the table could hardly be considered ordinary. Jiang Li. Qin Yichen shifted his body slightly to gaze at her, introducing himself. I am Qin Yichen, the driver is Shen Yu, and next to you is my brother, Qin Yexiao. Jiang Li was busy responding to a message from Jiang Zhe, politely acknowledging his introduction with a nonchalant mem, seemingly unfazed by how they knew her name. How could she remain so composed? Qin Yichen stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open, and then, unable to contain his emotions, fervently repeated, next to you, my brother, Qin Yexiao. Not a namesake. It's the Qin Yexiao you wish to share a bed with. Shen Yu, were it not for the central console blocking the way, you would have genuinely wanted to kick this fool. Could you be any more direct? Jiang Li was clearly not to be trifled with, and the gentleman behind her seemed to have a certain interest in her. Provoking her could lead to dire consequences for them. Shen Yu glanced at the rearview mirror, observing Jiang Li's composed demeanor as she replied to messages on her phone, his anxious heart easing slightly. 2 seconds later, Jiang Li lifted her head, turned towards Qin Yexiao, and spoke in a calm voice. I apologize for using Mr. Qin as a shield just now. Qin Yichen blinked, realizing the implication of her words. This meant that the myriad of statements she made at the restroom entrance, expressing interest solely in his brother, were merely excuses to reject others? Goodness, what audacity! To even use his brother, and to state it so openly. Qin Yexiao regarded Jiang Li, his gaze darkening, as he enunciated each word. A shield? Jiang Li nodded, offered another apology, and then said, please stop at the subway entrance ahead. Thank you. In that instant, the temperature within the vehicle seemed to plummet several degrees. An icy chill permeating the air. Shen Yu and Qin Yichen. This is it. Jiang Li wouldn't be thrown out of the car, would she? Qin Yexiao lowered his gaze, his emotions inscrutable, the atmosphere eerily quiet. After a considerable pause, they heard Qin Yexiao's calm, deep voice. Miss Jiang has utilized me. She owes me a favor. Jiang Li. Shen Yu and Qin Yichen exchanged a glance, their expressions laced with astonishment. Was this gentleman not infuriated? How did Miss Jiang intend to repay this favor? Qin Yexiao leisurely opened his cigarette case and extracted a stick with deliberate calmness. Jiang Li remained silent. Her casual remark seemed to have provoked him. Yet, There were two favors at play here. Earlier, someone had been pestering him, and it was she who had intervened. Qin Yexiao, with his slender fingers holding the cigarette, rested his arm on the car window, the cigarette unlit. He turned his face toward Jiang Li, locking eyes with her. After a few moments of silence, she subtly moved her chin, a hint of restraint evident in her demeanor, and smiled, a glimmer of allure dancing in her eyes. She leaned back gradually, her tone irreverent as she drawled. How does Mr. Qin expect me to repay him? Given Jiang Li's status, her inquiry was imbued with ambiguity. Yet she had yet to formulate a response. Qin Yexiao, maintaining a serious facade, retrieved his phone, displayed his WeChat QR code, and held it before her. Add me. I shall contact you once I have decided. Xin Yu and Qini Chen were taken aback. What on earth was happening? They could never have anticipated that the narrative would veer towards exchanging WeChat contacts. Suddenly, Qini Chen caught sight of the traffic light ahead and hurriedly tapped Xin Yu's arm. Watch out. Red light, brake. Startled, Xin Yu slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, startling pedestrians preparing to cross the street. Qin Chen lurched forward violently, only to be thrust back against his seat. Meanwhile, Jiang Li and Qin Yexiao remained composed in the back. Also send me your phone number, in case you decide to delete me after you return, Qin Yexiao continued. Still holding his phone aloft, Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, fixated on Qin Yexiao's phone, feeling a twinge of regret. She ought to have steadfastly refused to acknowledge any debts of gratitude. Xin Yu and Qin Chen exchanged incredulous glances. Could this truly be their esteemed master? As the two of them added each other on WeChat, Jiang Li sent her phone number. Qin Yexiao immediately called her, and upon hearing her phone ring, he softly instructed, Miss Jiang, please save my number. A smile tugged at Jiang Li's lips as she replied, I never save names. I will remember it, rest assured, Mr. Qin. Her tone was laced with a hint of irritation. Not wanting to provoke her further, Qin Yexiao merely nodded. Qin Chen chimed in. Pulling out his own phone to join the banter, Jiang Li, you should add me too. If you prefer not to share my brother's bed, that's perfectly fine. Just let me know if you wish to visit the North Emperor Manor. I'll come to pick you up. Jiang Li remained silent. The car did not stop at the subway entrance, but instead delivered Jiang Li directly to the gate of Huading Community. She fastened her cap, delicately pushing the black mask to her ear with her slender, elegant fingers, before opening the car door and striding towards the entrance. Her dark silhouette merged with the night, her strides confident and purposeful. Irritated, Qin Chen had been holding back his thoughts throughout the journey. Once Jiang Li had walked away, he cautiously inquired, What are your feelings towards Jiang Li? If she were to become his sister-in-law, he would wholeheartedly support it. However, his brother had yet to move past that twisted woman from 7 years ago. Even now, that black earpiece was never far from him. Was his brother not being a bit unfaithful? Trying to straddle two boats? Qin Yexiao continued to gaze at Jiang Li's retreating figure, watching as she reached the entrance and crossed paths with Jiang Ziyi, who was returning from the opposite sidewalk. A child led 2 wolf cubs, seemingly engaged in conversation with Jiang Li. The records pertaining to the Jiang family revealed no mention of Jiang Zhe. The information on Jiang Zhe was remarkably sparse and devoid of significance, leaving one to ponder the nature of his relationship with Jiang Li. Jiang Zhe affectionately referred to Jiang Li as sister. Meanwhile, the two siblings exchanged only a few words before Jiang Zhe cast a fleeting glance at Qin Yexiao and subsequently followed Jiang Li into the community. Qin Yexiao averted his gaze and instructed, drive. Jiang Zhe carried a hefty bag of snacks while leading Shishir and Diaochan. With his little head tilted back and eyes brimming with excitement, he exclaimed, Mom, you have made such a tremendous sacrifice for me. You really went to seduce Qin Yexiao. I never knew you loved me this much. Jiang Li responded with a silent pause. I am truly moved. Upon spotting Qin Yexiao's vehicle parked at the entrance of Huading, Jiang Zhe was taken aback, and upon seeing his mother emerge from the car, he exclaimed in astonishment. Recalling his previous suggestion, he couldn't help but shed a tear for the touching bond between mother and son. Jiang Li lowered her gaze slightly, her expression cold and devoid of warmth as she regarded Jiang Zhe, contemplating whether to reprimand him. Jiang Zhe harbored no desire for a conventional childhood. He swiftly masked his emotions, taking a large step away from Jiang Li while lowering his head, timidly gazing at her. Mom, I'm not acting anymore. Please don't hit me. The two wolves distanced themselves even further, the leash in Jiang Zhe's hand taut, as if attempting to dissociate from him. The hour was late, and only a handful of individuals were seen entering and exiting the community. Jiang Zhe followed closely behind Jiang Li, reaching into the snack bag to retrieve a mint, which he offered to her with a slight hunch of his neck, adopting a conciliatory posture. Mom. Jiang Li accepted it, unwrapped the packaging, and tossed it into her mouth, chewing it a few times. As the mother and son walked for a while, Jiang Li suddenly spoke up. Your father is not dead. Oh, what? Jiang Zhe's voice shot up, his eyes widening in surprise. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he lowered his tone. Not dead? But Mom, didn't you say you had killed him? Jiang Zhe, possessing a high level of intelligence, had always been informed directly by Jiang Li about various matters, including the fact that she had indeed taken the life of Qin Yexiao. Jiang Li pressed her lips together slightly. It was an accident. He survived. Who is he? Jiang Zhe asked nonchalantly, popping a mint into his mouth as well. It was too cold. He couldn't fathom why his mother had such a penchant for it. Jiang Li, scrolling through Weibo, replied in a casual tone, You know him. Jiang Zhe tilted his head in confusion. A mischievous smile crept onto Jiang Li's lips, her eyes narrowing playfully. Don't you adore the North Emperor manner? If you acknowledge him, once he cools down, he will be yours. Jiang Zhe gasped in disbelief, his large, expressive eyes nearly bulging out. The shock was overwhelming. Even upon returning home, Jiang Zhe remained silent, his little legs stiff as he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He retrieved a pair of binoculars from the plastic bag and gazed at the brightly lit North Emperor Manor in the distance, muttering, Holy cow, my dad is Qin Yexiao? Jiang Li paid him no mind, heading straight to her room to fetch a change of clothes, preparing to head to the bathroom. Just then, her phone chimed. Jiang Li picked it up to take a look. A message from Qin Yexiao arrived, accompanied by a pure white avatar, devoid of a nickname. Let us see if Miss Jiang has blocked me, he mused. Jiang Li. Fool. Casting aside her phone, she retreated into the bathroom. 20 minutes later, after finishing her shower, Jiang Li emerged with a towel draped over her head, casually drying her hair. Sitting cross-legged at the edge of the bed, she picked up her phone and noticed an unread message. Lost my body, lost my grip, lost my words. What will I lose next? My heart. Jiang Li retorted. I lost your mother, and promptly added him to her blacklist. Just then, 2 more messages chimed in. TSK, TSK, TSK. What fate! How marvelous! Don't forget to send me an invitation to the wedding. Jiang Li let out a cold laugh and continued to block him. Mere seconds later, another text arrived. No more teasing. Li Yi, you're in a precarious situation now. Be careful. I genuinely fear Qin Yexiao might devour you whole, leaving no bones behind. Chapter 22. The lethal allure of Jiang Li's countenance. Jiang Li stood on the balcony, clad in a black spaghetti-strap nightgown that hugged her figure, accentuating her tall and graceful silhouette. With her body angled sideways, her evenly proportioned and fair arms rested on the railing, her posture languidly relaxed. A slender menthol cigarette delicately held between her exquisite fingers. No bones left behind. Jiang Li's eyes naturally lowered, the corners of her lips curling into a smile. A soft chuckle escaping her. Who would dismantle whom? The outcome remained uncertain. Qin Yexiao had sent a message to Jiang Li and awaited her response. By 3 in the morning, the ashtray was filled with cigarette butts, and his phone had yet to emit a single sound. A $1 million custom phone proved utterly useless. Qin Yexiao furrowed his brow. As he picked up his phone for yet another time, scrolling to refresh his WeChat messages, another phone beside him rang. Upon answering, he heard the tense voice of a subordinate. Boss, a batch of our new weapons has been stolen. Qin Yexiao remained speechless. Meanwhile, after finishing a night shoot, Chu Yin received a voice message from Fang Ziqing. Yin, don't think I'm being unreasonable, but Jiang Li actually dared to seduce young Master Luo. I want to let her off the hook. Just from the sound of her voice, Chu Yin could envision Fang Ziqing's fierce expression. Staff members passed by, each respectfully greeting Chu Yin. She nodded politely, her demeanor gentle, and replied to Fang Ziqing. Ziqing, how could my sister possibly seduce young Master Luo? Surely there must be some misunderstanding? At this late hour, Chu Yin was certain that Fang Ziqing was still awake. Indeed, the status immediately changed to the other party is speaking. Misunderstanding? She had deliberately left the private room, and young Master Luo had chased after her, insisting on escorting her home that night. Was this truly a misunderstanding? Fang Ziqing's indignant voice echoed, with that face of Jiang Li's. Who doesn't he know she has climbed the ranks through her looks? After listening to the voice message, Chu Yin frowned slightly. She had always been aware of the formidable impact Jiang Li's appearance had. Since Jiang Li entered the industry, despite the numerous scandals fabricated against her. Her looks had kept her in the limelight, thriving amidst both praise and criticism. Had it not been for the unexpected information she received about Jiang Li being involved with a group of drug users, which led her to seek out journalists and influencers, Chu Yan harbored a gnawing intuition that this time she might not be able to suppress Jiang Li. She pressed her lips together, only to subsequently dismiss her own concerns as unfounded. Given her current status, destroying Jiang Li would merely require a flick of her finger. If she had previously compelled Jiang Li to exit the entertainment industry, she could certainly orchestrate a second downfall. A cold glint flickered in Chu Yan's eyes as she swiftly replied to Fang Ziqing. So, nothing untoward has occurred between my sister and Mr. Luo, right? Just as Fang Ziqing was about to respond in the negative, another message from Chu Yan arrived. Ziqing, my sister is currently reluctant to see me. If she were to wrong you in the future, I would like to apologize on her behalf. On the other end, Fang Ziqing's expression darkened as she read Chu Yan's messages. She was uncertain whether Jiang Li and Luo Wei had engaged in anything inappropriate. But the uncertainty of the future loomed ominously. Chu Yan sent another message. I apologize. My sister may be too eager to make a comeback and is considering taking shortcuts. Fang Ziqing clenched her phone tightly, her face a mask of malice. Luo Wei was someone she had painstakingly managed to connect with. The following day, as Jiang Li slept in her bedroom, the door was suddenly flung open. Mom. Jiang Zhe, with his short legs, hurried in, holding a phone. Jiang Li frowned and instinctively grabbed something to throw. Jiang Zhe expertly caught the flying pillow, his youthful voice grave. Mom. Aunt Cheng is looking for you. Something has happened online. Irritated, Jiang Li opened her eyes to see Jiang Zhe's serious little face. Suppressing her morning irritability, she took the phone he offered. Over there. The urgent voice of Cheng Sijuan came through. I won't elaborate further. You can check Weibo for yourself. She had called Jiang Li several times without a response, eventually reaching Jiang Zhe's phone. I need to address this situation first and see how we can manage the public opinion, Cheng Sijuan said, clearly distressed. Understood. Jiang Li replied succinctly before ending the call. The director of Dreamlike Order, Wen Shi, is a refreshing presence among the young directors in today's entertainment industry. He shuns pre-release hype and refrains from announcing the cast, maintaining a strict confidentiality during production to prevent external distractions from compromising the quality of the work. His first two highly successful projects adhered to this principle. However, on the eve of Dreamlike Order's commencement, someone had revealed the entire creative team and cast. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing observed the situation online as it escalated, with the top two trending topics dominating the charts. The first trending topic read, Can drug-addicted celebrities make a comeback? Smile. The second, Jiang Li, get out of the entertainment industry. Angry. The first topic struck a nerve, capturing everyone's attention by touching on the most sensitive issues. Upon clicking, the most viral post stated, Rumor has it that the highly anticipated IP Dreamlike Order has finalized its cast. Fang Ziqing, Xiao Yi, Jiang Li, and Song Mingkai. What do you think of this lineup? This marketing account boasted over 8 million followers. Within 10 minutes, it had garnered over 10,000 shares and 30,000 comments. Rapidly gaining traction. Jiang Li. I must be mistaken, or is it just a coincidence? It's indeed Jiang Li. You are not mistaken. The internet, indeed, possesses no memory. Can someone like Jiang Li make a comeback? For those unaware of the circumstances, allow me to elucidate the dark history of the drug-abusing starlet Jiang Li. She refuses to acknowledge her extensive plastic surgeries. Her childhood photographs are heavily edited. She ascended to prominence by seducing the entire crew, purchasing trending topics, and displaying subpar acting skills, all while indulging in sensationalism, poor character, and diva behavior. On the red carpet, she poses artificially for the cameras, and prior to her debut, her language was rife with vulgarity. Such a person, undoubtedly, is unworthy of any friendships. Who is ignorant of the relentless criticism Jiang Li receives? No one comes to her defense. She has no friends, illustrating her unpopularity within the entertainment industry. Who would dare befriend a drug user? Jiang Li's dwindling fanbase passionately defends her in the comments, insisting she has not used drugs, a claim the police have already clarified. Yet her fans stubbornly refuse to accept this truth. If she is not engaged in drug use, why then does she withdraw from the entertainment scene? Perhaps out of guilt? When she remains, they chastise her to leave the industry. When she exits, they accuse her of cowardice. In the eyes of those who revel in negativity, she can do no right. Such blind devotion from her fans is truly astonishing. With someone like Jiang Li, What brand of washing machine possesses such cleansing capabilities? A first-rate escort, Jiang Li stands as one of the most disreputable figures in the entertainment realm. Would she perish if she refrained from her self-deprecating behavior? I implore Director Wen Qi to expel Jiang Li promptly to avoid tainting his hard work. Let us boycott Ru Mengling. Someone of her caliber has no right to portray the character Yuan Qing. Do not tarnish a role I cherish. Her reputation is utterly putrid. It is perplexing why some are still willing to cast her in films, despite the potential for the production team to suffer great losses. A deluge of vitriol inundates the internet, escalating the frenzy. Fang Ziqing gazes at the thousands of disparaging comments directed at Jiang Li. A smirk gracing her lips as she lifts her coffee cup. Jiang Li aspires to make a comeback, having prepared extensively. Thus, she shall ensure that Jiang Li relinquishes her role just a day before filming commences. A futile endeavor, akin to fetching water with a bamboo basket. And she will be forced to exit the entertainment industry like a rat scurrying through the streets. Chapter 18. Playing hardball with the big shots. Jiang Li's scandals are rampant across Weibo. The production team of Dreamlike Order and Jiang Li's management company, Tianyao Media, are both dragged into the mire. How can Tianyao continue to retain an artist like Jiang Li without fearing that the works of its other talents will also face boycotts? Such comments proliferate endlessly. What assurance did you provide me back then? Gao Zheng casts a glance at the plummeting stock prices displayed on his computer, his expression darkening as he glares at Cheng Sijuan. You mentioned that a year has passed, and Jiang Li's controversies had lost their fervor. And now? Cheng Sijuan bites her lip. Mr. Gao, are you unaware of who Jiang Li is? I refuse to believe you cannot see that this widespread backlash is orchestrated. There are undoubtedly multiple parties involved in discrediting Jiang Li. Given Jiang Li's current stature and popularity, how could she possibly trend at number 2? Many in the comments are questioning who Jiang Li is. The collusion to tarnish her reputation stems from a collective fear of her rising prominence and potential to seize resources from them. At this juncture, it is akin to a collapsing wall that invites all to push. What are you shouting at me for? Gao Zheng is equally vexed. What good does that knowledge do? Does the online world even care? Cheng Sijuan tightly clenches her fingers. Is the title of Black Material Queen something I have imposed upon Jiang Li? Gao Zheng rapped his pen heavily against the table, questioning once more. Cheng Sijuan remained silent, her gaze lowered as she scrolled through the current public sentiment on Weibo. The hashtag Zero Tolerance for Drug-Abusing Celebrities had amassed over 100,000 likes within just an hour, despite the absence of any drug use. It seemed as though Jiang Li was besieged by accusations, unable to defend herself. Gao Zheng exhaled sharply, leaning back in contemplation for a few seconds before raising his head. Let us replace Jiang Li in the cast of Dreaming Rhyme. She should step down, and we will seek another opportunity for her to re-enter the industry. With Tianyao also investing in Dreaming Rhyme, there was no way they would allow Jiang Li to jeopardize the entire project. No, her withdrawal would imply an admission of guilt. Cheng Sijuan replied without hesitation. If you are so capable, then find me a solution. Gao Zheng suddenly stood up, exasperated. I never said I would abandon her. When we signed Jiang Li, it was her face and potential in the entertainment world that caught my eye. I had high hopes for her to elevate the company. Instead, she has plummeted, dragging me straight to hell. The company's control had been lost due to a bet against Xingyu, and before he could continue, the office phone rang. Diffusing the tension in the room, Gao Zheng glanced at the caller ID. It was someone from Xingyu. The timing of the call was all too clear. But was it really necessary for Xingyu to be concerned over just Jiang Li? There was no time for further contemplation, so Gao Zheng cleared his throat and spoke calmly. Hello, Mr. He. After a brief exchange, his fists clenched tightly at his side, he responded in a low voice. Understood, before hanging up. Did you see that? Gao Zheng, the president of Xingyu, demanded that Jiang Li publicly apologize in front of the media and announce her permanent withdrawal from the entertainment industry. With the relentless online vilification she faced, it seemed that she had no chance of redemption. Cheng Sijuan furrowed her brows in distress, ready to retort. But Gao Zheng raised a hand to interrupt her. With so many outlets slandering her, Xingyu has already called. I can no longer protect her. Instead of arguing with me, you should inquire who Jiang Li has offended. This entire maneuver was clearly designed to utterly ruin Jiang Li. Gao Zheng, exasperated, instructed. You need to prepare for the press conference and ensure Jiang Li apologizes. A press conference? Cheng Sijuan gasped upon hearing those words. In this day and age, apologies were typically issued via Weibo. The implication of a press conference was to subject Jiang Li to public humiliation under the scrutiny of numerous media lenses? Chapter 25. Qin, my brother asked me to wait for you here. Gao Zheng's voice was taut. Xingyu insists that a brief apology on Weibo lacks sincerity and feels too casual. A press conference is required, and it will be live-streamed across the internet. Far more formal. More formal? More humiliating, perhaps. Cheng Sijuan could already envision the sharp questions that would be posed at the press conference, clearly intended to embarrass Jiang Li. She felt a mix of anger and amusement, having deduced the underlying motives. Xingyu was Yu's family film company, and Xu Yin was undoubtedly the queen bee of Xingyu. It was evident who was orchestrating this. They were determined to annihilate Jiang Li completely. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of Jiang Group, Chu Qingzhang held his phone, letting out a cold chuckle. Let her withdraw of her own accord. If she refuses, she has brought this upon herself. On the other end of the line, Yanwei remarked, back then, Lili entered the entertainment industry under the halo of her sister Yenair, hoping to leverage their connection for publicity. Perhaps she thought that being prettier than Yenair would allow her to surpass her. She has always been unruly since childhood. Does she really think she can compete with Yenair? Apart from her looks, in what other aspect can she rival her? Success in any industry is predicated on one's abilities. Chu Qingzhang's tone dripped with sarcasm as he replied, weary of reiterating these sentiments. You should discuss this with Madame Yu and inform Old Master Yu about the situation. I cannot believe that, given her current state, Old Master Yu would still desire this granddaughter-in-law. With Jiang Li's present demeanor, even if the Yu family were to call off the engagement, it would not tarnish their reputation. Consequently, Jiang Li's demand for shares would also be rendered moot. Darling, Yenair just informed me that Lili intends to hold a press conference to apologize. Broadcasting live across the internet, Yanwei said softly. Chu Zhang's expression darkened. A press conference? Does she not feel embarrassed enough? Yanwei remained silent. Chu Qingzhang thought of how his own reputation had already been tarnished by this daughter and felt no inclination to intervene further. Coldly, he remarked, since she is seeking scorn for herself, we cannot intervene. It will serve Old Master Yu well to witness the live broadcast. Jiang Li, donning a black baseball cap and mask, strolled to the entrance of Huading, her hands tucked into her pockets. A discreet black Chang'an sedan was parked by the roadside. Qin extended his hand from the driver's window and waved at her. Upon noticing him, Jiang Li paused momentarily before making her way over and opening the door to the passenger seat. My brother asked me to wait for you here. He has a surgery at the hospital and cannot make it. Qin looked at her and inquired, are you going to Tianyao Media? Jiang Li responded with a faint and cold tone. Those online commenters are truly excessive. They are completely misled and follow the crowd. Qin turned the car key and started the engine. Jiang Li remained silent, holding her phone to reply to messages. Qin, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, it's all fabricated. They speak as if they witnessed it firsthand. If I were you, I would sue them into oblivion. With Qin's upbringing and education, he typically did not pay much attention to online controversies, but this time, he was taken aback. The most despicable words were hurled at Jiang Li from all directions. Jiang Li continued to remain silent, scrolling through the Weibo discourse while replying to messages. Jiang Li, if you need a lawyer, I can find Chang Gingming for you. Qin offered, his hand resting on the steering wheel. You know Chang Gingming, right? Stop at the subway entrance ahead, please, Jiang Li interrupted him. Raising her head, her expression somewhat impatient and chilly. Qin was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to take her to Tianyao? Suddenly realizing something, he swallowed hard and murmured, all right, I shall remain silent. The press conference was held in the conference hall. When Jiang Li and Qin arrived, Gao Zheng, Cheng Sijuan, and a group of staff members were in the small lounge connected to the conference hall. Upon seeing Qin, they were momentarily stunned. Is this your assistant? Gao Zheng asked in surprise, his eyes widening. Jiang Li had managed to find an assistant whose looks surpassed even those of their company's male artists, and his aura was truly exceptional. Jiang Li shook her head. No? Qin smiled faintly and introduced himself. Hello, my surname is Qin. Gao Zheng did not immediately connect him to the Qin family. However, upon noticing the exquisite watch worth millions adorning Qin's wrist, a flicker of realization crossed his mind. Could it be that Jiang Li had indeed found a benefactor? Chapter 19. Live press conference. Hello. Gao Zheng, somewhat distracted, shook hands with Qin. Today, Qin had chosen the least expensive attire. Even his car, a modest Chang'an, had been picked up just that morning. Surprisingly, This still managed to astonish the crowd. Chung Sijuan, preoccupied, glanced at the screen mounted on the wall. The conference hall was overflowing with reporters. There weren't enough seats. And a large portion stood, whispering and murmuring amongst themselves. Chang Sijuan looked at the cameras and microphones as if they were bloody daggers, feeling a wave of physiological aversion. She turned to Zhang Li, her head throbbing. Are you really planning to go? Zhang Li raised an eyebrow, her tone nonchalant. Isn't it too late to ask that now? Chung Sijuan wearily rubbed her temples. I never expected that you, being an unknown, could provoke so many people to tear you apart. It was quite ruthless to subject Zhang Li to such scrutiny just a day before the event. Zhang Li smirked, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't worry. I promise to make you rich. Gao Zheng chuckled. You said you would take me flying. Zhang Li replied with silence. Qin Yichen observed Zhang Li's easy rapport with the group, feeling quite astonished. Wasn't it rumored online that Zhang Li had a terrible temper and no friends? Chung Sijuan gestured towards the screen with a thumbs up, addressing Zhang Li. Master Li, the nation's top 10 authoritative media outlets have gathered, presenting you with quite the spectacle. The microphones of the reporters prominently displayed the logos of their respective media houses. Even a reporter from the Capital S news agency has arrived. Really? Then I must be quite impressive, Jiang Li remarked nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance. Qin Yichen could not suppress a chuckle. He genuinely admired Jiang Li. For an ordinary person, being subjected to such criticism would have shattered their composure, and they would likely avoid their phone altogether. Yet, Jiang Li remained unfazed, even jesting amidst the turmoil. What a remarkable sense of calm. At the VIP level of the first hospital, Elder Yu had not been in good health recently and had been hospitalized for treatment and observation. Madam Yu, accompanied by their 2 children, visited Elder Yu's ward, where they engaged in conversation with him. I heard that Li Li has returned, Elder Yu said kindly, looking at Yu Xuanqing. Why didn't you bring her along? Before Yu Xuanqing could respond, Yu Ruoqi let out a light laugh, lifting her gaze from her phone. Grandfather, Zhang Li can't make it today. Her tone was laden with intrigue. Elder Yu detected her sardonic undertone and shifted his gaze to Yu Ruoqi, his aged and murky eyes clouded with concern. What happened to Li Li? She should be busy with the press conference. Yu Ruoqi continued to smile, glancing at the time on her phone. The press conference was set to commence at 3 o'clock, and it was nearly time. The main event was about to unfold. Elder Yu furrowed his brow at the mention of the press conference. Despite his traditional demeanor and advanced age, he was acutely aware of the current state of societal development. Apart from the routine press conferences held by the national authorities and significant political events necessitating reporters' presence, most announcements are now made via social media platforms, stamped with official seals. What incident has occurred that is severe enough to warrant a press conference? Yu Ruoqi remarked that a year ago, her withdrawal from the entertainment industry might have left her discontented, and now she seeks to make a comeback. Who wishes to witness such a notorious figure as her? An artist with a history of drug abuse? Now that the situation has escalated, all she can do is hold a press conference to issue an apology. Old Master Yu picked up his phone and donned his glasses. Father, there are some matters I must reiterate, even if you scold me for it. Mrs. Yu spoke, pressing her lips together. Although Zhang Li was not raised under our watch, you must have heard of her actions over the years. To marry her into our family would only bring disgrace to the Yu lineage. Father, I cannot stand by and watch my hard-earned son be ruined by a woman like Zhang Li. Old Master Yu scrolled through the appalling comments online, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Hearing Mrs. Yu's words, he shot her a cold glance. Li Li is not that kind of person. She would never resort to drug use. As an elder, do not defame her. Once again, those words. Mrs. Yu clenched her fingers. Bewildered by the hold Zhang Li seemed to have over Old Master Yu, rendering him so protective of her. Chapter 20. Zhang Li's unwavering arrogance. Every time Yu Ruoqi heard Old Master Yu defending Zhang Li, irritation welled up within her. After all, she was the true member of the Yu family. Despite her own excellence, she had yet to receive the same recognition from her grandfather. Grandfather, my mother has not defamed Zhang Li. Yu Ruoqi pointed at Old Master Yu's phone, her tone innocent. Did you not see? The internet is rife with such claims. Elder Yu's gaze was grave. Do not believe everything you see online. Partial truths can be misleading. One must possess the ability to discern right from wrong. Yu Ruoqi smirked inwardly. Was it not her grandfather who lacked such discernment? The sordid tales surrounding Zhang Li were well known in the circles. Only he regarded Zhang Li as a treasure. As the press conference commenced, she eagerly anticipated the unveiling of all Zhang Li's misdeeds. curious to see how her grandfather would defend her. Indeed, who truly lacked the ability to differentiate right from wrong. Yuruwachi chose not to elaborate further, merely offering a perfunctory smile, obediently replying, "I understand, grandfather." Elder Yu nodded with satisfaction and turned to Yu Xuanqing. "You too? She is your fiancée. You must protect her." Mrs. Yu simmered with indignation, clutching her purse tightly. At that moment, Yuruwachi suddenly spoke up. "It's 3 o'clock. The live broadcast has begun." The live stream was instantly inundated with a torrent of red comments, each one suffocatingly overlapping with the next, filling the screen with the same fervent message: Zhongli, get out of the entertainment industry. Yuruwachi seamlessly connected the live stream to the LCD screen in the hospital room. Turning her gaze, she beheld her grandfather's suddenly cold expression. She withdrew her eyes, a pleased smile curling her lips. The main event was yet to unfold. As Zhongli made her entrance into the conference hall, all cameras were directed at her. The sound of clicking shutters echoed incessantly. Countless flashes erupted, blinding in their intensity. Yet Zhongli remained unfazed, her eyes relaxed. Clad in a black dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she wore red-soled black high heels. Her long hair, cascading in gentle waves to her waist. The fox-like gaze shimmered, and with a sweep of her eyes, she surveyed the journalists present, exuding an overwhelming aura that commanded attention. In an instant, she became the focal point of the crowd. Cheng Sijuan, accompanying Zhongli, stood anxiously at the foot of the stage. She glanced at the nearly shattered live stream, her brows furrowed in distress. Uncertain of how many hired online commentators the opposing side had employed, their intent seemed to be to obliterate Zhongli's presence in the entertainment industry entirely. Zhongli adjusted the microphone on stage, her hands outstretched in a defiant pose. Her demeanor was strikingly audacious, and the slight, enigmatic smile gracing her lips radiated an air of arrogance. Unlike the typical apology press conferences, where participants appear pale, teary-eyed, and desperate for sympathy, Zhongli stood as a singular anomaly in this regard. One journalist, observing her attitude, scoffed. Is she intending to break the pot and let it shatter? Another nodded in agreement, stating, Yet, she is undoubtedly finished this time. The news channel has sent reporters, indicating that the higher-ups are taking this seriously. Pleading for sympathy will yield no results. I didn't expect reporters to show up. Someone of her status hardly warrants such attention. She lacks substantial backing. Surely the news outlet aims to use her drug scandal as a cautionary tale, rather than to support her, the other replied. Indeed, Zhongli seems utterly oblivious. Everyone is eager to witness her downfall, and if she fails to meet their expectations, who would grant her mercy? At this moment, Zhongli spoke nonchalantly. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Zhongli. As her words settled, a journalist from the front row immediately interjected, Miss Jiang. It has been reported that the role in our Ming was obtained through unscrupulous means. Is there any truth to this? The unspoken rules within any industry are nearly open secrets, and the entertainment realm is particularly exaggerated in this regard. Yet, no one ever dares to confront this issue directly. Presently, the spotlight is on Zhongli, seemingly because of her lack of connections, as they choose to target the soft fruit. The first question is sharply incisive, rendering the room silent, with cameras fixated on Zhongli's face, capturing every minuscule shift in her expression as they await her response. Regarding Dreamlike Order, I am aware that some netizens wish for my withdrawal from the production. Zhongli speaks slowly, pausing before delivering a nonchalant smile. As for the outcome, they may find themselves disappointed. The reporter interjects, Miss Jiang, what does this signify? Is the purpose of this press conference not for you to apologize and announce your exit from Dreamlike Order? Zhongli arches an eyebrow. When did I ever state that I was here to apologize? And when did I claim I would withdraw from the production? In that instant, the audience is taken aback. No one anticipated such a response from Zhongli. The atmosphere becomes eerily quiet as everyone stares at her in astonishment. After a moment, one reporter regains composure and inquires, if this is not an apology, what is the purpose of this press conference? Zhongli adjusts the angle of the microphone, then lifts her eyelids, her dark eyes piercing as they lock onto the media camera, revealing an undeniable intensity. She smiles slightly. I will not withdraw from Dreamlike Order, nor will I exit the entertainment industry. Her words are delivered slowly yet defiantly, leaving the reporters speechless. Zhongli has seldom accepted interviews, but her audacious demeanor is well known. Yet no one anticipated that she would possess such audacity, brazenly inciting public ire. Chung Sijun cast a glance at the live stream on her phone, where the barrage of comments surged forth like a torrent unleashed. Damn, I have never encountered such repulsiveness. Jiang Li should be expelled from the entertainment industry. Let her be banned outright. How can she utter such words in the presence of her ex? She is utterly unrepentant. Away with this trash. Chung Sijun watched Jiang Li on stage, her demeanor arrogant, and despairingly closed her eyes. It was over. All was lost. She knew that Jiang Li would never heed their calls to humbly apologize. In truth, had Jiang Li chosen to show vulnerability and sincerely apologized, there might have been a glimmer of hope for redemption in this crisis. Pity and sympathy were undoubtedly the most effective means of garnering compassion, no matter the wrongdoing. If one evokes enough sympathy, there will always be those who stand in their corner, potentially obscuring the truth. However, Jiang Li's defiant attitude would only incite public outrage. No one would spare her. Inside, Gao Zheng observed Jiang Li's blatant disregard for the script, his expression one of shock, gritting his teeth. This madwoman. Does she not think she is being criticized enough? Why is her spine so rigid? A little bending won't kill her. What Gao Zheng did not realize was that Jiang Li was naturally imbued with a fierce pride, one that would never allow her to bow her head. This will not do. I must pull her down. If she utters anything further, I truly will be unable to save her. Gao Zheng took a step forward, but just as he moved, a phone was thrust in front of him. He paused and looked up to see a face radiating a sense of irreverence. With a smile adorning his face, Qin Yichen leisurely spoke, Mr. Gao, it would be prudent for you to refrain from intervening in this matter, merely observe. Despite his usual unreliability, as the second son of the Qin family, his commanding presence was unparalleled. Gao Zheng found himself momentarily daunted by Qin's gaze. His mind blanked for a brief 2 seconds. Upon regaining his composure, he considered the external situation. He steeled himself and replied, Mr. Qin, you lack an understanding of the entertainment industry's rules. Jiang Li's actions will only lead to her own ruin. Qin Yichen casually twirled his phone with his fingertips, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips as he gestured towards Gao. I may be ignorant, but Jiang Li is well aware. Kindly refrain from interfering. His tone brooked no dissent. In the conference hall, the click of cameras intensified in response to Jiang Li's remarks, with some journalists already beginning to draft their articles. Simultaneously, the video of Jiang Li's earlier response was rapidly disseminated across various platforms. Weibo was inundated with vitriol, harsher than before. Fans of other leading actors from the production erupted in collective outrage, demanding that their idols withdraw from the project to protect their reputations, threatening to unfollow if their demands were not met. The trending topic had descended into chaos due to Jiang Li's involvement. A reporter murmured, despite all this, she still refuses to withdraw. Her audacity truly redefines the boundaries of shamelessness. A bystander scoffed, does she truly believe she can choose to stay without consequence? The reporter pressed on, Miss Jiang, there are online allegations stating you have undergone plastic surgery, that your childhood photos have been digitally altered, that you have ascended to prominence by seducing the entire crew, purchasing trending topics, possessing subpar acting skills, indulging in self-promotion, and exhibiting poor character while behaving like a diva. Jiang Li maintained a languid smirk, retorting, did you witness any of this with your own eyes? The reporter chuckled, remarking that online rumors seldom arise without reason. To which Miss Jiang Li casually responded, you make a valid point. This statement inadvertently acknowledged the allegations against her, igniting a fervor among the attendees. Given Jiang Li's reputation within the entertainment industry, she was widely criticized, and her potential downfall was viewed as a collective triumph for justice. The press conference seemed poised for conclusion. However, Jiang Li interjected, wait for my lawyer's letter. The reporter, taken aback, inquired, what do you mean? Jiang Li languidly crossed her legs, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the podium as she replied nonchalantly, defamation is a crime. Was she implying a lawsuit against him? The reporter's expression shifted. In this industry, stars typically maintained cordial relations with the media, fearing unfavorable press, often going to great lengths to appease them. Jiang Li's threat to sue was a blatant confrontation with all journalists. Was she courting disaster? What gave her the audacity to be so brazen? In an instant, the reporters sharpened their inquiries, leaving no room for leniency. So, Miss Jiang Li, are you denying these allegations? Why is it that only you are targeted online, while other celebrities remain unscathed? If one person disparages you, perhaps it is their fault, but if a multitude does, shouldn't you reflect on your own actions? That is a question for those who malign me online, I am merely a victim. Should I be expected to scrutinize myself? Jiang Li maintained her composure. The journalist's expressions morphed into mockery, their disdain palpable. Still defiant, are we? Truly unrepentant, they mused, as the barrage of online comments erupted once more, filled with vitriol condemning Jiang Li for her lack of shame. The journalist inquired, Miss Jiang Li, may I ask what you have been doing during your year away from the entertainment industry? Jiang Li replied curtly, personal matters. The journalist probed further, what personal matters? Jiang Li's dark eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of coldness flashing beneath the surface as she responded, no comment. The journalist nodded, pressing on with a sharp question, however, there are rumors that you withdrew from the entertainment circle due to drug use and have spent the year in rehabilitation. Is there any truth to this? At the first hospital, Yuruachi listened intently as the journalist posed the question, sensing the pivotal moment had arrived. She glanced at her grandfather, saying, Grandfather, if Jiang Li did not indulge in drugs, why would she refrain from disclosing her activities over the past year? It pertains to her reputation and career. What personal matters could possibly warrant such secrecy? Madam, you scoffed. Of course, she cannot reveal anything. No one has had news of Jiang Li for an entire year. If she wasn't at a rehabilitation center, where else could she have been? Grandfather Yu's expression darkened as he gazed at Jiang Li on the live screen, uttering only 4 words. The universe remains uncertain. Seeing her grandfather still defending Jiang Li, Yuruachi rolled her eyes, thinking him quite blind to reality. Yu Xuanqing sighed, remarking, Li Li is too impulsive. She should not have antagonized the media. She is yet unaware of how the journalists will portray her after this conference. The journalist's pen is a weapon. Madame Yu, on the other hand, found pleasure in Jiang Li's folly, believing that it would make the dissolution of the engagement all the more effortless. As the press conference concluded, her son would be entirely free of any ties to Jiang Li. All cameras were focused on the stage. The journalist fixed her gaze on Jiang Li, continuing to press. Did you truly engage in drug use? Cheng Sijuan's gaze swept across the gathered reporters, all of whom appeared to relish the unfolding drama. At that moment, a journalist from a news station abruptly stood up, addressing Miss Jiang Li. A year ago, the official Weibo account of the capital's police issued a statement clarifying that you were not involved in drug use. Is this true? As the words echoed in the room, the entertainment reporters turned their incredulous eyes toward the news reporter. Was this individual actually coming to Jiang Li's defense? Had the police indeed released such a statement? A wave of glances exchanged among the journalists suggested that the truth had been obscured. Jiang Li's lips curled into a slight smile as her gaze settled on the news reporter. Thank you for your concern, and also for the police's clarification from a year ago. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, with murmurs rising. Was there really a clarification? One reporter inquired. Another shook his head. I don't know. At that time, everyone was merely eager to witness Jiang Li's exit from the entertainment industry. Who would bother with the truth? Rumors had circulated back then that someone was attempting to sabotage Jiang Li, executing their plan with ruthless swiftness. The clarifications had garnered little attention, as media personnel naturally gravitated towards trending topics. Jiang Li, like a crumbling wall, had been forsaken by many, leaving the truth neglected. What truth? Surely, a little critical thinking is in order. Had this incident not attracted enough attention already? I refuse to believe the police were unaware. If they could assist her with a clarification a year ago, surely sending someone now to elucidate the situation wouldn't be too difficult. Indeed, the lack of an official representative was glaringly apparent. Jiang Li had indeed succumbed to drug use. The murmurs grew louder. Suddenly, an entertainment journalist stood up with righteous indignation and declared, Miss Jiang Li, the law explicitly prohibits drug-addicted celebrities from making a comeback. Some of your irrational fans are still attacking others online. Before you withdraw from the entertainment industry, you owe a public apology to those aggrieved fans. The journalist furrowed his brow, realizing that his words had not aided Jiang Li, but rather condemned her for drug use. Indeed, the law strictly forbids the return of drug-using celebrities. At that moment, a resonant and authoritative male voice resonated through the room. All eyes turned to see a man dressed in a police uniform entering the conference room. Chapter 21. The Heavyweights. Chu Yin was also watching the live broadcast. Listening to the journalist's sharp inquiries and observing the vitriolic comments from netizens, a smile crept into her eyes. The term drug use is a stain that, once associated with any celebrity, signifies the end of their career. If they could firmly accuse Jiang Li of drug use, her return would be impossible. What did it matter that the police had issued a clarifying statement? A year ago, No one paid attention to the statement. Would anyone take notice now? A celebrity with such a tarnished reputation as Jiang Li did not merit the Drug Enforcement Agency sending representatives to the press conference. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a uniformed police officer suddenly entered the live stream. Chu Yin abruptly sat up straight, her eyes widening as she fixated on the tablet. The man approached the center of the conference hall, tall and upright, with a serious and resolute expression on his face. He turned slightly, addressing all the journalists present. Greetings, everyone. I am Su Chuang, the head of the drug enforcement team in the capital. Su Chuang introduced himself and surveyed the gathered media. He clarified that Miss Jiang Li had not tested positive for drug use in the notorious 418 drug case from a year ago, urging the media not to propagate falsehoods. His words resonated with conviction and integrity, commanding the attention of every camera present. The badge on his shoulder, denoting his rank as a police officer, was particularly striking, causing all the reporters to gasp in astonishment. Such a rank. Gao Jing stepped out from the lounge, his eyes wide with disbelief. That was the captain of the drug enforcement team. How could such a distinguished figure be here? Just to clarify for Jiang Li, there was no need to wield such authority. Gao Jing wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his heart racing. Qini Chen was equally astonished. Ordinarily, anyone could have been dispatched for this purpose. Why would it be Su Chuang? He was the youngest captain in the history of the drug enforcement team, adorned with the honorary title of a first-class hero model, an accolade typically conferred posthumously. It is evident how rare it is to encounter a living embodiment of such an honor and the magnitude of his contributions. In the realm of law enforcement in the capital, Su Chuang is akin to a luminous phoenix egg, held in high esteem by his superiors and destined for greatness. It is no wonder that his name reached Qin Yexiao and Qini Chen. How could Jiang Li possess such influence to warrant Su Chuang's personal involvement? Was it truly necessary to employ such formidable measures for this matter? The captain of the capital anti-drug team, Su Chuang, appeared with a year-old testing report, dispelling the rumors surrounding the drug use allegations against the celebrity Jiang Li. For a brief moment, the conference room fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the flickering of camera flashes. Cheng Sijuan glanced at her phone, observing the live stream's barrage of comments. The previously rampant condemnations of Jiang Li had vanished, leaving the rumors shattered. Yet, public opinion remained relentless, continuing to vilify Jiang Li. They aimed to bring her to ruin. Even if she were innocent of drug use, her character was deemed unworthy of a public figure. They demanded her swift downfall. Was the standard for stars so low? As long as one did not break the law, was that sufficient? Were the numerous scandals not visible to the authorities? Did she still wish to profit from this? With accusations of plastic surgery, arrogance, and unscrupulous methods to rise in fame, they proclaimed that Jiang Li should exit the entertainment industry. Those with murderous intent would not be deterred by a single failure. They would simply switch to another weapon. It was impossible for them to abandon their pursuit due to one unsuccessful attempt. Cheng Sijuan had anticipated this outcome, her expression icy. Jiang Li had refused her attempts to manage public sentiment or hire a public relations team, insisting she could handle the matter herself. Cheng Sijuan glanced at the stage, where the senior executives maintained a relaxed demeanor, seemingly indifferent. Was this casual attitude indicative of a capability to resolve the situation? After a prolonged 10 seconds of silence in the conference hall, a reporter posed a new question. Miss Jiang Li, while you may clear the drug allegations, what about the other scandals? How do you explain them? With public opinion against you, is it not selfish to prioritize your return and risk implicating the entire production team? Observe that the public sentiment in the live broadcast room did not sway in favor of Jiang Li. In fact, due to the reporter's inquiry, fans of other cast members from the Dreamlike Order production began to surface in the chat, urging Jiang Li to voluntarily withdraw, sparing their elder siblings and preserving a semblance of dignity for herself. Relieved, Chu Yan leaned back. Jiang Li had been out of the limelight for a year, and now her return was causing such a tumult, inciting widespread indignation. Surely no one would be swayed by her antics. If her comeback were to fail this time, those still observing the unfolding public discourse would undoubtedly refrain from casting her in future roles. The scandal surrounding Jiang Li was so pervasive that even the most eloquent defense could not clarify it. Chu Yin narrowed her eyes, gazing at the barrage of criticism flooding the live stream. She was eager to witness how Jiang Li would justify herself this time. Jiang Li turned her dark gaze toward the camera, her eyes devoid of warmth, and a faint curve graced her lips as she spoke slowly and softly. You wish for an explanation? The reporter, taking it for granted, responded, "Shouldn't you provide everyone with an account?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the conference hall doors swung open again, and a young man entered, followed closely by another individual. Upon spotting the man, Qin Chen's eyes nearly bulged with surprise. Chang Gungming. He rubbed the back of his neck, trying to recall whether he had invited Chang Gungming to this gathering. It seemed he had merely informed him about handling a case of slander, but had not formally summoned him here. Gao Zheng was unfamiliar with Chang Gungming, yet he could discern from Qin Yichen's demeanor that this was yet another influential figure, causing the cold sweat on his forehead to become even more pronounced. Chang Gungming approached Jiang Li, offering a slight nod. "Miss Jiang, I apologize for the delay. We wasted some time verifying user information with Weibo." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, declaring, "It is not too late. I leave it to you." With that, she turned and gracefully descended from the stage, clearly indicating her intention to depart. "Miss Jiang," a reporter called out loudly, "the press conference has not concluded. Where are you going?" Jiang Li paused momentarily, tilting her face slightly, her icy smile unwavering. "If you have questions, direct them to my lawyer." With that, she exited the conference hall. The sound of her high heels echoed with an air of formidable authority, tightening the hearts of those present. The hem of her black dress vanished at the doorway, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Su Chuang followed Jiang Li out, leaving Chang Gungming in the spotlight. Jiang Li's earlier mention of waiting for her lawyer's letter had seemed a mere jest to the onlookers. Yet now she had indeed summoned legal counsel. Both the live stream and the press conference were rife with mockery. Were they to be intimidated? Which celebrity holds a press conference without decorum? Yet Jiang Li had cast them aside. What did Tian Yao signify? Were they merely toying with them? A drug-related clarification to dismiss them? It is the most fundamental expectation for a celebrity to remain law-abiding. Did Jiang Li believe that refraining from drug use would suffice to maintain her public persona? Did her character merit such a standing? Countless stars have evaded the law yet faced cancellation due to moral failings. What made Jiang Li worthy of exemption? The crowd wore expressions of discontent. A press conference is traditionally the journalist's domain, and for the first time, a group had been humiliated in their own arena, their gazes brimming with shared indignation. Regarding the forthcoming articles about Jiang Li, they would undoubtedly show no mercy. Chu Yen observed the situation spiraling further out of control and chuckled softly. Jiang Li truly made things easy for her, digging her own grave. The journalists, their faces etched with indignation, swiftly gathered their belongings, evidently intent on departing without so much as a moment's pause to heed the explanation of a lawyer. "Please wait a moment," Chang Gungming interjected, disregarding the chaos that enveloped the scene as he approached the position previously occupied by Jiang Li. Uncertain of the young man's intentions, all eyes instinctively turned towards him. Cheng Sijuan cast a fleeting glance in the direction Jiang Li had exited, furrowing her brow, yet ultimately chose to remain present. With a composed demeanor, Chang Gungming adjusted the microphone and offered a slight smile. "By special authorization from Miss Jiang Li, I am here to address the allegations of defamation against her on the internet. This lawyer's statement serves to unequivocally condemn all acts of slander, defamation, and character assassination directed at Miss Jiang Li. We have secured evidence against the users and various media accounts implicated in these transgressions, and shall promptly initiate legal proceedings in court, resolutely pursuing accountability to the fullest extent." Moments ago, when Jiang Li mentioned awaiting her lawyer's letter, no one took her seriously. Yet, to their astonishment, she had dispatched her lawyer to appear live in the broadcast. To declare openly before millions that legal action would be taken against them left the crowd dumbfounded. Chang Gungming continued to address the audience below. "Our firm will closely monitor the online public sentiment, persistently gathering evidence against those responsible for the infringement and their actions, and will continue to pursue legal accountability." Silence enveloped the room, with pairs of eyes fixed on Chang Gungming, their expressions somewhat frozen. He then turned his gaze toward the camera, his piercing gaze seemingly transcending the screen to reach those beyond the live stream. Articulating each word with precision, "This includes the statements made in today's broadcast, which we will document meticulously. Rest assured, court summonses will soon find their way into your hands." The young man exuded an air of refined elegance, his face adorned with a calm smile, and his tone remained gentle. The atmosphere bore no trace of aggression. Yet each word struck with the precision of a dagger to the throat. Chang Gungming instructed his assistant to distribute the legal notices to the assembled journalists. The assistant nodded, surveying the stunned faces of the reporters, and pondered for a moment, I apologize, due to the large number of attendees. I will call out names one by one for you to collect your legal notices. Please refrain from crowding. Approach individually. As Chung Sijuan exited the conference hall, her mind was utterly bewildered. Perhaps she was taken aback by Chang Gungming's audacious maneuver, or perhaps it was the ingenuity of Jiang Li that left her astounded. The source of this strategy remained unclear, whether it was conceived by one or both of them. It felt akin to distributing examination papers in a classroom. Names were called out, and the journalist's expressions shifted to one of panic and pallor, particularly as some recognized Chang Gungming and comprehended his stature within the legal community. He was undeniably a formidable figure, one who could maximize the interests of his clients. Failing to uncover explosive news, they now found themselves being sued, receiving legal notices in full view of the public. During those fleeting minutes, no detractor dared to utter a word. Silence enveloped the live broadcast. This was a consequence of Chang Gungming's credentials appearing on trending searches. Humming law firm, under his stewardship, had never suffered defeat since he began taking cases. His prowess widely acknowledged. In Beicheng, he held immense prestige, essentially representing the pinnacle of the legal profession. Furthermore, he served as legal counsel for numerous large corporate groups. The mere presence of such a figure, especially in a live setting, signified the existence of substantial evidence capable of dismantling any unfavorable narratives against Jiang Li. The live stream was left solely with Jiang Li's fans, who momentarily fell silent, yet the viewership continued to swell rather than diminish. Where are those who demanded an apology from Jiang Li just moments ago? Sisters, do not fret, your elder sister has returned. Even if they refuse to apologize now, once the lawsuit concludes, they will have no choice but to bow their heads and offer their apologies. Chung Sijuan lowered her gaze to the trending topics. Social media inexplicably turned into a meme, claiming that Jiang Li held a press conference to distribute legal letters, especially highlighting the comment from Chang Gungming's assistant, "Don't crowd. One at a time." The journalists have caused trouble for numerous stars in the past, but now that they have encountered a formidable opponent, many fans of other celebrities are inexplicably reveling in the situation. The online community erupted in laughter. It seems they have never encountered an artist as resolute as Jiang Li, who, despite the risk of offending countless media outlets, undoubtedly staged a remarkable comeback at the press conference. Chapter 23. Breaking off the engagement at Xingyu, Chu Yan's manager, Shinmin, pushed open the door to the lounge and strode in. "Yin Yan, have you been watching the live broadcast?" She shut the door and turned to see Chu Yan's face clouded with anger, fixated on her tablet. Shinmin frowned. "I heard from Weibo that their platform has already been sued, and they have handed over the personal information of everyone who has defamed Jiang Li to Chang Gungming. The list alone spans over a dozen A4 sheets. Jiang Li intends to sue them all. Over 1,000 users. Even several media outlets that have slandered Jiang Li are not spared. In truth, nowadays, when celebrities issue legal letters, they are hardly taken seriously. It has become as common as cabbage. It's merely thunderous noise with little rain. However, Chang Gungming is different. When he takes action, it is certainly not a trivial matter. This performance, which they initially sought to control, has completely unraveled. Shinmin could not comprehend it at all. The illustrious Chang Gungming is an unattainable figure in the entertainment industry, one whose presence cannot be afforded. How did Jiang Li manage to have him appear at the press conference livestream? Furthermore, how did she persuade him to take on such a case? What financial gain could he possibly derive from this? It is utterly preposterous. Which celebrity would dare to act in such a manner? Chu Yan remained silent, her fingers digging into the armrest of the sofa. Shinmin sat beside her, lowering her voice, anxiously clutching the documents in her hands. "What shall we do now? Jiang Li has already filed a lawsuit, and those hired commentators will undoubtedly expect us to bear the costs. Otherwise, they will surely retaliate. No one understands better than them how fabricated Jiang Li's scandals truly are. Most importantly, Chang Gungming never takes on cases without confidence. Even if an individual were to incur losses of tens of thousands, the overall damage would amount to millions. This time, they truly have lost both the lady and the soldiers." At the first hospital, Madame Yu stared blankly at the LCD television, unable to comprehend how events had spiraled into this outcome. Jiang Li has turned the tables, creating such a commotion that instead of being suppressed, her fame has soared. Officers from the police department came personally to clarify matters for her. To her astonishment, Jiang Li's attorney is none other than Chang Gungming. How did she manage to secure his services? Even the Yu family finds it challenging to engage him. Although old Master Yu trusts that Zhongli would not engage in such misdeeds, he has witnessed too many instances of public opinion being manipulated, where truth is obscured and falsehoods prevail, leaving one speechless. Thus, during Zhongli's livestream, his heart was in turmoil. Now that the truth has been unveiled, old Master Yu leans back in relief. He turns his head. Roachi, you are still young and may not fully grasp the situation or recognize people accurately, which is perfectly normal. Whenever you find yourself in doubt, do not hesitate to consult with Li. Roachi tightened her fingers, suppressing the coldness in her gaze, and obediently said, I understand, grandfather. After not lingering in the hospital for long, Madam, you took her children and left. The situation with Zhongli had escalated significantly, prompting the anti-drug department to send a high-ranking official, a team captain no less. Reflecting on it, the public sentiment surrounding Zhongli, fueled by various parties, had gained considerable traction, thus it was only natural for the higher-ups to take notice. The Anti-Drug Bureau, feeling a sense of obligation towards Zhongli, extending their assistance by bringing in Chang Gungming was quite reasonable. Zhongli's resurgence was entirely unexpected to Madame Yu. Her only concern now was whether the engagement could be successfully dissolved. Even if Zhongli managed to redeem herself by sheer luck, she was still far from being on par with Chu Yan. Her son deserved nothing less than the best. At the Jiang Group, Chu Qingzhang showed little interest in Zhongli's live broadcast, merely waiting for her to reach a point of desperation to seek his help. Following the conclusion of a company meeting, he returned to his office, only to find Zhongli seated in the reception area, accompanied by a young man. Zhongli maintained her usual reckless demeanor, crossing her legs in a casual manner, revealing a delicate segment of her calf, her 10-centimeter black stilettos exuding a touch of aggression. Chu Qingzhang cast a quick glance at her, the mockery evident in his eyes. He approached his desk, took a seat, and in a condescending tone inquired, So, have you come to seek my assistance now? At that moment, Chu Qingzhang's assistant knocked and entered, bearing several documents for him to sign. Seemingly in good spirits, he signed the papers with a flourish, remarking, Your sister is spotless. The paparazzi have exhausted their efforts and still cannot unearth a single scandal about her. She is willing to put in the effort, and her only blemish is you as her sister. In comparison to her, do you truly think you measure up? The assistant glanced over at Zhongli, who was lazily seated in the reception area. The trending topics surrounding this matter had stirred considerable commotion, and a great deal of gossip circulated within the company, of which he had caught wind. This individual was indeed audacious. Prior to his arrival, the narrative had already shifted dramatically. Zhongli sues thousands of haters, all compensation to be donated to charity. Before the press conference, Humming law firm had meticulously gathered all evidence. The accounts that had defamed Zhongli, even if they deleted their Weibo posts and videos, would find their actions futile. The compensation alone would be a significant burden for those haters. After signing a document, Chu Qingzhang leaned back, turning his chair towards Zhongli. You should recognize your situation sooner rather than later and withdraw from the engagement with the Yu family. The Chu family still has a place for you. The young man retrieved a document from his briefcase, perusing its contents. Having experienced being vilified online himself, he questioned why Zhongli would willingly expose herself to further humiliation. Taking a sip of coffee, Chu Qingzhang remarked, When will you start using your brain wisely and refrain from engaging in self-degrading acts? The assistant lifted his gaze to Chu Qingzhang, opening his mouth as if to voice something. Go on, what do you seek from me by coming to the company? Chu Qingzhang set his cup down, his demeanor haughty. Zhongli's lips curled into a knowing smile as she lifted her chin, casually uttering 4 words, Have him sign it. Chang Gungming nodded, rising to present the document before Chu Qingzhang with a polite smile. Mr. Chu, the share transfer agreement, please sign. The smile on Chu Qingzhang's face faltered, his expression darkening as he glared at Zhongli. You still harbor delusions about the company's shares. Chang Gungming, with an air of refinement, reminded him, Mr. Chu, according to my client, you have signed the share transfer agreement, and she intends to annul her engagement with Mr. Yu Xuanqing, as you both previously agreed. Chu Qingzhang's gaze darkened. Zhongli, think carefully. Are you prepared to sever ties with the Yu family over such a trivial matter as shares? The underlying tone was laden with threats. Who else could Zhongli rely on? If he turned his back on her, what prospects would remain? Her slender fingers drummed absently on the armrest of the sofa, her voice cold and low. If you want me to withdraw from the engagement, stop with the pleasantries and sign. Chu Qingzhang pressed his lips together, his expression grim as he scrutinized her. After a moment, he conceded, "Very well, you have guts. But mark my words, you won't last in the entertainment industry. Even with these shares, what can you truly achieve?" A few minutes later, the legal team from Jiang Group arrived at Chu Qingzhang's office. After reviewing the share transfer agreement and finding no issues, they nodded at Chu Qingzhang. He signed both copies of the agreement with a heavy hand, then slammed the documents onto the table. "Take this and get out." Chang Gungming had brought one copy for himself and left the other for Chu Qingzhang, then turned to Jiang Li. "Miss Jiang, it's all settled." Jiang Li nodded, stood up, donned her sunglasses, and turned to leave. "Wait," the legal representative from Jiang Group called out, glancing at Chang Gungming, his voice tinged with anxiety. "May I ask which lawyer you are from Humming Law Firm?" The share transfer agreement was stamped with their seal. Chang Gungming tilted his body slightly, maintaining his polite and elegant smile. "I am Chang Gungming." As Chu Qingzhang signed, he was in a fit of anger and paid no heed to the name of the law firm. When the legal counsel mentioned it, a sudden jolt of alarm surged within him. The moment he heard the name of the opposing party, his complexion drained of color. Chang Gungming. How could this be possible? Even in his relative ignorance, he had heard of this name. The foremost figure in the legal realm of the capital. Anyone who could command his involvement was invariably entangled in significant cases or belonged to one of the major financial conglomerates in Beijing. Chu Qingzhang might never have the opportunity to encounter someone of such stature in his lifetime. Yet today he found himself in the presence of Chang Gungming. The office was enveloped in an almost suffocating silence. By the time Chu Qingzhang regained his composure, Jiang Li and Chang Gungming had already departed. He trembled slightly, hastily grasping the documents on his desk, his hands shaking as he flipped to the signature page, where the red seal of Humming Law Firm seared into his vision. His legs weakened, and he collapsed into his chair. How could Jiang Li have established a connection with Chang Gungming? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to his assistant, his voice taut. What was the outcome of Jiang Li's press conference today? Seizing the opportunity to speak, the assistant replied, "Miss Jiang has filed lawsuits against over 1,000 haters, and her attorney is none other than Chang Gungming." What? Chu Qingzhang could hardly fathom it. Murmuring, "Jiang Li. How could she possibly know someone of that caliber?" Meanwhile, Qin Yichen escorted Jiang Li back to Huading and then took Chang Gungming directly back to Beatty Manor. By this time, evening had descended. Qin Yexiao had performed 2 particularly intricate surgeries today, spending nearly an entire day in the operating room before returning. "Brother." Qin Yichen rose from the sofa. Chang Gungming also stood up. "Young Master Xiao, young Master Shen." Shen Yu had already consumed the melon from Jiang Li's ginger while on the road, casually sharing it with Qin Yixiao. He reflected on the audacious maneuvers displayed at the press conference. "Was that idea yours?" Shen Yu glanced at Chang Gungming, took a seat, and sipped his tea. The group, quick-witted, instantly comprehended Shen Yu's inquiry. Chang Gungming chuckled softly. "I lack such ingenuity." He too had been taken aback when Jiang Li announced the intention to sue everyone. In the realm of entertainment, he had never encountered a star so audacious. To sue one or two as a warning to others is commonplace, yet this was an unprecedented act. Shen Yu raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards Qin Yixiao. "See, I told you this fellow couldn't conceive such a drastic move." Chang Gungming's lips twitched. "Get lost." Qin Yichen draped an arm over his shoulder, grinning as he asked, "Lawyer Chang, isn't it exhausting to send over 1,000 legal letters?" Chang Gungming dismissed him with a glance, turning to Qin Yixiao. "Master Xiao, why are you involved in such trivial matters of the entertainment industry?" His visit was motivated by curiosity. What connection did Jiang Li have with their esteemed Xiao? Qin Yixiao lowered his gaze at the chat interface between him and Jiang Li. He noted that Jiang Li had not responded even with a single punctuation mark. Hearing Chang Gungming's voice, he did not lift his head, simply stating, "Handle your lawsuit well." His tone was colder than usual. Chang Gungming was taken aback. Had he not managed the situation quite adeptly? Why was this esteemed gentleman directing his ire at him? The three exchanged glances, cautious of speaking. Qin Yixiao sent another message to Jiang Li, waiting a minute, yet still received no reply. The hall remained silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Even the footsteps of the servants grew muted. No one dared to provoke this esteemed gentleman. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yexiao lifted his eyelids and glanced at the opposite Qin Yicheng. Did Jiang Li forget her phone when she left today? Huh. Qin Yicheng was taken aback, instinctively replying, "No, when I escorted her home, I saw her playing with her phone." Qin Yexiao. So she simply chose not to respond. Chapter 24. The father-son reunion. Recently, The name Jiang Li had been on Qin Yexiao's lips more frequently than any other. Shen Yu, Qin Yicheng, and Chang Gengming were all aware that Qin Yexiao had not forgotten the woman who had stabbed him in the back years ago. 7 years had passed, yet he had not relinquished his quest to uncover her whereabouts. Regrettably, his efforts bore no fruit. Just a few days prior, the men from Qin Shan had been outsmarted by her. The three exchanged glances. Qin Yexiao suffered from severe bipolar disorder. His demeanor with them was typically one of indifference, devoid of patience, and rarely did he exhibit other emotions. Today, however, he appeared not just irritable, but rather somewhat despondent, as if grappling with an unresolved issue. In the past, his emotional fluctuations were clearly linked to that female psychopath. Now, it seemed Jiang Li had taken her place. Shen Yu suddenly recalled the phone call Qin Yexiao had personally made to Chang Gengming before entering the operating room that morning. He turned to Chang Gengming, remarking, "Your service is rather attentive these days, even providing door-to-door assistance. Yet, Master Yexiao did not send you to the press conference." Chang Gengming lit a cigarette, his tone refined. When Director Su personally requests something, one must extend the courtesy. He hadn't anticipated that a mere Jiang Li could elicit such a personal appeal from Director Su. Not to mention a direct phone call from the esteemed gentleman seated before him. Chang Gengming's response was, indeed, within the expectations of the group. After all, wealth does not necessarily guarantee the services of a renowned lawyer like Jiang Li, lacking both financial resources and a supportive background, with neither a caring father nor a loving mother, is likely to have been embroiled in controversy due to the Narcotics Bureau's actions, compelling Chang Gengming to intervene out of a sense of moral obligation. The following morning, Zhang Zhe prepared delectable treats and fresh water for the exquisite Shishir and Diao Chan, gently caressing their fluffy heads before accompanying Jiang Li as they set out. Both mother and son donned black masks. Jiang Li, clad in a black trench coat over a white short-sleeved shirt, a black skirt, and marten boots, accentuated her long, fair legs, showcasing an elegant silhouette. "Have you found a suitable school?" Standing before the elevator, Jiang Li fastened her cap, her striking features shrouded in the shadow of the brim. Zhang Zhe, now equipped with a new plastic bag from the supermarket, replied with a demure expression, "Yes, I've secured a spot at Beijing Experimental Primary School. I'm heading there now for an interview." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, stepping into the elevator as the doors opened. "All right, mother, when will you join the cast of Redongaling?" Zhang Zhe handed her a few mint candies. Jiang Li accepted them, stowing one in her pocket and unwrapping another. "Tomorrow." Zhang Zhe tilted his head, gazing upwards. "And where are you off to today?" "The hospital," Jiang Li replied, pinching the candy wrapper between her fingers and handing it to him. Zhang Zhe obediently took the trash. Aware of Jiang Li's engagement, with the shares secured, the jade pendant was soon to be returned to the elder of the Yu family. As they exited the Huading community, they turned towards the subway entrance when a voice called out to Jiang Li from behind. She slowed her pace, turning to see a sleek black Maybach halt beside her. The front passenger window descended completely, revealing the captivating visage of Qin Yexiao, a face that rendered the surroundings pale in comparison. Zhang Zhe gazed at Qin Yexiao with wide eyes, marking the first occasion they stood face to face since he had discovered that Qin Yexiao was his biological father, the one who had fortuitously rescued him from the clutches of death. Qin Yexiao stepped out of the car and approached Jiang Li, casting a glance at the small child beside her. The child, adorned with a duckbill cap and a mask, resembled Jiang Li in his meticulous concealment, revealing only a pair of strikingly distinct black and white eyes. Jiang Li's younger brother. The boy's features did not closely resemble Jiang Li's, and after a fleeting glance, Qin Yexiao lost interest, turning his attention back to Jiang Li. "Where are you headed?" "Allow me to escort you," he offered, his voice crisp yet imbued with a newfound warmth. Jiang Li was genuinely perplexed as to what she had done to garner Qin Yexiao's attention. She had merely stepped out today with Zhang Zhe in tow. Chapter 25. "Master Xiao, what do you wish me to be a fan of?" Not wishing to linger in Qin Yexiao's presence, Jiang Li promptly declined. "No, thank you. The subway is quite convenient." With that, she turned to depart. However, Qin Yexiao grasped her elbow gently, her slender bones barely registered in his palm. He spoke softly. "During rush hour, aren't you concerned about the crowds?" Zhang Zhe, ever perceptive, was ready to follow Jiang Li. Yet, in the next moment, he heard his mother declare, "You should take the subway." Zhang Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. But no one paid him any mind as he watched Qin Yexiao open the rear car door, and Jiang Li bent down to enter. Then, countless luxury cars ruthlessly sped past him. The leaves were blown onto Jiang Ze's face. He brushed them away, his eyes twitching slightly, then sighed heavily. He took out his phone and opened an app adorned with a black wolf head emblem, sending out a message. This was the internal communication app of the Hacker Alliance, where all messages self-destructed after being read. To this day, no one has been able to crack the app's security protocols. With tears in his eyes, Jiang Ze typed, "My father has taken my mother away. The baby has been abandoned. Woe is me." The message was marked as read, immediately initiating a 3-second self-destruction countdown. On the phone screen, those words were gradually consumed by flames, reduced to thick smoke and ashes. The response came swiftly, "At this rate, should I prepare to attend your mother's wedding in the capital?" Jiang Ze did not receive the comfort he desired and sighed again like a little adult, his small fingers tapping the phone keyboard. "Honestly, if my father wishes to win my mother back, shouldn't he also seek my approval? He doesn't even care about me." The reply came, "Don't blame your godmother for being harsh. It's a miracle your mother didn't terminate the pregnancy. It must be due to your past life's good deeds. Therefore, don't set your expectations too high for your father." Jiang Ze. As the morning breeze blew, he shivered slightly, feeling a chill seep into his heart. It turned out that it was not only his father who was granted a second chance at life by his mother. He too was similarly fortunate. Another message arrived. "Do you think your father would believe that a woman who nearly stabbed him would bear his child?" Jiang Ze pondered for a few seconds before responding, "But it seems my father did not recognize my mother." The individual on the other end expressed profound astonishment, exclaiming, "What? So, he not only slept with your mother but also forgot her, and now he has feelings for her again?" Jiang Ze found the situation quite convoluted. Yet being of sharp intellect, he retorted, "Though she is my mother, he is indeed quite despicable." A silence ensued for several seconds on the other end. Just as Jiang Ze was about to put away his phone, a message arrived. "Xiaoya, do you wish to acknowledge your father?" Jiang Ze replied teasingly, "Oh, how embarrassing. What do you mean by acknowledgement? You ought to inquire whether I wish to inherit his fortune." The conversation came to a sudden halt, leaving the chat devoid of further messages. Jiang Ze tucked his phone away and, swinging a plastic bag, entered the subway station with a sense of refreshment. Upon boarding the train, Jiang Li stated their destination, the first hospital of Jingqing. The vehicle halted at a red light, and Xinyu, seated at the driver's seat, remarked with a smile, "What a coincidence. We are also headed to the first hospital." "Miss Jiang, are you going to visit someone?" Jiang Li responded with a subdued mm. Qin Yichin glanced back at Jiang Ze, who had been left behind, and asked, "Jiang Li, is that your younger brother? Is it all right to leave him alone?" Qin Yexiao also turned to look, noting that the young lad seemed to be in good spirits. Jiang Li, gazing down at her phone, replied, "It's fine. How old is he?" Qin Yichin watched as the young boy entered the subway station before returning his gaze. Jiang Li responded, 7. Jiang Ze was taller than most children his age, leading many to believe he was 7 or 8. In reality, he was only 6. Upon hearing the age, a flicker of emotion seemed to cross Qin Yexiao's eyes, yet he remained silent. Chapter 37. Jiang Li. No interference in the harem. Qin Yichin felt that Jiang Li was exceedingly audacious. Her younger brother was but 7 years old. Yet she dared to send him to school alone. As the traffic light turned green, Xinyu pressed the accelerator. Although Qin Yichin had only spent a solitary moment with Jiang Li, he was acutely aware that this formidable figure favored tranquility. Therefore, he refrained from uttering a single breath throughout the journey. He glanced at Jiang Li in the rearview mirror. Regardless of her reputation in the entertainment industry, her aura was undeniably imposing. She languidly played with her phone, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach, much like the gentleman beside her. Jiang Li was replying to a fan who had persistently messaged her on Weibo for over 300 consecutive days. Crying. 354 days. Congratulations, sister. The truth has finally come to light. Justice has been served. So many vicious and vile insults. My sister has endured so much. Sister will surely thrive from now on. Go for it. All of Jiangtang eagerly await your dreamlike performance. Jiang Li's true fan base was scant. Following the drug-related incident, nearly all had abandoned her, retreating in disdain. The few who remained, unwavering in their loyalty, could likely be counted on one hand. As she perused the private messages, she typed a response. "All right, dry your tears. And stop crying." Upon receiving Jiang Li's reply, her fan was overwhelmed with emotion, crying even harder. "Ah." Sister replied to me. We will definitely protect you from now on. We've already discussed rebuilding the anti-defamation station. Jiang Li's lips curled into a smile, exuding a delightful charm. Qin Yichen unexpectedly caught sight of Jiang Li's expression and widened his eyes in astonishment. Jiang Li, do you have a partner? Given Jiang Li's character, witnessing her smile at her phone is rarer than a blooming iron tree. Unless the person she is conversing with is her boyfriend, a smile is unlikely to grace her lips. With this thought in mind, Qin Yichen instinctively glanced at his brother. Qin Yeshao's fingers tightened slightly. His gaze fixed on Jiang Li, dark and profound. Jiang Li lifted her eyes, her gaze breathtakingly beautiful, with slight upward slants at the corners. Her brows and eyes infused with laughter, exuding a hint of allure. The casual curve of her lips formed a rather mischievous two-word reply. Guess what? Qin Yichen. Qin Yeshao scrutinized Jiang Li for a couple of seconds before speaking in a low tone. It is a rule that celebrities cannot engage in romantic relationships, as it hinders their careers. The reasoning was impeccably sound, leaving no room for rebuttal. Shen Yu and Qin Yichen stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. Was this the taciturn gentleman they knew, taking an interest in such trivial matters? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, turning her face to meet Qin Yeshao's gaze. What? Master Xiao wishes to be a fan of my career? Qin Yeshao had recently expanded his vocabulary concerning the entertainment industry, just enough to comprehend the term career fan. He lifted his chin towards her phone, implying, if you desire wealth, focus on your career. Jiang Li's phone case, emblazoned in a vivid red, had caught his attention moments ago. Today, Qin Yichen had encountered an array of unfamiliar and bizarre terms from his brother that left him somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, Jiang Li's aspiration for wealth seemed straightforward. Leaning slightly, Qin Yichen turned to Jiang Li. Jiang Li, let me tell you, there are no shortcuts to riches. But you can have one. Your shortcut is right beside you. He extended his hand towards Qin Yeshao, nodding seriously and earnestly. Jiang Li squinted her eyes and smiled meaningfully. So it turns out that young Master Xiao truly wishes to be my supporter in career. Qin Yichen interjected. My brother is more eager to be your boyfriend's supporter. Shen Yu remarked. What kind of support doesn't matter, it's just. Jiang Li paused. Leaning back, Qin Yichen, intrigued, stretched his neck and asked, what is it? Jiang Li rested her arm on the armrest, her fingertips idly tapping, and slowly replied, a harem must not interfere in politics. Both Qin Yichen and Shen Yu choked momentarily, their lips twitching slightly. Has the role been reversed? Who is in whose harem? Some harem member. Chapter 26, recognized her. In the parking lot of the first hospital in the capital, Jiang Li adjusted her mask, thanked the three individuals, and was about to exit the vehicle. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her. Miss Jiang, you've dropped something. Jiang Li's hand, which was pushing the door open, froze midair as she turned her head. In her line of sight, the man's clean and slender fingers pointed to a certain spot beside her seat. Following his indication, she noticed a small black earphone nestled in the crevice of the seat. The depths of her dark pupils contracted subtly. Back then, she had been unaware that the individual was Qin Yeshao. With her skills, she had been overpowered and Jiang Li pursed her lips slightly. If this matter were to spread, what face would she have left in the underworld? It dawned on her that this person must possess considerable influence. After eliminating someone, upon discovering the loss of the black earphone, the Hacker Alliance had updated all intelligence equipment used at that time. At this moment, Jiang Li finally realized what had drawn young Master Zhao's attention to her. The man harbored suspicions that the individual who had stabbed him years ago was none other than her. She was quite certain that Qin Yeshao had not seen her face back then. How could he possibly suspect her? Was he probing her with the earpiece? Jiang Li, composed and unflustered, raised her gaze, her dark hair brushing against her shimmering brow, and met Qin Yeshao's penetrating black eyes with an air of nonchalance, asserting, it was not me. The car seats were upholstered in black leather, and the earpiece was also black, a diminutive object that nearly melded with the seat. Qin Yichen, tilting his body to glance back, could not discern what they were referring to and inquired, what is it? Shen Yu turned off the engine and also directed his gaze towards the rear. Thank you, Jiang Li said, stepping out of the vehicle. She lowered her head to fasten her black cap, pressing down the brim, with her hands tucked into her pockets. Her gait relaxed as she made her way toward the VIP elevator of the hospital. Qin Yichen glanced at Jiang Li before craning his neck to sneak another look at the seat, curious about what it was. The black earpiece had already been enveloped in Qin Yeshao's palm. The man, with his long legs crossed, slightly turned his face. his dark eyes deeply fixed on Jiang Li's retreating silhouette as he repositioned the earpiece back onto his wrist. As Jiang Li approached the elevator, its doors opened to reveal Madame Yu and the family servant, Sister Chun. They were presumably there to deliver breakfast to the elderly Mr. Yu, carrying thermoses in their hands. Sister Chun had not seen Jiang Li in a year, and upon their eyes meeting, she was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Li's striking features. To be fair, Jiang Li's visage could easily garner fame as a mere ornament in the entertainment industry, yet she chose not to pursue a respectable career, her reputation marred. Sister Chen's gaze scrutinized Jiang Li without courtesy, taking in her extremely short black skirt that revealed her long legs. The rumors circulating online flashed through her mind, and her expression turned to one of disdain. Lady Yu regarded Jiang Li with a frown, her chin slightly elevated, adopting an air of superiority as she coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" With her hands tucked into her pockets and a devil-may-care glint in her eyes, Jiang Li replied, "I am here to discuss my marriage with Yu Xianxian with grandfather Yu." Given Yu Lao's advanced age and deteriorating health, he had frequently visited the hospital in recent years. It was said that upon hearing of Jiang Li's return to the capital, the housekeeper, Yu, had been summoned to the hospital several times, primarily to address matters concerning the wedding arrangements. The only pressing issue that could prompt Yu Lao to intervene so personally was indeed the marriage between Jiang Li and Yu Xianxian. Lady Yu could think of no other. Yesterday, she had heard from Chu Yin that Jiang Li had secured her shares, signed the agreement, and consented to the annulment of their engagement. Now that they had reached this juncture, Jiang Li dared to renege? The pent-up fury that Lady Yu had been suppressing erupted within her like a balloon bursting, her grip on her purse tightening as her face contorted with anger. "You have already obtained the shares. What more do you want?" "Depends on my mood," Jiang Li casually replied as she stepped into the elevator. However, her arm was suddenly yanked back forcefully by Lady Yu. "Jiang Li, when will you ever gain some self-awareness?" Lady Yu's voice was sharp and cutting. "Must I articulate my displeasure so bluntly? What did you do during your senior year? Have you forgotten why you were sent abroad?" A flicker of hostility surged in Jiang Li's eyes as she cast a piercing glance in response. "In deference to the late Lord Jiang and your mother, I have refrained from expressing my thoughts too harshly. Do you truly believe that with the Drug Enforcement Bureau's clarification and Chang Gungming's legal pursuits, you are worthy of my son? Such delusions are utterly preposterous. Is there not enough shame for the Jiang family already?" Without a hint of mercy, Madame Yu grasped her arm and demanded, "Give me the jade pendant." Jiang Li observed Madame Yu's tense grip on her arm, a chilling laugh escaping her lips, as she spoke in a voice that sent shivers down one's spine. "Do you think my temper is rather good?" The prolonged tone accentuated her strikingly beautiful features, which were now suffused with an ominous intensity. In the next moment, she forcefully shook off Madame Yu's hand. The latter, unsteady in her high heels, nearly lost her balance and fell. "Madam." Sister Chen hurriedly steadied Madame Yu. Once she regained her composure, fury ignited in Madame Yu's eyes as she raised her hand to strike Jiang Li. However, with Jiang Li's agility, it was impossible for her to be hit. She simply leaned slightly to the side, when suddenly, a dark figure intruded into her line of sight. Jiang Li's dark eyes flickered as she noticed a man's long fingers, clad in a black shirt, gripping a black surgical knife, its sharp blade glinting ominously as it descended towards Madame Yu's hand. The icy tip reflected a chilling light into Madame Yu's eyes, and she was taken aback in horror. It was too late to retract her hand. The surgical knife cruelly sliced through her palm, drawing blood instantly. "Ah!" Madame Chen screamed. Madame Yu winced in pain, trembling as she cradled her injured hand. The sharpness of the scalpel was evident, and her entire hand was instantly drenched in crimson, droplets of blood falling to the ground. Sister Chen's face turned ashen, and she quickly retrieved a tissue from her bag, urging, "Hurry, apply pressure to the wound." The accompanying Shun Yu and Qini Chen exchanged a glance, their eyes mirroring shock. They had not anticipated that this gentleman would draw blood with a mere gesture. Qin Yexiao glanced at the blood-stained black blade of the scalpel, his expression twisted in distaste. Qini Chen, ever perceptive, produced a sealed bag from his pocket and tore open its closure, saying, "Brother." Qin Yexiao tossed the scalpel into the bag, coldly uttering, "Destroy it." "Understood." Qini Chen's fingertips traced the seal as he tightened his grip on the bag. Madame Yu, her gaze fixed on the blood-soaked tissue, finally regained her voice. Trembling as she fiercely declared, "Call the police, Sister Chun. Call the police." Qini Chen, disdain flickering in his eyes, was about to speak when Jiangli suddenly took 2 large steps back, distancing herself from the epicenter of the incident, and solemnly remarked, "Madam Yu, I do not know him. The medical expenses have nothing to do with me." With that, she promptly turned and entered the elevator. Shen Yu and Qin Yichen's eyes widened in astonishment, their pupils reflecting disbelief as Jiang Li's visage vanished between the elevator doors. Medical expenses? Is she trying to distance herself from them out of fear of liability and making a swift exit? Surely, a female celebrity wouldn't be in such dire straits. Qin Yexiao, seemingly taken aback by Jiang Li's reaction, fixated on the ascending elevator, the furrow in his brow deepening once more. "What are you still standing there for? Call the police." Madame Yu's sharp voice brought several people back to their senses. Sister Chun, regaining her composure, was about to dial a number when someone suddenly yanked her phone away. Startled, she looked up to see Qin Yichen grinning nonchalantly, embodying the demeanor of a reckless young master. "Calling the police, are we? I'm quite familiar with the precinct," Qin Yichen remarked, tapping his fingers on Madame Yu's shoulder with an air of arrogance. "Do you require my guidance?" Madame Yu's gaze trembled as she looked at the 3 men before her, her complexion pale and her body rigid with fear. At that moment, a police car unexpectedly drove into the parking lot. In that instant, Madame Yu felt a flicker of hope, casting a desperate glance towards the vehicle. Qin Yichen chuckled. "It seems there's no need to call the police after all." Su Chuang arrived at the scene and noticed a group of people standing by the elevator. Qin Yichen removed his mask, casually draping an arm over Shen Yu's shoulder as he turned to Su Chuang and called out, "Captain Su, there's someone here seeking the assistance of the police." Su Chuang had previously encountered Qin Yichen at a press conference in Zhongli, and they had exchanged pleasantries. When he heard the name Qin Yichen, he was taken aback, unsure how this young master was connected to the influential Qin family of the capital. As Su Chuang approached, he spoke with a hint of respect, "Master Xiao, young Master Qin, young Master Shen." On that day at Yunshang Pavilion, he had not recognized Qin Yexiao and Shen Yu. However, having now become acquainted with Qin Yichen, it was not difficult to deduce the identities of the other 2 gentlemen. Madame Yu's gaze fell upon Su Chuang's face. Having watched the live broadcast of Jiang Li's clarification, she was acutely aware of Su Chuang's background. Su Chuang's father, Su Zhenghua, is the head of the Narcotics Bureau, a figure respected even by the Yu family. Observing Su Chuang's respectful demeanor towards the 3 individuals, Madame Yu felt her heart leap into her throat, pounding violently. Qin Yichen, glancing at Madame Yu, raised his chin and remarked with a smile, "Madam, are you not going to call the police? They have arrived." Su Chuang, his countenance stern and voice imbued with professional gravity, inquired, "What has transpired?" Madame Yu's mind was a blank, buzzing with confusion, her fingers pressed against her wound, the excruciating pain jolting her back to reality. As she raised her gaze, she inadvertently locked eyes with Qin Yexiao's cold, dark stare, her throat tightening as if gripped by an unseen force, making it difficult to breathe. In a state of panic, she lowered her head and stammered, "I am fine. I am perfectly fine." Su Chuang's attention fell upon her blood-stained hand. "What happened to your hand?" he asked. Qin Yichen and Shen Yu observed her with a calm demeanor. Madame Yu bit her lip firmly, striving to steady her trembling voice. "I accidentally bumped into something." Feigning ignorance of the surgical knife held by Qin Yichen, Su Chuang casually suggested, "Since we are at the hospital, you should have a doctor attend to it." "Thank you, Officer Su," Madame Yu mumbled, her eyes cast downward as she hurriedly turned to press the elevator button. "Stop!" Qin Yexiao's voice rang out suddenly. In an instant, Madame Yu froze in place, her back rigid with tension, her fingers clenched tightly. Chapter 40. In the capital, one must not provoke. The depths of Qin Yexiao's eyes were frigidly dark, his aura oppressive, his voice as heavy as ice and snow. "Remember to keep your words clean in the future." Madame Yu is not foolish. She naturally comprehends the warning embedded in Qin Yexiao's words. However, she cannot fathom how Jiang Li could possibly be acquainted with such an individual. Even Su Chuang must treat him with utmost respect. "Are you listening? I am addressing you." Qin Yichen suddenly raised his voice, nearly shouting. The stillness of the parking lot reverberated with the intensity of his tone. Madame Yu was startled, her body trembling violently, her eyes reddened with fright, nodding fervently. "Why, yes. I heard." "Excellent," Qin Yichen replied with a satisfied smile, returning the phone to Aunt Chun with utmost courtesy, his tone polite. "You may leave now." Su Chuang observed as Madame Yu hastily fled with Aunt Chun, almost as if escaping for their lives. He found it perplexing that individuals of such stature would resort to intimidating a woman in this manner. Furthermore, if his memory served him correctly, this young master of the Qin family was reputed for his benevolence, celebrated in the medical field, and held in high esteem for saving countless lives. It seemed that the lady had indeed provoked the wrath of this formidable heir, Qin heir Xiao. Su Chuang had little interaction with these three, and such thoughts flitted through his mind without lingering. He turned to Qin Yexiao. Master Xiao, I have a case to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Qin Yexiao exhibited considerable patience, responding with a nonchalant hum. Su Chuang nodded, then turned to depart, retrieving his phone to send Jiang Li 2 messages. Li Yi, I will need an hour. Please come as soon as possible. A Qing is coming today as well. The trio of Qin Yexiao arrived on the surgical floor, where Dean Dai and a group of leaders awaited respectfully at the door of the surgical conference room. Master Xiao, second young master Shen. A group of individuals exchanged greetings. Qin Yichen nodded and turned to Qin Yexiao, saying, Brother, I shall attend the meeting with the equipment department. The first hospital planned to import a batch of specialized equipment from abroad, a matter overseen solely by Qin Yichen, as Qin Yexiao refrained from involving himself in the affairs of the Qin family business. Accompanied by the vice president in charge of the equipment department, Qin Yichen departed. Director Dai stepped forward, presenting a folder. Young master, here are the surgical arrangements and plans for today. Qin Yexiao accepted the folder and opened it, his long, slender fingers exuding an air of coldness. Apart from meals and brief respites, his schedule was nearly fully booked. There was even an additional surgery scheduled for the evening. Shen Yu glanced at the document. Young master, regarding the surgery tonight? They had several matters to attend to in the evening, and it would be preferable for him to be present personally. After reviewing the schedule, Qin Yexiao returned the folder to Director Dai and turned to Shen Yu. Take Qin Lin with you. This response was anticipated by Shen Yu, who nodded in agreement. Understood. The group proceeded towards the conference room. Shen Yu cast a sidelong glance at him. No matter how significant the matters at hand, once confronted with surgery, everything else was relegated to the background. Truly, it was a matter of life and death. Yet, Shen Yu never perceived this esteemed individual as the benevolent healer that the outside world depicted. His past was riddled with shadows. Prior to his tenure at the first hospital, he was known as a dissection fanatic within the medical alliance, spending his days in the dark, frigid confines of the dissection room. The black scalpel became his emblem, devoid of compassion. At any moment, should one venture into the dissection room to seek him out, his hands were perpetually stained with blood. The medical alliance had never been spared from his terrifying presence, and his ruthless methods instilled fear in all who crossed his path. The members within the medical alliance regard this esteemed individual with such trepidation that they would rather circumvent him, fearing him even more than the high-ranking elders. For reasons unknown, he abruptly emerged from the anatomy room and commenced his studies across various teams, spending the most time in the surgical group. The arrival of such a formidable presence is nothing short of a nightmare for the surgical team. His temperament is challenging, and his intellect far surpasses that of the so-called medical prodigies who have undergone rigorous evaluations to join the alliance. His medical achievements and the number of lives saved are prominently displayed at the pinnacle of the alliance's records, a staggering lead over the second-place contender. This second individual, a venerable elder in his 70s, is a titan in the medical field, often referred to as the father of surgery. Subsequently, this esteemed figure entered the capital's foremost hospital, and within a year, he had garnered immense renown for his surgical prowess, earning the title of the right hand of the surgical deity in the medical realm. With his black scalpel wielded with unmatched skill. Most notably, he never declines any surgical procedure, functioning like a relentless machine within the hospital. In the face of natural disasters or calamities, he is invariably the first to lead a medical team to the scene for rescue efforts, having saved countless lives. He is undoubtedly a model of dedication in the medical community, representing the epitome of excellence and an unparalleled polymath. His striking visage is well known throughout the capital, and if one were to argue that perfection does not exist, Qin Yexiao would stand as a remarkable exception. He embodies an impeccably upright image, which explains the fervent admiration from countless admirers in the capital, many of whom have yet to even lay eyes upon him. However, his demeanor is notably cold, with an aura that radiates severity and a temperament that is less than amiable. Beyond necessary professional interactions, the phrase "keep your distance" seems to be etched around him like an invisible barrier. The trauma treatment room. If the situation were to delve any deeper, I could no longer guarantee the normalcy of my future existence. The doctor, with a gentle tone, indicated that Madame Yu's hand was nearly rendered useless. The sharpness of the surgical blade is beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. He bowed his head to tidy the tray, advising her to rest adequately upon returning home, to avoid contact with water, and to attend the scheduled dressing changes. Having received anesthesia for the stitches, Madame Yu felt little discomfort. It was only upon hearing the doctor's words that she regained her senses, recalling the harrowing scene before the elevator, still trembling with unease. Suddenly, the titles used by Su Chuang for the three individuals flashed through her mind: Lord Xiao, Young Master Qin, Young Master Shun. In shock, Madame Yu sprang from the bench, the slight flush that had returned to her face draining away, leaving her even paler than before. Qin. He is from the Qin family. Sister Chun, startled by her abrupt reaction, inquired, Madam, what is the matter? Madame Yu gazed at Sister Chun, opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, lowering her eyes as she unconsciously tightened her fingers, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. In the capital, there exists one figure one must never provoke, the princeling of the Qin family, Qin Yishao. It is difficult to fathom that this overlord of the capital, who holds immense power, detests those who exploit their influence over others. The notion of standing up for justice when it comes to Qin Yishao seems absurd to no one. Rather, it instills fear of this formidable figure. One worries that a mere misstep could lead to a fatal encounter with him, leaving one unaware of how their demise may unfold. Madame Yu pondered gravely. There was absolutely no way for Jiang Li to be associated with Qin Yishao, otherwise. Even a hint of connection would not leave her in such a dire state within the entertainment industry. Moreover, Jiang Li herself had claimed not to know these individuals, including Qin Yishao. It should be her own misfortune. The scene of her quarrel with Jiang Li was witnessed by Qin Yishao. He merely acted out of habit, extending a helping hand to Jiang Li. With this thought, Madame Yu let out a sigh of relief. The treatment room was enveloped in silence. Sister Qin glanced at Madame Yu, whose expression was gradually softening, and cautiously inquired, Madam, shall we return home now? Madame Yu steadied her breath, her mind lingering on Jiang Li's visit to old Master Yu, feeling a sense of unease. She made her way out, heading towards the old man's hospital room. She would never allow Jiang Li to acquire shares and effortlessly marry into the Yu family, achieving two goals with one stroke. This engagement must be annulled today. Madame Yu, accompanied by Sister Chun, retraced her steps to the VIP floor of the hospital. Upon reaching the entrance of old Master Yu's room, she paused, peering through the small window on the door to catch a glimpse inside. Leaning against the head of the bed, old Master Yu appeared to have seen Jiang Li, which seemed to uplift his spirits. Jiang Li was not seated. Instead, she rested against the foot of the bed, arms crossed, one long leg slightly bent, exuding an air of languidness. She had removed her mask, her beauty striking to the utmost, her bone structure remarkably exceptional, her face a stunning spectacle. The fierce intensity between her brows had subdued to a degree, replaced by a hint of respect. They were engaged in conversation with old Master Yu. The VIP floor offered strong privacy and sound insulation, preventing Madame Yu from overhearing their discussion. Inside the hospital room, old Master Yu grunted, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. After all these days, you only just think to visit me? Haven't you been busy? Jiang Li replied with a subtle smile. How is your health? Elder Yu wished to spare her from worry, yet a sense of resentment lingered within him. He averted his gaze awkwardly and remarked, it's an old ailment. With age comes an inevitable array of health issues. Jiang Li retrieved two unremarkable white pill bottles from her pocket and presented them to the elder. The bottles appeared exceedingly ordinary, pure white with a thin plastic body that seemed of inferior quality. Due to their constant carriage, they bore several scratches, exuding an air of cheapness. They resembled something procured from the hands of a charlatan at a street stall rather than legitimate medicine. Elder Yu paused, his eyes fixating on the unmarked bottle. What is this? He inquired. Jiang Li turned her face slightly, casually responding, I got these from a friend. They are traditional Chinese medicine, more for health maintenance. Once you finish them, I'll procure more for you. Where did you find a friend capable of concocting traditional medicine? Elder Yu asked, concern etched on his face. He cautioned earnestly, Li, be wary of being deceived. He understood that sometimes, in desperation, people resorted to dubious remedies from obscure sources, which often claimed to be family secrets and came with exorbitant prices. Jiang Li squinted slightly. She should be quite reliable. She charged me a considerable sum. If these prove ineffective, I will simply shatter her sign. Elder Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his hesitation, Jiang Li decisively reclaimed the bottles. Forget it. I can return them within 7 days without reason. Who said I didn't want them? Elder Yu quickly snatched a bottle from her grasp, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure. When giving a gift, one cannot simply take it back. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. I even added a dime for shipping insurance. If it goes unused, it seems rather wasteful. Yu Lao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Jiang Li's light laughter was unrestrained as she gestured towards the medicine, saying, "Take 3 pills each morning and evening." Yu Lao twisted the cap off the bottle, and a potent, bitter aroma of traditional Chinese medicine enveloped him. He remarked, "If you truly care for this old man, swiftly bring me a great-grandson. I wish to see our Yu family united across 4 generations before I depart this world." "That can be arranged," Jiang Li nodded. Upon hearing this, Yu Lao assumed she had agreed to a wedding, and his eyes gleamed with sudden excitement. However, in the next moment, he noticed a piece of vibrant jade pendant placed before him. The smile that had just begun to form on Yu Lao's lips froze in place. Jiang Li raised her dark eyes, gazing directly at him, her voice low and somber. "Grandfather Yu, I am not suited for Yuxuanqing. I shall not delay your hopes of becoming a grandfather. Is this a proposal to break off the engagement?" Yu Lao's expression turned cold. "Has he angered you?" Jiang Li shook her head. "I have heard that he has been getting closer to your sister. Do not worry. I will handle this matter and ensure they do not tarnish your reputation." Yu Lao's face bore no trace of a smile. His lips pressed into a frown, evidently incensed. Jiang Li slightly parted her lips. "I will call that rascal over right now and have him apologize to you." Yu Lao reached for his phone. "Grandfather Yu." Jiang Li stopped him, her tone unexpectedly earnest. Yu Lao paused, his expression darkening. "Then tell me, why do you wish to break off the engagement?" Jiang Li stood tall, pouring herself a cup of warm water. "There is no particular reason. It simply does not feel right. You should focus on your health and not get agitated." Her tone was casual as she extended the water towards him. Old Yu furrowed his brow slightly, took the water, and pondered for a few moments. Reluctant to concede, he kindly advised, "Lily, I understand my grandson may not be worthy of you, yet he has shown promise, achieving some accomplishments shortly after joining the company. Could you not grant him one opportunity?" Jiang Li remained silent, her wrist resting on the bed's railing, her fingertips rhythmically tapping. The room succumbed to silence. Although Old Yu had not spent much time with Jiang Li, he was acutely aware of her character. Once she had made a decision, there was little room for reconsideration. After a long pause, Old Yu sighed, offering a regretful smile as he picked up the jade pendant. "It seems my grandson indeed lacks fortune." Outside, Mrs. Yu observed her husband examining the jade pendant before placing it back beside his pillow, her fingers clenching in excitement. The engagement was finally called off. Her son would finally be free from Jiang Li. Immersed in the joy of the annulment, Mrs. Yu found it hard to regain her composure. Even the pain in her hand seemed to dissipate. Just as she gathered herself to leave, the hospital room door swung open, and Jiang Li emerged. Mrs. Yu was momentarily taken aback. Clad in a black mask and a duckbill cap that obscured her face, Jiang Li exuded an imposing presence. Her gaze unwavering as she casually walked past Mrs. Yu. Every gesture radiated an ingrained pride. What Mrs. Yu found most disdainful was Jiang Li's inherent arrogance, as if nothing could capture her interest. She had faced numerous scandals at press conferences with an air of superiority, and now, even in the dissolution of the engagement, she maintained her haughty demeanor. On the surface, it appeared that she was willingly relinquishing the union, yet in truth, it was the Yu family that had cast her aside. She was the one abandoned. What, then, was there for her to be proud of? Lacking both academic credentials and competence, she believed that her appearance could grant her entrance into the entertainment industry, akin to her sister's success. Did she truly think the audience was blind? Beauty, it appeared, held little value, as she was met with widespread disdain across the internet. Madam Yu cast a disdainful glance in her direction, delivering a frosty warning, "Do not cling to Xianxian any longer." Jiang Li halted, her gaze unwavering, a faint chuckle escaping her lips. Standing beside her, Madam Yu, significantly shorter, exuded an oppressive aura that caused Jiang Li's nerves to tense uncontrollably. This instinctive reaction to intimidation rendered her countenance rather grim. Turning her face slightly, Jiang Li lowered her gaze, speaking deliberately, "Take care of your own son. You lack the qualifications to meddle in my affairs." She lightly tapped Madame Yu's shoulder, causing the latter to stiffen instantly. "Do you understand?" Jiang Li's fox-like eyes curved into crescent moons, her expression brimming with mirth yet devoid of warmth. "You." Madam, you see it. Her chest heaving with rage, her gaze nearly igniting with fury. At that moment, the elder Yu from within the hospital room suddenly called out, Yang Lin, come in. I have something to ask you. Yang Lin was indeed Madam Yu. Jiang Li cast a sidelong glance at Madam Yu's heavily bandaged hand, chuckling softly once more, and calmly uttered, I wish your wounds conquer you swiftly. Farewell, Elder Yu. Aunt Chun. Having finished her remarks, Jiang Li casually slipped her hands into her pockets and strode forward with an air of confidence, entirely unbothered by Madam Yu's ashen expression. Her celestial demeanor was audacious enough to provoke someone to the brink of apoplexy. Chapter 29. Awaiting the unfolding of whose misfortune? Madam Yu's maternal family held a considerable status in the capital, and upon marrying into the Yu family, she enjoyed a life of luxury and adulation. Apart from Jiang Li, no one dared to treat her with such disrespect. With her eyes glimmering with rage, she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Li's retreating figure, her heart brimming with resentment. Though she restrained her fury in the confines of the hospital, Elder Yu called out to Madam Yu once more. Suppressing her anger, she averted her eyes and begrudgingly entered the hospital room. As the door closed behind her, Madam Yu approached the bedside, her tone far from amiable. Father, what is the matter? Elder Yu lifted his drooping eyelids, his gaze both aged and piercing. Was the annulment of the engagement forced by you? Me? Forcing her? Madam Yu assumed Jiang Li had complained to the old man, and fueled by past grievances, her emotions erupted. With a scoff, she adopted a domineering demeanor. She made demands of Chu Qingzhong, insisting that he return the shares left to her by her mother in exchange for the dissolution of the engagement. Did she inform you of this? Elder Yu frowned. Madam Yu cast a glance at the jade pendant in his hand, realizing that the engagement had already been annulled, and there was no need to further irk the old man. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and calmly stated, Father, you know better than I the nature of Jiang Li. She is utterly unworthy of Xianxun and will only hinder the Yu family. Xianxun is exceptional and deserves someone better. Someone who can contribute to our family, rather than a woman of such ill repute as Jiang Li. Elder Yu's slightly clouded eyes remained fixed upon her, his silence palpable. Madam Yu felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, nervously pinching her fingers as she steeled herself. Father, I speak the truth, regardless of the circumstances. Jiang Li has returned the token of engagement, and she and Xianxun shall have no further ties. Elder Yu withdrew his gaze, pausing for 2 seconds, and remarked with profound significance, Remember what you said today. Do not let regret consume you. Upon leaving the hospital, Madam Yu gazed at the opulent advertisements featuring Chu Yan, which adorned the building screens. Alongside the road, one could scarcely escape the sight of Chu Yan's endorsement billboards. Chun, the housekeeper, consoled Madam Yu, stating, Trash is trash, no matter where it lands. Without education, how can one possess capability? Consider the time when Miss Jiang and Miss Chu were in school. Back then, Chu Yan ranked first, while Jiang Li was at the bottom. Now, in the entertainment industry, one is adored by thousands, while the other is scorned by the masses. The disparity is as vast as the sky and the earth. Such a distinction has always existed. Chen has a knack for lifting Madam Yu's spirits. Indeed, upon hearing these words, her mood brightened instantly, and she responded with a sardonic smile. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. She averted her gaze, her mind echoing Elder Yu's words. Regret? The only regret she harbored was not dissolving the engagement sooner. Su Chuang and Song Qing arrived together. As they exited the elevator, they spotted a slender, tall woman languidly leaning against the railing of a small balcony at the end of the lengthy corridor. A thin black trench coat draped carelessly over her shoulders, adding a touch of nonchalance. The entertainment industry boasts 2 extraordinary figures, the male star Feng Mu, whose jawline is sharp, clean, and as smooth as ice, and the female star Jiang Li, who stands at 174 centimeters, with legs measuring an astonishing 116 centimeters. Her proportions defying belief. Her legs are straight and elongated, with a harmonious texture, smooth lines, and skin as delicate and fair as porcelain. Song Qing's gaze fell upon Jiang Li's strikingly long legs, which shimmered under the sun, as if coated in a layer of light. His eyes traveled upward. A woman rested her arm on the railing, her elegant, slender fingers toying with a black metal lighter. A loose mask draped over her exquisite, pale chin, while she held a thin, unlit cigarette between her lips. In her other hand, she grasped a mobile phone, seemingly engaged in a phone call. The light carved her silhouette, rendering her solitary and ethereal. Just her profile, if posted on Weibo, would likely ascend to trending status. The entertainment industry harbors a particularly peculiar atmosphere. Many harbor disdain for Jiang Li, yet this specific group, while cursing her, privately emulates her demeanor, makeup, and fashion, wishing to become her. How strange it is. Li Yi, Su Chuang called out. Jiang Li lifted her gaze, her features exquisitely alluring yet imbued with a hint of aloofness. She did not respond. Wearing black headphones equipped with voice modulation, she exuded an air of indifference. The caller had previously sought the assistance of Interpol. Isn't it curious? With their power and intelligence network, they could uncover no leads, which is why they approached us, specifically requesting you for this task. I believe only you can handle it. And the offer is quite substantial, Beilang. Think it over. The man on the other end was genuinely intrigued by this assignment. Otherwise, he would not have approached this prominent figure, who had long ceased taking on projects. After all, the Hacker Alliance is known for prioritizing interest and monetary gain. No need. I'm hanging up. Jiang Li pressed the side button on her phone. The rejected man on the other end was left speechless. Jiang Li casually shifted her posture. And as Su Chuang and Song Qing approached her, she squinted slightly at Song Qing. The young woman was fresh-faced, with naturally shaped, understated eyebrows, yet strikingly defined. Her features were exquisitely refined, and her beauty could rival that of the most popular stars in the entertainment industry. She wore a black floral cotton dress, slightly faded from washing, giving it a somewhat antiquated appearance. A girl of striking looks. She was dressed in a manner that made it difficult to associate her with the rising star of the makeup world, Master Song Qing, who was being eagerly pursued by numerous celebrities this year. Upon seeing Jiang Li's dress, Song Qing's serene, dark almond-shaped eyes flickered momentarily. After a brief hesitation, she softly remarked, Li, the dress is rather short. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Is my legs not attractive? They look splendid. Song Qing, with her gentle and amiable visage, answered honestly, pausing before adding, it's just, if you were to get into a scuffle, would that dress be a tad inconvenient? Su Chuang, observing the exchange, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, contemplating the absurdity of such concerns. Jiang Li smirked, tucking the unlit cigarette she had been biting into her pocket, standing tall and wrapping her arm around Song Qing as they walked forward. With a languid tone, she assured, rest assured, I am, after all, a star. I must maintain my image. I can recite the core socialist values by heart, abiding by the law and steering clear of fights and troubles. Su Chuang trailed behind them, incredulous at her words. Was she serious? No fights. No troubles? In the next moment, he heard Jiang Li say, I currently have no income and cannot even afford the medical expenses. Jiang Li clicked her tongue, seemingly feeling quite frustrated. Su Chuang, with a complex expression, remarked, Is it appropriate for you two to openly discuss fighting in front of a police officer? Song Qing ignored him and turned her attention back to Jiang Li. Li, have you been short on money lately? I possess a sum that, after covering my brother's medical expenses, should leave me with over $1 million, which I shall gladly provide to you. Su Chuang replied. The trio approached a lavish hospital room, deftly pushing the door open. Aunt Zhang, a caregiver, was just exiting the suite, greeting them with a warm smile. Miss Jiang, Miss Song, Mr. Su, welcome. Su Chuang nodded, inquiring, how has the situation been lately? Aunt Zhang responded, Doctor, he has requested an extension for Mr. Song's massage sessions. Everything else appears normal. Su Chuang asked Aunt Zhang a few more questions regarding the patient's recent condition, and upon learning that there were no significant issues, he allowed her to leave. Jiang Li and Song Qing entered the suite. In the center of the room, a man with delicate and refined features lay quietly on the hospital bed. Brother, Li is back. We've come to see you, Song Qing softly said, moving towards the bed. There was no response. The man remained motionless, enveloped in silence. Jiang Li did not approach, but stood at the doorway, her striking brows lowered, one leg slightly bent as she leaned against the wall. An emotional turmoil surged within her, prompting her to retrieve the cigarette she had just tucked away, now rolling it between her fingers in a restrained manner. The three had pressing matters to attend to and did not linger in the hospital room. In the corridor, Song Qing turned her face slightly and asked, Li, when will you start filming for Dreamlike Rhyme? Jiang Li raised her hand to adjust the brim of her cap, casting deeper shadows over her brows and eyes, and responded nonchalantly. In a month. Once you begin, send Xiaoyu to me. I will take care of him, Song Qing said. Upon hearing this, Su Chuang widened his eyes in disbelief. A Qing, Did you know all along that Li Yi has a son? Song Qing turned to him, paused for 2 seconds, and nodded slightly. Su Chuang exclaimed, "Are we still friends?" Such a significant matter. They managed to keep it under wraps to the extent that Jiang Zhe could casually stroll by. Jiang Li casually draped a black trench coat over her shoulder, walking with an air of nonchalance. She lazily remarked, "No need. I let Jiang Zhe find a school on his own." The two exchanged glances, acknowledging that they would not question any decision made by Jiang Li. Suddenly, Song Qing recalled something. There's an awards ceremony next week, and a few key creators from the Rising Dream crew have been invited, including director Wen Qi. Are you attending? The incident involving Jiang Li trending online had garnered significant attention, making Rising Dream well known to everyone. Wen Qi decided to embrace the publicity, no longer shying away from events. Jiang Li responded with a simple requesting, "Could you do my makeup that day?" "Of course," Song Qing replied. "But I may need to prepare in advance since I have a styling appointment for Fang Jiqing that day." Jiang Li nodded in agreement. "What about your gown?" Song Qing inquired, having heard whispers the previous night that some brands had been warned not to lend gowns to Jiang Li. Jiang Li shrugged, indifferent. "I'll wear whatever." "Absolutely not," Song Qing suddenly asserted, her tone rising assertively. "This is your first event since your comeback. It cannot be casual." Su Chuang jumped slightly at the sudden elevation of her voice. "I can assist you in borrowing a gown. Having been within this circle for quite some time, I am acquainted with several high-ranking individuals from various brands. However," Song Qing pressed her lips together, her voice dropping slightly, "the brands may be quite niche." When Jiang Li first debuted, her striking visage attracted countless prestigious brands eager to present their exquisite gowns, imploring her to wear them. Yet, after facing criticism, her resources plummeted drastically. Major brands became reluctant to lend her garments, fearing potential damage to their reputation. Such was the case before, and now. With those attempting to suppress Jiang Li, it is likely that even fewer brands would be willing to lend her attire. For this upcoming event, many are waiting to witness her misfortune. Chapter 30. A reunion of father and son. Jiang Li casually draped her arm over Song Qing's shoulder, guiding her into the elevator. Tilting her head slightly, she whispered in her ear, "I have a gown." Upon hearing this, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. "Where did you get a gown? Did you purchase it?" Jiang Li opened her mouth to respond, but was interrupted. "No," Song Qing murmured to herself. "You don't have the funds to buy a gown." Jiang Li. Assuming Jiang Li did not wish to trouble her, Song Qing bit her lip and, meeting Jiang Li's gaze, insisted, "Let us settle on this. I will help you borrow a gown. It won't be a bother to me." Jiang Li looked into Song Qing's eyes, which were as dark and pure as ever, stubborn and resolute. A smile tugged at her lips as she playfully pinched Song Qing's ear, her voice indulgent. "Fine, you can borrow it. But if it's not from you, I shall not wear it." Only then did Song Qing smile, her lips pursed. Jiang Li herself was indifferent to what she wore, but she would not allow others to derive amusement from her plight. After all, it is the little girl who yearns to protect her and fight for her who suffers when she falters on stage. The young girl ought to joyfully hold her phone, admiring her beauty. Indeed, she possesses a stunning gown. Once Su Chuang and the two young ladies finished their conversation, he inquired, "It's just about mealtime. I've heard there's a rather famous restaurant near the first hospital. Shall we go, esteemed ladies?" Jiang Li and Song Qing had no objections. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Su Chuang directly requested a private room from the waiter, as Jiang Li's status rendered her uncomfortable in public spaces, and she preferred fewer people around. However, the waiter apologetically replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but all the private rooms have been fully booked. There are a few tables available outside. Would you like to consider those?" Su Chuang furrowed his brow, turning to Jiang Li with a questioning gaze. At that moment, the sound of a bell rang as the door opened. The lobby manager, upon seeing the newcomers, instantly donned a smile, almost running to greet them. "Young Master Shun." Su Chuang followed the direction of the entrance and spotted Qin Yexiao and Shen Yu. Qin Yexiao wore a black mask, and since his arrival, his dark, penetrating gaze had been fixed on Jiang Li. Coincidentally, Su Chuang. Shen Yu, with one hand in his pocket, greeted Su Chuang, then shifted his gaze slightly, addressing Jiang Li with a tone that bore a touch more seriousness. "Miss Jiang." Jiang Li politely nodded and said to Su Chuang, "Let South change to another place." Su Chuang, ever obedient to her wishes, replied, "Of course." The three turned to leave. "Wait, Miss Jiang, what does this mean?" Shen Yu asked with a smile. "Are we to change restaurants just because we arrived?" Su Chuang, typically serious and aloof towards outsiders, replied coolly, "Young Master Shun, you jest. There are no private rooms available here." At that moment, Qin Yexiao spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "Let them have the private room. We shall sit outside." The lobby manager instinctively responded, but as realization dawned upon him, he gazed at Qin Yexiao in disbelief. Xinyu observed the diminishing boundaries of this gentleman's demeanor and fell silent. With a forced smile that did not reach his eyes, he instructed the manager, "Please make the arrangements." Song Qin glanced at Qin Yexiao, then at Zhang Li, and whispered, "Do you know him?" Zhang Li, with an indifferent expression and a steady tone, replied succinctly, "I do not know him." Upon hearing this, Xinyu immediately sensed a palpable shift in the aura surrounding his companion. It was neither cold nor angry, but rather somber. He rubbed his nose and attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "Miss Jiang, rest assured, the matter has been resolved. Team Su is on site and can testify, so you need not concern yourself with medical expenses." Jiang Li remained unperturbed. Her sole desire was to avoid dining in the same establishment as Qin Yexiao. Su Chuang, momentarily taken aback, recalled the scene at the elevator where "Madam, you had been injured." Was it Jiang Li who had caused her harm? No, it was the work of young Master Xiao. Xinyu succinctly recounted the events to Su Chuang. Upon learning that "Madam, you had intended to confront Jiang Li," Su Chuang's expression darkened considerably. Song Qing, too, wore a troubled countenance. Surveying the restaurant's lobby, she felt their prolonged presence there was inappropriate, and gently suggested, "Shall we discuss this in the private room?" Qin Yexiao remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Li, as if awaiting her decree. It seemed that should she invite him into the private room, he would comply. If she did not, he would remain outside. Xinyu found himself questioning the meaning of life. If his memory served him correctly, this private room should have been reserved by them. Now it seemed as though it had been booked by Jiang Li instead. A prolonged silence of 2 or 3 seconds ensued, with no one daring to speak, creating an increasingly awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, the two gentlemen engaged in a silent standoff, their eyes locked in a manner that suggested a confrontation was imminent. Song Qing discreetly tugged at Jiang Li's sleeve, whispering, "Li Li." Upon hearing Song Qing's voice, Jiang Li responded with a lack of patience, her eyelids lowering slightly. A group of people made their way towards the elevator. Qin Yixiao lingered at the back, observing the black trench coat draped over Jiang Li's arm. Then glancing at her strikingly long legs, slender, straight, and elongated, his gaze traveled upward to her black miniskirt. When she had arrived that morning, she had worn the trench coat, and he had been unaware of her attire beneath it. The atmosphere during this lunch was unsettling for Su Chuang, a robust man. Song Qing remained quiet, not uttering a word, even while eating. Jiang Li leisurely consumed her meal, her utensils never faltering, entirely oblivious to the dietary restraint expected of a female celebrity. Qin Yixiao sat directly across from Jiang Li. With Su Chuang's years of experience in narcotics enforcement, he kept his peripheral vision fixed on the gentleman before him. For an extended period, the private room was eerily silent. As Jiang Li picked up a dish, her phone suddenly vibrated beside her. A WeChat message. She tapped the screen to unlock it and saw a message from Qin Yixiao. "The skirt is too short. It's unsafe." Jiang Li thought to herself. Quite the busybody, aren't we? She cast a glance at the man across from her, who had just silenced his phone, before returning her gaze to her screen, calmly typing a reply. The table vibrated once more, signaling another incoming message. Qin Yexiao was momentarily taken aback, noticing that his phone screen had lit up, seemingly unable to believe that Jiang Li had responded to him. He unlocked his device and found a message from her. Is the harem attempting to meddle in politics again? Qin Yexiao. He lifted his gaze to the woman nonchalantly consuming her meal. Xinyu observed the remnants of ribs, fish skin, and shrimp shells piled beside her. He swallowed hard, carefully choosing his words, and inquired, "Miss Jiang, doesn't your manager say anything about your eating habits?" Jiang Li's eyelids, which had been slightly lowered, suddenly lifted, locking onto Xinyu's gaze. Her eyes were jet black, with an abundance of whites, rendering her gaze exceedingly cold, sharp, and fierce, reminiscent of a wolf. In that instant, Xinyu felt as though his heart had been violently seized. He finally comprehended Qin Yicheng's remark about this formidable figure's intimidating aura. Jiang Li smiled, her brows and eyes exuding a cool yet alluring demeanor, naturally gifted. What? Xinyu failed to grasp the meaning. She never gains weight, Song Qing clarified softly. Sister Si Jun doesn't restrict her food intake. Jiang Li had a fondness for cola and snacks, which were generally considered taboo for celebrities. Yet they had no adverse effect on her. Never gains weight. Qin Yexiao frowned slightly, observing Jiang Li. Do you have any plans this afternoon? Jiang Li languidly rested her chin on her hand, her expression indifferent. What is the matter, Master Xiao? What do you wish to do? Perhaps a visit to the gastroenterologist? Qin Yexiao suggested in a low voice. Xinyu nodded, allowing his wrist to relax as he held his chopsticks, stating professionally, generally, those who do not gain weight often have underlying stomach issues. Su Chuang anxiously glanced at Jiang Li, suggesting, should we investigate? We mustn't be careless with stomach ailments. Jiang Li, with a piece of stir-fried meat in her chopsticks, replied in a tone that brooked no argument. Thank you, but I'm fine. After the meal, Qin Yexiao and Xinyu returned to the hospital, as they had 2 surgeries scheduled for the afternoon. Jiang Li diverged in a different direction from Songqing and Su Chuang, taking the subway home alone. She turned her back to the two, waved her hand, then inserted her earphones, walking at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a series of encrypted numbers. Jiang Li pressed her earphone, unable to discern what was being said on the other end. With a detached voice, she replied, that location has been erased from the map, it no longer exists. Even spy satellites would be blinded by it. On the other end, there was a moment of silence before the voice resumed, slightly subdued. What if someone finds it? Impossible. Jiang Li's demeanor was unperturbed, imbued with an innate arrogance. She donned her trench coat and fastened the belt. Her slender waist accentuated as she walked forward with her hands in her pockets. After another brief silence, the voice inquired once more. How long do you intend to keep that information sealed? Indefinitely classified at the highest level. Each word was pronounced with deliberate emphasis, revealing an underlying intensity. At Beijing Experimental Primary School, Jiang Zhe first underwent a written examination, followed by an interview, ultimately passing the school's assessment by the end of the morning. He had lunch at the school and proceeded directly to class in the afternoon. He sent a message to his mother sharing the good news. Yet his beloved mother completely ignored him. Seated at the back of the classroom, Jiang Zhe rested his head on the desk, missing his cherished Shi Shi and Yao Chan. He wondered how Yu Huan and Zhao Jun were faring across the ocean. The young wolf of his family, known as Jiang Zhe, was reluctantly separated from his companions. School proved to be quite tedious. A little girl in front of him turned around, her hair styled in playful pigtails, her small hands clasped together, resting her chin upon them as she tilted her head to gaze at Jiang Zhe. Her large, sparkling eyes were innocent, and her voice was sweetly naive as she asked, Jiang Zhe, can you recite the multiplication table? Jiang Zhe felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, and simply replied, no. The little girl pouted. I can only manage a little, but Wang Jiabwa can recite it all. He is so impressive. With a sense of ennui, Jiang Zhe engaged her. Isn't the multiplication table taught in the 2nd grade? We are only in 1st grade. The girl retorted, everyone is learning ahead. Some have even enrolled in advanced math classes. Jiang Zhe was taken aback. Really? Is elementary school that competitive? The girl playfully tapped his shoulder. You're more handsome than Wang Jiabwa, so you need to catch up? You can't let him win. Jiang Zhe sighed inwardly, lamenting the unexpected trials of 1st grade. After what felt like an eternity, the school day finally ended. He dashed out of the classroom, clutching a plastic bag filled with books as if fleeing for his life. Other teachers noticed and nudged Jiang Zhe's homeroom teacher, remarking, the new boy, Jiang Zhe, has reportedly signed an agreement with the school stating that he has no parental pickup, and he bears the full responsibility for his safety. The homeroom teacher nodded, a look of concern etched on her face. His father passed away early, and his mother works to support him, leaving no time for pickups. Their situation is particularly dire. He doesn't even have a proper backpack, just a supermarket plastic bag. It's truly pitiful. Another teacher furrowed her brow with concern. Ah. The homeroom teacher sighed. I'll stop by the supermarket after work to buy him a backpack. Boys love Ultraman, don't they? The other teacher added. Count me in. Please get him a set of stationery as well. Unbeknownst to Jiang Zhe, he was perceived so pitifully by others. After rushing out of the school, he stood at the bus stop, contemplating what essentials were lacking in his home refrigerator, intending to make a quick trip to the supermarket. The cola, chips, and candy were all gone. Perhaps he should also purchase some crayfish to prepare a spicy dish, and a few vegetables. Having mapped out his shopping list, Jiang Zhe settled onto a bench and began playing a game on his phone. As the game loaded, boredom prompted him to glance around. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a remarkably familiar license plate, which swiftly grew larger in his vision. In the blink of an eye, That recognizable brabus came to a halt before him. Jiang Zhe exclaimed in surprise, hastily pulling up the black children's mask that had been resting under his chin and pinching it firmly against the bridge of his nose. When he looked up, he met the dark eyes of Qin Yexiao, seated in the passenger seat. Jiang Zhe's heart raced, a sensation of nervousness enveloping him for the first time, rendering him oblivious to his game. He had managed to don his mask quite swiftly. Surely, his father hadn't seen his face, had he? Chapter 31. Are you siblings? Upon discovering that Qin Yexiao was indeed his father, Jiang Zhe immediately sought out information about him. His father was quite enigmatic, a living legend at the capital's top hospital, yet his profile contained not a single photograph, only a name. He was elusive, only ever appearing in the operating room. Even within the medical alliance, his information was exceedingly sparse. After much effort, he managed to find a photo so blurred that it was almost indecipherable, yet upon enhancing its clarity, he juxtaposed it with one of his father's. Remarkably, the resemblance was strikingly evident, nearly 7 or 8 parts alike. At this moment, as Jiang Zhe gazed into Qin Yexiao's eyes, his heart raced in a manner it never had before. Yet, he maintained a facade of calm composure. Xinyu leaned against the steering wheel, turned slightly, and greeted Jiang Zhe. Hello there, young friend. Jiang Zhe tightened his grip on his phone and replied with polite calmness. Hello, brothers. Xinyu, a man nearing 30, felt a surge of delight at being addressed as brother, which made him feel youthful. Are you heading home? He inquired. Let your brother take you. The Huading community was merely separated from the Beatty Manor by the Tianjin Grand Hotel, making it a convenient route. Jiang Zhe shook his head. No? I need to stop by the supermarket first. Thank you, brothers. Upon hearing this, Xinyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you going alone? Where is your sister? My sister has something to attend to, brother. You may go ahead. The bus should be arriving shortly. Jiang Zhe thought only of dismissing these two as swiftly as possible. His game had already been running for a minute, and if he delayed, his teammates might report him. Suddenly, Qin Yexiao exited the passenger seat. Jiang Zhe's heart skipped a beat in fright. Which supermarket are you going to? I'll accompany you, Qin Yexiao said, hands casually tucked into his pockets, as he opened the car door and glanced at the slightly elevated chassis of the SUV. Can you manage to get in? Jiang Zhe watched as Qin Yexiao personally opened the door for him, blinking in disbelief. Indeed, someone was opening the door for him. Ultimately, it was Qin Yexiao who lifted Jiang Zhe into the car. A man sat in the back seat of the car alongside a young child, observing the swift movements of the small hand as it deftly navigated a video game. For Jiang Zhe, this marked the first instance of being cradled by another person, an experience far less tranquil than it appeared. His little body was taut, heart pounding with a rhythm that nearly reverberated through his ears. He feigned earnestness as he played. Yet suddenly, a WeChat notification popped up on the screen. It was a voice message from Jiang Li, lasting just a second. Jiang Zhe opened it. Buy a pack of cigarettes. Jiang Li's voice, seemingly just awakened, bore a hint of hoarseness. Jiang Zhe replied with a voice message. All right. I almost blurted out, Mom, but fortunately, I caught myself. Sister, do you need anything else? The next moment, the screen displayed an incoming call. Jiang Zhe swallowed hard and answered the phone. Who is next to you? Jiang Li's voice came through, slightly lowered. Yet the chill in her tone was palpable even through the device. Jiang Zhe felt a tightening in his scalp as he glanced at Qin Yexiao. He hesitated to speak. Qin Yexiao interjected, his voice deep and resonant. Miss Jiang, I encountered your brother on the road. I'm accompanying him to the supermarket. I will purchase the cigarettes for you, so do not worry. The voice reached Jiang Li, who fell silent for a couple of seconds before responding, oh, and promptly hung up. Jiang Zhe's expression was one of bewilderment. Shortly after, his phone received a WeChat message from Jiang Li. 1 pack of cigarettes. 1 box of mint candies. Jiang Zhe replied with a simple all right, before returning to the game interface. Though he found himself entirely out of sorts during the ensuing team battle. Up front, Xinyu glanced back at the child, asking, why are you still wearing a mask in the car? Isn't it uncomfortable? Qin Yiqing had previously looked into Jiang Li's background and had also taken the liberty of researching Jiang Zhe's. In the children's profile, there exists only a photograph from when they were 3 years old. They have encountered Jiang Zhe a few times, yet each occasion found the child masked, leaving them entirely unaware of his appearance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe, as he entered the vehicle, felt the tension in his mind gradually dissipate. They likely had not glimpsed his face. His youthful voice emerged from behind the mask. I have a cold and fear of infecting others. Such thoughtfulness. Xinyu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "By the way, you and your sister are not biological siblings, are you?" With Xunyu's question lingering in the air, Jiangze distinctly sensed a sharp, penetrating gaze fixed upon him from the side, causing the relaxation of his nerves to snap back into tension. Was he in a vehicle? This felt like a battlefield. Were they playing mind games with him? Jiangze, maintaining composure as he deftly maneuvered his gaming character, casually engaged them in conversation. "Brother, do you know why I am called Jiangze?" Xinyu, bewildered by the sudden shift to the topic of names, continued to play along. "Why?" Jiangze, with a swift motion, eliminated an opponent on a dark and windy night. Xinyu. That's quite the opening. Jiangze swiftly dispatched another foe, the game's sound effect ringing out with a double kill. "My sister encountered a pack of wolves in the wilderness." Having uttered this, he rapidly executed his skills, choosing not to elaborate further. Xinyu waited for a few seconds, and unable to contain his curiosity, urged, "And then?" In the realm of gaming, the sound of triple kill reverberated, accompanied by Jiangze's voice. "I was caught in the wolf's jaws." Xinyu responded with silence. Quadra-kill. Jiangze achieved a 4-kill streak, skillfully maneuvering his character to pursue the final opponent. "So, can you guess the origin of my name?" Xinyu remained silent. Picked up in the wild, Jiangze Qin Yexiao interjected, "Though my name may seem casual, my existence is anything but. It was my sister who bestowed life upon me." Jiangze spoke each word with earnest gravity. "She and I are truly blood-related. Brother, please refrain from asking me such questions in the future." Xinyu recalled what Qin had said about Jiangze raising wolves and immediately felt a pang of guilt. He should not have brought up Jiangze's sorrowful past. He hadn't anticipated that Jiangze was indeed found in the wild. Clearing his throat, Xinyu apologized. "I'm sorry. I want to bring it up again." Beneath his mask, Jiangze's lips curled into a subtle smile, responding with understanding. "It's all right, brother. You're just concerned about me." At a red light, Xinyu pressed the brake, glancing in the rearview mirror. "Do you wish to find your parents? Brother can assist you." "No, thank you." Jiangze shook his head. Having secured the final kill, his opponent showcasing impressive skill, narrowly evading the ultimate attack. Xinyu, puzzled, asked, "Why not? Don't you wish to know who your biological parents are?" "Not at all." Jiangze unleashed a flurry of skills, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes, nonchalantly stating, "I'll just assume my father is deceased." Meanwhile, the phone erupted with the exhilarating sound of a pentakill, a quintuple kill that resonated throughout the car. Xinyu. Qin Yexiao. Moments later, the triumphant announcement of victory echoed, a thrilling proclamation from the system. They had won the game. Jiangze's smile broadened, his large eyes sparkling with joy as he lifted his head to glance at Qin Yexiao and then at Xinyu, eagerly showing them the phone screen. "Brother, I won." Xinyu suppressed the twitch at the corner of his mouth, impressed. Yet, for some reason, he felt an unsettling discrepancy. Qin Yexiao gazed at Jiangze, his dark eyes profound, uncertain whether he believed or doubted. At Xinyu Square, within the department store, Xinyu had other matters to attend to. He handed the car keys to Qin Yexiao, conversing with Qin Lin on the phone as he departed. Qin Yexiao took Jiangze shopping. It was the man's first visit to a supermarket, and he studied the layout map at the entrance. The two made their way directly to the stationery section. Qin Yexiao selected a black children's backpack, devoid of any patterns, simply a plain, deep black. A nearby sales associate noticed the wrinkled plastic bag in Qin Yexiao's hand, appearing somewhat worn. "Excuse me, sir," the associate ventured, unable to hold back. "The price of this backpack." Qin Yexiao feigned indifference, lowering his gaze as he presented the backpack to Jiangze. "What about this one?" Jiangze swallowed hard, glancing at the lengthy 5-digit price tag, and sincerely replied, "Brother, the plastic bag is quite nice. Is it not appealing?" Qin Yexiao's voice was deep and his patience remarkable. "Ah." Jiangze's expression grew complex. "It's not that. Everything is so expensive. How could it possibly be unattractive?" Qin Yexiao directly handed his backpack to the sales assistant, saying, "Wrap it up." The sales assistant's eyes widened in astonishment. This bag had lingered on the shelf for quite some time, its price too steep to sell. Coming to her senses, she beamed, repeatedly affirming, "Of course," and promptly took the bag to process the transaction. Jiangze thought, what a display of extravagance. Qin Yexiao, carrying a shabby plastic bag filled with his books, moved to another display to select a pencil case and some pens. Jiangze trailed behind him, head bowed, fingers entwined, grappling with the reality of Qin Yexiao purchasing items for him. Nearby, he could hear Qin Yexiao inquiring about the differences among various pens, his questions meticulous. Sir, this pen is excellent. Many customers prefer it. And this one? Qin Yexiao tapped the glass, pointing to the most expensive option. This one. The sales assistant smiled. While it is indeed superior, its value for money is not very high. Qin Yexiao tapped the glass again, insisting, I want this one. Jiang Zhe felt increasingly guilty, especially recalling his earlier comment in the car about considering his father deceased. After procuring the stationery, Qin Yexiao led Jiang Zhe to the snack aisle. Without needing to speak, if Jiang Zhe lingered on any snack for even a second, Qin Yexiao would immediately toss it into the shopping cart. Gradually, Jiang Zhe began to speak more. He picked up some mint candies that he favored and placed them in the cart, saying to Qin Yexiao, Brother, these mints have a stronger flavor than usual, but they are absolutely delicious. Qin Yexiao nodded. Do you need anything else? Jiang Zhe picked up a box of mint candies, showing it to him. Brother, why not buy a box? My mother particularly enjoys them. Before he could finish his sentence, a rush of anxiety surged through him, his heart racing, and he quickly changed the subject. Oh my, they're incredibly delicious. Qin Yexiao glanced at him, paused for a moment, and accepted the box of candies. Is that so? Jiang Zhe nodded emphatically, widening his eyes in sincerity. Qin Yexiao raised an eyebrow slightly and placed the candies in the shopping cart. Is there anything else you wish to have? Jiang Zhe surveyed the cart brimming with snacks and shook his head eagerly. That's enough. That's enough. Qin Yexiao acknowledged him with a sound, steering the cart as he took long strides forward. Once he turned his back, Jiang Zhe patted his chest with his small hand, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply, relieved that he had narrowly avoided revealing too much. After a few steps, Qin Yexiao noticed he had not followed and turned around. What's wrong? Do you want anything else? Huh. Jiang Zhe snapped back to reality and hurried towards him. No, I don't want anything. The two proceeded forward. One tall and one short. Which brand of cigarettes does your sister smoke? Qin Yexiao inquired. Jiang Zhe named a few brands. Brother, can we just buy one box for my sister? Smoking too much is bad for her health. He felt a bit apprehensive that his father might impulsively purchase the entire store's stock for his mother. Meanwhile, at the back of the aisle, Cheng Sijuan and another person waited until the two had walked far away before emerging. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at their retreating figures. What is going on? Who is that man? How can he get along so well with the little demon Jiang Zhe? Cheng Sijuan incredulously contemplated, taking out her phone to capture their silhouettes, sending it to Jiang Li with a message. Oh my, could it be that your son has been abducted? Qin Yexiao drove directly into Huading Community, parking beneath Jiang Li's building. Jiang Zhe observed the 4 enormous shopping bags he retrieved from the back seat. Quite an excessive amount. Qin Yexiao spoke softly. Allow me to escort you upstairs. Chapter 32. Master Xiao, where do your eyes wander? Jiang Zhe glanced up at the height of his residence, then at the 4 hefty bags in Qin Yexiao's hands, feeling a twinge of hesitation. He then recalled that his mother was already aware of his time spent with his father. Therefore, even if she saw them, it should not pose a problem. With this thought in mind, Jiang Zhe acquiesced, his voice obedient and polite, tinged with a hint of shyness. Thank you, brother. Qin Yexiao. The two arrived on the 28th floor. Exiting the elevator, Jiang Zhe led the way. Room 2808. He entered the password and pushed open the door, where Shishir and Diaochan eagerly rushed to greet him. He called out into the house, Sister, I'm back. Jiang Li emerged from the open kitchen, an apple freshly washed in hand, taking a bite and lazily responding with a hum. Qin Yexiao's gaze fell upon the slender figure dressed in a fitted black camisole nightgown, accentuating her alluring curves. Her waist was slender, and her legs were exceptionally striking. She walked barefoot across the floor, the black skirt, cascading down to her ankles, swayed gently with her movements, gliding over her calves, accentuating the delicate whiteness of her ankles. It seemed she had just emerged from a bath, as a white towel was still perched atop her head. Jiang Li's eyes, dark as ink and slightly glistening with moisture, flitted toward the doorway. Her lashes, naturally curled, framed her captivating gaze, exuding an enchanting allure that was both bold and provocative. Their eyes met, and after 2 seconds, Jiang Li smiled, swallowing a bite of apple with a playful tone. Welcome to my humble abode, young Master Xiong. Qin Yixiong remained silent for a moment before inquiring. Where should I place my things? Anywhere will suffice, brother. Jiang Zai gestured toward the vacant space in the foyer. Upon hearing the term brother, Jiang Li's finely arched brows lifted slightly, appreciating his thoughtfulness in claiming a small advantage for her. Qin Yixiong set his belongings down when suddenly his phone buzzed in his pocket. Qin Shan was calling. He stood tall, answering the call with a simple, "It's me." Jiang Ziyi gently petted the heads of Shishir and Diaochan, the two wolves standing quietly beside him. After a brief exchange, Qin Yixiong frowned, pulling the phone away to find it unresponsive as it powered down. He turned to Jiangli. "Miss Jiang, may I borrow your phone? Mine has run out of battery." Jiangli shot him a glance, biting into her apple, then retrieved her phone from the side, placing it on the coffee table. She tilted her chin slightly, indicating for him to come and take it. Jiang Ziyi promptly fetched a pair of disposable slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them on the floor. Qin Yixiong changed into the slippers, then suddenly bent down. Jiang Ziyi was momentarily taken aback, witnessing his father hook a finger around the black flip-flops at the entrance, making his way toward the sofa with unmistakable intent. "Jiang Zhe." Qin Yixiao's gaze fell upon Jiang Li's casually crossed legs. One foot, bare, rested upon the carpet, while the other dangled nonchalantly, swaying idly. Her slender, delicate foot was pale, adorned with black nail polish, more alluring than a fairy. He placed a pair of slippers beside Jiang Li's foot. Walking barefoot could lead to a chill. "Jiang Li, is it customary for doctors to meddle so much? First, they concern themselves with her stomach, and now with her choice of footwear." Qin Yixiao removed his black mask, took Jiang Li's phone, and stepped onto the balcony to make a call. Jiang Li lowered her gaze, glancing at the slippers she rarely wore, her eyes slowly drifting towards Qin Yixiao, who was engaged in conversation on the balcony, her pupils narrowing slightly. In the distance, the horizon was ablaze with the setting sun, casting a fiery crimson glow upon the man. His tall figure stood with one hand in his pocket, turned slightly, his sharp, deep-set features seemingly tinged with displeasure. On the other end of the line, Qin Shan reported, "Young Master Xiao, the Hacker Alliance is unresponsive," stating that Beowulf has been missing for quite some time. In recent years, this formidable figure had indeed been quiet, rarely making an appearance, making him difficult to summon. Qin Yixiao's lips pressed into a thin line. "What about Interpol?" Qin Shan respectfully replied, "Their case files are exceedingly sparse. For such a significant case, even the statistics of relevant personnel are absent. They have investigated for so long, yet unearthed nothing, as if the incident never occurred. The only plausible explanation for such a scenario is that all records have been meticulously erased. Who possesses such power to suppress a case of this magnitude, shrouded in complete secrecy? Master Xiao, what should we do now?" Qin Shan inquired. Silence enveloped them for a few seconds, during which Qin Shan dared not utter a word. Qin Yixiao's eyes were pitch black, and when he finally spoke, his voice was deep and frosty. "Go to the Narcotics Bureau and retrieve the case files from the past decade." "Understood," Qin Shan replied, then added, "Master Xiao, there is one more thing." Jiang Li withdrew her gaze and picked up another phone. A message from Chung Sijuan, sent an hour ago, displayed a photograph of Qin Yixiao and Jiang in the wild, their silhouettes stark against a black backdrop. Moments later, the sound of the balcony door sliding open echoed, and Qin Yixiao returned to the living room. He handed the phone back to her, saying, "Thank you." Jiang Li took it and placed it aside. Qin Yixiao casually glanced down, only to catch sight of the partially exposed black wolf head tattoo on the upper left side of her ribcage. The wolf's eyes glistened with a vivid, blood-red hue, the clash of black and red exuding a bloodthirsty allure, wild, ferocious, and arrogantly proud. This was the true essence of her. A barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corners of Qin Yixiao's lips as he noted the tattoo on her chest. At that moment, Jiang Li suddenly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Qin Yixiao's dark orbs. Her stare was direct and aggressive, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "What are you looking at, Master Xiao?" Caught off guard by her piercing glance, Qin Yixiao felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Jiang Li stood up, crossing her arms, accentuating her curves, the tattoo slightly raised and rendered even more distinct. She took a step forward, her bare feet silent against the floor, the tattoo magnifying in his view. "Where will your eyes wander?" She cooed softly, infused with an alluring charm. "Do you find it beautiful?" Qin Yixiao's gaze lingered on her chest for a few moments, suppressing the subtle restlessness within his veins. He lifted his eyes to meet hers and spoke in a calm, measured tone. "There are matters at the hospital. I must take my leave." Jiang Li raised her brows slightly, nodded, and gestured towards the pile of items from the supermarket. "Thank you. No need for thanks." Qin Yexiao replied as he maneuvered around the sofa and headed for the door, his hand awkwardly slipping into his pocket, his fingertips trembling ever so slightly. Jiang Zhe accompanied him to the entrance, saying, "Goodbye, brother." The man, gazing at the mask covering his face, advised, "Make sure to drink plenty of hot water." Jiang Zhe appeared bewildered. "Huh?" Upon closing the door, Jiang Zhe picked up the bag containing cigarettes and candies, deep in thought as he approached Jiang Li. "Mom, don't you find this rather strange?" Jiang Li remained silent. Jiang Zhe cast a glance out the floor-to-ceiling window towards the distant Beatty Manor, extracting snacks from the plastic bag beneath his hands. "Why do you think he is treating us so well?" It was clear whom he referred to, his suspicion lingering that the one who had betrayed him was Jiang Li. Jiang Li responded in a nonchalant tone. Jiang Zhe gasped in shock, nearly dropping the items gifted by Qin Yexiao, which now felt like hot coals in his hands, slamming them onto the coffee table with a thud. Jiang Li remarked. Jiang Zhe furrowed his brows tightly, expressing concern. "He doesn't intend to lower our guard only to exact revenge, does he?" Jiang Li shrugged. "That seems unlikely. He spent over 10,000 on that backpack for me." Jiang Zhe's mood was exceedingly complex as he pointed at the pile of items. "That's pushing 6 figures. He raised his thumb and little finger in an exaggerated gesture, indicating a 6. Jiang Zhe recalled the information he had gathered. Qin Yexiao wielded immense power in the capital. A 6-figure sum would likely be trivial to him. Jiang Zhe began to panic again. After a moment, he pressed his lips together, as if resolved to take a risk, and clenched his tiny fist, declaring, "Mom, if they intend to target you, consider me a hostage. I'm so adorable, so handsome. They should hesitate to harm me. I can endure for your sake. As long as you are safe, I would have no regrets in death." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, smiled, and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "Why don't you guess? Will your father come to settle the score with me first, or shall I deal with him once more?" The corners of Jiang Zhe's eyes twitched slightly as he muttered, "In a society governed by law there is no need for such life-and-death struggles." Chapter 33. Targeting Jiang Li. Jiang Li fixed her gaze upon his face, remaining silent. Jiang Zhe felt a tingle of unease creeping up his spine. "Mom, why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Li crossed her arms, squinting slightly as she appraised him from head to toe. "I suddenly think your idea has merit. You could fetch a handsome price, especially given how generously your father spends." Jiang Zhe swallowed hard, attempting to change the subject. "Mom, have you not washed the dirty clothes you changed out of after your shower?" "I'll do it now." He dashed into Jiang Li's room. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, rummaging through a pile of snacks on the coffee table to retrieve a cigarette, tearing open the plastic wrapping to extract one. Her phone vibrated beside her. She placed the cigarette between her lips and picked up her phone to read a WeChat message from Feng Mu. Years ago, when both were novices in the industry, they collaborated once. Subsequently, Feng Mu experienced an overnight surge in popularity, earning the title of Dual Best Actor for his debut film, thus setting the record for the youngest dual award winner in the entertainment circle, achieving both acclaim and commercial success. Conversely, Jiang Li also rose to fame overnight. Albeit through a completely different route, she became infamous, attracting scorn. Anyone associated with her faced relentless criticism, and reputable stars were eager to distance themselves from her. Not wishing to implicate Feng Mu, their friendship within the industry remained largely unknown. "Feng Mu, bro, I heard a Qing is helping you borrow a gown." Jiang Li glanced around the coffee table, spotting a lighter at the bar in the dining area. Barefoot, she walked over while responding to Feng Mu. Feng Mu sent a voice message, his deep, magnetic tone distinctly recognizable within the entertainment realm. He remarked, "This afternoon, I heard some gossip." Initially, the brands readily agreed to a Qing's request, but once they realized it was for you, they immediately turned hostile, concocting various excuses to back out. A Qing has encountered quite a few obstacles. Jiang Li frowned, removing the cigarette from her lips, almost irritably tossing it onto the bar. She opened the chat with Song Qing and sent a voice message. The phone indicated that the line was busy. Jiang Li persisted, dialing 3 times before Song Qing finally answered. "Li, what's up? Stop trying to borrow it," Jiang Li replied, her tone cool and subdued. "I have a gown. It can be delivered before the event." On the other end, Song Qing bit her lip and softly said, "Don't worry, I will try again. If I can't borrow one, I'll buy it for you." Jiang Li insisted with 3 simple words, "Stop trying to borrow." Song Qing fell silent, seemingly realizing that her emotions were somewhat amiss. Jiang Li's tone softened slightly. "Trust me." On the phone, Song Qing gently exhaled. "All right, I shall not borrow it." Jiangli curved her lips into a smile. Good, just help me with my makeup. Sure, Song Qing asserted firmly. I will ensure you outshine everyone. All right. Jiangli ended the call, the fleeting smile in her eyes fading, replaced by an icy demeanor. During this time, Feng Mu had sent 3 voice messages. The news had already circulated within the circle. Everyone understood that someone was targeting her. As the most sought-after stylist in the entertainment industry, Song Qing was in high demand among celebrities. Whoever secured her services would shine brightly on the red carpet, except for a few high-end luxury brands. Second- and third-tier labels generally treated Song Qing with respect. Now, facing obstacles and borrowing a gown, it was evident that someone was conspiring against Jiang Li. Ultimately, in this circle, one's background still held significant weight. What could Jiang Li possibly use to contend with those backed by capital? Even at Feng Mu's level of fame, there were times when he felt powerless. Feng Mu remarked, "Those with the power to intimidate numerous brands are not ones I can afford to offend. However, while I cannot assist you in borrowing a gown, I can certainly buy one for you." Feng Mu added, "Brother, just let me know if you need help." After listening to the 3 voice messages, Jiang Li replied in text, "Thanks, but no need." Feng Mu responded with another voice message, "All right, come over to my place when you have time. I'll cook something delicious for you. I've learned a few new dishes." Jiang Li replied, "Sounds good." Meanwhile, after finishing a scene, Chu Yin returned to her trailer and looked at her manager. Is Song Qing not lending it anymore? Shin Min brought over a cup of water, smiling as she approached. Mocking, "Can she even borrow it?" Chu Yin chuckled, took a sip of water, and turned to her assistant. "Give me the script." Shin Min sat across from her and remarked, "Without a gown, Jiang Li probably won't attend the gala. The media will likely feel quite disappointed. Although she is universally criticized online, her popularity remains. Every piece of content featuring her is met with a barrage of negative comments. After all, the name Jiang Li is quite notorious, though she is loathed by many." Hearing this, Chu Yin paused her flipping of the script, lifted her gaze, and smiled slightly. "Regardless of anything, Jiang Li is still my sister. She cannot borrow a gown right now, so I should lend her a hand." Shin Min was momentarily taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" Chu Yin picked up her phone, scrolled through her contacts, and dialed a number. "Darling, I need to ask you for a favor." Chapter 34. I should lend a hand to my sister. While Chu Yin was on the phone, a sudden murmur of voices emerged from outside the trailer. "Young master, what brings you here?" One could almost envision the obsequious demeanor of the assistant director from the tone alone. Yu Xuanqing, with an unpretentious manner and a preference for maintaining a good image, replied courteously, "I came to visit Yin'er on set." Upon hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled, and she told the person on the other end of the line, "My boyfriend is here. I'll talk to you later. I'll leave my sister's matter in your hands." As Yu Xuanqing entered the trailer, he happened to catch the tail end of Chu Yan's words. Shin Min and her assistant greeted Yu Xuanqing before discreetly leaving. After exiting the vehicle, they thoughtfully closed the door behind them. Chu Yin set down her phone, rose to her feet, and smiled softly at him, whispering, "You've arrived." Yu Xuanqing took her hand, seated himself on the sofa, and drew Chu Yin into his embrace, encircling her waist. "I came to see you. Are you tired?" With her head bowed and a faint blush adorning her cheeks, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "I was quite fatigued, but your presence has alleviated that." Yu Xuanqing chuckled lightly, inquiring, "Who were you speaking to just now? You mentioned your sister." Chu Yin settled onto his lap, her arms wrapped around his neck, her fingers playfully curling. "The main creative team of the Dreamlike Order has been revealed, so it's no longer a secret. I also attended a few days of the award ceremony. As you know, my sister's reputation is less than stellar, and no brand is willing to lend her a gown." Upon hearing this, I asked a friend for assistance in borrowing one. At her words, Yu Xuanqing felt a wave of tenderness wash over him as he gently pinched Chu Yan's cheek. "You are truly kind-hearted." With her gaze lowered, Chu Yan replied softly, "Regardless of everything, she is still my sister. Moreover, she has allowed you to be with me, for which I am immensely grateful. As long as she is willing to support us, I would do anything." Before she could finish her thought, Yu Xuanqing captured her lips with his own, his hands exploring the layers of her elaborate costume. North Emperor Manor. The architectural style of the manor is distinctive, adorned with pavilions and towers, trees and rocks. Winding corridors, exuding elegance and sophistication. In front of the main villa lies a vast expanse of flamboyant roses intertwined with thorns, flourishing with abandon. Under the cloak of night, the estate radiated with vibrant lights, illuminating the opulence of the courtyard, resembling a resplendent jewel box. In the foyer, Qin Yichen nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. As the round concluded, he glanced at his phone, noting the time was 11:30. He murmured, "Where's my brother? Wasn't the surgery scheduled to conclude by 10? Steward Qin cast a glance towards the entrance, replying, "Young master, perhaps Master Xiao has been delayed by some unforeseen circumstance." Qin Yichen nodded in agreement. "That is possible. Matters at the hospital are unpredictable. One can never be certain when an emergency patient might arrive." Just as he intended to immerse himself in another game, 3 figures appeared at the doorway. Qin Yichen sprang up. "Brother, you're back." Qin Yexiao strode in confidently, followed by Qin Shan and Su Zhenghua. "What brings the head of the Narcotics Bureau to their residence?" Qin Yichen's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Zhenghua held a black metal case, greeting Qin Yichen, "Young Master Qin." Qin Yichen nodded, tilting his chin towards the black case. "What is this?" "Documents requested by Master Xiao," Su Zhenghua replied flatly, his square face devoid of expression. He then placed the metal case on the coffee table, entered a code, unlatched it, and opened the lid, extracting the contents with evident tension. Qin Yichen pondered, what could possibly be in there to make him so anxious? His curiosity piqued upon noticing the bold letters Narcotics Bureau on the sealed envelope, accompanied by a prominent black top-secret stamp. He opened his mouth, silently exclaiming in disbelief, and turned to Qin Yexiao. "Brother, what do you need the confidential documents from the Narcotics Bureau for?" It was no wonder that Su Zhenghua, a high-ranking official, had to come personally. This was the lifeblood of the Narcotics Bureau. Who wouldn't he take it upon themselves to ensure its protection? No one responded to him. Qin Yexiao undid the cufflinks of his black shirt, rolled up his sleeves, and sat on the sofa as he tore open the sealed file bag, extracting the documents within. Qin Yichen leaned closer, craning his neck to peer at the papers. It was the sensational 418 drug case that had rocked the entertainment industry a year prior. Qin Yichen raised his gaze. "Brother, are you investigating Zhongli?" He found it hard to believe that his brother would show interest in a case from the Narcotics Bureau, and the only plausible reason could be related to Zhongli. But what was there to investigate about Zhongli? "Be quiet." Qin Yexiao uttered 2 words, low and cold. Qin Yichen immediately recoiled, sealing his lips in compliance. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, he obediently sat beside him, clutching a cushion tightly in his arms, too afraid to press further. Upon hearing Jiang Li's name, Su Zhenghua glanced at Qin Yexiao, pondering over Qin Yichen's words. He was unfamiliar with Qin Yexiao, having no prior connection whatsoever, yet tonight, he had received orders to bring this batch of confidential documents to meet with him. Was the purpose related to Jiang Li? Su Zhenghua withdrew his gaze. If it were indeed for Jiang Li, this individual would likely be disappointed. The hall was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of rustling papers. Steward Qin brought in tea, placing it gently to the side, pouring for the others before retreating. A full box of documents lay before Qin Yexiao, who examined each one with remarkable speed, skimming 10 lines at a time. In just a few minutes, 4 or 5 documents had already been discarded onto the coffee table. The cases from the past decade are all significant, yet none contain the information that Qin Yexiao seeks. Even in the 418 drug trafficking case, Jiang Li's name is conspicuously absent. It appears she was truly an innocent party caught in the crossfire, released by the police once the truth was uncovered. Each document is meticulously recorded, clear and devoid of ambiguity, with ample evidence. It seems as though someone has tampered with the details. Yet not a single flaw can be discerned. At this moment, 2 figures enter from outside, Shen Yu and Qin Lin, who had been out on business. Upon seeing Su Zhenghua, their eyes momentarily flicker before they quickly regain their composure and greet him. Qin Shan glances at Qin Lin, who nods in affirmation that the matter has been resolved. Qin Lin gestures toward the heap of documents on the coffee table, his gaze inquiring as to their nature. Qin Shan shakes his head, uncertain why their master, Xiao Yi, suddenly requires such an extensive array of Narcotics Control Bureau materials. This marks their first encounter with the Narcotics Division. With outsiders present, Shen Yu and Qin Lin refrain from further conversation, opting for a quiet demeanor. The hall remains silent. After perusing the documents, Qin Yexiao finds no trace of the information he desires. Qin Shan hands over the final file, which contains the list of undercover agents from the Narcotics Bureau, including several enigmatic figures who maintain a singular line of communication with Su Zhenghua. This list represents the lifeblood of the Narcotics Bureau, the very foundation of its survival. Su Zhenghua stares unblinkingly at the document, his nerves taut, his eyes trembling. Qin Yexiao takes it, tearing open the seal to reveal a piece of black cardstock, upon which names are inscribed in white. A brief glance reveals a collection of unfamiliar names. Noticing Qin Yexiao's cold and resolute demeanor, Qin Shan realizes that their efforts tonight have been in vain. The man placed the blacklist back into the document bag and tossed it onto the coffee table, turning to Su Zhenghua. I trouble you, Director Su, to make a trip. You're too kind, Mr. Xiao. Su Zhenghua maintained a stoic demeanor, his face devoid of expression, serious and aloof. If you no longer require these documents, I shall take them with me. Qin Yexiao nodded in agreement. Su Zhenghua swiftly organized the files, securing them with a combination lock and a metal clasp. Lifting the case with ease, farewell. Qin Yexiao instructed the steward Qin to see him off. As Su Zhenghua departed from Beatty Manor, he immediately dialed Jiangli. On the other end, Jiangli sat sideways by the floor-to-ceiling window, her desk adorned with an antiquated laptop. The neon lights of the Tianjin Hotel cast a kaleidoscope of colors across her face, illuminating her striking features in a half-light, lending an air of mystery, along with a subtle, almost imperceptible, aura of mortality that lingered in her very bones. Her fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard as streams of green code surged forth like a tidal wave. Her crimson lips moved, expressing indifference. It doesn't matter. What do you mean? Su Zhenghua is free to investigate you. Otherwise, Jiangli retorted, are you going to stop him? Su Zhenghua hesitated. Can he truly intervene? That gentleman is a celestial being, while I am merely a mortal. Meanwhile, on Qin Yexiao's side, Xinyu briefed him on the situation for the evening. The shipment has already been dispatched. Qin Yexiao nodded, his brow furrowed in languid disinterest, seemingly indifferent to everything. Qin Yichen, recalling the pile of top-secret documents from earlier, felt a pang of curiosity and could not help but inquire. Brother, are you truly investigating Jiangli? Qin Yexiao remained silent, his slender, pale arm draped over the armrest of the sofa, fingers idly caressing the black earpiece on his wrist. Qin Yichen glanced at the black earpiece that had adorned his brother's wrist for 7 years. The last time his brother had made such a fuss over someone, it was regarding that female psychopath. 7 years of investigation, and now they were switching targets? Such is the nature of men. They can declare their lack of affection and move on without hesitation, a law from which even his brother is not exempt. However, he truly could not comprehend the operations surrounding Jiangli. What kind of background could she possibly have? If she possessed a genuine background, how could she be in such dire straits? Xinyuan inquired, what is wrong with Jiangli? Qin Yicheng shrugged, I honestly don't see her as being in any predicament. She's merely a pitiful figure, so tarnished that she can barely navigate the entertainment industry. I even heard someone say today that a girl is lending her a gown for the Starry Night Awards ceremony, but she is facing obstacles at every turn. Qin Yexiao lifted his eyelids slightly. A hint of a different emotion seemed to flicker across his otherwise ethereal and captivating visage. His voice, chilling, inquired, borrowing a gown? Indeed. Qin Yicheng nodded. Jiang Li's reputation is so tarnished that no brand is willing to lend her anything. Qin Yexiao's fingers tapped lightly on the black earpiece at his wrist. Qin Yicheng sighed. Don't let her lawsuits fool you. At best, it means she won't be officially blacklisted. However, the entire internet is boycotting her, and her reputation is still abysmal. Everyone is mocking her over the lawsuits, and the major forums can twist her image into a 1,000-layered mockery. Qin Yexiao's gaze darkened, and an ominous aura enveloped him, as if the temperature in the hall had dropped several degrees, a palpable chill in the air. Xinyu cast a glance at Qin Yexiao, his gaze deepening slightly. Having followed Qin Yexiao for several years, he found himself occasionally bewildered by the overwhelming praise from the outside world regarding this esteemed gentleman, to the point where he sometimes struggled to recall the true nature of the original Qin Yexiao. Ruthless, obsessive, and ferocious. This was a man who had never valued human life. Yet here he was, serving as a doctor in a hospital, diligently responsible for every single life. What astonished Xinyu even more was that this gentleman had remained in the first hospital for so many years. At the elevator entrance, in a moment of violence for Jiangli, Xinyu witnessed for the first time in years a glimpse of the man he once knew. Today marked the second occasion. Both instances were due to Jiangli. The evening before the Stellar Awards Gala, Chu Yin returned to the Chu mansion with Yu Xuanqing, Chu Qingzhong, and Yin Wei. The couple greeted Yu Xuanqing with beaming smiles, clearly pleased. Xuanqing, make yourself at home, no need to be polite. Yin Wei ladled a bowl of soup for Yu Xuanqing. He promptly accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Aunt." He then handed the soup to Chu Yin before serving the others. Seeing Yu Xuanqing's attentive care for Chu Yin, always prioritizing her, Chu Qingzhang's mood brightened further. Observing this scene, Chu Linfeng pressed his lips together and inquired of Chu Yin, "Have you heard any news from Lily lately? Since her return to the capital, she hasn't been home." "No, I've been busy filming with the crew." Chu Yin replied softly, then added, "Tomorrow night at the Stellar Awards Gala, my sister will also be attending. I'll have a chance to talk with her." Chu Linfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Xuanqing cast a gentle glance at Chu Yin and remarked, "Although Yin has not met Lily, she has been keeping a close watch on her situation and is aware that Lily is unable to borrow a gown. She personally requested her friend to assist." Chu Yin lowered her eyes and smiled softly. "We are sisters. It is my duty to help." Unable to borrow a gown, Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brow, recalling Lily's predicament online. "If she cannot borrow one, then let it be. I shall purchase a haute couture piece for her tomorrow." Upon hearing that Chu Lingfeng intended to buy haute couture for Jiang Li, Chu Yin tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Yin Wei's expression also shifted. Mindful of Yu Xuanqing's presence, she restrained her temper and spoke as calmly as possible. "It would be wonderful if Yin could borrow one. But haute couture easily costs several million. Are you planning to buy her a gown for every event she attends? The entertainment industry is rife with events. Who could possibly bear such extravagant expenses?" Chu Lingfeng fell silent. Chu Yin, her fingers slightly tense, finally relaxed and spoke, "Brother, do not worry. If my sister cannot borrow a gown for her events, I will assist her." Chu Lingfeng turned to her. Chu Yan's tone was gentle. "However, I fear my sister might be upset with me. If I managed to borrow a gown, I would trouble you to pass it on to her." After dinner, Chu Yin watched Yu Xuanqing's car leave the Chu residence before returning to her room. She took out her phone and called her friend. "Dear, is the gown ready?" "It is ready," a friend remarked. "However, the gown you sent me in the picture bears a striking resemblance to the one Shin Shu wore on the red carpet at this year's Starlight Awards." The entertainment industry has always offered a rather succinct introduction to Shin Shu, encapsulated in a single phrase, the goddess of film, Shun, who has garnered every accolade in the domestic cinematic realm. Chu Yin remained silent, merely curling the corners of her lips. The friend continued, "Jiang Li and Shin Shu have a fashion clash. Donning counterfeit gowns at a grand event like the Starlight Awards, teeming with stars, will undoubtedly spark several trending topics. Shin Shu's fans might very well tear Jiang Li apart, and given Shin Shu's formidable background, this time, Jiang Li is likely to face dire consequences." Shin Shu is supported by the Shin family, one of the most prestigious families in the capital, closely allied with the foremost of the four great families, the Qin family. Who would dare offend them? Chu Yin simply stated, "Make sure to send the gown to my home first thing tomorrow." Her friend chuckled, "Sure." Trusting her friend, Chu Yin nonetheless reminded her, "Remember to keep this matter confidential." Her friend assured, "Rest easy." On the day of the Starlight Awards, in the morning, Jiang Zhe patted his expensive bag, worth over 10,000, and muttered to himself, "Ah, so costly. If I were to encounter some ill-fated thief," and ended up causing a commotion, that would surely make the news. He then turned and pulled out a slightly newer plastic bag from the crevice of his bed, shaking it open and hastily stuffing in books and various odds and ends. He tossed it over his shoulder, striding out with an air of nonchalance. As he opened the door, he spotted the elevator doors halting at the 28th floor. Cheng Sijuan stepped out, followed closely by Song Qing, who was pulling a black suitcase. Jiang Zhe promptly stood upright, embodying the image of an exemplary student, and obediently called out, "Aunt Cheng, Aunt Qing. Where's your mother, Xiao Yi?" Cheng Sijuan approached Jiang Zhe with a brisk stride, her high heels clicking assertively on the floor. "She's sleeping," Jiang Zhe replied, blinking his large eyes. "Auntie, is something wrong?" Song Qing, whose typically serene countenance now bore a hint of urgency, looked on. Cheng Sijuan gently ruffled Jiang Zhe's hair, saying, "You should head to school now. Don't be late. Auntie and your mother will sort everything out. Just be cautious on your way." "All right," Jiang Zhe responded as he watched Cheng Sijuan and Song Qing enter the house. As the door closed behind them, he raised an eyebrow and turned to take the elevator. Cheng Sijuan forcefully pushed open the door to Jiang Li's room. Light flooded in, and the bed was nearly devoid of any presence until Jiang Li's instinctive action of pulling the covers over her head to shield herself from the brightness confirmed that she was indeed inside. Jiang Li was remarkably thin, so much so that when lying on the bed, one might easily overlook her. Cheng Sijuan stepped further into the room and inquired, "Didn't you say you had a gown? Where is it?" Jiang Li remained silent, her body motionless in slumber. Without hesitation, Cheng Sijuan approached, pulled back the covers, and lifted her up. Jiang Li suddenly opened her eyes, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed a gaze upon Cheng Sijuan, brushing aside the strands of hair that fell across her face. Taking a deep breath, her eyes darkened as she spoke slowly. Cheng Sijuan, where's the gown? Cheng Sijuan spat out those 3 words, glaring at her with even greater intensity. Song Qing entered shortly thereafter, her voice soft yet urgent. Li, please don't deceive me. If you truly don't have the gown, I've already contacted a friend to purchase it directly. Jiang Li sat in the restaurant, her table adorned with a fried egg, a croissant, and congee, all thoughtfully prepared by Jiang Yeli before her departure. The woman's fair feet rested upon the chair's crossbar, her legs elegantly crossed, slender and long. With a naturally captivating countenance, her brows arched in an exquisite manner, she leisurely sipped her congee, exuding an air of tranquility. Why the haste? Why the haste? Can I not feel urgency? Cheng Sijuan was nearly in a frenzy. Li Yi, the awards ceremony is tonight, and you have yet to choose an outfit. Song Qing also clenched her fingers, her tone tinged with impatience. Li. Jiang Li lifted her gaze, interrupting her. Have you eaten? There's yogurt and bread in the fridge. Feel free to help yourselves. Cheng Sijuan and Song Qing exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Ultimately, the 3 of them settled at the bar, partaking in breakfast. Cheng Sijuan and Song Qing found it difficult to swallow. Feeling as though the emperor was unconcerned while the eunuchs were in a state of despair, they finished their breakfast at a leisurely pace. Jiang Li instructed Song Qing to begin her makeup. As Cheng Sijuan watched the minutes tick away, nearing noon, she paced anxiously within the room. The entertainment industry praised Jiang Li's legs as unparalleled, yet her face was equally remarkable. With a naturally exquisite complexion, she possessed a flawless, porcelain-like skin. A touch of makeup transformed her into a stunning vision, her beauty transcending time. Whether her features were considered individually or in harmony, they projected an awe-inspiring allure, undeniably placing her at the pinnacle of attractiveness in the entertainment realm. Cheng Sijuan was scrolling through Weibo. The entry for the Starlight Awards had already reached the trending section, with its popularity steadily rising. It was unclear who had leaked the information about Jiang Li's inability to borrow a gown. A minor entertainment tidbit: the cast of Dreamlike Order has been revealed, and they have embarked on an extensive promotional campaign. It is said that the entire crew will attend the Starlight Awards, including Jiang Li, whose continued presence in the production raises questions about who is supporting her despite the ongoing controversies. Even though she has not yet been dismissed from the team, one cannot help but feel that karma will eventually catch up with her. Despite assistance from a well-known stylist, no brand is willing to lend her a gown, and purchasing one is beyond her means. This situation certainly stirs frustration. What attire will our star Jiang wear? The Weibo comments section is rife with sarcastic remarks regarding Jiang Li's predicament. It is amusing to note that it is rumored Song Qing attempted to borrow a gown on her behalf. Song Qing, as many are aware, is a stylist who has collaborated with several prominent actors and maintains cordial relationships with numerous brands. The fact that even Song Qing could not secure a dress speaks volumes about Jiang Li's reputation. How can she possibly show her face at the event? Calls for her banishment from official circles are rampant. I suspect Jiang Li will ultimately refrain from attending. Why would she want to embarrass herself? The comments section is overwhelmed with thousands of scornful remarks, with only a few defending Jiang, as if their words have been swallowed by the abyss. Cheng Sijuan's private messages on Weibo are inundated with inquiries from Jiang Li's dwindling band of loyal fans, persistently asking whether she will attend the Starlight Awards. When will the gown finally arrive? Cheng Sijuan asks, her frustration palpable. Just then, the doorbell rings unexpectedly. Chapter 36. A woman appears at the Northern Emperor's manor. Hearing the sound, Cheng Sijuan and Song Qing instinctively turn their gazes toward the entrance. Lying on the carpet by the sofa, the exquisite Shishir and the enchanting Jiao Chan sat up, their gray-green eyes fixated on the entrance. Cheng Sijuan assumed the arrival was the much-anticipated gown and promptly strode towards the door. Upon opening it, her initial excitement morphed into a guarded demeanor as she narrowed her eyes. Chu Linfeng? What brings you here? Miss Cheng, Chu Linfeng replied with a slight nod, extending his hand towards his assistant. When the assistant handed him the box, he cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Sijuan. I heard that Li was attending the Starlight Awards without a gown, so I brought her a set, Chu Linfeng explained. Qing Sijuan glanced at the box but refrained from accepting it, instead turning her gaze to Jiang Li. Jiang Li rose and approached, her tone calm. Thank you. But I want to be needing the dress. The assistant, witnessing her demeanor, retorted with a mocking tone. Miss Jiang, there's no need to be stubborn. Every brand is avoiding you now. This has even made the trending news. From your appearance, it seems you lack a gown. And the young master has graciously brought one for you. Why must you feign superiority? Chu Linfeng frowned, suppressing his voice to reprimand. Xiaozhang. Zhang, the assistant, remained undeterred. Glancing at Jiang Li, young master, Miss Zhang's refusal must stem from the belief that you wouldn't provide her with something of worth. The gown you delivered is from VR? A top luxury brand, the latest seasonal masterpiece, worth millions. I doubt Miss Jiang has ever donned attire of such exorbitance. Jiang Li crossed her arms, smiling. Indeed. It is quite expensive. Zhang's expression grew increasingly condescending as he taunted. Miss Jiang, do be cautious when wearing it. Such a costly gown, if damaged, would be beyond your means to replace. Qing Sijuan's expression darkened as she was about to speak. Ding. The elevator arrived at the 28th floor. Qin Yexiao and Qin Yiqing emerged, accompanied by 4 bodyguards clad in black, each of whom was wheeling 2 suitcases. Noticing Jiang Li and the others standing at the entrance, Qin Yiqing asked, somewhat perplexed, what are you doing at the door? Qing Sijuan's gaze fell upon the leading figure, Qin Yexiao, who wore a black mask, and she was momentarily taken aback, sensing a hint of familiarity in his silhouette. Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind. He was the man she had encountered at the supermarket, shopping with Jiang Li. Jiang Li leaned lazily against the entrance console, her arm draped over it, half closing her eyes as she locked onto Qin Yexiao's dark gaze. In an instant, his attention shifted downward to Jiang Li's bare feet. The silence lingered, and since Qing Sijuan only recognized Qin Yiqing, she inquired, Mr. Qin, what brings you here? We've come to deliver evening gowns for Jiang Li. Qin Yiqing replied, gesturing towards the 8 suitcases. He turned to Jiang Li with a charming smile. Are 8 sets sufficient? If not, I can have more sent over. Or if there's a particular designer you prefer, I can arrange for immediate delivery. Jiang Li remained nonplussed. With the arrival of Qin Yexiao and his entourage, the corridor became congested and cramped. Qing Sijuan's eyes were drawn to the 8 suitcases, each uniquely designed, yet all adorned with intricate patterns. They sparkled with embedded gemstones and pearls, exuding an air of mysterious opulence. Upon noticing the gilded brand initials on the suitcases, her eyes widened in astonishment as she inhaled sharply. I am astonished. A single suitcase must be worth millions. Song Qing, being well-versed in this realm, recognized that the 8 gowns represented the pinnacle of luxury from the world's top 8 prestigious brands. Moreover, these gowns were encased in specially crafted suitcases from their respective brands, with each piece undoubtedly priced at no less than 20 million. It seems that even the store's treasured possessions have been brought forth. Song Qing found herself momentarily disoriented. Even for top-tier celebrities, these 8 eminent luxury brands might not willingly lend haute couture of such caliber to them. Upon noticing, Chu Linfeng and assistant Zhang observed that among the 8 suitcases, one bore the emblem of VR. Most notably, the man had just mentioned that Zhang could don haute couture from various renowned brands at will. Assistant Zhang recalled his earlier sardonic remarks directed at Zhang, and his face flushed crimson as if he had been struck. Chu Linfeng glanced at Zhang, then at Qin Yexiao and Qin Yiqing. The 2 men exuded an aura of unparalleled prestige, particularly the one wearing a mask, whose presence was almost suffocating. In the capital, where talents are hidden, Chu Linfeng discerned that individuals like Qin Yexiao and Qin Yiqing were of a caliber he could not currently aspire to reach. But Zhang, how could she possibly be acquainted with such individuals? Ding! The last of the 3 elevators unexpectedly halted on the 28th floor. A man and a woman rushed out, only to find the corridor obstructed, prompting them to come to an abrupt stop. The leading woman craned her neck, her gaze piercing through the black-clad bodyguards to settle upon Zhang at the entrance, and she waved her hand, calling out, Jiej. Traffic jam. We're late. The boss said next time he'll send a helicopter for you. Upon hearing her voice, the eyes of Qin Yiqing and others turned in her direction. The man beside the woman was pulling a suitcase, a specially crafted piece adorned with exquisite silk, masterful embroidery, fiery phoenixes, and embellished with jade and gold, showcasing the utmost luxury. The side of the suitcase bore an emblematic phoenix, intricately stitched in gold thread, representing the only domestic high-end brand that has achieved global recognition. Undoubtedly, it stands as the premier haute couture brand in the country. Jiang Li raised her chin and tilted her head towards Cheng Sijuan, exclaiming, "Father's gown has arrived." Cheng Sijuan was rendered speechless. Song Qing was entirely unprepared for the revelation that Jiang Li's gown would be from Fengxiao. Assistant Zhang was left dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. His legs weak. Fengxiao's haute couture is exclusively for sale, never for loan, and must be ordered at least a month in advance, with limited availability. No exceptions are made. Jiang Li had received an invitation to the Starlight Awards just about a week prior. How could she possibly procure their ready-to-wear in such a short span? Assistant Zhang watched as the two staff members from Fengxiao delivered the gown and then drove away, his gaze returning to the unaltered suitcase they had brought, which he placed intact in the trunk. As he returned to the driver's seat, he remained in a state of disbelief. 8 prestigious luxury brands, the foremost haute couture label domestically. Haute couture is not only a reflection of a brand's image, but also a symbol of the stature of celebrities and artists. It was utterly inconceivable that all these top-tier brands would willingly bestow haute couture upon a notoriously infamous artist like Jiang Li. With a grim expression, Assistant Zhang started the car. "Xiao Zhang." Chu Linfeng suddenly lifted his gaze. "Should I ever witness you displaying such an attitude towards the young lady again, you shall no longer accompany me." Assistant Zhang was suddenly flustered and quickly explained, "Young master, I merely feel it is unjust for Jiang Li to take away such a substantial portion of the company's shares. Those rightly belong to you." Chu Linfeng furrowed his brow and coldly reminded him, "The Jiang Group, bearing the Jiang surname, refrain from speaking such words in the future." As Qin Yexiao entered the room, he threw Jiang Li's slippers at her feet, his tone tinged with restraint. "Put them on." Cheng Sijuan gazed at him in disbelief. She had never witnessed anyone daring to speak to Jiang Li in such a manner. Jiang Li remained unmoving, her complete lack of cooperation accompanied by a half-smile on her lips. Qin Yexiao directly crouched down and seized her ankle. The heat emanating from his palm caused Jiang Li's complexion to subtly change, and her calf instinctively recoiled, yet he held her tightly, forcefully sliding the flip-flop onto her foot. Within Qinicheng, 1,000 wild horses seemed to gallop chaotically past. Cheng Sijuan and Song Qing shared a bewildered glance. Jiang Li pressed her lips together. She had never been coerced in such a manner before. Anger surged within her, prompting her to attempt to kick off the slippers. Qin Yexiao restrained her calf and lifted his gaze. "For every time you kick them off, I will put them back on. If you choose to go barefoot next time, this is how I will dress you." Jiang Li could hardly recall the last time she had been this furious, nearly losing control as she exclaimed, "Qin Yexiao, are you out of your mind?" Cheng Sijuan's ears perked up at the mention of the name, abruptly turning to the man. "Who? Qin Yexiao?" Qinicheng, upon hearing Jiang Li curse his brother, felt a buzzing in his head and recoiled, fearfully glancing at the two formidable figures. Recalling the news of Jiang Li striking someone, Qin Yichen feared that his brother might resort to violence in this instant. Qin Yexiao rose, fixing his gaze upon her dark, unfeeling eyes. "The harem must not interfere with politics, correct? Since it is the harem, is it not within your duties to attend to daily affairs?" Their eyes locked in a tense standoff, neither willing to yield. Jiang Li responded, "Fine." With a composed expression, she turned and retreated to her room, her slippers still on her feet. Cheng Sijuan, observing Jiang Li's capitulating silhouette, was utterly astounded. Goodness, impressive. When had she ever witnessed Jiang Li so subdued? Suddenly, Cheng Sijuan's mind raced. What had transpired? Why had they suddenly shifted to discussing the harem? Having completed her makeup, Jiang Li found Cheng Sijuan had already hung up the gowns, 9 exquisite haute couture pieces. Each more luxurious than the last, they showcased a variety of styles, noble, elegant, and dreamlike. Cheng Sijuan mused that none of these gowns could truly encapsulate Jiang Li's beauty, as they all leaned towards the conservative. The sole strapless deep V gown was the one designed by Fengxiao, resembling a flower fairy in traditional Chinese style. Fengxiao seemed determined for her to dominate the red carpet, as this gown was extravagantly designed, with layers trailing several meters behind, its vibrant colors outshining the rest. Jiang Li felt a twinge of regret for hastily allowing them to send over a random selection. Yet, when it came to choosing a gown, she had not hesitated to select Fengxiao's piece. With a swift kick, she sent the rack laden with the garments Qin Yexiao had provided rolling a couple of meters into the wall. "Qing, help me change." Dragging the gown, Jiang Li headed to her room, aware that this ensemble would not conceal her tattoos. Qin Yexiao suddenly spoke up. I have checked. It is detrimental for female celebrities to be photographed with tattoos. Song Qing replied softly, Mr. Qin, rest assured, I will assist Li Li in concealing it with foundation. She has worn strapless outfits before. Qin Yexiao fell silent for a moment before continuing. The event venue is likely to be quite warm. Are you not concerned about makeup meltdown? Qin Yicheng interjected. How do you know all this so well? Cheng Sijuan glanced at the distant North Emperor Manor, then back at Qin Yexiao, who still wore his mask. Help. Is he truly the esteemed Xiao Yi she was thinking of? It seems there is no one else in the entire capital with such grand gestures. After some contemplation, she spoke up. Shall we select another outfit? We can bring 3 sets to the Starlight Awards. How about this one? She picked up a haute couture, eye-catching bright cyan gown, featuring long sleeves and an off-the-shoulder design, with feathers adorning the neckline and a voluminous skirt embroidered with delicate plumes. It was undeniably a show-stopping gown and sufficiently conservative. Song Qing frowned slightly. I heard from a friend that Shin Shu will be wearing this gown for her red carpet appearance. Did VR not create 2 sets? It wouldn't be favorable for Li Li to have a wardrobe clash with Shin Shu. Upon hearing that Shin Shu was to wear it, Cheng Sijuan quickly hung up, her heart still racing as she said, Good thing you found out in advance. Otherwise, clashing with the divine Shu would lead to scorn. Qin Yicheng curled up on the sofa, with Shishir and Jiaochan resting at his feet, their fierce eyes fixed on him. He instinctively pulled his legs closer and wrapped his arms tightly around them, exclaiming, How could I allow you to clash with anyone else's outfit? This VR outfit is the only one. The other dresses from this brand are rather too provocative. This particular set was forcefully obtained by my brother from Shinshu. While it may be deemed alluring, it is, in truth, excessively revealing. Consequently, everyone collectively agreed that this VR ensemble is the most stunning, yet not overly ostentatious, capable of concealing tattoos. Zhongli. After Song Qing styled Zhongli, she promptly made her way to Feng Ziqing. The Starlight Awards, a gathering of celebrities. This annual event showcases a significant portion of the entertainment industry's stars, nearly all of whom are renowned figures within the circle, inevitably stirring immense excitement. Wherever there is popularity, there is bound to be a fierce competition. Trending topics are continuously refreshed, with one artist after another soaring into the spotlight, leading to a subtle rivalry between various artists and their fans. Backstage, celebrities arrive one after another, each adorned with exquisite makeup and splendid attire, exchanging warm greetings. Upon her arrival, Chu Yin scanned the venue but did not spot Zhongli. She slightly tilted her head and quietly inquired of her assistant, Did my brother take her the dress? Wang Yu replied, The dress was delivered to the Chu residence this morning, and Chu Xiao sent it over immediately. Chu Yin smiled, nodding at a passing celebrity, and proceeded further inside. Yin, Feng Ziqing, having arrived early, noticed Chu Yin and stood up. Chu Yin took Feng Ziqing's hand, complimenting her on her styling and outfit. Before her gaze landed on Song Qing, standing nearby. Qing, Chu Yin said with a smile. I heard you were trying to help my sister borrow a dress, but couldn't manage it. Why didn't you ask for my assistance? The matter of Zhongli borrowing a dress has become widely known in the circle, leading to considerable embarrassment and trending online. Upon mentioning the matter, the surrounding crowd buzzed with snide remarks and expressions of derision. It was presumed that Zhongli would not make an appearance. If she did, it would only be a source of embarrassment. A voice quietly remarked, casting a glance at the exquisite, seasonal gown adorning Chu Yin. The two sisters are truly worlds apart. If I were Zhongli, I would have long since withdrawn from the limelight, utterly overshadowed by Chu Yin. Song Qing pressed her lips together, her gaze turning icy. Just as she was about to speak, a commotion arose from the entrance, drawing every eye in that direction. Where Zhongli made her entrance in a striking aquamarine off-the-shoulder gown, her long, lustrous hair elegantly styled, with a few delicate strands framing her forehead. Her complexion was a cool alabaster, her collarbones exquisite, her neck slender and elongated, and her shoulder line flowed with a perfection that seemed otherworldly. Upon her arrival, she nearly eclipsed all the light in the room, her innate elegance rendering the beauty of others dim. Cheng Sijuan assisted Jiang Li in managing the train of her gown as they sought out a vacant seat. Every gaze in the room followed her with unwavering attention. An eerie silence enveloped the backstage area. No one had anticipated Jiang Li's grand appearance in such a lavish gown. Rumors suggested that no one had lent her a dress. The stylists accompanying other first-tier stars furrowed their brows upon seeing the gown. Isn't this? A few stylists exchanged glances. Other female celebrities kept their red carpet looks under wraps prior to events to avoid comparison. Shinshu was different. Her status ensured that no one dared to don the same attire, and her gowns were unattainable for other actresses. Thus, everyone was aware of Shinshu's gowns in advance, as they were all top-tier custom creations from renowned brands. As the attendees caught sight of Jiang Li's attire, their expressions subtly shifted. What was amiss? A star glanced at the stylist, who whispered, "This dress is the gown that Shushan wore for her red carpet appearance, the latest piece from VR's haute couture collection." How did it end up on Jiang Li? What? The star was taken aback, glancing at Jiang Li, her mouth agape. Are you suggesting that what Jiang Li is wearing might be a counterfeit? The stylist nodded in affirmation. Other stars began to murmur among their own stylists. And soon the news spread backstage. Was Jiang Li out of her mind? Did she dare to share a wardrobe with Shushan? Was she donning a fake? One individual remarked. Even if Shushan's fans don't tear her apart, VR's official team will undoubtedly confront her, and she might even face legal repercussions for infringement. Chu Yin observed the counterfeit VR gown on Jiang Li, a subtle smirk curling her lips. If Jiang Li had indeed provoked Shinshu, the Shin family would surely move to blacklist her. Fang Jiqing chuckled, crossing her arms. Yin, I wager that even if the production team wishes to protect Jiang Li, they will be powerless to do so. Offending Shinshu? That is akin to courting disaster. Finally, we may not have to endure Jiang Li any longer. Isn't Shushan supposed to come backstage soon for a photo with us? Chu Yin inquired. Fang Jiqing nodded. She should be arriving shortly. A grave look crossed Chu Yin's face as she pressed her lips together. If Shushan sees Jiang Li wearing the same outfit, she will undoubtedly be furious. With that, she strode purposefully towards Jiang Li, sister. Chu Yin stood before Jiang Li, her expression tinged with urgency. You must have heard what everyone said just now. Before Shushan arrives, why don't you and Sister Si-jun head back? It's merely an event. There will be other opportunities. Next time, I will ensure to borrow a gown for you in advance, and I shall apologize to the organizers on your behalf. Jiang Li lifted her gaze from her phone, a nonchalant expression gracing her features. You apologize for me? Chu Yin nodded earnestly. Sister, you must leave quickly. Shushan is almost here. Jiang Li rested her arm on her face, composed and unruffled. Why should I leave? The others, observing her demeanor, deemed Jiang Li ungrateful. Chu Yin was evidently trying to assist her, and in that moment, their opinion of Jiang Li diminished further, while their regard for Chu Yin increased. Rumors, at times, hold a kernel of truth, such as Jiang Li's blatant jealousy towards Chu Yin, who selflessly wished the best for her. Despite having donned a faux gown to stand out, the backstage atmosphere was unnervingly quiet, so when the voices of Shinshu and the organizers drifted in from outside, they resonated distinctly. All eyes darted towards Jiang Li, filled with a sense of anticipation. A flicker of excitement shimmered in Chu Yan's gaze. Sister Shu, please come in. The organizers greeted pleasantly as they appeared at the door. Everyone backstage, who had been resting and retouching their makeup, instantly rose, turning towards the entrance. Chu Yan's eyes followed suit, her excitement barely concealed. For Shinshu, a Grand Slam award-winning actress, to clash with a small-time star mired in controversy over attire was nothing short of an affront. Jiang Li's actions could be likened to seeking fame by association, a risky endeavor involving a top-tier celebrity, an absolute taboo in the entertainment industry. Shinshu and her fans would undoubtedly not let this transgression slide. As Shinshu entered the room, a group of individuals were momentarily entranced by the shimmering golden sequined gown she adorned. Their astonishment lingered until they instinctively glanced at Jiang Li's attire, only to find that the anticipated spectacle had failed to materialize. Jiang Li's striking features, flawless bone structure, and exquisite beauty, coupled with her aloof and regal demeanor, overshadowed everyone present. Even the stunning Shinshu could not compete with her allure. Chu Yin's lashes fluttered, her brows lowered, as disbelief filled her gaze. How could Shinshu have suddenly changed her originally planned red carpet gown? All her meticulous arrangements had come to naught. Sister Shu, everyone in the lounge respectfully greeted Shinshu. Hello, she replied with a gentle smile, exuding a refined elegance. Her every gesture was poised and gracious. She surveyed the room filled with stars and slightly inclined her head towards the organizers, remarking, "Look at this group of young talents. They truly embody a flourishing diversity." The organizers chuckled, They cannot compare to you. Please, do not say that. Shinshu shook her head. Youth is an invaluable asset, full of vigor and inspiration. Shinshu is widely acclaimed for her graciousness towards aspiring actors who exhibit dedication and talent. The organizers added, allow me to introduce a few individuals to you. They are all recipients of awards today, including the Outstanding Actor of the Year, Xu Yan, whom you surely know, as well as Fang Ziqing and others. Shinshu nodded in acknowledgement. The individuals mentioned displayed visible excitement in their eyes. Upon hearing her name, Xu Yan immediately composed herself, realizing that gaining Shinshu's recognition could open doors to a wealth of top-tier opportunities. In comparison, Jiang Li's departure from the entertainment industry seemed trivial next to the prospect of forging a connection with Shinshu. The organizers led Shinshu deeper into the venue. As they approached Xu Yan, she stepped forward, opening her mouth as if to call out to Jiang Li. However, Shinshu suddenly veered towards the direction beside Xu Yan. In an instant, the expressions of everyone changed dramatically. Xu Yan's voice caught in her throat, her smile frozen on her face. Cheng Sijuan had never imagined that Jiang Li could engage in conversation with a figure as influential as Shinshu. She merely stood beside Jiang Li. When Shinshu called out Jiang Li's name, Sijuan's mind went blank for a moment, but upon regaining her composure, she excitedly tugged at Jiang Li's sleeve. Jiang Li held Shinshu's accomplishments in the entertainment industry, as well as her philanthropic endeavors over the years, in high esteem. Her previously carefree demeanor slightly restrained. She politely greeted, Sister Xu. Such beauty, Shinshu remarked, her gaze sweeping from Jiang Li's head to her toes, her tone laced with teasing depth. Your attire is equally stunning. Jiang Li responded with silence. The organizers observed this scene with astonishment flickering in their eyes. Among so many stars vying for Shinshu's favor, she had chosen to seek out Jiang Li, who was mired in controversy. Others stood in stunned silence. Shinshu grasped Jiang Li's hand. I have heard that when she personally selected you for the role of the second female lead. For someone as discerning as he is, earning his recognition is indeed a rare achievement. When she is a director whose career has surged in recent years, earning an excellent reputation. His rise in the industry can largely be attributed to Shinshu. Without her support and investment, Wen Qi might not have reached his current heights. This is also why, with Wen Qi's endorsement of Jiang Li, other investors dared not casually remove her from the cast. Jiang Li was indeed taken aback by Shinshu's initiative. Yet she did not display much reaction, politely expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Xu. Shinshu gave her hand a gentle pat and turned to the organizers. Let us take a group photo first. All right, the organizers responded, quickly summoning the photographer and a gathering of female celebrities. Shinshu glanced at Jiang Li, her tone warm. Stand next to me during the photo. Jiang Li paused for a brief moment before replying. Okay. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Jiang Li had somehow connected with Shinshu? She, a figure mired in scandals. What right did she have? Did Shinshu remain oblivious to Jiang Li's notorious past? Xu Yan clenched her nails into her palm, her expression darkening significantly. And it was only upon her assistant's reminder that she managed to compose herself. Yet, upon catching sight of Jiang Li and Shinshu's retreating figures, the hatred in her eyes was palpable and frenzied. Once the photo session concluded, Shinshu departed. The backstage atmosphere grew even more suffocatingly silent. A barrage of glances was directed at Jiang Li. Before leaving, Shinshu had added Jiang Li on WeChat, a gesture that was entirely initiated by Shinshu. A rarity for someone of her stature. Jiang Li, holding her phone, pondered for a moment, then typed a message to Shinshu, Sister Xu. I apologize for the dress situation. Shinshu replied promptly. I should be the one thanking you. Someone offered me 10 times the price to buy it. Tell me, am I not making a fortune? Jiang Li. Shinshu followed up with another message. It looks even better on you. If I have the chance to use the profits, I'll treat you to a meal. I hope we can have such good fortune again. Jiang Li. Cheng Sijuan gently nudged her shoulder, lowering her voice to a whisper. Which esteemed gentleman? Qin Xiao? Lord Xiao? With just a name. Jiang Li understood the inquiry she was about to make. Cheng Sijuan surveyed the crowded and bustling scene, contemplated for a moment, and then produced her phone. A WeChat notification popped up on Jiang Li's screen. Cheng Sijuan, did you find a stepfather for Xiaoyi? Did you really heed Xiaoyi's words and attempt to entice Qin Xiao? Maternal love is truly magnificent. Jiang Li, when did you become so blind? Cheng Sijuan, absolutely. My sister, if you're going to attract a benefactor, aim for the most formidable one. Jiang Li, I genuinely do not know him. Chung Sijuan. You don't know the person who accompanied your son to the supermarket? You don't know the one who bought you so many dresses? Who were you trying to fool? Jiang Li. Not far away, Fang Ziqing sat before a mirror, while Song Qing was retouching her makeup. She gazed at Jiang Li's silhouette in the reflection and, lowering her voice with a sullen expression, remarked to the nearby Chu Yan, "Is Shen Shu blind? Who here has a higher popularity than you this year? I previously heard that someone wanted to pair you with Shen Shu for a film, but she didn't even acknowledge you and went straight to converse with Jiang Li." Chu Yan, a currently sought-after actress, was the center of attention wherever she went. Yet today, she was overshadowed by Jiang Li, who had been left far behind, gripping the armrest tightly and remaining silent. Moreover, regarding the VR aspect, Fang Ziqing smirked mockingly. I truly wonder what means Jiang Li employed to persuade their brand to bestow dresses upon her. Shen Shu was robbed of her garments, yet still rushed to ingratiate herself. Chu Yan lifted her gaze, observing the vibrant azure figure in the mirror. She was unaware of the reason behind Shen Shu's change of attire, yet she could ascertain that Jiang Li's gown was a counterfeit. It was a meticulously crafted imitation that she had commissioned herself. For every celebrity, walking the red carpet is a silent contest, a showcase of supremacy among various fashion brands. The red carpet was adorned with a plethora of beauties, dazzling enough to bewilder any onlooker. Over the years, it has become increasingly rare for anyone to outshine all others with their ensemble on this illustrious path. The reporters appeared somewhat disinterested until Jiang Li made her entrance. Adorned in a striking azure feathered gown with an extravagant skirt, a hue notoriously challenging to wear, yet she embodied its brilliance with her enchanting and beguiling beauty. Her makeup was simple yet exquisite, her brows and eyes radiating a cool, sharp allure, as her gaze flickered with a captivating charm that was both seductive and refined. Reminiscent of a fairy. The most striking feature was her tall, sensual figure, exuding an aura of solitude and pride. The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly disrupted as if a boulder had been cast into still waters, with camera flashes converging frantically upon Jiang Li, the queen of red carpet scandals. Capable of captivating attention even in a burlap sack, had returned. Jiang Li gracefully accepted the pen handed to her by the staff, nodding in gratitude before signing her name. As a reporter zoomed in, she had already completed her autograph. Upon observing the signature, the reporter fell silent for a moment, unable to restrain a remark. Why has your handwriting become even more unsightly than before? It is well known that many celebrities possess less than attractive handwriting, yet finding someone like Jiang Li, whose writing is uniquely unappealing in such a refreshing manner, is indeed a rarity. Every beauty must possess a flaw. Another journalist admired the photographs he had taken. Regardless of Jiang Li's character, her beauty is undeniably striking, requiring no retouching whatsoever. Tonight's trending topic is bound to be lively. Jiang Li, laden with scandal, made her grand entrance at the Starlight Plaza clad in a $1 million VR haute couture, overshadowing numerous celebrities. One could speculate that a VR apology might drag Jiang Li's reputation down, inciting criticism. It has been evidenced that one's values do not necessarily align with one's appearance. The race for news is relentless. All journalists present almost instantaneously began crafting their articles. In terms of beauty, Jiang Li has never faltered. The entry regarding Jiang Li's attendance at the Starlight Awards swiftly ascended to the trending topics on Weibo. Contrary to the journalists' expectations of negative reviews, an avalanche of praise ensued. Notably, the speed at which it climbed the trending list was almost abnormal. In no time, it surged into the top 3 of the trending topics. With nearly identical copy from all marketing accounts, Jiang Li dazzles in $1 million VR haute couture on the red carpet. Finally, a contender has arrived. The ubiquitous nature of this identical phrasing raises questions. Who isn't paying for it? And who believes it? Jiang Li sat inconspicuously in the corner. The awards ceremony yet to commence. Lounging on the sofa, her posture relaxed as she idly browsed her phone. The group comprised Jiang Li, Feng Mu, Chung Sijuan, and Song Qing. Feng Mu posted 10 links on Weibo and quipped, "Jiang Li, my friend, did you buy trending topics? So many marketing accounts are praising you." Jiang Li replied, "I have no money, and I'm not ill." Song Qing remarked, "This press release might draw some backlash. Praising Li is acceptable, but there is no need to undermine other female artists, as any of them holds a higher status than Li." Jiang Li, Chung Sijuan, I possess wealth, yet I am not afflicted by illness. Even if I were to purchase it, would I allow someone to compose such a crude public statement? Feng Mu. It has ascended to second place on trending topics. How intriguing. It appears someone is deliberately orchestrating a trending topic for my brother, promoting her while simultaneously creating adversaries. Soon, fans from various factions will converge, and the trending plaza will be inundated with chaos, dredging up past scandals to torment her. Jiang Li furrowed her brows in irritation. She was merely an obscure actress, unworthy of such attention. Cheng Sijuan also realized that someone was targeting Jiang Li, prompting her to pick up her phone and reach out to her team. Meanwhile, on Weibo, the tone of the comments began to shift. Those praising Jiang Li were being offered substantial sums. It seemed absurd. Had VR lost its senses? How could they lend a gown to someone like Jiang Li? Associating with a celebrity mired in controversies would surely tarnish the reputation of such a prestigious international brand. Such luxury. This would undoubtedly diminish its value. Wait, there is a significant issue. That gown worn by Jiang Li appeared rather questionable. Chapter 54. Chu Yan apologizes on behalf of Jiang Li. What is her standing? Jiang Li, disinterested in the trending topic, ceased responding to messages in the WeChat group. She languidly shifted her posture, accessing the internal communication software to attend to unread messages. The incident involving Jiang Li and counterfeit goods rapidly escalated on Weibo. A multitude of netizens flocked to the official VR brand's Weibo account, perplexed that a brand reserved for top-tier celebrities was being worn by Jiang Li. A star of such limited stature. Was she truly worthy of donning the haute couture of VR? Ultimately, it was revealed that the gown was merely a high-quality imitation. Recently, the fans and bots supporting Jiang Li have been fervently praising her as the queen of the red carpet, with a plethora of marketing accounts disseminating identical press releases. Seemingly anxious that others might not realize she has purchased trending topics. Is it not rather awkward? Can her popularity truly rival that of other first-tier female celebrities? Allow me to enlighten those who may be oblivious. Haute couture is not merely something one can don at will. The fashion industry places immense importance on an artist's status and worth. In simple terms, Jiang Li is unworthy, no matter how many years pass. She will never be deserving of wearing the latest haute couture from VR. I have never witnessed someone flaunting such a high imitation with such audacity. I await the VR brand's response to this affront. Such comments proliferate incessantly, and once again, Jiang Li finds herself trending due to widespread mockery. Meanwhile, Chu Yan occupies a seat on the edge of the front row sofa, engaged in conversation with several first-tier male and female artists, all of whom are poised to receive awards today, including Feng Mu. The lighting in the venue is somewhat dim. One individual notices Feng Mu scrolling through Weibo and expresses surprise. Even the esteemed Feng Mu scrolls through Weibo? Feng Mu smirks slightly and replies, boredom, just passing the time. Another male artist chuckles, nodding towards his phone. A new scoop just broke on Weibo. That VR gown Jiang Li wore is a high imitation. The netizens are causing quite a stir on the brand's official account, and the marketing accounts have started buzzing. The heat is rising. Has it escalated? The speaker appeared unfazed, remarking that they had previously heard whispers about the matter. The issue of the counterfeit gown could escalate significantly, undoubtedly inciting the ire of the brand representatives and potentially resulting in a blacklist from several prestigious luxury brands, making it exceedingly difficult to borrow gowns in the future. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan's expression shifted subtly. My sister's gown is fake? How is that possible? The individual seemed to realize that they were openly discussing Jiang Li, who was indeed Chu Yan's sister, and awkwardly chuckled. Yes, Teacher Chu. However, Jiang Li's situation regarding the counterfeit gown should not implicate you. This is her own affair. With her gaze lowered, Chu Yan appeared somewhat flustered as she murmured, a Qing cannot borrow a gown. I was the one who helped my sister acquire it. The others fell silent at her words. Which styling team did Teacher Chu enlist? One inquired. Did something go amiss with the team? Given Chu Yan's stature, it shouldn't be difficult to cultivate relationships and invest a bit of money to secure a VR gown. I do not know, Chu Yan responded softly, hastily retrieving her phone from her handbag to check trending topics. Feng Mu observed Chu Yan, his gaze deep and contemplative. He was acutely aware that Jiang Li and Chu Yan were not of the same ilk. It was clear that Jiang Li would never accept a gown borrowed by Chu Yan, let alone wear a counterfeit. Upon seeing the mocking comments about Jiang Li's overreach trending online, the flicker of amusement in Chu Yan's eyes vanished almost instantly. Her face remained taut with anxiety as she pressed her lips together, her brow furrowing slightly. Noticing Chu Yan's grave expression, someone offered reassurance. Teacher Chu, this was not your intention. Let us address the issue first. We cannot allow netizens to disparage my sister like this. Chu Yin promptly logged into her main account. I will post a Weibo to clarify and apologize, to silence the netizens and prevent further escalation. Feng Mu narrowed his eyes. Was it necessary to hastily condemn Jiang Li before the matter had reached a conclusion? Chu Yin swiftly composed her Weibo post and sent it out. Chu Yin v. Regarding the VR gown, it was borrowed from my sister Jiang Li. I take full responsibility for failing to verify the gown's origin before handing it to her. She was unaware of the situation, and I am willing to bear all consequences and compensation. I sincerely apologize to VR. Comments immediately flooded in. Why should Chu Yin apologize? She is also a victim. Does Jiang Li not know if she is worthy of wearing that gown? It was her own choice to wear it to seek attention. If I were her, I certainly wouldn't dare to wear it. Exactly. Pretending to be ignorant? This gown is worn by top-tier artists, like Xu Shun. What is Jiang Li, a mere 18-line actress? Wearing counterfeit and dragging her sister into an apology. Couldn't she speak for herself? The other attendees observed the prevailing sentiment on Weibo. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan's apology did not quell the public outcry. Rather, it incited the ire of her fans. At the front table, Shen Shu sat in a circle with several company executives and heads of major brands in the Huaguo region. What do you think? Doesn't Jiang Li look even more stunning in this haute couture than the model? Shen Shu inquired of the VR representative. Given VR's prestigious brand status, it was indeed unlikely that they would lend the gown to Jiang Li. However, their executives were taken aback when the opposing party decided to invest heavily to purchase the gown outright. Most importantly, Jiang Li astonishingly showcased a breathtaking effect. The person in charge was exceedingly pleased, his satisfaction palpable. It's exquisite. Her beauty completely overshadowed the gown style, Miss Jiang Li. Before the VR head could finish his sentence, his assistant suddenly approached, leaning in to whisper something in his ear, causing a visible change in his expression. The other executives were taken aback. What has happened? It seemed some absurd rumors had surfaced on Weibo. The head of VR's countenance darkened as he retrieved his phone. Upon entering Weibo, he was met with a barrage of vitriol in the comments section beneath their official post. Come out and apologize to the VR brand. Jiang Li, VR. Chu Yan's apology had thrust Jiang Li into the eye of the storm. Upon witnessing the overwhelming tide of articles online, Shen Shu, who typically exuded elegance and warmth, suddenly turned cold. Chu Yan is Jiang Li's sister? An informed executive remarked. They share the same father but have different mothers. The online opinions are starkly polarized. The VR head, pointing at his phone, was clearly infuriated. This is not merely an affront to our haute couture clients, but also a slight against other artists who undergo our brand's rigorous high-fashion scrutiny. The expressions of those present were far from favorable. Shen Shu rose decisively, turning to the staff, and inquired in a low voice, "Where is Jiang Li sitting?" The staff, trembling, pointed to a corner, over there. Shen Shu strode purposefully towards her. The head of VR watched her retreating figure, gripping his phone tightly, and followed her. The central booth in the front row was occupied by prominent figures of today's Starry Night Awards. As two prominent figures suddenly moved through a crowd of artists, their expressions grim, a wave of murmurs erupted. How could one have ever witnessed Shen's cold demeanor? And the head of VR, his countenance seemed ready to tear apart Jiang Li. A dress worth 20 million. Jiang Li had ruined it just by wearing it. She had diminished the prestige of their brand. Jiang Li was finished. Countless eyes turned towards Jiang Li in the corner. Before Shen could reach her, she noticed Cheng Sijuan leaning down to whisper a few words to Jiang Li. In the next moment, the woman's icy and exquisite features conveyed a chilling intensity. Her slightly narrowed, jet-black eyes sending shivers down one's spine. Despite the several meters of distance, Shen could palpably sense the oppressive aura emanating from Jiang Li. Just then, Jiang Li abruptly raised her gaze, her sharp eyes locking onto Shen and the head of VR. For a fleeting instant, Shen felt as though a dagger was poised at her throat, rendering her breathless. This aura was more terrifying than that of her own patriarch. Shen steadied her thoughts and approached Jiang Li. You are aware of the situation on Weibo, right? Jiang Li nodded, impatience evident in her brow. Out of respect for Shen, her senior, she stood up. The head of VR quickly bent slightly, saying, Miss Jiang, this matter was mishandled on our part, and we apologize. The onlookers, who had been waiting for the spectacle, were taken aback to see the head of VR bowing an apology to Jiang Li. Someone, unsure of who, finally found their voice. What is happening? Is the head of VR bowing to Jiang Li? Isn't she the one wearing a fake gown? Shouldn't Jiang Li be the one to offer an apology? Chu Yin sat frozen in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. The reporters, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, felt a surge of curiosity ignite within them, eagerly tightening their grips on their cameras as they zoomed in. The head of VR whispered something to a staff member, who promptly retrieved a microphone. An unsettling premonition washed over Chu Yin, causing her to clench her fingers in a frantic grip. The VR director, microphone in hand, stood in the corner, addressing the gathering. In light of the unfounded rumors circulating online, I wish to clarify that the gown worn by Miss Jiang Li is our latest haute couture design from VR this month and is not a counterfeit. Each word was pronounced distinctly, delivering a personal clarification amidst the gala. What was once the most inconspicuous corner of the venue had suddenly transformed into the epicenter of attention. Chu Yin felt as if struck by lightning. Could it truly not be a fake? It was inconceivable. How could the gown worn by Jiang Li possibly be genuine? That dress was undeniably commissioned by her as a counterfeit. Just as panic surged within her, a voice echoed through the microphone, resonating throughout the event. Miss Chu Yin. Her heart leapt into her throat, fingers tightening in distress as she raised her gaze in a daze toward the corner. In the dim lighting of the venue, she struggled to discern the expression of the VR director. The director, fixated on Chu Yin's direction, continued. You claim that the gown was borrowed from Miss Jiang Li, yet how can you assert with such certainty that the studio provided you with a counterfeit? Moreover, why did you issue such a definitive apology on Weibo? Chapter 56. Unmasking Chu Yin's True Nature. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the head of the VR brand spoke candidly and directly, capturing the attention of reporters who frantically clicked their cameras, the shutter sounds echoing in rapid succession. They deliberately fabricated a false gown for Jiang Li, leading to a clash with Shin Shu, as both donned counterfeit attire. Subsequently, they orchestrated a trending topic, inciting Shin Shu's fans to lash out at Jiang Li. With Jiang Li offending Shin Shu, her prospects in the entertainment industry seemed bleak. This was Chu Yin's scheme. However, the unfolding events exceeded her expectations. As others absorbed the VR head's remarks, they realized that only Jiang Li wore the VR brand's haute couture, while Shin Shu did not. How did Chu Yin ascertain the dress was counterfeit so swiftly and personally issue an apology on Weibo? This maneuver seemed aimed at hastily branding Jiang Li as a purveyor of fakes. Eyes bore down on Chu Yin with an intensity akin to flames. Those navigating the entertainment industry are astute. With a moment's contemplation, they discerned the situation. Unspoken understanding passed among them, and the looks directed at Chu Yin gradually shifted, tinged with a hint of mockery. Previously perceived as kind-hearted, hailing from a wealthy family and well-protected, many believed Chu Yin to be devoid of guile. Yet, one could hardly achieve the status of a first-tier star without a certain cunning. It was unexpected that she would not spare even her own sister. Feeling the weight of speculative gazes, Chu Yin desperately suppressed the turmoil within her. She pursed her lips, feigning remorse as she spoke. I apologize. My sister is often subjected to slander. I merely wish to clarify the matter urgently. There has been extensive analysis on Weibo suggesting discrepancies in color compared to the authentic haute couture. I thought there might have been a mistake with the gown I borrowed from my sister, and sought to minimize the damage to her as swiftly as possible. Her words were entirely reasonable, originating from a place of genuine concern for Jiang Li. In light of this, Miss Chu Yin acknowledged that she intended to borrow the VR gown from Miss Jiang Li, did she not? The head of VR was unconvinced and pressed on. But why have we never entertained a costume team requesting to borrow gowns? I am unaware of which brand it is. Chu Yin maintained her composure, neither subservient nor arrogant. I have not seen the gown. It was delivered directly to my home this morning as my brother brought it for my sister. She distanced herself from any implication. I see. Suddenly, Shin Shu interjected, her smile almost warm as she regarded Chu Yin. If you don't know the brand, how can you be certain that Jiang Li is wearing the dress you borrowed? Without even inquiring with Jiang Li, you hastily took to Weibo to apologize. Chu Yan's fingers trembled, her courage faltering against Shin Shu's scrutiny. Fang Jiqing, unable to bear the injustice, stepped forward to defend Chu Yin. Shun, she was merely trying to assist Jiang Li by borrowing a dress. What wrong has she committed for you to treat her this way? Chu Yan's complexion paled, tugging at Fang Jiqing's hand. She meekly replied, Please, stop. It is my fault. I will post another apology on Weibo. Jiang Li displayed no particular emotion, tilting her head slightly, her brow furrowed as she idly tapped her phone, seemingly indifferent. She chuckled. If memory serves, it appears that I am the one being scolded. The room fell silent. Not a soul uttered a word. Jiang Li's dark, enchanting eyes lifted slightly, revealing a chilling gaze that could stifle any who dared to meet it. Her lips still curled in a smile. What are you pretending to be fragile for? Have you become addicted to the act? The woman raised an eyebrow, and a cold, oppressive atmosphere enveloped everyone like an impenetrable net. Present were newcomers from the entertainment industry who had emerged over the past year. They had never encountered Jiang Li in person, only heard whispers of her legend, a paragon of beauty, plagued by scandal, known for her volatile temperament, and infamous for her swift tempers, better not to provoke her. Although Jiang Li's notorious temperament was well established, witnessing her confrontational demeanor in person was unprecedented in the entertainment realm. The moment Jiang Li spoke, astonishment rippled through the crowd. It felt as if the air had exploded. Chu Yan's complexion darkened further, and all the reporters trained their cameras on her, the flash rendering her face ghostly pale. Jiang Li, Fang Jiqing exclaimed indignantly, is this really necessary? Yan Yan has already apologized. Why is she pretending to be so fragile? Jiang Li lightly tapped on the back of her phone. Fang Jiqing retorted angrily. Song Qing lent you the gown because your reputation is so tarnished that no brand would agree to lend you one. Everyone knows this. Yan Yan kindly intended to help you, and now you wish to tarnish her reputation as well? Cheng Sijuan recalled what Chu Linfeng's assistant had said when delivering the gown, and she began to grasp Chu Yan's intentions. She remarked, this morning, indeed, Miss Chu's brother delivered the gown, accompanied by an assistant who claimed it was the latest VR seasonal collection, valued at millions. However, since Jiang Li already possessed a gown, it was not accepted. Does Miss Chu truly not know which brand she borrowed? Chu Yan, with a stiff resolve, adamantly denied. I am unaware. Perhaps my team informed my brother when they delivered the gown. Cheng Sijuan nodded, stating that given the current turmoil, it would be best to have young Master Chu deliver the gown directly, and it would also be prudent for Miss Chu to contact the styling team that had been arranged. We must clarify our stance. Chu Yan shot a fierce glare at Cheng Sijuan, her fingers clenching tightly. Cheng Sijuan smiled faintly, remarking that the abundance of scandal surrounding Jiang Li was inconsequential. It was imperative that her pristine reputation remained unblemished, was it not? Chu Yan's heart raced violently, her limbs icy with dread, as an overwhelming fear gripped her entire being. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Journalists at the event were almost instantaneously uploading videos to Weibo. The situation on Weibo had escalated into a frenzy, with voices clashing vehemently. Initially, the VR project leader had clarified that Jiang Li's gown was indeed authentic, silencing a significant number of critics. However, with the relentless pressure from Jiang Li and Cheng Sijuan, Chu Yan's fans erupted in outrage. How could an insignificant figure like Jiang Li dare to bully a first-tier star such as Chu Yan? Over the years, Chu Yan had cultivated a favorable public image through her diligent academic pursuits, garnering much goodwill, and everyone believed she was genuinely attempting to assist Jiang Li. In stark contrast, Jiang Li was mired in controversy, with public sentiment overwhelmingly against her. The battlefield on Weibo was predictably fierce. Jiang Li's scant fanbase was utterly overwhelmed by Chu Yan's millions of supporters, resulting in Jiang Li trending for all the wrong reasons. The Starry Night Awards had sunk to new lows, allowing anyone and anything to participate. Since Jiang Li's return, she had repeatedly found herself in the headlines. Surely, her VR haute couture gown had been acquired through dubious means, stealing the spotlight, buying her way into trending topics, and even draining her own sister's resources? How shameless. I am a fan of Shen Shu, and what is this situation? Shen Shu is aiding Jiang Li in bullying Chu Yan? I am switching allegiances. Jiang Li still has fans. They raised their comments to the forefront, allowing everyone to witness the sheer absurdity. Chu Yan found herself in a dire predicament. Utterly at a loss. She had maintained her impeccable reputation for so many years and could not afford to suffer a fall from grace. It struck her that the attire in question had been sent by Chu Linfeng, with whom she had no prior interaction. Given Chu Linfeng's astuteness, he surely knew what she had done. Since childhood, he had shown her great affection and would undoubtedly help her navigate this crisis. As for the styling team, aside from her, no one was aware of which establishment had crafted the counterfeit VR haute couture. With this thought, she felt a slight sense of relief. At that moment, Jiang Li's phone vibrated. It was a call from Chu Qingzhong. She cast a glance at the screen and promptly declined the call. In the next instant, The caller ID changed to Chu Linfeng, and she ignored that as well. The phone buzzed several times as Chu Linfeng sent a flurry of WeChat messages. Li, this situation is Yinner's fault. I apologize on her behalf. Let it go, okay? Whatever compensation you seek is yours. If the matter of the counterfeit gown becomes public, Yinner's hard-earned reputation in the entertainment industry will be irrevocably tarnished. After all, she is your sister. Spare her this time. Once the gala concludes, you can return home, and I will ensure she personally apologizes to you. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, realizing they were fully aware of Chu Yan's true nature. Chu Qingzhang also messaged her, "Are you determined to ruin your sister? Your reputation was already tenuous. What harm is there in a few harsh words? Yinner is not like you. She cannot endure such slander." Cheng Sijuan gazed at Chu Yan, urging her, "Miss Chu, please contact your brother and the team who assisted you with the attire. The awards ceremony is about to commence. We must resolve this swiftly to restore your reputation." Nearby, Chu Linfeng appeared to be closely monitoring the situation at the event. Jiang Li received another WeChat message from him. "I am aware that you have seen my message. Since you choose not to respond, I shall handle this matter in my own way." He meticulously retracted for messages he sent to Jiang Li, leaving no trace of evidence. In the Jiang group, within Chu Qingzhang's office, Chu Linfeng opened Weibo, intending to take full responsibility for the situation and apologize to Jiang Li to bring an end to this public relations battle. However, he was taken aback to discover a significant shift in the trending topics. He sat frozen, staring at his phone in disbelief. Observing his inaction, Chu Qingzhang urged, "You must clarify things for your sister quickly. She still has a marriage engagement with the Yu family." Chu Linfeng closed his eyes and leaned back, his hand holding the phone limply falling onto the sofa. The screen displayed a post from the renowned domestic designer Guo, published merely a minute ago. He exhaled slowly. The situation is beyond control. The designer Yan Yan found has just posted on Weibo. Chu Qingzhang's expression shifted to one of shock. "What did you say?" Meanwhile, at the awards ceremony, Cheng Sijuan continued to observe Chu Yan, a smile gracing her lips, though her eyes were icy. "Miss Chu, let us not waste any more time. Please make the call." "There is no need to call," Chu Yan replied. Feng Mu spoke up, slightly raising his head. Guo had posted on Weibo, revealing the chat records with Chu Yan. The gown was a creation that Chu Yan had sent her to make, and prior to the commission, Chu Yan was fully aware that it was the latest haute couture piece from VR, and that Xu Shun was originally slated to wear it. Feng Mu's voice was not loud, yet it was sufficiently audible for those around to hear. Chu Yan's mind buzzed, plunging into a void, her body trembling with every fiber in that moment. All the vehement denials she had just uttered transformed into the sharpest of daggers, tearing through her facade, leaving her exposed and cast into the crowd, utterly mortified. She stood frozen in place. Even her fingers felt as though they had been encased in ice. With Guo Zhao's acknowledgement, public opinion on Weibo had completely reversed. The fury of deceived netizens surged back upon Chu Yan with an intensity many times over. What a blunder! How disgusting! This maneuver was clearly aimed at using Xu Shun to eliminate rivals. All this time, it turned out to be the malicious sister. What a waste of my feelings. Truly blind. Unfollowing. Chu, the grand star, a master of tea arts, how adept at pretense. Tea-sister is remarkable. I was convinced by her righteous act of innocence just moments ago. I genuinely criticized Jiang Li. The fool was, in fact, myself. Where are all those who condemned Jiang Li earlier? Come forth. Apologize. Jiang Li's fans, having endured suppression for so long, finally had their moment to rise, instantly demanding accountability. In an instant, as if a rat scurrying through the streets, everyone turned against Chu Yan. Chu Yan had painstakingly maintained her public persona for so many years. It all came crashing down. A deluge of posts emerged on Weibo from Chu Yan's fans announcing their decision to unfollow her. The trending topic could not be suppressed. Over at Guo Zhao's styling studio, in a modest studio filled with bodyguards clad in black, Qin Yichen leaned against a chair, his long legs casually draped over a white table. He carelessly tossed Guo Zhao's phone onto the surface with a sharp clatter. Guo Zhao, like a startled bird, trembled violently, her face drained of color. The phone screen displayed her Weibo homepage. Stealing a glance, her voice quivered as she spoke. "Mr. Qin, I have already posted the Weibo you requested. What else do you require?" "Your command." Qin Yichen raised his gaze, observing her for a couple of seconds before offering a sardonic smile, his demeanor surprisingly courteous. "Very well. Thank you for your trouble." In no trouble at all. Guo Xiao stammered. Qin Yiqin uncrossed his legs and stood up. Goodbye. Guo Xiao shivered, fervently wishing to never encounter them again. She turned slightly, lowering her head. Please take care. As Qin Yiqin exited, he sent a message to Qin Yexiao. Bro, it's done. The studio fell into silence once more. Guo Xiao's legs felt weak, nearly buckling under her, and she hastily supported herself against the table. She stared blankly at the phone screen, contemplating the circle of individuals Jiang Li had associated with. Even the Chu family could not suppress the trending topic. At the venue of the Starry Night Awards Gala, the head of VR surveyed the attendees regarding Miss Jiang Li's appearance in a custom VR gown. Allow me to elaborate further. In the lens of the reporters, all eyes were directed towards the least prominent figure at the gala, seated in an unremarkable corner. This scene was particularly surreal. The spotlight ought to have been on the dazzling stage, yet Jiang Li's presence commanded attention, making her the focal point wherever she stood. The head of VR continued, not just this time. As long as Miss Jiang Li wishes to don our bespoke VR attire in the future, we are more than willing to provide it unconditionally. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Chu Yin had previously sought to borrow high-end VR garments, only to be denied. She had even contemplated purchasing one outright, but the offer had been declined. Yet now, they were offering such an opportunity to Jiang Li without hesitation. The gown that had eluded Chu Yin was now being offered to Jiang Li, despite her utmost efforts to maintain her composure. The camera captured the moment of her gritted teeth. Chu Yan's carefully crafted persona crumbled completely. Shen Shu turned to Jiang Li, taking her hand. Don't sit in the corner. Come sit with me in the front. Thank you, Sister Shu, Jiang Li politely replied. I think I'll remain here. Surrounding young stars looked on with envy. The front row was occupied by industry giants, and securing a seat there was a testament to one's status in the circle. Most importantly, establishing a good rapport could yield abundant resources. Jiang Li, however, astonishingly declined this serendipitous opportunity. Shen Shu did not press her, merely nodding. All right. Message me if you need anything. Jiang Li acknowledged with a soft expressing her gratitude once more. The Starlight Awards proceeded as scheduled, although Chu Yin felt utterly humiliated. She remained on site, compelled by her obligation to accept the award for Best Actor of the Year. Soon, it was time for the awards ceremony. Two elder figures from the entertainment industry took to the stage, exchanging playful banter before getting down to business, opening the envelope. Now, let us announce the Best Actor of the Year. Chu Yin rose from her seat, but in the next moment, another name resonated through the microphone, echoing throughout the venue. Zhou Yao. Chu Yin, having stood halfway, suddenly froze in place. Zhou Yao appeared quite astonished to have received the award, covering her mouth in delight. The others cast a glance at Zhou Yao before their gazes shifted towards the much-speculated and seemingly predetermined winner of the year's Best Actor, Chu Yin. Those stares pierced towards her like sharp needles, igniting a fiery discomfort across her face. After a few seconds of silence in the venue, a thunderous applause erupted. Zhou Yao bowed to everyone and, amidst the resounding cheers, made her way to the stage. Chu Yan's eyelashes fluttered violently, as if she were drowning, struggling to breathe. All surrounding sounds became a blur, and she even forgot to sit down. Her award had been revoked. Feng Mu glanced at her, his tone laced with concern as he asked, Teacher Chu, what's wrong? Chu Yan, forcing herself back to reality, paled slightly, shook her head, and with great effort managed to pull the corners of her mouth into a semblance of a smile, whispering, It's nothing. After speaking, she feigned nonchalance and returned to her seat, awkwardly raising her hand to applaud. Feng Mu lowered his gaze, the curve of his lips deepening as he crossed his legs, looking towards the award stage with an air of contentment. As the Starlight Awards concluded, Fang Jiqing hurried to find Chu Yan, her expression filled with concern. Yan. I'm fine, Chu Yan replied, hastily moving forward, eager to escape the venue. However, the reporters were relentless, converging upon her in a swarm. Shen Min, accompanied by two assistants and staff, rushed over to shield Chu Yan. I'm sorry, but Teacher Chu needs to catch a flight back to the set. Could everyone please make way? Miss Chu, did you deliberately arrange the dress situation to sabotage your sister Jiang Li? Knowing full well that Shu Shen would don that particular gown, did you intentionally arrange for Jiang Li to wear a high imitation? Were you hoping to use Shu Shen's influence against Jiang Li? The journalist's inquiries grew increasingly incisive, and Chu Yan had never before experienced such relentless questioning under the glare of cameras and microphones, leaving her pallid with distress. After much effort, the group finally squeezed through the throng and entered the internal passageway. In the distance, they spotted Jiang Li, Song Qing, and Xin Shu alongside the VR head, engaged in animated conversation. Chu Yin pressed her lips together, her gaze shadowed with resentment. Meanwhile, Song Qing and the VR head exchanged a handshake. The VR head remarked, "In the future, should Miss Jiang wish to borrow a gown for events, please contact us in advance regarding which haute couture she desires. We will certainly prioritize lending her the pieces free of charge." Song Qing graciously expressed her gratitude. Jiang Li's beauty was renowned within the entertainment industry, and amidst the current online discourse, the VR head heaped praises on her recent appearance, dismissing any negative rumors. On the other side, Fang Jiqing furrowed her brow. So Jiang Li's haute couture was lent by Song Qing? Chu Yin lowered her eyes. Perhaps. It is unclear when Song Qing established a connection with the VR brand. Fang Jiqing glanced down at her own second-tier brand gown, a chill creeping into her expression. For this Starry Night Award styling, she had paid Song Qing 300,000. Yet, despite Song Qing's close ties with the VR executives, she had only been granted access to second-tier haute couture. "I shall take my leave," Chu Yin announced. Not waiting for Fang Jiqing's response, she cast a lingering glance at her before departing with Shun Min and her assistant. Upon exiting the venue, they were once again met with a throng of reporters outside, all clamoring for attention. Without the presence of the event staff, Chu Yin found it nearly impossible to escape the cameras of the reporters. In her panic, she clutched her shawl tightly around herself. At that moment, a suit jacket draped over her shoulders. Raising her gaze, she met the anxious expression of Yu Xuanqing. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. Chu Yan's eyes welled with tears, and feeling utterly wronged, she shook her head. Yu Xuanqing furrowed his brow, tenderly ruffling her hair as he guided her towards the car. The reporters, witnessing this scene, seemed even more exhilarated. Was Chu Yan about to reveal her romantic relationship? Yu Xuanqing's assistant surveyed the group of journalists, offering a polite smile and stating, "This is our CFO from Yu Corporation, and Miss Chu is the fiancée of our president. We hope you will portray this situation favorably in your reports." The journalists were taken aback. CFO, the future heir of Yu Corporation? As they turned their attention to Chu Yan's vehicle, the door closed behind her and Yu Xuanqing, leaving only the assistant and a few bodyguards. The assistant distributed red envelopes to the reporters, cheerfully remarking, "We kindly ask you to be lenient in your online commentary." The journalists, delighted by the monetary gesture, readily agreed. Soon, the negative trending topics surrounding Chu Yan were overshadowed by news of her romantic involvement, inundating the media with headlines about her impending marriage into a wealthy family. A wave of her devoted fans emerged to defend her, rallying against Jiang Li. The Yu family was undoubtedly a prominent name in the capital, and young Master Yu was exceptionally handsome. Chu Yan's fans wished for a long-lasting union between young Master Yu and Miss Chu. Whispers circulated that Jiang Li was betrothed to young Master Yu, a union arranged by their elders. However, the Yu family showed no interest in Jiang Li, and it was clear from the videos that young Master Yu's affection for Chu Yan was genuine. What on earth? Has Jiang Li been cast aside? One cannot help but admire young Master Yu's discerning eye. Upon entering the living room of the North Emperor Manor, Qin Yexiao was greeted by a myriad of luxurious boxes strewn about. Jiang Li had returned all the haute couture. Qin Yiqin sprang up from the sofa. "Brother." Qin Yexiao tilted his chin towards the pile of boxes. "What is the meaning of this?" Qin Yiqin glanced at the boxes and replied, "Oh, Jiang Li sent these back. She asked me to convey her gratitude to you." Qin Yexiao raised an eyebrow, his icy gaze settling upon him. His tone indifferent. "Does she require you to relay her words?" Qin Yiqin's mouth fell agape as he pointed at himself. "Is it wrong for me to pass on a message?" Qin Yexiao's dark eyes remained fixed on him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Yiqin smacked his thigh and assured, "Brother, rest assured, next time I will ensure she speaks to you directly." The man averted his gaze and ascended the stairs, leaving behind a curt directive, "Place the gowns in the cloakroom." "Yes, sir," replied Butler Qin. Qin Yexiao, while grasping his phone, sent a message to Jiang Zhe. "Are you feeling better from the cold?" Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe, standing on a stool, was preparing noodles for Jiang Li. Upon receiving the message, he raised an eyebrow, pleased that his father still cared for him. In a cheerful mood, he pressed the voice reply, "Feeling better? Thank you for your concern, brother." Qin Yexiao was taken aback to find Jiang Zhe still awake at this hour. He inquired, "Still not asleep?" Jiang Zhe explained, My sister is attending a gala tonight and hasn't eaten, so I'm making her some noodles. Qin Yixiao asked, "You're cooking?" Jiang Zhe sent him a short video, proudly declaring, "My skills are quite commendable." Qin Yixiao gazed at the video, which displayed a fried egg, boiled greens, and several skewers, while the noodles in the pot bubbled vigorously. Jiang Zhe sent another voice message. "My sister craves roasted meat, but is uncertain which takeout is delectable. She is extremely picky and refuses to eat this or that. If we inadvertently select an unpalatable option, I fear I may not see the dawn of tomorrow. Thankfully, we have some meat skewers at home." Qin Yixiao pushed open the door and replied, "Are you at Huading tomorrow?" Jiang Zhe's voice was remarkably obedient. "Yes. My sister is a homebody and dislikes going out." Qin Yixiao stated, "All right." Jiang Zhe, unsure of his intentions, inquired, "What is on your mind, brother?" Qin Yixiao advised, "Rest early." The following day, Jiang Li awoke to find 99 messages in the group chat, now expanded to 5 members. Cheng Sijuan had even altered the group name to Sharing Blessings and Withdrawing in Adversity. Jiang Li casually perused the chat history. Cheng Sijuan wrote, "Su Miao, your new assistant." Jiang Li. Su Miao seemed quite excited. "Sisterly, just call me Miao Miao." Cheng Sijuan suggested, "Miao Miao, let us have lunch together this afternoon. You should meet with Li Yi." Su Miao replied, "Sure, Sister Sijuan." After a moment's thought, Cheng Sijuan proposed, "How about we dine at Li Yi's place for hot pot? She will certainly be too lazy to go out." "A Qing, Fengdi, will you be joining us?" "Song Qing, Feng Mu." Song Qing responded, "Sounds good." Feng Mu added, "All right, I'll be starting filming the day after tomorrow, and I have plenty of ingredients at home. I'll bring them over to cook for you all. Brother, do you still have any wine left?" Jiang Li. Cheng Sijuan. "Stop asking, she is definitely not awake." We simply bought tickets to Huading. The 4 individuals commenced discussions regarding their purchases. Jiang Li, in a moment of contemplation, suddenly received a new message in the group chat. Cheng Sijuan, "We've arrived, and you're still asleep?" Jiang Li. Jiang Li, feeling somewhat languid, lazily pressed a period and sent it, signifying her awakening. In the next instant, the sounds of conversation resonated from outside. "Aunt Cheng, Aunt Qing, what brings you here?" "Good heavens," came Feng Mu's voice. "How is there a child at my brother's house?" "Wait a minute. Xiao Yi, why didn't you go to school today? Skipping classes again?" Cheng Sijuan evidently forgot that Jiang Zhe was at home. Jiang Zhe, feeling a bit speechless, replied, "It's Saturday." In the room, Jiang Li lay on her bed, her arm raised to shield her forehead. After several moments, she expressionlessly tossed aside the covers and padded barefoot to the bathroom. In the living room, Feng Mu sat frozen on the sofa, his entire being stiffened. Jiang Zhe accompanied Su Miao, playing with Shishir and Jiao Chan, feeding them snacks. Meanwhile, Cheng Sijuan and Song Qing busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing ingredients for hot pot. The silence in the air was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a door creaking open. Feng Mu jolted back to reality and turned to see Jiang Li emerging, clad in a black silk nightgown. "Mom," Jiang Zhe called out. Feng Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. Su Miao glanced at Jiang Zhe, who smiled back, revealing his little canine teeth, prompting her to remain silent. Jiang Li approached the sofa, settled down, and took a sip from the warm water that had already been poured for her on the coffee table. Feng Mu's gaze remained fixed upon her, wavering between words unspoken. Jiang Li, composed and unruffled, lounged nonchalantly with her legs crossed on the sofa. With a mind teeming with questions, Feng Mu finally managed to utter, "Your son? Is he yours?" Jiang Li met his gaze, her expression inscrutable, simply responding with a brief, "Yes." Feng Mu closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, striving for calm before articulating, "Where did such a large son come from?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, replying succinctly, "Born." "That is hardly enlightening." Feng Mu struggled to process the revelation. "Are you implying you had a hidden marriage?" "No," Jiang Li replied tersely, finishing her glass of water. She extended her hand for a refill, prompting Jiang Zhe to scurry over to assist her. Her indifference was palpable. Feng Mu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhe. A swirl of emotions within him. What about his father? Who is he? Before Jiang Zhe could respond, Cheng Sijuan, busy washing vegetables in the kitchen, interjected. "He died 7 years ago. There's no need to dwell on it. Once a person is gone, they are gone. Just keep little Ye's matters confidential." Jiang Li. Jiang Zhe. This misunderstanding seems rather monumental. Su Miao, upon hearing this shocking news, gasped in astonishment. Her idol had a child, and the child's father was deceased. Feng Mu's voice rose sharply. What did you say? His father is dead? Cheng Sijuan nodded, urging. Enough of this chatter. You mentioned wanting to prepare lobsters, so hurry along. Feng Mu glanced at the unperturbed Jiang Li, paused for a moment, and then rose to prepare the lobsters, his mind swirling with thoughts. Cheng Sijuan fully understood Feng Mu's turmoil. Upon a sudden visit to his brother's residence, one is astonished to discover that his brother's offspring has grown to an age where they can procure soy sauce independently. This revelation is indeed hard for anyone to accept. In the kitchen, Cheng Sijuan and Feng Mu are engaged in a hushed conversation. Feng Mu inquires, did that man truly perish? Cheng Sijuan nods in affirmation. Lily mentioned as much, so it must be true. Feng Mu further questions, have neither of you ever encountered that man? Cheng Sijuan and Song Qing are among the closest companions to Jiang Li. Cheng Sijuan responds, no, Lily has scarcely spoken of him. He likely holds no significant importance. Song Qing adds, Feng Yingdi, let us refrain from mentioning little wild dad henceforth, to spare him any sorrow. With that, Feng Mu, who had been holding on to a lingering concern, finally eases his mind, retrieves some alcohol, and begins to prepare the crayfish. Cheng Sijuan finishes washing the vegetables and calls Jiang Li to assist in bringing them to the dining table. I'll do it. Jiang Zhe, with his short legs, darts in eagerly. The array of ingredients Feng Mu has brought is abundant, resulting in a lavish hot pot feast. Song Qing carries the beverages to the table and calls out to Jiang Zhe, who is still playing with Shi and Jiao Chan, little wild. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. All right. Jiang Zhe affectionately pats the heads of the two little wolves before heading to the restroom. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. With everyone occupied, they call for Jiang Li to answer the door. Jiang Li sets down her phone and, barefoot, walks to the entrance. Upon opening the door, she is greeted by Qin Yexiao and Qin Yiqing, accompanied by a waft of grilled meat. Qin Yexiao's gaze descends to her pale, bare feet. Following his line of sight, Jiang Li glances down, her heart racing as she instinctively retreats a step, hastily reaching for her slippers and slipping her feet into them. Qin Yexiao cast his gaze downward, contemplating for a few seconds before lifting it. What brings you here? Jiang Li inquired, meeting their eyes. Qin Yiqing raised the paper bag in his hand, emblazoned with the emblem of Tianyin Hotel, and replied with a smile, we came to invite you for a meal, barbecue, and drinks. At that moment, Jiang Zhe emerged from the restroom, catching the scent of grilled meat, and exclaimed with excitement, Mom, did you order takeout? Chapter 38. A face-slapping encounter due to the layout of the house. One could not see the restroom from outside the door. Qin Yexiao was exceedingly familiar with Jiang Zhe's voice. Upon hearing his words, an absurdly far-fetched speculation surged into his mind. Jiang Li caught a glimpse of Jiang Zhe, who was nearly sprinting toward them. Internally, she cursed, yet her expression remained remarkably composed. Xiao Yi, there are too many people here tonight. It's not convenient. Please take the barbecue back to Beatty Manor. Thank you. With that, she attempted to close the door. Wait, Qin Yexiao interjected, pressing his hand against the door. The slender, pale back of his hand revealed the subtle contours of his bones, and his gaze tightened with a rare intensity. Jiang Zhe, upon hearing the title Xiao Yi, abruptly halted. Pressing against the wall, his small figure, which had been rushing toward the door, executed an immediate about-face, slipping back into the restroom with a tumble. He didn't forget to leave behind a hasty remark. Oh my stomach is acting up again. You guys eat first, don't wait for me. Feng Mu and the others stood in the kitchen, observing Jiang Zhe's panicked demeanor, bewildered. What is going on? Sister? Who is Jiang Zhe calling sister? The question that Qin Yexiao had yet to voice was effectively silenced by Jiang Zhe's words, as he fixed his inscrutable gaze upon Jiang Li, his dark eyes brimming with enigmatic depth. Jiang Li remained in her languid posture, devoid of emotion, her gaze deep and dark, tinged with a hint of indifference. What could it be? Calm and composed, Qin Yexiao pressed his lips together, that utterly absurd conjecture dissipating as he locked eyes with Jiang Li's serene and apathetic expression. How could it be? The blood coursing through the man's veins gradually settled. It was nothing. Qin Yexiao shifted the topic, his voice low and magnetic. Is your brother unwell? Do you need assistance? Jiang Li grasped the doorknob, her response succinct. No need. Detached and cold. What is the matter? Cheng Sijuan placed a platter of meat on the dining table and approached, noticing Qin Yexiao and Qin Yiqing, both wearing black masks. Young Master Xiao, second young master. It's you. Miss Cheng. Qin Yiqing waved the skewer of grilled meat in his hand, enthusiastically saying, "Grilled meat. Would you like to join us?" Upon seeing the Tianjin Grand Hotel label, Chung Sijuan's eyes lit up. The grilled meat from there was notoriously expensive, crafted from the most luxurious ingredients. "Sure. We were just preparing hot pot. Let us eat together." Qin Yexiao glanced at Jiang Li. His typically frosty tone softened with warmth. Miss Jiang said it's inconvenient. Perhaps we should take our leave. This strategic retreat revealed a hint of insincerity to Jiang Li. "No, young Master Xiao, it's quite convenient, of course." Chung Sijuan retrieved shoes for them from the cupboard, urging them to come in. Yet, Qin Yexiao remained still at the threshold. His dark eyes fixed intently on Jiang Li's. "Miss Jiang, is it convenient?" Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, their gazes nearly sparking a confrontation. The tension in the air was palpable, thick with the scent of impending conflict. Chung Sijuan sensed the disquieting atmosphere, glancing at Jiang Li and then at Qin Yexiao, before nudging Jiang Li with her elbow. After Song Qing set down the tableware, she approached, inquiring, "What's wrong? Are you not coming in?" With a faint smile that belied the lack of mirth in her eyes, Jiang Li replied, "Convenient." Qin Yexiao nodded, elegantly stating, "Thank you. Pardon the intrusion." Jiang Li turned slightly, casting him a sidelong glance, muttering under her breath, "Damn it." Su Miao brought additional chairs for Qin Yexiao and Qin Yichen. The group settled down, and Jiang Li placed a bottle of green tea in front of Qin Yexiao, a subtle smile playing at her lips. "Sir, this suits you." Clearly oblivious to the deeper implications of green tea, Qin Yexiao accepted it graciously, reciprocating by opening the can of alcohol before Jiang Li with one hand. Qin Yichen removed his mask, asking, "Is the little brother still in the restroom?" Qin Yexiao's gaze lingered on Jiang Li, shrouded in ambiguity. "Aside, thank you for your support." Chapter 39. The Big Shot Takes Action. Chung Sijuan contemplated Qin Yexiao's various actions towards Jiang Li, which were evidently insidious in intent. Stealing a glance at Jiang Li, she pondered whether the big shot had yet to disclose to Qin Yexiao that she had a son. Surely, this esteemed gentleman was not the type to conceal such a fact for the sake of marrying into wealth. Nor would he allow her son to masquerade as a younger sibling. Most importantly, Jiang Li's desire to delineate boundaries with Qin Yexiao was painfully obvious. Chung Sijuan's gaze fell upon Qin Yexiao's face once more. Although she had interacted with him a few times, he had never removed the black mask that concealed his features. Even now, seated at the dining table, he had yet to unveil his visage, leaving her only with the impression of his sharply defined, dark eyebrows. His monolid eyes were striking, with prominent brow bones and a sharp angle at the corners, tapering slightly upwards. The lines of his face were crisp and defined, his countenance deep and coldly elegant, akin to the edge of a razor. A mere glance at his eyes was enough to instill a sense of trepidation. Such eyes, marked by their distinctiveness, could easily make one a luminary in the entertainment industry. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Chung Sijuan found them oddly familiar, though she could not recall where she had seen them before. Suppressing her peculiar thoughts, she opened the exquisite packaging of the grilled meat and arranged it on the table, saying, "Xiao Yi might have an upset stomach. He'll be out shortly. Let us begin our meal." Feng Mu, seated beside Qin Yexiao, felt the formidable aura emanating from him, cold and enveloped in an invisible pressure that deterred strangers. Over the years, Feng Mu had ascended in status within the entertainment realm, engaging in various behind-the-scenes endeavors and investments, encountering numerous influential figures within elite circles. Yet, none had possessed the overwhelming presence of Qin Yexiao, whose mere gaze bore an almost palpable weight. The child's stomach issue could vary in severity. "I shall check on him," Qin Yexiao declared, rising from his seat. As he lifted his foot, he hesitated slightly, lowering his gaze to Jiang Li and inquiring, "Do you have any medicine? Something for diarrhea?" Jiang Li propped her chin on her hand, the silk sleeves of her nightgown slipping down to her elbows, revealing a beautifully pale arm with prominent, strong wrist bones that hinted at a wild elegance. Lazily sipping her drink, she replied, "I'm not sure." As Qin Yexiao contemplated the act of cooking noodles, he recalled Jiang Zi's complete disregard for life and cast a glance at Qin Yicheng. Understanding immediately, Qin Yicheng set down his wine glass and picked up his phone, stating that he would arrange for medication to be delivered. The others were taken aback. Qin Yexiao proceeded towards the restroom. Inside the restroom, Jiang Zi sat atop the toilet lid, one hand holding a small mirror while the other grasped his phone. The mirror reflected his face, while the phone screen displayed a photograph of Qin Yexiao. He examined the image closely, noting the striking resemblance, particularly in the eyes. If he were to step outside, his secret would undoubtedly be revealed. It was a grave misstep to have invited trouble into his life. This was the third time this person had come knocking. One could escape the initial encounter, but not the subsequent ones. What was to be done? Suddenly, a knock echoed against the glass door, startling Jiang Zhe. He looked up to see a tall, dark figure silhouetted against the door. In a fluster, he called out, "Brother, you all eat first. I will emerge shortly." Qin Yexiao responded, "Come out first. I need to check on you." Jiang Zhe, with a bitter expression, gazed at the ceiling, feeling too fearful to step outside. It was utterly unfair. Last night, he had been interrogated without any indication that they would visit today, leaving him entirely unprepared. Surviving was proving to be quite challenging. With a weary sigh, Jiang Zhe summoned his strength, declaring, "Brother, I am fine. I merely consumed something cold by mistake. You need not worry about me." As he spoke, his heart raced like a drum. After a brief pause, Qin Yexiao's voice resonated from outside. "If something is amiss, come out and inform me." Jiang Zhe exhaled in relief. Nodding vigorously, "Yes, yes." As Qin Yexiao returned to the restaurant, Jiang Li had already commenced her meal, and the others were also indulging in the delectable hot pot and barbecued meat that filled the air with a rich aroma. The man took a seat and removed his mask, revealing a countenance imbued with an air of distance and aloofness, shrouded in the mist. "How is he?" Jiang Li inquired nonchalantly, leisurely picking up a piece of grilled meat. The others were uncertain whether Jiang Zhe was feigning ignorance, their gazes drifting toward Qin Yexiao. The moment their eyes met the man's face, Cheng Sijuan's piece of meat clattered to the table. Song Qing, with his typically detached and vacant black eyes, was momentarily stunned, only to regain composure and direct his gaze toward Jiang Li. Feng Mu regarded Qin Yexiao, his mind conjuring images of Jiang Zhe's features, strikingly similar, almost to the point that one might mistake them for father and son if they were to stand side by side. Su Miao found herself privy to a significant secret about her idol, her heart racing as she dared not lift her head, striving to diminish her presence. The atmosphere descended into an eerily profound silence. Qin Yichen, sensing the unusual tension, raised his eyes to find a group of individuals gaping at his brother. He chuckled lightly, his expression teasing, as he thought to himself that they were all entrenched in the entertainment industry, and with a visage like his brother's, he could easily captivate both men and women alike within their circle. Cheng Sijuan regained her composure, casting a glance at the unruffled Jiang Li, and reflecting on the frenzy that the entire capital displayed for this esteemed figure, she nodded stiffly in acknowledgement. Not long ago, she seemed to have mentioned to Jiang Li that their group had never even had the opportunity to meet Lord Xiao, and now they were sharing a meal together. The most alarming aspect was the relationship between Qin Yexiao and Jiang Zhe. She even insinuated that Jiang Li was attempting to seduce Qin Yexiao. Was there even a need for seduction? The child was already 6 years old. As Qin Yichen spoke, he lightly tapped his chopsticks, reflecting, in truth, there is one person who remains utterly uninterested in my brother's captivating visage. Not only uninterested, but she also dared to provoke him. His words abruptly halted. Qin Yichen cast a sidelong glance at the black earpiece his brother had worn for 7 years. The others lacked the audacity to inquire about Qin Yexiao's affairs. If Qin Yichen remained silent, they would not dare to ask. He deftly shifted the topic to enliven the atmosphere, while only Cheng Sijuan and Su Miao half-heartedly chimed in. Jiang Li, nonchalantly picking at her food, seemed to possess the most robust appetite at the table. Qin Yexiao stole a fleeting glance at her, concealing a complex emotion deep within his gaze. In the midst of the meal, Butler Qin brought up a medicine box, which Qin Yichen retrieved. The dinner proceeded in an oddly tense manner for over 10 minutes until Jiang Zhe emerged from the restroom. "Sister, I won't eat anymore. I'm going back to my room to sleep." The child's voice sounded as if he had been utterly drained of energy. All eyes turned to see the door, now tightly shut. Cheng Sijuan likely concluded that Jiang Zhe was aware that Qin Yexiao was his father and was avoiding him. Meanwhile, Lord Xiao appeared blissfully unaware of the situation. Qin Yexiao set down his chopsticks and stood up, carrying the medicine box. "I will go check on him." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and replied, "Thank you." Hearing those words, Cheng Sijuan looked at her in disbelief, while a foot beneath the table nudged her, silently urging her to intervene. Jiang Zhe calmly placed a piece of meat on her plate, continuing his meal with an air of composure. Cheng Sijuan thought to herself, "Truly, it is the emperor who is not anxious, but the eunuch who is." Upon returning to his room, Jiang Ze inhaled deeply the lingering aroma of hot pot, feeling a fleeting pang of sadness before drawing the curtains and retreating to bed. One must perform the act in its entirety. Just as he settled in, he heard the sound of the door lock turning. He turned his gaze, and in the dim light, the silhouette of Qin Yexiao came into view. The man switched on the light, and Jiang Ze quickly pulled the blanket over his face, speaking in a muffled voice. "Brother, please don't turn on the light. It hurts my eyes." Qin Yexiao paused for a moment, then switched off the light again, plunging the room back into darkness. "What is bothering you?" he inquired softly, approaching with a medical kit in hand. Jiang Ze's round eyes peeked out from under the blanket. The dimness obscured Qin Yexiao's features, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "It's nothing, just a common stomach ache." Qin Yexiao sat at the edge of the bed, retrieving a stethoscope from the kit for an examination. Shisher and Diaochan followed him into the room, jumping onto Jiang Ze's bed, nudging him with their heads. Jiang Ze ignored them, feeling a twinge of guilt for deceiving his father, who cared so deeply for him. Sigh, as his shirt was pushed up. The cold stethoscope pressed against the child's abdomen. Jiang Ze focused on controlling his heartbeat. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the soft sounds of the stethoscope gliding across his skin. Before long, Qin Yexiao removed the stethoscope, his cool voice imbued with a touch of warmth, albeit still low and composed. "There's nothing unusual. I will prepare some medication for your diarrhea. Take it tonight, and we shall observe." Jiang Ze nodded obediently, responding, "All right. I will take it, and then go to sleep." Qin Yexiao retrieved the medicine from the medical kit, then stepped outside to dissolve it in warm water. Upon returning, he propped Jiang up and assisted him in drinking. Jiang Ze gazed at the straw in the glass, feelings of guilt intensifying within him. His father was indeed attentive, and he felt a surge of gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother." Qin Yexiao inclined his chin slightly, indicating that he should drink. The medicine was not bitter, possessing a hint of sweetness. Since it was merely for treating diarrhea, Jiang Ze paid it no mind, finishing it in a few sips before lying back down. "Brother, I'm going to sleep now. Please help me close the door." Qin Yexiao nodded, watching as Jiang Ze turned away from him, the depths of his dark pupils contracting slightly. His gaze shifted to the straw Jiang had just used. A note aside, "Thank you for your support, Jiang Ze. My conscience tells me I should not deceive my father." Next chapter preview. Jiang Ze. "I have no conscience. My feelings have ultimately been misplaced." Smiley face. Outside, Cheng Sijuan was rather surprised by Qin Yexiao's hands-on approach and couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Yi is indeed an excellent doctor, both beautiful and kind-hearted." Qin Chen twitched his lips slightly. His brother? Beautiful and kind-hearted? What a ridiculous notion. Jiang, with his eyes half closed, regarded Cheng Sijuan and remarked meaningfully, "Manager Cheng, your insight is truly remarkable." Cheng Sijuan. That did not sound like a compliment. Qin Yexiao approached and took a seat, turning his face towards Jiang Li and reassuring her, "It's nothing. Your brother probably just ate something wrong." Jiang Li nodded, took a bite of meat, licked her lips, and expressed her gratitude. Feng Mu, Song Qing, and Su Miao fixed their gazes intently upon the two. Jiang Ze was seated cross-legged on the bed, engrossed in a video game with fervor, when the door was suddenly flung open. Startled, he instinctively dove under the covers. Upon realizing it was Jiang Li, his frantic movements ceased, and he froze, staring at the doorway. After a brief silence of 2 or 3 seconds, he cautiously inquired, "Has he left?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Jiang Ze's tense nerves began to relax. Didn't he suspect anything, did he? His reflexes were indeed quick. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. It was rather effortless for her to call him Dad. She had intentionally left behind Cheng Sijuan and Song Qing to clarify matters, and upon their arrival, they overheard this exchange. Truly, they were like father and son. "Jiang Li, you must provide me with an explanation. Did you not claim that Xiao Ye's father had passed away? What is the situation with Xie Yi?" Cheng Sijuan pressed, her voice lowered, squeezing the words through clenched teeth. Jiang Li paused for a moment, then replied earnestly, "He has risen from the dead." Song Qing and Jiang Ze were momentarily speechless. Cheng Sijuan's eyelids twitched slightly. In all of Beijing, perhaps only Jiang Li would dare to utter such words about Xie Yi. She refrained from pursuing the matter of whether he was alive or dead, and instead asked, "Just tell me, what is your current relationship with Xie Yi?" Qin Yexiao, the heir of the Qin family. "What on earth have you been doing behind my back?" Jiang Li leaned casually against the doorframe with her arms crossed, adopting a relaxed posture. "Is it appropriate for you to say that?" Cheng Sijuan's composure had shattered, but it mattered not. Had she not given birth to the child of another? It was an unexpected turn of events. Jiang Lian succinctly expressed her thoughts in just 2 words. Regardless of who inquired about Jiang Zhe's situation, her response remained unchanged. Thus, 7 years ago, apart from Jiang Li, only Qin Yexiao and a few of his closest confidants were privy to this embarrassing matter. Jiang Li felt this disgrace would accompany her to the grave. Jiang Zhe, with a hand on each of the heads of Shishir and Diaochan, sighed like a little adult, affirming that indeed, children are often surprises. Cheng Sijuan glanced at her now 6-year-old son Jiang Zhe and lamented, "What do you plan to do now?" Xie Yi is not easily deceived. Surely, you cannot hide away forever? The resemblance between father and son was striking. Song Qing's expression grew serious as she gazed at Jiang Li. Jiang Li, tapping her phone's screen, announced, "I have purchased tickets back to Zhongzhou for you, tomorrow." Jiang Zhe's small face instantly contorted with anguish, crying out, "Baby does not want to go. Baby does not want to return to Zhongzhou. Baby does not want to leave mommy. Neither does mommy wish to part from you." Jiang Li replied with profound maternal affection, her heart heavy with reluctance. "But what if your father seeks revenge against me and it endangers you? I will bear the danger alone, even if I am left battered and bruised, to ensure your safety." Jiang Zhe looked at his mother, whose dramatics surpassed his own, unable to maintain his facade. "Mom, you are quite hypocritical," he could not help but retort. "You are not so different yourself." Jiang Li replied with a faint smirk, then coldly commanded, "Pack your things. We are leaving for Zhongzhou tomorrow." Jiang Zhe pouted, retracting his pretentious demeanor, and struggled to articulate, "Mom, I believe that Dad may not necessarily suspect you of being the one who stabbed him back then. If he were to seek revenge, it might be due to your beauty, which could very well tempt him. Perhaps he has merely been captivated by you." The more he spoke, the more convinced he became, ultimately nodding emphatically, his round face assuming a serious expression. "Mom, do not lose your composure. Sending me away would only confirm your guilt." Jiang Zhe reasoned with palpable logic. His words were rather verbose. Jiang Li remained unmoved, gesturing for him to keep his distance, asserting that he had brought trouble upon himself and should handle it accordingly. "Wait." Cheng Sijuan grew increasingly perplexed. "What do you mean by stabbing someone? Did you stab Xiaoyi?" The air fell silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, Jiang Li's hand landed on Cheng Sijuan's shoulder, her strikingly cold visage drawing closer without warning, her dark eyes locking onto Cheng Sijuan's. A chilling aura, intertwined with the scent of mint and tobacco, enveloped her, instilling an unspoken sense of pressure. Jiang Li's presence was overwhelmingly potent. Cheng Sijuan felt her heart race, her spine instinctively tensing. With a smirk, Jiang Li revealed a hint of mischief, her beauty both enchanting and beguiling. "Dear, the less you know, the longer you will live." Cheng Sijuan could only respond with silence. Jiang Li gently squeezed her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I will not withdraw from this circle. I have other tasks to attend to." Jiang Zhe sulked, cradling his pet, his pure black and white eyes gazing imploringly at Jiang Li. "Mom, is there a second option for the baby?" "Yes," she replied. After having her fill, Jiang Li felt drowsy and yawned, losing the desire to continue the charade. She decided to handle her boarding arrangements herself next Monday. "All right," Jiang Zhe readily agreed, for residing at school was certainly preferable to being sent away. Jiang Li stood upright, intending to return to her bedroom. Out of the corner of her eye, she inadvertently glanced at the glass on the table, her gaze suddenly sharpening. She swept her eyes towards it. "Where was the straw you just used to take your medicine?" Jiang Zhe looked at the cup on the bedside table, utterly bewildered. "Straw? What about it?" A sly smile crept onto Jiang Li's lips, her jaw tightening slightly, revealing a hint of severity in her dark, cold eyes. He was indeed not easily deceived. At the North Emperor Manor, Master Xiao, second young master, Qin Shan and his subordinates bowed respectfully. Shin Yu handed over a confidential document, saying, "Master Xiao, this was sent from Zhongzhou. Just place it there." Qin Yexiao replied, not taking it. He set a medical box on the coffee table, opened it, and retrieved 2 transparent, sterile sealed bags, each containing a straw. Shin Yu casually placed the file on the table and, upon witnessing this scene, raised his chin in curiosity. "What is this?" Qin Yichen furrowed his brow in confusion. "Brother, isn't this the straw Jiang Li and her brother use? What do you intend to do with it?" Qin Yexiao remained silent, holding the 2 sealed bags containing the straws, and walked towards the medical laboratory area behind the main villa. Side note, thank you for your support. In this deadly game of wits, Shen Yu watched Qin Yexiao's departing figure, completely perplexed. He nudged Qin Yichen. Where did Master Xiao go? To Jiang Li's house. We had dinner together, was the response. Qin Yichen could not fathom his brother's intentions. Once again, it involved Jiang Li. Shen Yu recalled how this gentleman had acquired a high-end VR set from his aunt, narrowing his eyes slightly. Has there been any news about that peculiar woman lately? Qin Yichen shook his head, expressing his frustration. They had been investigating for 7 years, and he was nearly exhausted. Recently, that strange woman had resurfaced momentarily, only to vanish again. Despite their considerable influence and intelligence network, they were utterly unable to track down a single woman. The efficiency of the four brothers, wind, forest, fire, and mountain, was increasingly diminishing. Shen Yu crossed his arms and leaned against Qin Yichen, musing that if Xiong Yi were not still wearing that black earpiece, he might suspect his brother had changed his affections. Qin Yichen, puzzled, politely inquired, I would like to hear more. Shen Yu raised his chin, indicating that the straw had been sent for DNA testing between Jiang Li and her brother. Qin Yichen gasped in disbelief. Did his brother suspect they were siblings? Shen Yu remained silent, deep in thought. However, he wondered, how did their potential sibling connection pertain to his brother's ulterior motives regarding Jiang Li? Qin Yichen, confused, asked, what does it matter whether they are siblings or not? Uncertain, Shen Yu replied, turning his face. Did anything particularly noteworthy happen today at Jiang Li's? Qin Yichen pondered for a moment before responding, not really, except that Jiang was unwell and unable to join us for dinner. My brother personally examined her and administered medication. I have never seen him show such concern for anyone. Shen Yu was left speechless. Qin Yichen was bewildered by his brother's behavior, particularly the insistence on preventing Jiang Li from walking barefoot and compelling her to wear shoes, which was indeed quite perplexing. Both of them, unable to make sense of the situation, settled down on the sofa. Shen Yu poured them each a cup of tea. At that moment, a sudden ringtone emanated from Shen Yu's phone. He answered it, and upon hearing the words from the other end, he sat up abruptly, suppressing his excitement, and replied in a low voice, understood. What has happened? Qin Yichen, puzzled, inquired, what is going on? Shen Yu gripped his phone tightly, stood up, and hurriedly ran towards the medical laboratory villa, declaring, I will seek out Master Xiao first. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yichen set down his teacup and followed suit. As Qin Yexiao entered the laboratory, glass test tubes were meticulously arranged on the test tube rack. He picked up one of the tubes when suddenly the door was thrust open, and Shen Yu rushed in, breathing heavily. Master Xiao, the Hacker Alliance has established contact with Beowulf. They are willing to take the order. With a sharp crack, the test tube in Qin Yexiao's hand developed fine fissures, the fragile glass shattering under pressure and falling to the ground. His fingertip was cut, blood mingling with the shards of glass. Damn! Qin Yichen exclaimed in shock, rushing over to hand him several cotton swabs. Brother, be careful. Regaining his composure, Qin Yexiao nonchalantly accepted the cotton swabs, his expression unchanged and calm, though upon closer inspection, his fingers trembled slightly. He wiped the blood and glass debris from his fingertip and discarded the bloodied swabs into a test tube as a sample. Lifting his gaze, his deep, piercing black eyes fixed on Shen Yu. You stay in the laboratory. Jiang Li and Jiang Zhe will handle the DNA report. Provide me each with a copy. Shen Yu paused, processing the command, and without further inquiry, responded, all right. Qin Yexiao took 2 more cotton swabs, pressed them against his fingertip to staunch the bleeding, and strode out of the laboratory. A silence enveloped the room for a considerable time. Qin Yichen regained his voice, bewildered, and inquired, why does my brother want to verify his DNA with Jiang Zhe? I have no idea, Shen Yu responded, his thoughts in disarray. It seemed that ever since Jiang appeared, they often struggled to comprehend the whims of this enigmatic figure. Unable to unravel his thoughts, Qin Yichen shifted his focus to the matter of Beilong. You just mentioned Beilong, the chameleon spy from the Hacker Alliance. Have they taken on a new assignment? Qin Yichen found it hard to believe that they would suddenly accept the task. Shen Yu shook his head. The mention of this code name stirred his previously calmed emotions once more. This individual was notoriously elusive, so enigmatic that, apart from the code name, even their group knew nothing about them, and no information could be found. The codename Beilong held immense notoriety in the 5 alliances of Zhongzhou, instilling fear in all who heard it. They had cracked countless international cases, creating a sensation within the police, military, and national security sectors, and shocking the world with their notorious crimes, including the infamous case number 1. They were also responsible for the widely publicized large-scale child abduction case, known as Case 921. Elon provided military intelligence to eradicate terrorist organizations planning attacks within Beijing, while simultaneously supplying defensive information to another terrorist group, aiding them in their assaults against the Five Alliances. This figure embodied both righteousness and wickedness, with the extremes of good and evil vividly manifested in their actions. Qin Yexiao had been out and returned to the Beatty Manor in the early hours of the morning. He pushed open the bedroom door, and the lights flickered on, illuminating the previously dark room. A black file folder lay quietly on the coffee table. Qin Yexiao's fingers tightened slightly around the doorknob, his gaze lingering for a few moments before he stepped forward. Standing before the coffee table, he picked up the document bag, his long, clean fingers delicately twisting the string in circles. His movements were exceedingly slow. After unraveling it, he remained still once more. After a considerable pause, he seemed to have steeled himself and extracted the report from within the bag. In a separate scene, at Huoding, Zhongli sat elegantly by the floor-to-ceiling window. Her legs crossed, her delicate fingers gripping a can of cola, her wrist languidly swaying, exuding an air of effortless charm. Two small wolves lay at her feet, serving as her footrest. Zhongzi approached, cradling a rather old laptop, and placed it before Zhongli. "Mom, I've handled it," he said, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance. He had tampered with the system of the instrument and altered the test results, achieving success in one attempt. Yet he felt no sense of accomplishment. Zhongli raised her eyelids, her gaze settling on his round, puffy face. A few seconds later, she suddenly smiled, her eyes drifting towards the grand Beidi Manor in the distance, noting, "Well done." Zhongzi pursed his lips, his big, expressive eyes filled with indignation. "Humph. My dad actually deceived me, manipulating my emotions. All that kindness was merely a fade. I feel guilty for deceiving him." His frustration mounted as he wrinkled his brows, and he popped open the can of ice-cold cola, taking a hefty gulp. Meanwhile, Zhongli casually played with her phone. After a brief moment of calm, Zhongzi resolutely declared, "Mother, please find me a stepfather. I yearn to experience genuine paternal love." Meanwhile, Qin Yexiao tossed a black file folder and two test reports onto the coffee table. The results indicated no blood relation. He was not surprised. In fact, he felt a sense of relief. The notion that Zhongzi could be his son was absurd. Given Zhongli's temperament, such an unexpected occurrence would surely be unthinkable. This speculation was indeed impulsive and ludicrous. He realized he had lost his sanity. Qin Yexiao smirked slightly, leaning forward to extinguish his cigarette in the ashtray, his fingertips applying a bit of pressure, revealing a hint of ambiguous emotion. In the gaming room, Qin, unable to sleep in the dead of night, summoned Xinyu, Qin Shan, and Qin Lin to join him for a gaming session. "I can't sleep either," Xinyu remarked, observing the loading screen. "Don't you think that Xie Yi has been acting rather strangely lately?" Qin Shan and Qin Lin exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. With his youthful visage, Qin Lin, sporting a neat crew cut, opened a can of beer with one hand. "Recently, I've heard Zhang Li's name so often that it's becoming quite tiresome. I initially thought he was some big shot. After doing some research, I discovered he is merely a minor celebrity. Given their stature, the happenings of the entertainment industry seldom reach their ears, nor did they have any inclination to learn about it." Qin Shan added, "There are plenty of scandals surrounding him. Although most are fabricated, his academic record from school was dismal. He didn't even take the college entrance examination and was sent abroad, where he enrolled in a subpar university and was expelled within a few months." Qin Lin perused the materials, furrowing his brow in confusion. Indeed, her abilities were lacking, leaving him to wonder what captivated young Master Xiao. Qin Yichin promptly searched for photos of Jiang Lixing at the Starry Light Awards on his phone, presenting them before them as he rapped the table. "Open your eyes wide, and behold how stunning our future sister-in-law looks." Qin Shan cast a fleeting glance, acknowledging her beauty, yet questioned, is young Master Xiao truly such a superficial person? It was evident. Qin Lin took a sip of his drink, asserting, "No." Qin Yichin found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. As the game loaded, the group deliberated on their drop point, eventually reverting to the topic of Zhongli. Qin Lin inquired, "Second young Master Shun, given that Zhongli has been in the entertainment industry for several years, why has young Master Xiao suddenly taken notice of her?" Xinyu shrugged, maneuvering his game character and swiftly eliminating an opponent. "Today, young Master Xiao tasked me with obtaining Zhang Li and Zhang Zhe's DNA test reports. This maneuver perplexes me even further. DNA test reports? Qin Lin and Qin Shan's eyes widened. Such reports were not casually arranged. They anxiously turned to Shun Yu, questioning, what were the results? Qin Chen, cigarette in mouth, replied, if the results were abnormal, would we be so calm sitting here playing games with you? Qin Lin scoffed. Young Master Xiao has indeed been quite peculiar lately. Shen Yu reiterated his sentiments before addressing Qin Lin and Qin Shan. You two should exercise more discretion in front of young Master Xiao. Be wary of being sent to the frontier. Certainly, we have no desire for such a fate. We merely spoke a few words in passing. Qin Shan raised an eyebrow and remarked, why would we waste our precious time on a little star with a slew of scandals? Qin Lin procured a vehicle and then picked up the three individuals, accelerating swiftly. He stated, indeed, Jiang Li is hardly worth mentioning. Her affairs are trivial at best, not even comparable to the likes of a female psychopath or Bei Lang. Qin Shan nodded, and upon the mention of Bei Lang, he inquired, but why has my idol suddenly resurfaced? It was no secret that Qin Shan was involved in computers and intelligence, and Bei Lang was his idol. The other three shook their heads. Shen Yu chuckled. Tonight, the Five Alliances Avenue is likely to erupt. This esteemed figure has been in hiding for quite some time, and now he suddenly appears. The esteemed figure, having concealed himself for an extended period, awoke the following day at noon. Jiang Zhe prepared noodles, fried eggs shaped like smiling faces, made egg dumplings, and flower-shaped xiaomai, even arranging the sliced fruits into artistic forms, ensuring the watermelon was seedless. Everything was exquisitely crafted. Mom, this is the last meal I will prepare for you. Please take good care of yourself from now on, the child said, tears welling in his eyes. Jiang Li paused mid-bite of the fried egg, lifted his gaze, and replied, let me finish eating before you get sentimental, shall we? Why? Jiang Zhe sniffled. Jiang Li rested his chin on his hand and replied, it's simply nauseating. Jiang Zhe's heartfelt emotions were instantly subdued. He pouted and offered a xiaomai to Jiang Li. Mom, where shall we send those two? Shi and Diao Chan. He asked, if I go to boarding school, no one will be there to take care of them. The two wolves at the dining table raised their heads in unison. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, clearly having forgotten about the two. Jiang Zhe anticipated it. Shall we send them to Aunt Qing? Jiang Li Dao remarked that she was the stylist for Ru Mingling, joining the production team. Sheng Sijuan was particularly interested in Ru Mingling for two reasons. First, the director, Wen Qi. Second, the costume designer was from Song Qing's esteemed team. Preparations from Song Qing's side were nearly complete, with a scheduled date of the 27th to shoot the character stills in Hengdian. Jiang Zhe pondered, should it be sent to Aunt Cheng? Jiang Li nodded. The online buzz surrounding Ru Mingling was considerable, and news of the character still shoot had long circulated, attracting numerous reporters and photographers to the scene. Jiang Li, clad in a black duckbill cap and a black mask, was thoroughly concealed, her long legs accentuated by a sleek black trench coat, presenting a tall and slender silhouette. With a narrow waist and long legs, she was undeniably distinctive. Accompanied by Su Miao, she gracefully entered the shooting area amidst an array of cameras. The second male lead, Song Mingkai, had arrived early and cheerfully waved at her, greeting her as Li Jia. Jiang Li nodded, removing her cap and mask, handing them to Su Miao. When she and several directors were engaged in a discussion with Song Qing's team regarding the costume and accessory designs, holding the fashion sketches. Song Qing's historical costume designs were renowned within the industry, garnering praise even from early masters of ancient attire. Coupled with Wen Qi's adeptness in visual aesthetics, Ru Mingling promised to be a visual feast anticipated by all. Jiang Li settled into the rest area. Song Mingkai, engrossed in a game on his phone, leaned closer to Jiang Li, suggesting they play together sometime. Recently, he had been struggling in his games and yearned for Jiang Li's extraordinary skills to guide him. Jiang Li glanced at his performance. As a jungler, he was at the bottom in terms of economy throughout the match. She averted her gaze, feeling disinterested. Song Mingkai. Su Miao couldn't help but scoff, remarking that boys usually excel at gaming. So why was teacher Song so inept? Song Mingkai seemed to be struck a nerve. His demeanor slightly agitated as he gritted his teeth. I say, you little brat, can you not speak so thoughtlessly? Su Miao lowered her head, choosing not to respond. She unscrewed the lid of her thermos and offered it to Jiang Li. At that moment, a commotion arose near the entrance. It was Fang Ziqing and the lead actor, Xiao Yi. The two had agreed to promote a romantic pairing during the contract signing for this drama, so their promotional photos were also being brought in. Sister Ziqing, Brother Yi. A group of staff greeted them warmly. Several assistant directors also called out, Ziqing, Xiao Yi, welcome. Upon noticing Jiang Li seated nearby, Fang Ziqing's eyes turned frosty, and she promptly redirected her attention to Wen Qi and Song Qing. Song Qing was busy coordinating hair accessories for the female lead of Ru Mengling, discussing the styles for the early, mid, and late stages with Wen Qi. Once a decision was nearing, Wen Qi would check in with other teams regarding their preparations. Fang Ziqing approached Song Qing and remarked, Song Qing, you and T play favorites, would you? I trust you want T make Jiang Li's styling more appealing than mine. Song Qing turned to her at the comment, speaking softly, Miss Fang, you think too much. All accessories and styles have been crafted in accordance with the original author's guidance, ensuring fidelity to the characters. Director Wen is also overseeing this matter closely, so if you have any suggestions, feel free to voice them. Fang Ziqing smiled faintly, lowering her voice slightly. I wonder, are you intentionally making Jiang Li's styling more appealing than mine, attempting to overshadow me and elevate Jiang Li in the process? Song Qing furrowed her brow. Please do not insult my professionalism. Fang Ziqing grasped Song Qing's shoulders, turning her to face her directly, her gaze piercing. For the Starry Night Gala, I paid 300,000 for your services. You could have easily secured a high-end VR outfit, yet you chose to lend me a second-tier brand while reserving the top-tier haute couture for Jiang Li. Song Qing opened her mouth, about to respond. But Fang Ziqing interrupted her. No need to fabricate excuses to placate me. I am magnanimous, so I shall overlook this matter. However, should anything go awry with this photo shoot, dare to see if you can still navigate this industry. With that, Fang Ziqing gave a warning pat on Song Qing's shoulder and arrogantly turned to leave. Side note, thank you for your support. Song Qing's assistant glared at Fang Ziqing's retreating figure, seething, on the day of the Starry Night Gala. The look you crafted for her was exponentially superior to her previous styles, and it garnered quite a bit of attention. I heard from friends that, due to this red carpet appearance, several brands have approached her for endorsements. Fang Ziqing's commercial value was undeniably on the rise, a fact she was acutely aware of. Song Qing lowered her gaze, methodically arranging her accessories, remaining silent. She should at least express gratitude instead of treating you this way. Does she have no shame? The assistant spat bitterly. Song Qing, displaying little emotional fluctuation, softly stated, we are here to do our jobs. As long as we perform well, that is sufficient. Yet, it is evident that one's lack of attractiveness is the issue, yet there remains a desire to compete with Li Yi. The assistant, feeling discontent, pursed her lips and tossed her garments about. How many in the entertainment industry would dare to compare their looks with Li Yi? Isn't that just inviting suffering? Who could possibly contest Jiang Li's visage? Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily flickered in Song Qing's eyes, her lips curving slightly as she restrained her amusement. All right, let us proceed. If we delay any further in reaching the makeup room, we may find ourselves in a predicament. She tidied her attire and accessories, leading her assistant to apply makeup on Fang Ziqing. Inside the makeup room, one of Fang Ziqing's assistants was bent over, conversing with her. Just then, Song Qing's silhouette appeared at the door, causing the assistant to abruptly fall silent. Fang Ziqing cast a glance at Song Qing before adjusting her hair in front of the mirror. Teacher Fang, Song Qing greeted, I am here to do your makeup. Fang Ziqing, however, disregarded her entirely. The ancient costume styling was quite intricate, requiring separate makeup and wardrobe specialists. It was rare to find someone like Song Qing who handled all aspects simultaneously. As Song Qing began her application, Fang Ziqing continued to engross herself in her phone. When asked to look up, she displayed an uncooperative attitude, clearly making things difficult. Teacher Fang, if you could cooperate a bit, it would greatly enhance the quality of your makeup, Song Qing gently suggested. Yet, Fang Ziqing remained fixated on her phone, exuding an air of superiority. Is it necessary for me to look up? Song Qing acknowledged with a soft affirmative. It seems this chair is rather low, Fang Ziqing remarked, casting a glance at the chair. In truth, aside from raising my head, there exists another solution. Song Qing refrained from responding, patiently awaiting her further remarks. Fang Ziqing lifted her gaze to her, offering a faint smile. You can still do my makeup while kneeling. Song Qing's assistant immediately changed her expression. You. Song Qing brushed aside her hand, halting her, and asked with a frosty demeanor, what does Teacher Fang mean by this? Fang Ziqing remained silent. Her assistant smiled slightly. Teacher Song, surely you cannot expect Sister Ziqing, a prominent star, to accommodate a mere stylist, can you? Song Qing's eyes turned icy. Fang Ziqing's assistant continued. Today's schedule is rather tight. You wouldn't want us to delay progress and incur the director's wrath, would you? It's merely a matter of doing makeup while kneeling. Sister Ziqing is at ease with it, and it's not beyond your capabilities. You are crossing the line. I will inform the director, Song Qing's assistant declared in exasperation. Turning to leave the makeup room, Fong Ziqing smirked, unmoved and unyielding. Her assistant rolled her eyes in disdain. Song Qing grasped her assistant's arm, shaking her head. It's futile. The investor for this drama is Fong Ziqing's boyfriend. The entire crew is aware that Fong Ziqing holds the ultimate authority here. Teacher Song, do not waste your time. If you are unwilling to comply, feel free to terminate the contract, but do remember to bring along the penalty for breach, Fong Ziqing's assistant scoffed. Song Qing belonged to the upper echelon of styling teams in the industry, renowned for their high skills and large personnel, thus their fees were substantial. The clothing design for Dreamlike Order was quoted in 7 figures, and the penalty for breach was naturally even higher. With her makeup brush tightly gripped, Song Qing took a few seconds to gather herself before ultimately lowering her body, kneeling on one knee, and silently began applying makeup to Fong Ziqing. Fong Ziqing caught a glimpse, her gaze lifting from the phone screen as she looked down imperiously at Song Qing. This was how it should be. Henceforth, Teacher Song would kneel to assist me with my makeup, a mutually convenient arrangement, wouldn't you agree? Song Qing pressed her lips together, softly advising, please refrain from moving. It makes it easy to smudge. That is your concern, Fong Ziqing retorted with a smirk, her tone sharp and condescending. If you mess up, it reflects your lack of skill, not my problem. If you cannot manage, perhaps you ought to terminate the contract. Song Qing's assistant felt a fire of indignation brewing within her. She had followed Song Qing for many years. Even during the challenging early days of Song Qing's career, she had never endured such humiliation. Song Qing offered no rebuttal, simply replying, all right. During the makeup session, Fong Ziqing was exceedingly critical, stretching what should have been a 1.5-hour process into a grueling 3 hours, leaving the entire crew in waiting. When Qi was monitoring the time, and just as his patience was waning, Fong Ziqing sauntered over. He was about to reprimand Song Qing when he caught sight of Fong Ziqing's mesmerizing transformation under Song Qing's skilled hands, silencing his chastisement. He chose not to dwell on the time lost. However, Fong Ziqing's aura had shed some of its previous regal bearing. Her lack of beauty could only be salvaged through post-production dubbing. All right, we can prepare for filming, when Qi signaled to the crew. A flurry of staff erupted in enthusiastic praise. How stunning. This drama is sure to make Sister Ziqing a sensation, they exclaimed. Sister Ziqing has a solid foundation. She is inherently beautiful, and this makeup and attire are not something just anyone can pull off. In just a few sentences, they completely overshadowed Song Qing's contributions. Amidst a chorus of admiration, Fong Ziqing approached the camera. Song Qing's assistant wore a deeply distressed expression, her eyes reddening with frustration, longing to expose Fong online. The facade of innocence, charm, and dedication was all a ruse. Nevertheless, Song Qing, with an air of indifference, turned to seek out Jiang Li. Lowering her voice to caution her assistant not to mention this incident during Jiang Li's makeup session. The assistant nodded, suppressing her anger, acknowledging the instruction. Calling out to Jiang Li in the corner, Song Qing announced, Li, it's time for makeup. Jiang Li, positioned inconspicuously, was engrossed in replying to Su Chuang's messages, employing a self-destructing feature to leave no trace. Her aura was commanding yet cool, an undeniable presence that drew continuous attention, even in her quietude. Upon hearing Song Qing's voice, Jiang Li put away her phone, casually rising from her seat and making her way toward her. Jiang Li's first look was youthful, embodying the essence of a young girl. Despite her tender age, she exuded maturity and composure. In the original narrative, she was depicted as a cold beauty, inspired by her mentor, devoted to serving her country and its people. Her flawless complexion was a coveted canvas for all makeup artists. Her striking features radiated an innate sharpness and restraint, requiring only a hint of makeup to convey her resilient spirit vividly. In merely 20 minutes, Song Qing set down her makeup tools and instructed her assistant. Please fetch that black ensemble. The assistant nodded and promptly departed to retrieve the costume from the adjacent room. At that moment, Jiang Li stood, picked up her phone, and casually kicked her chair aside, declaring, I'm heading to the restroom. Song Qing nodded, knowing that Fong Ziqing's final look would take a while longer to complete. As Jiang Li just stepped out, assistant Song Qing hurriedly rushed in, her expression a portrait of alarm. Where are her costumes? she inquired, noticing the assistant's empty hands. Sister Ching, the assistant's face turned pale, the costumes for Mr. Li. You must come with me to the adjacent room at once. A sense of foreboding gripped Song Ching's heart as she swiftly exited the makeup room and turned into the neighboring chamber. Upon reaching the rack adorned with Jiang Li's costumes, she retrieved a black outfit only to find it marred by scissor cuts. What on earth happened? Song Ching furrowed her brow, rifling through the garments, the hangers clattering in disarray. The assistant shook her head, clearly flustered, admitting she had never encountered such a situation before. All of Jiang Li's costumes had been utterly destroyed, 18 outfits in total, all ruined. What about the other costumes? Song Ching pivoted to investigate the others. The assistant replied, I've checked, Sister Ching. Only Mr. Li's costumes have been vandalized, the rest are intact. This was a targeted assault on Jiang Li, clenching the tattered clothing. Song Ching's knuckles turned white with tension. The assistant's voice trembled, Sister Ching, what? What do we do now? Chapter 44, Between Improvement and Deterioration. The choice of perversion outside, when she was focused on Fong Jiqing as she posed for the promotional stills. Director 1, Song Ching's voice resonated from behind. When she turned briefly to glance at her before redirecting his attention back to the monitor. Ching, how much longer do you need for Jiang Li's makeup? Is 30 minutes sufficient? At most 40 minutes. Time is of the essence today, so let us expedite the process. Meanwhile, Fong Jiqing had taken 3 hours for her styling. Song Ching pressed her lips together. Director, all of Jiang Li's costumes have been destroyed. When she was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the situation, gazing at her in bewilderment. What does this mean? Song Ching's expression turned grave. All of Jiang Li's costumes had been inexplicably ruined. What did you say? When Shi sprang to his feet, his countenance darkening to the utmost degree. His furious shout reverberated throughout the venue, startling everyone in attendance. Without uttering another word, when Shi strode purposefully towards the dressing room, the assistant director and other heads of departments hurried to follow him. Fong Jiqing observed this scene with a smirk of derision. When Shi seized the costumes and forcefully hurled them to the ground. Who did this? Song Ching shook his head, stating, I was just about to change Jiang Li's costume when I discovered that all the garments were damaged. The costume department's supervisor inspected every piece and found not a single one intact. Enraged, he exclaimed, I need not mention the exorbitant cost of these costumes. Do you have any idea how long it took to create them? 43 days. 18 sets. All ruined. We are about to commence filming. How could this happen? The assistant director fumed. What on earth are you all doing? When she had always been willing to invest generously in locations, props, and costumes. Each character's attire had been crafted with painstaking effort and considerable expense, exuding an exceptional quality. As the second female lead, the value of Jiang Li's costumes was beyond measure. Setting aside the financial implications, the production team had devoted a significant amount of time to these costumes. Now, with the entire wardrobe destroyed, the filming schedule for the entire crew would face severe delays. The assistant director took a deep breath to suppress his anger, turning to Wen Qi and asking, Director 1, what shall we do now? This is not the moment to assign blame. We must first resolve the issue at hand. Wen Dao's complexion darkened. What was the matter? Fong Jiqing entered slowly, and those surrounding her parted to make way. As she approached, she caught sight of the clothing and tugged at the corners of her mouth. Another incident had occurred? Sister Jiqing, Jiang Li's costume has been cut up, someone replied. Fong Jiqing let out a cold laugh. I have long warned that Jiang Li is a risky artist. She has numerous detractors. Venting their frustrations on her costume is hardly surprising. Silence fell over the group. It was well known that a few fans in the entertainment circle acted with extreme fervor. Fong Jiqing crossed her arms, recalling how when Dao had cast Jiang Li as the second female lead, only for the production team to be beset by a wave of exposure regarding the cast, coupled with online backlash and several trending topics of negativity. She pondered how much trouble she had inadvertently brought upon the crew. With so many issues arising before filming had even commenced, Fong Jiqing's words quickly fostered a sense of aversion towards Jiang Li among everyone present. This time it was a torn costume. Who could predict what would happen next? Would the filming proceed smoothly? Fong Jiqing remarked casually. When she and several directors fell into contemplation, the assistant director, feeling vexed, suggested, let us simply replace her. There are other actresses who can portray the role just as well. Song Ching stepped forward, eager to defend. Wen Dao, this is not Jiang Li's fault. She did not disclose the cast, nor did she orchestrate the negative trends, and she certainly did not damage the garments. Fang Jiqing tapped her nails thoughtfully. Yet all these troubles arose because of her. The issue must be addressed at its roots. When Qi remained silent. In the past, he had consistently supported Jiang Li without hesitation, but now he began to contemplate whether to replace her. Upon witnessing the situation, Song Qing felt a wave of panic wash over her. Clenching her fingers, she implored, Director 1, grant me 1 week. My team and I will recreate the 18 costumes. When Qi cast a glance in her direction but remained silent, Fang Jiqing interjected bluntly, if you can resolve the costume issue this time, will you also take responsibility for any future mishaps? Her words were piercing. The assistant director, now filled with regret, turned to Wen Qi, lamenting, I warned against using Jiang Li. She assured us she could manage her own scandals, and you believed her? Look at the damage we've incurred. We must replace her immediately. Song Qing gazed at Wen Qi with pleading eyes. Director 1, I only need 1 week. No, 5 days. Just 5 days, and I will have everything redone at no cost. At that moment, Jiang Li entered, her eyelids fluttering. What is going on? She inquired. Fang Jiqing chuckled. The people you've offended are now retaliating against the production team. A chill settled over Jiang Li's features as she turned her gaze to Su Miao, who recounted the events. Upon hearing the account, her dark eyes narrowed, an unmistakable coldness emanating from her. When she observed Jiang Li, then looked back at Song Qing. I can reschedule Jiang Li's fitting photos to tomorrow afternoon, giving you 2 days. As long as the fitting goes smoothly, Jiang Li will remain. Otherwise, we will have to replace her. With that, he turned to leave. Director, 2 days is far too short. It truly isn't feasible. Song Qing's eyes brimmed with urgency as she hurried after him. Could you possibly? Later that evening, Jiang Li spoke in a detached tone. I will handle the final shoot today for the 18 costumes. I assure you, it will not hinder the production schedule nor incur any additional costs. Upon hearing Wen Qi's words, she halted, turning to face Jiang Li with incredulity, exclaiming, What did you say? You're the last one to film tonight. She glanced at her wristwatch, noting it was nearly midnight, leaving her with merely half a day. Jiang Li affirmed with a nod. Song Qing's countenance shifted dramatically. Li, you. Jiang Li, maintaining a composed demeanor, retrieved her mobile and initiated a call, requesting, Bring several adept costume designers and embroiderers to Hengdian. I'll forward the designs. Fang Jiqing, observing her affected posture, wore an increasingly contemptuous smile, remarking, Jiang Li, the crew's costumes are all sourced from professional designers and embroiderers. Don't resort to using shoddy, mass-produced items just to remain on the set. Director Wen won't utilize your clothing, and you'll still have to depart from the crew. Wen Qi's exacting standards for his work were renowned. Half a day to produce 18 costumes? A mere fantasy. Finally, an opportunity to rid themselves of Jiang Li. No one regarded Jiang Li's call with any seriousness. Their gazes were even imbued with the sentiment of overestimating her abilities. Rather than accept 2 days, she insisted on biting off more than she could chew. What could she possibly film tonight? Pay her no mind. I've heard that several assistant directors are re-evaluating the audition tapes from that day and are already selecting replacements. The speaker cast a disdainful glance towards Jiang Li, seated in the corner, and rolled their eyes. Song Mingkai, returning after his costume fitting, overheard the matter concerning Jiang Li, adorned in a snow-white brocade robe. He exuded a refined and handsome air. Plopping down next to Jiang Li, he exclaimed, Sister Li, you've made a grave error. Jiang Li sighed deeply, expressing his frustration with a sense of disappointment. The director offers you 2 days, yet you insist on just half a day. How can you possibly complete 18 outfits? Xiao Yi also disapproved of Jiang Li's approach, remarking, Big shot, you are being overly impulsive this time. Song Mingkai added, Li Yi, even if you're leaving the crew, don't delete me from your friends. Let us play games together another day. Jiang Li remained silent. Both men sensed that there was no way Jiang Li would stay today, so they sat beside her, accompanying her for her final moments. In the makeup room, Fang Jiqing had just finished her second look, awaiting her turn for filming. She tossed her phone onto the table, leaving it on speaker as she conversed with Chu Yan. To create 18 outfits in half a day, one would need to summon all the designers and embroiderers from Fengshao, wouldn't they? Fang Jiqing scoffed. Do you really think Jiang Li possesses that capability? Chu Yan replied. A production with a staggering investment of 300 million probably cannot afford Fengxiao's team. A loud bang echoed through the room. The assistant abruptly flung open the door, her face a canvas of shock and panic as she gazed at Fang Jiqing. Sister Jiqing, the team from Jiang Li has arrived. a multitude of them. Author's note: guess who has come? The early morning charge is unexpected. I never anticipated this. The trending topics have been stagnant for several months due to health reasons, preventing me from staying up late to update as I used to. Consequently, updates have been scarce, and I sincerely apologize to everyone. See you at dawn. There will be a lottery for 200 tokens. As a side note, thank you for your support. If you enjoy this, let us continue together. If not, perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Love to all. Feng Ziqing stepped out of the dressing room and was greeted by a throng of men and women outside, all clutching identical suitcases adorned with a striking golden embroidered logo of Fengxiao. As her gaze swept across the faces, Feng Ziqing's hands, which hung at her sides, clenched tightly. The premier haute couture designer from Fengxiao, along with several rising star designers, were present. Some staff members recognized a few individuals and gasped in astonishment. What on earth? Zhang Li had summoned the key figures from Fengxiao. So many renowned designers had come to our humble web dramas costume fitting site. This was madness. Each of these designers, accompanied by their respective teams, would command over 300,000 for a single event. The sight of dozens of individuals collectively mobilized like this was akin to witnessing a procession of walking currency. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the next moment unfolded. With trepidation, Wen Qi stepped forward, extending his respects to the elder leading Feng Zhao's delegation. Master, what brings you here? Song Qing advanced as well. Senior Rong Xiao, clad in a gray jacket, possessed a serene and refined air. I've come to lend a hand, she stated, casting a gentle smile towards Jiangli. Li, alarm bells rang in Wen Qi's mind. Rong Xiao, the empress of Su embroidery, known for her aloofness, was displaying such warmth towards Jiangli. Jiangli furrowed her brow slightly and approached. Why have they brought you into this? A man beside her lamented softly. Master Li. Teacher Rong was visiting the company to view a piece when she happened upon this situation. She mentioned she had some spare time and offered to assist. Jiangli was nonplussed. It seemed everyone gravitated towards her. When she, upon hearing Feng Zhao's top designer address Jiang Li as Master Li, felt another wave of dizziness. The others were thunderstruck, staring with wide-eyed disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Just moments ago, nearly everyone believed Jiang Li would be ousted from the production team. Yet now, these figures they rarely had the chance to even glance at were treating Jiang Li with utmost deference. Rong Xiao surveyed Feng Zhao's team. Let's not impede Li Li's work. Get to it. Understood, Teacher Rong, they responded in unison, turning towards the workstations. The sound of rolling suitcases echoed throughout the room. A grand demonstration of their arrival. 3 workstations were brought together and arrayed. Upon opening the cases, exquisite brocades and embroideries were revealed. In the garment design group, those knowledgeable about fabrics exhibited a tremor in their gazes, surrounded by exquisite materials that were valuable yet unmarketable. The designers and embroiderers from Fengxiao executed their cutting and stitching with remarkable precision, their roles distinctly defined, and their pace astonishingly swift. Song Qing's team also joined in to lend a hand. Observing the scene, others present comprehended the hierarchy clearly. The elder leading the group held a status likely surpassing that of Fengxiao's elite designers. Who is she? A voice whispered. Do you not follow the news? Another replied. Teacher Rong Xiao, the inheritor of Su embroidery, the queen of Su embroidery. In this humble place, how could someone of such stature possibly visit? They appeared to be here solely to create costumes for Jiangli. At the makeup room's entrance, Feng Ziqing's nails dug painfully into her flesh, her expression darkened. When she instructed someone to fetch a chair to a secluded corner for Rong Xiao, personally pouring her a glass of water. Teacher, Rong Xiao gazed at Jiangli. Had it not been for my visit to Fengxiao, I would have remained oblivious to your return. Jiangli raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Do consider becoming my disciple, and learn embroidery from me earnestly. Rong Xiao coaxed gently. This marks the 59th time I've asked you. Grant an old woman this favor. Jiang Li's face betrayed little emotion, her gaze indifferent. Including this time, I have declined your offer 59 times. Rong Xiao sighed. What is there to gain in the entertainment industry? You prefer tranquility, don't you? Learning Su embroidery would be far more serene. Jiang Li casually twirled her phone between her fingers, preoccupied with numerous matters, leaving little time for such contemplations. Elated, when she stammered, Professor, is Jiang Li the elusive disciple you've always mentioned? Rong Xiao nodded. When she, a student at Beijing University, had taken an interest in Suzhou embroidery and audited Rong Xiao's courses and practical sessions. Rong Xiu was impressed with him and included him in many activities. But their relationship remained that of a teacher and student. Rong Xiu gazed at Jiang Li and relented. Very well, I shall continue to wait until you desire to learn. When Qi mused that no one would believe him if he revealed that Rong Xiu had practically begged Jiang Li to be her disciple. He might even be branded as insane. Rong Xiu turned to Wen Qi. Look after Lily for me on set. Wen Qi bowed respectfully. Yes, Professor. Rong Xiu paused, then rose and walked towards the crowded workstation. Since I'm idle, I'll lend a hand. Wen Qi glanced at Jiang Li, hesitant to speak. He realized that a disciple recognized by Rong Xiu must be exceptional, and he needed to get to know Jiang Li better, disregarding the disparaging rumors. Rong Xiu's embroidery works were either exhibited at international summits or displayed at significant political conferences in China. Her involvement in Jiang Li's costume design was astonishing to the staff. Moreover, her closeness to Jiang Li intensified the scrutiny. Consequently, everyone's gaze was drawn to Jiang Li even more frequently. Feng Xiao brought a plethora of exquisite semi-finished products, including Kaisai tapestries and complete embroidery patterns, which only required on-site sewing, thereby expediting the production process significantly. In approximately 7 hours, 18 elaborate costumes were meticulously crafted, each exuding sophistication and refinement. At a mere glance, even those unversed in cultural heritage could discern that the quality of these costumes far surpassed that of the destroyed wardrobe belonging to Jiang Li. Feng Zhao's designer addressed Wen Qi and Song Qing, inquiring, Director Wen, Professor Song, would you please scrutinize these garments once more to ascertain if any alterations are necessary? The pair meticulously examined each piece, ensuring their flawlessness, and extended their gratitude to all the designers and embroiderers. When Qi expressed, allow me to escort you all out. I am deeply appreciative of your assistance. The designers waved their hands dismissively, responding courteously. Rong Xiu caressed the silken fabrics of the garments, including the arm protectors, with evident satisfaction, stating, let us await Lily's costume-fitting photos before departing. Naturally, no one dared to object, and they commenced packing their tools and cases. Song Qing remarked, Director Wen, I shall now proceed to retouch Lily's makeup. When Qi nodded in affirmation, Song Qing whispered a few instructions to the assistant, entrusting her with the safekeeping of the costumes, and then, clutching a black, close-fitting garment, beckoned Jiang Li. Hold on, Feng Ziqing interjected abruptly. While this particular incident has been resolved, what measures will be taken to prevent future disruptions that impede the progress of the production? Must we perpetually squander time due to Jiang Li's involvement? Everyone ceased their actions. Observing Feng Ziqing's persistence, Wen Qi's temper flared, and he retorted, What, then, do you propose? Feng Ziqing cast a cold glance at several directors in the crew, asserting that if there was a problem to be resolved, it must be addressed fundamentally. As both the investor and the leading actress of this production, her time was precious, leaving no room for wasting on Jiang Li. The implication was clear. She intended to leverage her status to forcibly expel Jiang Li from the team. Rong Xiu furrowed her brow, about to interject. Address it fundamentally? Suddenly, a deep, magnetic male voice resonated from the entrance of the set. The tone was low, tinged with a hint of menace, and a palpable tension enveloped the filming location with the man's arrival, causing everyone to instinctively tighten their nerves. All eyes turned to see a tall figure, clad in a black mask, exuding an overwhelming aura. He had black hair, dark eyes, and a pallid complexion. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he strode forward, flanked by dozens of bodyguards. Rong Xiu recognized Qin Yexiao, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. How did this reclusive heir of the Qin family, who rarely made public appearances outside the hospital, end up here? Feng Ziqing recalled Qin Yexiao's presence. He had been the one to take Jiang Li away after the crew gathering when Luo Wei insisted on escorting her home. He had summoned the designer from Feng Xiao and brought along such a crowd. Who was he trying to impress? Feng Ziqing pressed her lips together, stating that her concerns were for the benefit of the crew. Qin Yexiao's icy, penetrating gaze shifted towards Feng Ziqing. Meeting his eyes made her spine tense with an unsettling chill. Summoning her courage, she stated, the trending topic is unfavorable. The costumes have all been destroyed, one after another. Who knows what will happen next, further dragging down the crew. An individual as tarnished as Jiang Li should, with a modicum of self-awareness, refrain from encumbering others. Qin Yexiao lowered his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips, almost imperceptible. He raised his hand, his index finger making a slight gesture. Qin Lin promptly nodded towards two subordinates, who proceeded directly to the costume room. Bewilderment rippled through the onlookers as the two bodyguards emerged, dragging out Fang Ziqing's 42 theatrical costumes. Fang Ziqing, flustered, shrieked, "What do you think you're doing?" The remaining subordinates immediately stepped forward, clearing a space and forming a perimeter. In the ensuing moment, the two bodyguards, without uttering a word, seized the first garment, grasping it with both hands. Re-yip. The fabric was rent asunder from collar to hem, brutally torn apart by hand. Dismay swept through the assembled crowd. Before the eyes of all present, Fang Ziqing's garments were, one by one, reduced to tattered shreds, discarded upon the ground like refuse. Song Mingkai and Xiao Yi were utterly dumbfounded. Was such audacity even conceivable? Although they suspected Fang Ziqing's involvement, neither dared utter a word. After all, the entertainment industry is inherently driven by profit, favoring self-preservation. What they had not anticipated was that, in response to Fang Ziqing's destruction of Jiang Li's attire, this individual would orchestrate a clearing of the set, employing the most brazen and humiliating method, tearing apart all of Fang Ziqing's costumes in full view of everyone. With an almost arrogant display of impunity, Song Mingkai and Xiao Yi exchanged glances, yearning to inquire whether this individual had investigated Fang Ziqing's background prior to his arrival. Was he cognizant that Fang Ziqing was backed by the Luo Corporation? Fang Ziqing's face was ashen. "By what authority do you destroy my costumes?" "We gleaned this approach from you, Madame Fang," Qin Lin remarked with a courteous smile. "Weren't you the one who similarly ruined Miss Zhang's attire?" Fang Ziqing's eyes flickered momentarily, but she vehemently denied it. "You're fabricating. What proof do you possess?" Qin Lin chuckled softly. "Does Madame Fang believe this to be a police precinct, an investigation, where evidence is requisite?" Fang Ziqing's lips twitched slightly. "You. Tearing your costume requires no substantiation," Qin Lin stated, his smile vanishing as he regarded Fang Ziqing impassively. "You may depart now." Fang Ziqing's eyes grew bloodshot, her teeth grinding together audibly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Li with fiery indignation. "Jiang Li, you incited a disturbance on my set, destroyed my costume, and demand my departure? What are you attempting to achieve? Your set?" Qin Lin echoed, feigning belated realization. "Oh, I neglected to inform you. The investors for the drama series Ru Meng Ling have been supplanted." "Impossible." Fang Ziqing's eyelashes trembled, her fingers clenching in disarray. The assistant, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, stammered, "Ziqing, perhaps you should contact young Master Luo to inquire." Surrounded by curious gazes, Fang Ziqing stood rigid. She retrieved her phone, located Luo Wei's number, and dialed. The call was answered immediately, but before she could speak, Luo Wei snapped, "Fang Ziqing, who have you offended to embroil me in such a predicament?" Fang Ziqing glanced at Qin Yexiao. Enough," Luo Wei interrupted impatiently. "This is the end. We're finished, and I'm withdrawing my investment from Ru Meng Ling." Listening to the frigid dial tone emanating from her mobile device, Fang Ziqing's complexion became ashen, resembling a sheet of pristine paper. Qin Lin produced a bank card, presenting it to Wen Qi, stating, "We have already engaged proficient experts to conduct an evaluation, and the script for this drama is quite exceptional. Our employer has invested 200 million to elevate the production team's caliber. It is unnecessary to adhere to the scale of a web series. Instead, it should be filmed as a series intended for satellite television. I will assist you in resolving the procedural matters." When she and several other directors remained rooted in place, dumbfounded, and utterly unable to process the situation, Qin Lin continued, "We would appreciate it if Director Wen could reselect the female lead. Furthermore, we entrust the entirety of the production's costumes to Feng Xiao for a complete overhaul." A collective gasp reverberated through the room. The assistant director was the first to regain composure, nudging Wen Qi when she blinked, his senses returning. And he accepted the bank card with a trembling hand, responding, "Very well, rest assured." "My gratitude," Qin Lin said with a slight nod, before turning to depart. Wen Qi gazed at the bank card, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. Had he become affiliated with a magnate and inadvertently grasped the leg of the god of wealth? The female lead must be recast. The upgrading of all actors' costumes is to be entrusted to Feng Xiao. The matter of taking costume-fitting photos is not pressing. There is no need to fret over financial concerns. After a day of twists and turns, when she instructed everyone to pack up and return home to rest, awaiting the comprehensive preparation of costumes, makeup, and props before retaking the costume-fitting photos. In the makeup room, Song Qing removed the hair accessories from Jiang Li, glancing at Qin Yexiao seated nearby, before exiting with her assistant and Su Miao. Qin Lin, accompanied by a contingent of subordinates, stood guard at the entrance. Aside, I extend my gratitude for your support and humbly solicit your monthly votes. Further installments will follow this afternoon. With courteous deference, Song Qing and Qin Lin exchanged slight nods. A young woman, a member of Song Qing's team, approached with evident trepidation. Ms. Qing, she began, her voice laced with unease. None of us dare to enter and remove Ms. Fang Ziqing's makeup. Having suffered such a profound humiliation, Ms. Fang is currently consumed by ire. The junior makeup artists are simply too intimidated to approach her. Celebrities are often known for their temperaments, and some, despite their modest status, possess an exceptional capacity for irascibility, making them exceedingly difficult to manage. It is invariably the staff who bear the brunt of their displeasure. The apprehension of the newcomers is entirely understandable. Song Qing, ever protective of her young prot-gs, responded softly, I shall attend to it. You may proceed with tidying up. The young woman breathed a sigh of relief, offering a grateful smile. Thank you, Miss Qing. On Jiang Li's side, only she and Qin Yexiao remained. With arms crossed, she nonchalantly propped her foot on the makeup table, causing the chair to glide backward. A hint of unbridled roguishness permeated her demeanor. Then, with a subtle lift of her eyelids, her gaze sharpened, ascending from the black earpiece on Qin Yexiao's wrist until it settled upon the faint beauty mark beneath the corner of his right eye. Such an enchantingly handsome man. Fixating on his dark irises, Jiang Li suddenly curved her lips into a smile, though mirth failed to reach her eyes. Esteemed Master Xiao, she inquired, on future occasions, might you consider providing advance notice of your arrival? I sent you a message, Qin Yexiao countered, retrieving his phone and opening WeChat to present the evidence. Jiang Li lowered her gaze and beheld the message Qin Yexiao had dispatched. I shall arrive shortly. The chat history consisted solely of Qin Yexiao's daily salutations, sent punctually in the morning, at noon, and in the evening. Jiang Li had never responded, and it seemed she had never even noticed them. I didn't receive them, she mused. Jiang Li retrieved her phone, scrolling through the chat window, which was replete with group conversations and private messages, many of which had been answered. Upon reaching the very bottom, Qin Yexiao noticed his stark white profile picture, indicating over 70 unread messages. Jiang Li, too, noticed this and exclaimed, damn, I forgot. I had Jiang Ziyi write a program to pin WeChat chats to the bottom. Qin Yexiao fixed his dark gaze upon her. His voice a deep rumble as he inquired, since when can WeChat chats be pinned? You can update it. It's a rather user-friendly feature. Jiang Li replied with a straight face, feigning seriousness. She added with a smile, after all, some people can be quite bothersome. Upon hearing this, Qin Yexiao's lips curled into a subtle smile as he drawled in a low, measured tone. Those with extensive harems might find it bothersome, but one such as myself, with only one, does not encounter such vexations. Jiang Li was rendered speechless. Without betraying any emotion, Qin Yexiao requested, Miss Jiang, shouldn't you distribute your favors more evenly? He gestured towards her phone with his chin. Fine, Jiang Li agreed without the slightest hint of embarrassment, her voice laced with a faint smile, as she slowly swiped left on the chat window to unpin the conversation. Then, with an expressionless face, she stated, however, Master Xiao, you've inconvenienced me today. Seeing his message box resurface, Qin Yexiao was satisfied. He inquired in a low voice, how have I inconvenienced you? Let me see if I can make amends. Forget it, Jiang Li replied, deciding not to dwell on it, opting instead to find another way to investigate. Is it about the Narcotics Control Bureau? Qin Yexiao asked directly. Jiang Li made a sound of acknowledgement and ceased further conversation, taking out her phone to send a message to Su Chuang, awaiting notification. Qin Yexiao did not inquire further. The relationship between Jiang Li and Su Jinghua's father-son duo was rather extraordinary. Moreover, the esteemed director Su treated Jiang Li with utmost respect. While her name was conspicuously absent from the highly confidential files of the Narcotics Control Bureau, subtle hints regarding her presence surfaced elsewhere. Su Jinghua's elevated status was a testament to the success of his team in dismantling major drug trafficking cases. Many speculated that a formidable figure supported Su Jinghua from behind the scenes, someone exceptionally skilled in reconnaissance and intelligence, likely a top-tier hacker. As it stands. Side note, thank you for your support. Qin Yexiao's gaze settled on Jiang Li, lingering for a few seconds before he shifted the topic, suggesting they dine together with Master Rong and the others shortly. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. Even if Qin Yexiao remained silent, Rong Xiu would undoubtedly include her. On the other side, Song Qing entered Fang Jiqing's makeup room with her assistant. Fang Jiqing was on the phone with her manager, her temper flaring. A mere web drama. And my willingness to participate is merely out of respect for I want to see who else would dare to take part besides me. With Jiang Li's notorious reputation, anyone associated with her is bound to face misfortune. Upon hearing this, Song Qing pressed her lips together, her expression cool as she approached, carefully removing Fang Jiqing's intricate headpiece. The conversation on the other end of the line took an unexpected turn. Fang Jiqing's expression shifted dramatically. What did you say? The brands that wanted to collaborate with me have all officially announced their new ambassadors just 10 minutes ago. Her manager replied. You should return to the company and discuss it in person. Fang Jiqing abruptly ended the call, her fingers gripping her phone tightly, her expression dark and brooding. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her scalp, causing her to hiss in discomfort as she forcefully pushed Song Qing away. What are you doing? Caught off guard, Song Qing stumbled and fell to the ground, colliding with her elbow, which began to tingle with numbness. Qingjia, the assistant, flustered, rushed to help her. As Song Qing rose, her arm briefly lost strength, but she bore the pain and apologized. I'm sorry, Teacher Fang. There were 2 strands of hair caught on the hairpin, and I didn't notice. Do you not have eyes? Fang Jiqing's tone was sharp, her expression slightly contorted. Song Qing, seeing me like this, are you not delighted? In a soft voice, Song Qing replied, I truly apologize. Allow me to have my assistant remove your makeup. With that, she turned to leave. Did I permit you to leave? Fang Jiqing seized her arm, tugging her back with force. Song Qing staggered a few steps, and as she raised her gaze, her eyes were as cold as ice, yet her voice remained gentle. Miss Fang, please do not overstep your bounds. Overstep my bounds, you say? Fang Jiqing suddenly laughed. Before Song Qing could react, a resounding slap struck her left cheek. The sound echoed, and blood immediately appeared at the corner of her mouth, half of her face reddening and swelling. Qingjia, the assistant gasped, turning to glare at Fang Jiqing, her eyes ablaze with fury. Fang Jiqing, you have gone too far. Meanwhile, Jiang Li and Qin Yexiao emerged from the makeup room with their belongings. Suddenly, they heard the assistant's furious shout from next door. Everyone present turned their attention toward Fang Jiqing's makeup room. Jiang Li frowned, a chill flickering in her eyes as she strode purposefully to push open the door of the adjacent room. The wooden door collided with the wall, producing a resounding bang. A group of individuals instinctively turned their gaze, only to behold Jiang Li standing at the entrance, her brows and eyes exuding an icy demeanor, a profound darkness piercing through her very essence. An atmosphere of palpable menace enveloped her, sending shivers down the spine. In her eyes, the deathly aura she typically concealed so well surged forth, breaking free from its confines, wild and unrestrained. It was ferociously captivating. The assistant, with reddened eyes, glanced at Jiang Li, addressing her in a hushed tone. Li. Jiang Li remained silent, her stride deliberate as she entered, an oppressive presence swiftly enveloping the entire makeup room. Fang Jiqing observed Jiang Li, feeling an eerie chill rise from her feet, sending a wave of dread coursing through her. She clenched her fingers, struggling to suppress the urge to retreat. What was she afraid of? With so much dirt on Jiang Li, even if a confrontation ensued, it would be Jiang Li who bore the brunt of the blame. Having reached this conclusion, Fang Jiqing smirked, emboldened by her perceived safety. Jiang Li stood before Song Qing, her index finger curling as she lifted her chin, turning her left cheek to reveal the stark imprint of 5 red, swollen fingers. I'm fine, Song Qing murmured, wishing to keep the matter from escalating. Fang Jiqing was a top-tier artist with millions of followers and powerful backing. If the situation intensified, it would only be detrimental to them. Jiang Li did not respond, instead shifting her gaze calmly towards Fang Jiqing. Did you strike her? And if I did? Fang Jiqing pressed her palm against her right hand, smiling disdainfully. She pulled my hair, and I accidentally slapped her. It's even. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Li seized her hair with a fierce grip. Jiang Li's expression turned frigid as she gripped the back of her head and forcefully dragged her outward. Jiang Li, let go of me. Fang Jiqing's scalp throbbed as though it were about to be torn away. She struggled violently, screaming, her nails digging fiercely into Jiang Li's hand, tearing flesh and leaving a trail of scratches. Yet, Jiang Li seemed impervious to her torment. Song Qing, in a state of panic, witnessed the crew's astonishment as they saw Jiang Li dragging Fang Jiqing by her hair. Wen Qi was the first to regain his composure, his heart racing with trepidation. He rushed over, stumbling over a wire on the ground. Breathless, he reached Jiang Li's side. His throat parched as he implored, "Jiang Li, what has happened? Let us converse calmly. Refrain from violence." Jiang Li's gaze remained fixed ahead, an abyss of darkness in her eyes, cold and menacing. As she pulled Fang Ziqing toward the exit of the filming site, Fang Ziqing's desperate screams echoed through the air. With no other option, Wen Qi followed closely, persistently urging her to release the girl. Qin Yexiao pressed a hand against Wen Qi's chest, forcefully pushing him aside, his peripheral vision catching sight of the bloody scratches on Jiang Li's hand. A frown creased his brow. What was Jiang Li intending? It was uncertain who first found their voice again, but when they spoke, their words trembled. "I don't know, let us follow and see." Outside the makeup photo shoot venue, shockwaves rippled through the industry as the designer team from Fengxiao came together in a collective effort. Suddenly, news broke that Ru Mingling had secured a staggering $2 billion investment from an undisclosed benefactor, with the funds transferred in a single installment to upgrade the production team. Journalists, their excitement palpable, eagerly awaited outside for the opportunity to scoop the latest news. At that moment, a chilling scream pierced through the air from within, causing the reporters' hearts to leap in their chests as their attention shifted abruptly. Suddenly, a slender figure emerged, dragging another person along. To my astonishment, it was a journalist. Upon recognizing their faces, gasped in disbelief. Jiang Li and Fang Ziqing? The other journalists were equally stunned, unable to comprehend the scene before them. What on earth was happening? Had Jiang Li and Fang Ziqing come to blows? Jiang Li pulled Fang Ziqing out into the open, and upon seeing the throng of reporters, a wicked smile crept across her lips, both enchanting and menacing. Fang Ziqing's anguished screams echoed relentlessly. The onlookers, photographers and journalists, were a mix of shock and fear, tinged with a hint of excitement at encountering such explosive news. A swarm of people quickly regained their composure, rushing forward with cameras at the ready, capturing the unfolding drama. "Miss Jiang Li, what are you doing?" one reporter boldly inquired. Jiang Li remained poised, allowing the flash of cameras to illuminate her, before surveying the crowd with a smile, urging them to steady their shots. The journalists, captivated by the sinister grin on Jiang Li's face, momentarily lost their focus. "What did you say?" they stammered. Jiang Li's smile widened, her gaze darkening as her eyes, imbued with a chilling aura, locked onto Fang Ziqing's. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of countless lenses, Jiang Li released her grip on Fang Ziqing's hair and swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her face. The sound reverberated sharply through the air. Qin Lin, along with his subordinates and the crew members who had followed, stood frozen in place, utterly astounded. "Thank you for your support. The next chapter will be explosive. Good night." Chapter 49. Asking Jiang Li to help Chu Yinqing clarify? Stay away. Weibo. It's gone viral. Jiang Li strikes. It's a sensation. In the realm of entertainment, Jiang Li publicly struck Fang Ziqing in front of numerous reporters, boldly instructing them to steady their cameras. The internet is inundated with videos of Jiang Li's violent act. Fang Ziqing's fans have erupted in outrage, launching a widespread campaign to boycott Jiang Li and demanding that authorities blacklist this disreputable artist. Such individuals are nothing more than troublemakers in the entertainment industry, madmen, lunatics. They should be expelled immediately. Why hasn't action been taken yet? National Broadcasting Network, take a stand. This wretched person thinks she can bully anyone at will. Call the police. She deserves to be imprisoned. Fang Ziqing has cultivated a positive public image over the years, garnering a substantial fan base. This outpouring of support is a collective effort to seek justice on her behalf. Jiang Li has incited widespread fury, resulting in a scandal larger than any before. Meanwhile, the Chu and Yu families gathered at Yunshang Pavilion for a delightful meal, sharing cheerful conversations. Chu Yan served tea to the elders with grace and poise, exuding warmth and elegance. Mrs. Yu expressed her satisfaction with Chu Yan's demeanor. As Chu Yan returned to her seat, her hand was gently clasped by Yu Xuanqing, prompting a soft smile from her. Yan Wei observed the two and remarked to Yu Rong and Mrs. Yu, "These children share a wonderful bond. They seem perfectly matched." The others nodded in agreement. Just as Chu Yan was about to speak, her phone chimed beside her. She picked it up to find a Weibo link sent by her manager. Yu Xuanqing, sitting beside her, caught sight of the striking headline. Jiang Li slapped someone publicly? He inquired with a hint of surprise. What happened? Upon accessing Weibo, Chu Yan, visibly agitated. exclaimed Mom and Dad. My sister engaged in a physical altercation and has been taken into custody by the police. Chu Linfeng, upon hearing this, displayed a change in demeanor and promptly accessed Weibo on his phone. The news pertaining to Jiang Li was ubiquitous, dominating the internet. The vitriol in the comments section was appalling. Chu Linfeng rose to his feet and stated, "Dad, I'm going to the police station." Yu Rong turned to Yu Xianchun and instructed, "Xianchun, accompany Linfeng. Contact us if any issues arise and endeavor to reach a private settlement, ensuring that Li Li is not detained." Xu Chengzhang clenched his fist and forcefully struck the table in a display of suppressed anger. His knuckles turned white with the effort, and he vehemently declared, "Bring her back to me. If she no longer wishes to remain in the capital, she can be banished overseas." As Chu Linfeng and Yu Xianchun departed, Chu Yan, with a worried expression, lamented, "My sister possesses a volatile temperament and is prone to impulsivity. She frequently engaged in altercations during high school. I had hoped that her entry into the entertainment industry would temper her behavior, but alas." Yu Rong addressed Chu Yan, saying, "Do not fret. Xianchun and Linfeng have already departed and will resolve the matter." Chu Yan demurred. Ziqing is not lacking in financial resources. The two slaps have caused her to lose considerable face, and she will certainly not let this matter be easily resolved. Moreover, even if Ziqing were to forgive my sister, her fans would not swallow their anger. My sister is in dire straits this time. Yu Rong furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly cognizant of the fact that this matter would not be easily handled. Xu Chengzhang gnashed his teeth and exclaimed, "She has caused me to lose all semblance of dignity." Late at night, the police station was brightly illuminated, with people constantly coming and going. The interrogation room, nestled languidly in the chair, Jiang Li stretched her long legs with an air of nonchalant ease, as if she were reclining in her own private sanctuary, stifling a yawn that betrayed her weariness. This casual demeanor stood in stark contrast to the somber atmosphere of the room, as if she had entered her own backyard. The two officers in charge of the interrogation exchanged a dark look. Most who found themselves in a police station were typically trembling and ashen-faced. Jiang Li, however, was an anomaly. They had heard tales of her rebellious nature within the entertainment industry, a veritable trove of scandalous rumors. Thus, prior to her arrival, they had steeled themselves for a lack of cooperation. Given the present circumstances, it seemed this case might prove particularly thorny this evening. The two men approached and took their seats, their voices stern and commanding as one of them began, "Why? I was the one who inflicted the harm. And there exists ample visual evidence online." Jiang Li interjected, a subtle curve playing upon her lips. Her cooperation was evident, yet the arrogance that danced within her eyes could not be concealed. She continued with unhurried cadence, "No mediation, no apologies, no restitution. Are there any further inquiries?" The officers regarded her raised eyebrow, and for a fleeting moment, they were uncertain as to who was truly conducting the interrogation. Having spoken but a few sentences, the two officers emerged from the interrogation room. Their colleagues, surprised by their swift return, stared in disbelief. "You're already finished?" one exclaimed. "You couldn't have been in there for more than a minute." The astonished colleague peeked through the crack in the door, just in time to witness Jiang Li removing her jacket and using it as a makeshift pillow on the table, preparing to sleep. It was as if she considered the police station her personal abode. The other officer, wishing to avoid further discussion of Jiang Li's behavior, inquired, "What is the status of Song Qing?" The forensic report indicates facial injuries and lacerations to the oral mucosa, constituting minor harm. A colleague remarked, "Song Qing has expressed her willingness to reach an amicable resolution, provided Fang Ziqing does not pursue the matter further." At that moment, the voice of Fang Ziqing's agent, "Do you," resonated from the hall, elevated in pitch. "She is a star. Her livelihood depends on her appearance. Now, her face is severely injured. Do you have any idea how many engagements this will cost her? What a tremendous loss this entails." A group of individuals approached, the hall teeming with onlookers. "I must see this through to the end." "Do you?" Fang Ziqing's agent gripped the edge of the marble table tightly, casting a cold glance at Cheng Sijuan. Accompanying her was a lawyer, renowned in the capital. The lawyer, with piercing eyes and a professionally detached smile, exuded an air of aggression. He stated, "Jiang Li has willfully inflicted harm, causing substantial injury to my client's physical, psychological, and reputational well-being. My client, Ms. Fang Ziqing, will not accept any mediation." What initially was a trivial matter escalated dramatically due to the prominence of both parties in the entertainment industry, particularly for Fang Ziqing. Her vast fan base had ignited a fervent online discourse, with videos circulating wildly, transforming the situation into a widespread condemnation of Jiang Li. The issue had even risen to the level of critiquing the moral decay within the entertainment circle and the unyielding tolerance for tainted artists. Authorities had issued directives demanding that the case be handled with utmost caution. Several police officers in charge of the investigation presented their documentation to the captain. After reviewing Song Qing's statement, the captain placed the file on the table and addressed the lawyer. If you refuse to mediate and insist on pursuing this, then Song Qing will also press charges, and for minor injuries, a detention of 5 days will be necessary. The lawyer smiled subtly. Song Qing's pursuit of justice has no bearing on my client. Chung Sijuan furrowed her brows, stating that it was Fang Jiqing who struck Song Qing, questioning what relevance it had to her. However, I sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. The lawyer remarked coolly, the injury on Song Qing's face, as informed by my client's assistant, was inflicted by her. If there are any doubts, Song Qing's assistant is present and can be consulted. Chung Sijuan turned her gaze towards Song Qing's assistant. The latter stepped forward a few paces, exchanged a glance with Du Yu, then lowered her eyes and softly explained. While Sister Qing was removing Fang Jiqing's hair ornaments, she may have inadvertently exerted too much force, causing Fang Jiqing to wince in pain. During the subsequent altercation with her assistant, she accidentally struck Sister Qing's face. Jiang Li mistakenly believed it was Fang Jiqing who had attacked her. Given her background in martial arts, Fang Jiqing barely had the chance to speak before being dragged away. Fang Jiqing's assistant, displaying a commendable demeanor, stated, "It was my fault for the altercation. I am willing to offer compensation. Should teacher Song Qing decline the compensation, I am also prepared to accept criminal punishment." Su Miao stared in disbelief, unable to fathom what Song Qing's assistant had just uttered. "Ying, what are you saying?" In the dressing room, Fang Jiqing herself admitted to striking Sister Qing. "I am not speaking falsely. It was Jiang Li who failed to clarify the situation and slandered Fang Jiqing." Ying pressed her lips together firmly, asserting, "Fang Jiqing is innocent. I am Sister Qing's assistant, yet I cannot lie in front of the police." Su Miao's expression shifted dramatically. Chung Sijuan fixed her icy gaze upon Ying, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Chapter 50. I do not wish to support you, but to marry you. The captain glanced at a few individuals before nodding towards his subordinate, signaling her to escort them to record their statements. 2 officers led the individuals to the interrogation room. At that moment, Chu Linfeng and Yu Xuanqing appeared at the doorway. "Miss Chung, where's Li?" Chu Linfeng approached, his voice calm. Still in the interrogation room, Su Miao relayed the current situation to the 2 men, her anxiety palpable, akin to ants on a hot pan. "What should we do now?" Ying must have been bribed. "What now?" Du scoffed, replying, "Jiang Li has always enjoyed fighting. Let her go to prison and engage in that." Chung Sijuan had been monitoring the online discourse surrounding the hot search topic of Jiang Li's altercation, which was gaining increasing traction. Many celebrities had come forth to support Fang Jiqing, as if the entire entertainment industry was convening to judge Jiang Li. However, it was perplexing that several major official Weibo accounts had yet to release statements or opinions. Soon, the 2 officers returned with the statements from Assistant Song Qing and Assistant Fang Jiqing. The captain took the folder, noting that the testimonies were nearly identical to what the 2 had just articulated. He lowered his hand, addressing the group. "You are certain you do not wish to pursue a settlement, correct?" The lawyer and Du exchanged glances. "Indeed, officer," the lawyer clarified, "in addition to seeking criminal accountability, we demand that Jiang Li compensate Miss Fang Jiqing for all her losses." The captain nodded. "Very well, then wait a moment." Abruptly, Chung Sijuan broke the silence. Her eyes momentarily closed as she inhaled deeply. Turning to face Du Yu, she proposed, "State your terms. Let's resolve this privately. The escalating online discourse must be quelled, and Jiang Li must not face imprisonment." Du Yu responded with a derisive chuckle, arms crossed. "Chung Sijuan, we hail from the same mentor. Yet observe the depths to which you've sunk. What manner of imbeciles do you manage?" Chu Linfeng frowned, turning towards Du Yu. "Madam, I implore you to moderate your language." Undeterred, Du Yu continued her tirade towards Chung Sijuan. "With such deficient PR capabilities, and your artist on the precipice of incarceration, surely your own career is forfeit. Remember, you were once the apple of our mentor's eye." Chung Sijuan's fists clenched. "My affairs are of no concern to you," she stated impassively. "Speak plainly. What are your terms for reconciliation?" "Reconciliation?" Du Yu's smile vanished. "A mere fantasy. Ziqing, a luminary in her own right, was subjected to a slap by the entertainment industry's malignancy. Neither I, nor Ziqing's legion of admirers, will suffer Jiang Li to go unpunished. Do you lean forward slightly, enunciating each word with precision? Remove my artist from the cast of Rumingling. Did you presume that production was solely Jiang Li's domain? Today, she must be incarcerated. Madam Du, let us establish terms. Chu Linfeng interjected, his tone even and composed. Should Miss Chung be unable to meet your demands, Jiang Corporation stands ready to assist. Yu Xinshan added. Star Entertainment is also prepared to compensate Miss Fong with resources. Chu Linfeng supplemented, seized the opportune moment for amicable resolution. His tone, though refined and courteous, carried an undercurrent of incisiveness. Do you narrowed her eyes slightly? Are the two of you threatening me? Chu Linfeng replied with utmost humility. We are negotiating terms. You may express any demands you have directly. Du Yu surveyed Yu Xinshan, then Chu Linfeng. One, the heir to the Yu Corporation. The other, a rising star in the business world. After a few moments of contemplation, she coldly stated her terms. I want Jiang Li to apologize on all major platforms. Record a video of repentance, announce her retirement from the entertainment industry, and we'll discuss compensation later. Acceptable. Jiang Li emerged from the interrogation room, accompanied by a female police officer. The corners of her lips were upturned, her eyes both cold and bewitching, exuding a powerful aura. Her dark eyes, like ice and mist, revealed a sense of haziness, making it difficult to discern her true intentions, only conveying a sense of danger and secrecy. Chu Linfeng, taken aback by her response, inquired, Li, you agree to apologize? He wasn't intimately familiar with Jiang Li's temperament, but he knew she wasn't easily persuaded. Yet, she had agreed to apologize so readily. Jiang Li nodded. Yu Xinshan smiled with relief. Li, I'm glad you agreed. Yinner, my parents and I have been very worried about you. Jiang Li didn't even glance at him. She casually tucked her right hand into her pocket, extended her left hand, and said, Give me my phone. I'll apologize now. Her attitude was commendable, as if she were genuinely frightened. Du Yu curled her lips in mockery, her eyes scanning Jiang Li from head to toe, filled with contempt. I thought you were more capable. Assaulting someone in front of reporters? I overestimated you. Cheng Sijuan turned to the captain. Please return Jiang Li's phone to her. The captain was pleased to see both parties willing to reconcile and instructed someone to retrieve Jiang Li's phone. The phone was returned to Jiang Li's possession. Du Yu adopted an imperious posture, gesturing at her with a hint of derision. If you demonstrate a more contrite attitude, I might reconsider pursuing legal action against you. Your fate rests on your conduct. Jiang Li remained taciturn, leaning against the information desk, adopting a nonchalant stance. Her head tilted slightly, her fingers tapped at her phone screen. Despite her evident swiftness in typing, she maintained an air of composure. In a matter of seconds, Jiang Li slammed her phone onto the desk with a resounding thud. Du Yu furrowed her brow. Did you post something? Jiang Li nodded, raising her chin, gesturing for her to check Weibo. Cheng Sijuan also accessed Weibo. But upon beholding the content posted by Jiang Li, along with the volcanic eruption of comments surging beneath it, her countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. Jiang Li v. Violence is reprehensible, and I extend my apologies. I implore you all not to emulate my actions. However, as for Fong Ziqing, it would behoove her to steer clear of my path henceforth. Otherwise, I shall make it a point to strike her each and every time our paths intersect, particularly in crowded locales. Each word reverberated like a fuel canister hurled into a raging inferno, inflaming the passions of all who beheld it. Utterly audacious, unspeakably arrogant, quite simply madness. Was this supposed to be an apology? Who has ever witnessed such an insolent apology? An apology that entails repeated assaults? Weibo had once again exploded. The explosion was cataclysmic. Get lost. Lunatic. You should be locked away. Psychopath. Just die already. You piece of garbage. Criminal threats. Jiang Li, you're truly courting incarceration. The online denizens erupted in a maelstrom of fury and disarray. In under a minute, Jiang Li's Weibo post had garnered upwards of 10,000 vitriolic comments, directly causing Weibo to crash. Within the service hall, all present stared at Jiang Li, dumbfounded. No one could have foreseen that Jiang Li would brazenly issue such a public provocation online. Jiang Li, clutching her phone with a death grip, every knuckle starkly prominent. Du Yu's countenance was a mask of utter darkness. You have a death wish. The captain slammed the files in his hand against the desk, his voice a sharp reprimand. What do you think this is, a playground? Du Yu bit back a retort, fixing Jiang Li with a venomous glare. Then, abruptly regaining her composure, she scoffed, "Idiot. If it's a prison cell you crave, I'll gladly indulge you. Lily, have you lost your senses?" Chu Linfeng's expression hardened. "Why are you deliberately courting trouble?" Yu Xianxian frowned, a crease forming between his brows. "No wonder Yenner says you're impulsive. Lily, what were you trying to prove? Are you satisfied with the mess you've created?" Chu Linfeng, striving to regain his composure, turned to Du Yu, about to offer an apology on Jiang Li's behalf. "Director Zhao, what brings you here?" A voice suddenly cut through the tension near the entrance. All eyes swiveled to see a middle-aged man in a police uniform stride into the room, his epaulets denoting significant authority. Every officer in the precinct ceased their activities, rising to greet him with a chorus of Director Zhao. Director Zhao exchanged a brief, acknowledging nod with Du Yu. "Given the high-level interest in this case, what are the current stances of the involved parties?" he inquired of the captain. The captain summarized the situation, including Jiang Li's recent inflammatory Weibo post. Director Zhao cast a sidelong glance at the defiant Jiang Li. If she remains unrepentant, engaging in provocation and openly threatening others, then appropriate measures should be taken. Detention and prosecution are warranted. Du Yu's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. "Director Zhao, your decisiveness is truly commendable. Disseminate the outcome online," Director Zhao instructed, to provide closure to everyone following this matter. Was utterly panic-stricken, should Jiang Li be detained. It would truly spell the end. Yu Xianxian, mindful of Yu Rong's instructions, stepped forward, "Director Zhao, regarding this matter." Director Zhao turned, "Young Master Yu." She was afforded an opportunity, yet she remains unrepentant. We are left with no recourse but to adhere to regulations. Chu Linfeng gripped his phone tightly. "Immediately delete the Weibo post. Cease this folly and offer a sincere, earnest apology." He enunciated each word with grave deliberation. Yu Xianxian, his tone somewhat severe, added, "Jiang Li, heed your brother's words." Jiang Li chuckled, nonchalantly. "My mother has only me as her daughter. Am I well acquainted with any of you? Obstinate and impervious to reason." Chu Linfeng exhaled wearily. "This time, I am unable to extricate you. Bear the consequences." "In that case," Director Zhao commenced, turning to the captain, "take her into custody forthwith." "Yes," a police officer responded, stepping forward. Du Yu curled her lips into a smile, pleased with the outcome. "Director Zhao, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I must visit the hospital." "The hospital, I'm afraid, is out of the question. Perhaps a trip to the Narcotics Control Bureau?" Accompanied by this masculine voice, a series of heavy footfalls gradually encroached upon the office hall from the direction of the entrance. Leading the procession was Su Zhenghua, with Su Chuang and his team in close pursuit. It was Su Chuang who had just spoken. Qin Yishao maintained a discreet presence alongside the team, yet Su Zhenghua subtly positioned himself a respectful distance behind Qin Yishao. Turning around, Director Zhao's pupils contracted upon seeing the visitor, though a smile graced his face. "Director Su, what brings you here?" Su Zhenghua, renowned for his stern and unapproachable demeanor, replied tersely, "We're here to take 2 individuals into custody." Director Zhao, taken aback, responded instinctively, "I'm not aware of anyone here under your jurisdiction." Had Director Zhao glanced at Du Yu at that moment, he would have noticed her slightly pallid complexion. Su Zhenghua gestured towards Du Yu and Fang Ziqing's assistant, stating, "Her. And her as well." The personal involvement of the Narcotics Bureau's chief implied a significant drug case, and anyone with discernment would realize the potential ramifications of being implicated. Su Zhenghua frowned, his eyes glinting with a sharp, cold intensity, and retorted with a touch of impatience, "Director Zhao, do you presume I would personally come to collect these individuals if it were a trivial matter?" Certainly not, Director Zhao replied. He glanced at the Narcotics Bureau's personnel, perplexed and increasingly apprehensive. "What has transpired? How did I remain unaware of this?" Su Zhenghua, unwilling to engage in further platitudes, gestured curtly. Immediately, a subordinate stepped forward with handcuffs. "One moment," Director Zhao interjected, addressing Su Zhenghua, "Director Su, these 2 are currently involved in a case under my jurisdiction. Given the considerable public attention it has garnered, I must provide a swift resolution for the people. Would you permit me to conclude my investigation before personally delivering them to you?" Su Zhenghua promptly produced a directive from higher authorities, uttering a curt step aside. Director Zhao's grip tightened behind his back as he beheld the red seal on the document. Instead of relenting, he asserted firmly, "Director Su, while you possess directives from higher authorities, so do I. The individual was initially brought to my jurisdiction, and the investigation here remains incomplete. I am merely adhering to protocol. Director Su, I must ask you to depart. His words made it clear that he would not permit Su Zhenghua to take the person. Director Zhao's authority, it seemed, was quite considerable. A deep, resonant voice then cut through the tension as a tall, imposing man removed his mask, revealing a face of austere and composed features. His dark eyes, sharp as finely honed blades, inspired a sense of unease and trepidation merely by their gaze. Director Zhao's countenance underwent a drastic transformation, his composure replaced by agitation and fear. His once straight posture faltered slightly as he stammered, "Lord Xiao, what brings you here?" Qin Yexiao's dark eyes lowered slightly as he idly folded his black mask with long, elegant fingers. His voice, measured yet laced with an undercurrent of coldness, replied, "Just acquainting myself with Director Zhao's imperiousness." "You jest," Director Zhao managed, his heart pounding in his chest, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The scene unfolded before the astonished eyes of everyone in the office. Who was this man, that even their director would? Qin Yexiao raised his gaze, his dark pupils radiating an aura of chilling intimidation. "May they be taken now?" he inquired. Director Zhao's throat constricted, and a sheen of perspiration appeared on his forehead. Since the Narcotics Control Bureau is in such haste, perhaps their case should proceed first, he conceded. Qin Yexiao inclined his chin slightly. Agents from the Narcotics Control Bureau stepped forward, approaching Du Yu and Fang Ziqing's assistant. Su Chuang's handcuffs clicked shut around Du Yu's wrist. She recollected herself, her gaze fixated on the gleam of the cold, silver metal. Her eyelashes fluttered as she recoiled, a sudden surge of resistance coursing through her. "What are you doing?" Su Chuang lifted his gaze, his eyes locking onto hers, a chilling iciness within their depths. "Taking you to reunite with Fang Ziqing." Du Yu's complexion turned ashen, deathly pale. She was acutely aware of her transgressions, the knowledge weighing heavily on her conscience. Qin Yexiao strode towards Zhongli, grasping her hand in his and guiding her away. Unchallenged by anyone present, Zhongli lowered her gaze to her hand, engulfed within his palm, appearing small and vulnerable. She attempted to withdraw it, but his grip only tightened. Qin Yexiao escorted Zhongli to the vehicle. Seated in the front, Qin Lin paused in contemplation before reluctantly raising the partition. Zhongli languidly nestled into the seat, arms crossed, her eyes askance towards Qin Yexiao. The man retrieved a tube of topical ointment from the compartment and, raising his gaze to meet hers, simply stated, "Your right hand." Zhongli remained still, uncooperative. Qin Yexiao took her hand, carefully avoiding the lacerations, and placed it upon his lap. He gently rolled up the sleeve of her trench coat, revealing a tableau of injuries inflicted by Fang Ziqing's nails, a crisscross of bloody scratches, some deep enough to expose the flesh beneath. Her fair skin accentuated the ghastly nature of the wounds. A chilling, bloodthirsty glint flashed in Qin Yexiao's eyes. He produced an iodine swab, meticulously disinfecting the wounds before applying the ointment with another sterile swab. Zhongli remained impassive, as if she were a lord enjoying a leisurely service. A series of taps echoed against the car window. Both occupants turned to see Su Zhenghua and Su Chuang standing outside. Qin Yexiao pressed the button to lower the window. Then, "I shall escort the team back to the bureau," respectfully stated. Nodded in agreement. "I shall be along shortly." Glanced at and responded, "Understood," and then departed, restoring tranquility to the vehicle. Having completed the application of the medication, gathered his belongings, nudged the partition with his foot, and instructed to proceed to the Narcotics Bureau. Feeling somewhat drowsy, was disinclined to engage with the man and turned her head to slumber. Observing the injury on her arm, spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "I did not observe you sustaining any injuries while sparring with me. How is it that you have been so lacerated by another?" Opened her eyelids slightly, raising an eyebrow. "Pray tell, what is it that you are alluding to?" "I confess, I am unable to comprehend." S dark eyes shifted to meet her gaze. S eyes possessed a captivating shape, reminiscent of a fox's, with a bewitching quality. They shone with a pristine clarity, so immaculate that one could discern nothing within them. "Do you desire to know why you failed to deliver a fatal blow 7 years prior?" inquired. Inwardly cursed, "This is interminable." Yet, she maintained a perplexed expression on her face. "Failed to deliver a fatal blow? I am at a loss." Fixed his gaze upon her, remaining silent, his expression betraying his belief that she was feigning ignorance. "Ah, I comprehend," exclaimed with feigned realization. You were embroiled in an altercation 7 years ago, and were nearly fatally stabbed by your adversary. You surmise that I was that individual? No wonder you have been relentlessly pursuing me. I had labored under the misapprehension that you were captivated by my pulchritude and sought to patronize me, remarked, leaning against the car door, her arm propping up her face. Assuming a languid and nonchalant posture, the smile that played upon her lips was enchantingly alluring. She seized every opportunity to berate him. Qin Yexiao fixed his gaze upon her, earnestness gleaming in his eyes. I have no desire to keep you. I wish to marry you. Zhongli. Inexplicably, her mind conjured images of countless low-budget, melodramatic web series, images of caged canaries, overbearing control, diamond chains binding her, and various nefarious schemes of retribution flashed before her eyes. Though should she truly marry him, who would bind whom, who would exact revenge upon whom, remained uncertain. Yet, she possessed no inclination to indulge in such a game with him. Zhongli chuckled softly, her words measured as she spoke. I appreciate the offer, Mr. Xiao, but you have mistaken your target. I am not the one who stabbed you. Qin Yexiao. Zhongli raised her phone, gazing at the black screen, turning her face from side to side. Surely my appearance is not so commonplace, is it? Qin Yexiao observed her intently, his dark eyes profound and focused, and hummed in affirmation. Indeed, not commonplace. Zhongli arched an eyebrow. Then how did Mr. Xiao mistake me? Qin Yexiao countered. Is it that I have mistaken you, or that you dare not admit the truth? Zhongli laughed aloud. Then I shall pose a question to you as well. Qin Yexiao nodded. Zhongli inquired with considerable curiosity. What deeds have you committed to warrant being stabbed? Qin Yexiao recalled that night 7 years prior, the memory searing itself into his flesh, so vivid that even after all these years, the mere thought of it sent his blood coursing with uncontrollable agitation. He stared intently at her, an obscure desire smoldering within his eyes, and remained silent for a long while. Zhongli drawled, her brow arching inquisitively. Mr. Xiao, what exactly did you do? Qin Yexiao uttered 3 words, his expression impassive. Made love. Do you wish to hear the particulars? Zhongli queried. Qin Yexiao encroached upon her personal space, his respiration heavy. Such as the duration of the altercation, the length of our intimacy, the hour of its conclusion, the manner of my stabbing, and the reason for my survival? Nonsense, Zhongli retorted. You rendered yourself unconscious. How could you possibly recall the duration, the hour of culmination, or the specifics of your stabbing? The man's breath was intimately close, a subtle blend of tobacco and cool mint, intensely invasive. His dark irises reflected her silhouette with crystalline clarity. Zhongli, unwavering, feigned curiosity. Xiao, were you bested in combat? Or merely exhausted to the point of vulnerability, allowing her the opportunity to strike and flee? Her words struck a nerve. Qin Yexiao's fingers tightened imperceptibly on the back of her seat as he drew nearer, his breath tracing a path from her jawline to her collarbone, scaldingly intense. He spoke deliberately, each word laced with suppressed fury. My capabilities are unknown to you. Long dormant memories, previously devoid of sensation, surged forth, breaching some unseen barrier, each frame vivid in her mind. Her heart raced erratically. Qin Yexiao's lips curved into a subtle smile, his voice low and deliberate. Or shall I assist in your recollection? The streetlights flickered within the vehicle, casting an alternating chiaroscuro upon their faces. The 2 individuals were in such close proximity that their breaths intertwined, the temperature rising. Zhongli maintained her posture, propping her elbow on the car window, her face resting casually on her hand, exuding an air of tranquility and composure. She gazed at him, her eyes locking onto his for 5 seconds, before suddenly exclaiming in surprise. A realization dawned upon her, and her expression transformed into one of understanding. Followed by a playful smile, her brows and eyes filled with a roguish charm. Her fox-like eyes curved slightly, the upturned corners enchanting and captivating. Every frown and smile imbued with allure. She languidly drawled, Xiao Yi, your flirting technique is rather kitsch. Are you simply yearning for my bed? Just say it, and I shall grant you permission to cut in line. Qin Yexiao. Zhongli lifted her hand, her slender and exquisite fingertips tracing down from Qin Yexiao's brow bone along his cheek, akin to a seductive enchantress. The man felt a peculiar sensation in his heart, as if something were scratching at it, an unbearable itch. Gradually, an ember of irritation ignited within him. He pondered where she had acquired such audacity. Have you heard my tales? Quite riveting, aren't they? My prowess in the sheets is substantial. Care to test it? Jiang Li's eyes narrowed slightly, her voice dripping with sultriness. Almost hypnotic. Qin Yishao furrowed his brows, seizing her hand and pulling it down, his previously gentle demeanor now tinged with a hint of frostiness. Enough of the pretense. He refrained from demanding her confession, retreating to his own seat while still holding her hand, refusing to release it. Can you withstand my scrutiny regarding your affairs in the entertainment industry? Jiang Li. What is your relationship with Su Zhenghua? Qin Yishao inquired, the atmosphere abruptly shifting to seriousness. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Aren't you quite capable? Why ask me? Go investigate on your own. As she spoke, she fished out a cigarette from her pocket, only to realize she had forgotten her lighter. Qin Yishao retrieved a sleek black metal lighter from the storage box, flicked it open with a snap, and offered the flickering yellow flame towards Jiang Li. She remained still, adopting a demeanor of indifference, waiting to be served. After a brief moment of silence, Qin Yishao extended his hand slightly. Jiang Li smirked, lit her cigarette, and then expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for tonight." Although she could have managed on her own, Qin Yishao had indeed saved her some time. The cool, minty essence mingled with Qin Yishao's breath as he lifted his gaze. Observing the contours of her face, a hint of desire flickering in the depths of his eyes. Just then, Jiang Li turned her head to open the car window. Missing this fleeting moment, her slender, pale arm rested casually on the door, her fingers gently curled around the cigarette. In her other hand, she held her phone, opening Weibo to check the latest developments online. Despite the police having issued a statement clarifying that Fang Jiqing had initiated the altercation, a multitude of fans continued to defend her, hurling insults at Song Qing and shifting all blame onto him. Both she and Song Qing had become the epicenter of public discourse, inundated with vitriolic criticism. Meanwhile, in another location, director Zhao sat in his car, his mind still preoccupied with the image of Qin Yishao, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him. How could that individual possibly be here? And what of Jiang Li? Was she associated with him? As Zhao reflected on his recent actions, his complexion paled. He had actually contemplated detaining that individual. A chill of apprehension ran down his spine at the thought of whether Qin Yishao might seek retribution later. The driver, well-versed in reading the room, sat silently in the front seat, not daring to utter a word. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone broke the silence. Zhao, startled, glanced at his phone and saw the incoming call, the panic in his eyes transforming into fury. Upon answering, an anxious voice came through, Director Zhao. What does it mean for you to have your subordinates issue such an announcement? What does it signify? Zhao's expression tightened, his fingers gripping the armrest as he suppressed his rage, gritting his teeth. You have caused me immense trouble this time. With a vacancy in the director's position, this deputy director had always aspired to ascend. Now, it was uncertain whether he could even secure his own position. Upon witnessing his outburst, the caller paused momentarily, refraining from further comments, and instead inquired, "What about do you? Why can't I reach her?" Zhao replied, his lips drawn tight. "She has been taken away by the Narcotics Control Bureau. Su Zhenghua personally came to escort her. Consider the gravity of this situation and act accordingly." At the Narcotics Control Bureau, a 1,000-meter no-fly zone surrounded the premises, and vehicles from outside were strictly prohibited within 500 meters, with thorough inspections of all incoming and outgoing vehicles. An air of solemnity and secrecy pervaded the atmosphere. The night sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with a cold moon hanging in the void, and silence enveloped everything. Su Zhenghua stood at the entrance, observing as two individuals exited a vehicle, and he approached them. Jiang Li lowered her rolled-up sleeves in a somewhat brusque manner, the fabric brushing against her wounds, seemingly oblivious to the discomfort. Striding into the Narcotics Control Bureau, she inquired, "Is there any outcome?" Su Zhenghua nodded respectfully to Qin Yishao, slightly bending at the waist, trailing half a step behind Jiang Li, while Su Chuang was undergoing interrogation. The group arrived at the viewing room adjacent to the interrogation chamber. Fang Jiqing appeared to realize her dire predicament, weeping uncontrollably, her typically well-maintained visage utterly collapsing, more authentic than any performance of sorrow she had ever portrayed. The marks on both sides of her face bore witness to her distress, rendering her utterly disheveled, her spirit seemingly on the brink of collapse. Truly unattractive. Jiang Li, arms crossed, surveyed the unfolding scene and remarked, Fang Jiqing, undoubtedly considered a beauty in the entertainment industry, now appeared as if her facial muscles were in disarray, aging her and diminishing her charm. Others present. At this point, any semblance of an image was lost. When Su Chuang wore a stern expression, He exuded an imposing presence, slamming his palm on the table and bellowing at Fang Jiqing. The latter trembled in fear, dutifully answering Su Chuang's inquiries. In less than half an hour, Fang Jiqing had divulged all that was required of her. Su Chuang approached with her testimony, first handing it to Jiang Li. Sir, there are quite a few details here, closely aligned with the evidence we possess. As a side note, thank you for your support. Chapter 54, The Diamond Bracelet, Stolen. Jiang Li skimmed through Fang Jiqing's statement with remarkable speed. It pertained to the notorious 418 drug trafficking case. Fang Jiqing's name appeared on Jiang Li's list, but an unforeseen circumstance allowed her to narrowly evade capture. Meanwhile, she herself faced a backlash across the internet, causing the case to stagnate. Su Chuang expressed his irritation, stating that Du refuses to say anything, insisting on seeing a lawyer. Fang Jiqing had revealed quite a bit, yet it pertained solely to herself. Du, however, likely possessed far more knowledge. Their operation was hastily executed upon receiving Jiang Li's intel, lacking some critical evidence for conviction. Jiang Li retrieved her phone, poised to access the internal communication app of the Black Wolf emblem to receive a document, when a shadow suddenly flickered in her peripheral vision. She turned her gaze slightly, only to find Su Chuang grasping a black USB drive in his hand. Is this? Su Chuang inquired, directing his gaze towards Qin Yishao. The man's deep, chilling voice resonated beside Jiang Li, the evidence you requested. Jiang Li paused in her action of receiving the documents. Su Chuang promptly instructed his men to bring over a computer. Upon inserting the USB drive, he beheld the dark fund transfer records and video evidence of clandestine transactions within the file. With fervent emotion, he struck his fist upon the table, exclaiming vehemently, "My entire team has been trailing them for over a year. Let's see how they evade justice this time." Du reclined in the interrogation room, her eyes closed, seemingly in a composed state. She appeared unfazed by the potential repercussions she might face. Abruptly, the stillness was broken by the sound of the door opening, followed by the scraping of a chair. Opening her eyes, she observed the two officers across from her rising to their feet, uniformly facing the entrance. "Ms. Jiang, Captain Su." Du turned to see Jiang Li, her brow furrowing slightly as she cast a sidelong glance at the exceedingly respectful officers. Her gaze narrowed. Jiang Li's long hair cascaded in gentle waves, her features exquisitely captivating, a blend of icy composure and alluring charm. With her hands casually tucked into her pockets, she sauntered into the room with unhurried strides. "Was it you who collaborated with the Narcotics Control Bureau to expose those celebrities' drug use a year ago?" Du's tone was assertive. Jiang Li's lips curved into a smile. "You've discovered the truth belatedly." "Belatedly?" Du retorted, her chin raised defiantly, a venomous glint in her eyes. It was evident that if she were to regain her freedom, Jiang Li would be her primary target. Jiang Li casually leaned against the interrogation table, one leg bent nonchalantly. "Speak your last words." Du scoffed derisively. "Jiang Li, you can't genuinely believe that you alone can condemn me, can you? To convict you?" The corner of Jiang Li's mouth curved with an unintended chill. "In truth, someone of your caliber is unworthy of my attention." Du's expression suddenly darkened. "You and Fang Jiqing should not provoke Song Qing." Jiang Li's smile faded, her eyes turning a pitch black, icy abyss, a palpable aura of death seemingly emanating from her brow. Upon hearing this, Du lightly scoffed. "Do not presume that presenting evidence of Fang Jiqing's prior assault on Song Qing will sway public opinion. Lacking even a public relations team, the narrative online predominantly favors me. Is it difficult to turn black into white? Why should I alter public sentiment?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, an air of mischief about her. Du leaned back, brimming with confidence. "If I am not mistaken, many artists have begun to publicly denounce Song Qing on social media. Just wait and see if she can continue to thrive in this industry. She will be dragged down with you." Jiang Li chuckled. "Do you believe you can leave?" Du regarded her with an air of calm. "What? Can you keep Fang Jiqing here? I have committed no crime. What charges can you bring against me?" Author's note: thank you for your support. Chapter 55. The bracelet tumbles from Jiang Li's bag during her interrogation. Du realized that the Narcotics Bureau had no evidence of her criminal activities. Otherwise, they would not repeatedly question her instead of presenting the evidence outright. Du curled her lips in disdain and continued, "Jiang Li, what do you think you are? You believe you can manipulate me? The power dynamics in the capital are intricately woven. How could the impenetrable defenses of the Narcotics Control Bureau, uncompromised for so many years, be breached by any force? Without substantiating evidence, They are powerless to indict her. The venerable houses of One and Du will undoubtedly ensure her safety. How supremely self-assured. Su Chuang, observing Du Yu's unyielding confidence, tugged at the corners of his lips, retorting resolute words. But is your fate as unyielding? He rested the notebook he had been holding on his arm, flipping open its cover. His fingers danced across the touchpad, tapping twice. Then he adjusted the screen's orientation, presenting the laptop towards Du Yu. Su Chuang smiled. Herein lies the compendium of your illicit remittances and clandestine transactions, each meticulously documented. Is the clarity sufficient? Du Yu's gaze fell upon the terminal accounts listed in the remittance records, her eyes darting across the names. Her complexion blanched, her pupils trembling violently. How could you? It's impossible. The color drained from Du Yu's face. Her eyes widened blankly, seized by utter panic. Jiang Li, arms crossed, leaned slightly forward, observing her with nonchalant interest, intoning slowly, examine it closely, and contemplate the length of your impending sentence. Du Yu's throat constricted, dry and tense. She opened her mouth, uttering with some difficulty, "Counsel. I demand to see my counsel." She must relay the message. The One and Du families will extricate her. Jiang Li's eyes, dark and glamorous, were framed by a flamboyant smile playing on her crimson lips. By all means, attempt to discover who can possibly extricate you from the clutches of the Narcotics Control Bureau. Su Chuang tapped a few more times on the touchpad, displaying to Du Yu the official announcement recently posted online by the Narcotics Control Bureau's official Weibo account. Du Yu seemed to have had every bone in her body extracted, collapsing limply onto the interrogation chair. The mere charges of narcotics trafficking and illicit transactions are sufficient to ensure her lifelong incarceration. The trending searches have undergone a complete upheaval. Fang Ziqing's involvement with narcotics has led to her downfall from grace, resulting in irreparable damage to her reputation, and she is now universally infamous. She faces a comprehensive ban from all platforms, jointly enforced by official authorities. Du Yu is implicated in illicit transactions and is under investigation. The official Weibo account of the Narcotics Control Bureau has presented irrefutable evidence before the netizens. Narcotics are a red line for everyone. Involvement in such transactions is deemed utterly unforgivable in the hearts of all. Du Yu, witnessing the surge of comments flooding beneath the Narcotics Control Bureau's official post, dug her fingers into her flesh, her eyes filled with rage, clutching the small table, her entire wrist tense and trembling. She and Fang Ziqing have become pariahs, universally condemned. How could this have happened? It should have been Jiang Li who was incarcerated. Cheng Sijuan shouldn't think she can absolve herself either. She botched it and implicated herself in the process. For the past few hours, netizens were all condemning Jiang Li and Song Qing. But the moment the Narcotics Control Bureau issued the announcement, the epicenter of the storm shifted from Jiang Li and Song Qing to Fang Ziqing and Du Yu. A complete reversal of public opinion. Damn it, what the hell did I just do? I actually condemned Jiang Li. I owe Jiang Li an apology. I'm such an idiot. From today onwards, I'm a staunch supporter of Jiang Li. Those two slaps were truly satisfying. Exhilarating. She deserved more. Out of all things to engage in, why narcotics? Never mind Jiang Li slapping her every time she sees her. I'd like to pelt her with rotten eggs and vegetable leaves. Consider my 5 years of youth wasted on a dog. Having supported Fang Ziqing for so many years. Right in there. The Weibo comment sections of the fans who were vigorously defending Fang Ziqing earlier have all been overrun by passers-by. The muzzles of all firearms were turned towards Fang Ziqing and Du Yu, accompanied by an overwhelming barrage of condemnation. Celebrities who had previously spoken in defense of Fang Ziqing and Du Yu swiftly deleted their posts and unfollowed them, even closing their own comment sections, adopting a posture of subservience. The dinner engagement between the Yu and Chu families had long concluded. In light of the considerable uproar caused by Jiang Li's actions, Chu Qingzhong, accompanied by Yan Wei and Chu Yan, arrived at the Yu residence to await the return of Chu Linfeng and Yu Xianqian. Initially, it was presumed that Jiang Li's assault would lead to her downfall. However, the situation underwent a reversal as scandals involving Du Yu and Fang Ziqing surfaced. These revelations served to expunge many of the blemishes on Jiang Li's reputation, garnering her a modicum of support and approval. Chu Qingzhong's countenance finally brightened. Chu Yan, witnessing Jiang Li's continued streak of good fortune in extricating herself from perilous circumstances, clenched her fingers in resentment. Chu Qingzhong exhaled in relief. Now that everything is resolved, we shall take our leave. As he put away his phone, he noticed Yu Rong's grave expression. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he instinctively inquired, "Old Yu, what is the matter?" Yu Rong, his brow furrowed, was about to speak, his gaze fixed on a communique from the Narcotics Control Bureau on his phone, when Yu Ruachi interjected. "What is it?" She echoed, her tone laden with significance. With a subtle smile, she added, "Du is the eldest daughter of the Du family, and she is held in high esteem within the family." The relief that Chu Qingzhang had just experienced was abruptly replaced by a surge of anxiety. He stammered, "What do you mean?" Yu Rong stated somberly, "The Wen family stands behind the Du family, and they will undoubtedly not stand idly by while Du faces adversity." "What?" The mention of the Wen family caused palpable consternation in Chu Changchang, who shifted forward anxiously, his hands clasped tightly. How could they have possibly incurred the displeasure of the Wens? The Chu family's standing in the capital was, at best, middling, affording them no access to the higher echelons of power. They were merely aware that certain families were absolutely untouchable. Yu Rong's gaze darkened. "Du would, at the latest, be extricated by the Wen family by tomorrow, perhaps even tonight." Her career in the entertainment industry utterly ruined, she would undoubtedly seek retribution from Jiangli. Chu Qingchang and Yin Wei were aghast. "Husband, what are we to do? We can't afford to antagonize the Wen family." Yin Wei's eyes reddened. "Not just the Wens. Even the Dus are beyond the Chu family's reach." Yu Ruachi, with a sardonic smile, remarked, "Jiangli has truly met her match this time. She might very well bring ruin upon the entire Chu family." Even Chu Yin began to panic. "That wretch. She'll be the death of us all." Chu Qingchang, though seething with the urge to strike Jiangli, knew that now was not the time for outbursts. With strained composure, he turned to Yu Rong. "Lao Yu, advise me. What exactly should we do about this matter?" Scarcely had the words left his lips when Chu Linfeng and Yu Xianxian entered. Chu Qingchang rose abruptly, his face contorted with displeasure. "Where is Jiangli?" Chu Linfeng, having learned of the shift in public opinion en route, attempted to placate him. "Dad, Lily is fine now. Please, don't be angry." "Fine." Chu Qingchang spat out, grinding his teeth. "She's landed me in a world of trouble." Chu Linfeng was taken aback. "The matter has been resolved, and no one online is criticizing Lily anymore." Chu Qingchang would have preferred Jiang Li to be vilified, for he could have simply sent her abroad. Now, however, the situation was far more problematic. "Were you cognizant of the individual she has provoked?" Enunciated each word with great effort. "Is the direct descendant of the family, and the family is backed by the family." Although was not intimately familiar with the established powers in the capital, he was acutely aware of the immense influence wielded by the family. A sudden weight settled in his heart, and a single thought dominated his mind. "Will be unharmed. She will undoubtedly retaliate against." The family loomed over everyone present like a colossal entity. The atmosphere in the hall was deathly still. Deliberated for a moment before speaking, summoned back. "Tomorrow, I will accompany you to pay a visit to the family, offer our apologies, and ascertain if they are willing to spare." As the current head of the family, held a position in the capital comparable to that of the family, was overjoyed at his willingness to mediate, nodding in agreement repeatedly. Very well. There were no other viable options at present. Was indifferent to whether the family would forgive. His daughter had become utterly useless. His sole concern was the residence and the corporation. Once this matter was resolved, regardless of his wishes, he would exile her abroad, as her continued presence in the capital would inevitably lead to further calamities. "I would consent to that beast doing anything, as long as it appeases the young lady of the family," declared vehemently. Upon hearing this, glanced at before turning his gaze to. After a moment's hesitation, he began, "Father, today at the police station, I encountered someone." All eyes turned towards him. Yu Xianxian furrowed his brow, hesitating as he spoke. It should be the scion of the Qin family. Even Director Zhao respectfully addressed him as Master Xiao. It could only be him. Yu Xianxian possessed scant knowledge of Qin Yexiao, only aware of his presence at the premier hospital in the capital, remaining ignorant of all else. Yet, the name Qin Yexiao not only symbolized the surgical dexterity of a prodigy at the capital's foremost hospital, but also the influence of the Qin family, the head of the four great aristocratic families. "What did you say?" Yu Rong stammered, taken aback in disbelief, and after a brief pause, inquired with uncertainty. "Are you referring to Qin Yexiao?" Yu Xianxian pursed his lips slightly, nodding with a grave expression. Chu Linfeng had heard of Qin Yexiao's renown. However, merely based on Director Zhao's respectful address, he could not fathom the connection between that man and the Qin family's heir. Yu Rong knitted his brows involuntarily, a sense of unease stirring within him. Why would such an individual visit the police station? Yu Xinshan recounted the events that transpired at the police station earlier. That Qin family member is acquainted with Lili? Yu Rong's hand, resting on the sofa, clenched slightly. How could it be possible? How could Zhang Li possibly establish a connection with Qin Yexiao? There was no conceivable way for the two to even meet. That Qin family member was notoriously enigmatic, with news only occasionally emerging from the hospital, detailing his groundbreaking technical achievements, but devoid of any other information. He never attended any summits, remaining reclusive and elusive. Yu Xinshan had pondered this matter throughout his journey back, without arriving at any conclusion. He stated, Qin Yexiao seems to harbor affection for Lili, personally intervening to address her affairs. As he uttered these words, a tinge of unease stirred within him. Originally, Jiang Li was her betrothed, and the fact that she hesitated to call off the engagement indicated her deep affection for him. How could she then turn around and seek out other men? Chu Yin clenched her fingers, her eyes lowered, a coldness lurking within. Jiang Li's sudden rise to prominence in the entertainment industry was due to Qin Yexiao, the Qin family. How could the heir of the Qin family fancy a woman as universally condemned as Jiang Li? Madam Yu also recalled Qin Yexiao's past assistance to Jiang Li, even to the point of injuring her hand with a scalpel. Could it be that Jiang Li had indeed become entangled with Qin Yexiao? Yu Ruoqi, observing the panicked expressions of the crowd, chuckled. Brother, with Director Zhao intervening, it means the Wen family is protecting Du Yu. You don't actually believe Qin Yexiao would risk a conflict with the Wen family to protect Jiang Li, do you? These words immediately awakened everyone present who had been wavering. Even if Qin Yexiao were blinded by infatuation, the Qin family patriarch would never consent. Jiang Li's origins were too humble. Someone of Qin Yexiao's status might, at most, dally with her. Could he possibly marry her? Yu Ruoqi took a sip of tea, set down the cup, rose, adjusted her shawl, and smiled. Perhaps you should consider how to persuade the Du family to spare Jiang Li. Otherwise, she may not even be able to remain in the capital, and your Chu family will suffer the consequences. Having spoken, she ascended the stairs. She had taken only a few steps when Chu Qingzhang's deep, cold voice echoed from behind. Tomorrow, I will hand her directly over to the Du family, to be dealt with as they see fit. Late at night, Qin Yexiao's car parked beneath Jiang Li's apartment building. Jiang Li, stifling a yawn, unfastened her seatbelt and murmured languidly, "Thanks." As she turned to exit the car, her arm was grasped by him. Jiang Li pivoted, her gaze settling upon his handsome, yet inscrutable countenance. Devoid of any inclination for appreciation, she exhaled wearily, summoning the vestiges of her patience. I am fatigued, she declared, the implicit entreaty being for him to release her, as she desired nothing more than to retire for the night. Qin Yexiao retrieved a topical analgesic and a package of iodophor swabs from the console, extending them towards her. Remember to apply the ointment to your hand, he instructed. At this juncture, Jiang Li, overwhelmed by drowsiness, sought to avoid any protracted engagement with him. She reached for the medication, but Qin Yexiao abruptly retracted his hand. Her brow furrowed in exasperation, her patience now utterly depleted. Qin Yexiao returned the medication to the console. Beginning tomorrow, he announced, I shall attend to those injuries at your residence daily. Jiang Li responded with incredulity. Qin Yexiao, one hand resting upon the steering wheel, seized her arm, marred by deep lacerations, with the other. His gaze intensified as he scrutinized the wounds, his voice deepening as he murmured, You will not remember otherwise. Jiang Li, with considerable forbearance, overlooked his propensity for seizing her hand unprompted. Her sole desire at that moment was to sleep, so she acquiesced to his proposition. Casting aside his words, she withdrew her hand and alighted from the vehicle. Qin Yexiao followed suit, casually leaning against the car door, his dark cuffs exuding a sense of coldness. He watched her retreating form, his sharp features imbued with a profound darkness. Within his eyes, an ambiguous and indistinct longing flickered, veiled in obscurity. Jiang Li entered the apartment building. Approximately a minute later, a light illuminated an apartment on the 28th floor. Qin Yexiao tilted his head slightly, his gaze lingering for a few moments before his eyelids lowered, a shallow curve forming at the corners of his lips. He then returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and departed. The following morning, at the Qin residence, the elder Qin received a telephone call from the elder one, who proceeded to recount the events in broad strokes. After a night, Fang Ziqing and Du were completely blacklisted across the internet. Yet the incident's fervor remained at its zenith, reigning atop the trending searches. Public indignation surged, with condemnations echoing from every corner. While the digital uproar proved ungovernable, the release of the individuals became paramount. I implore you, Elder Qin, to speak with young Master Qin regarding this matter, Mr. Wen entreated with utmost courtesy and propriety, adding, in due course, I shall personally pay my respects to express my gratitude. Elder Qin, draped in his robe, responded with a voice that, though aged, resonated with vigor. He explained that the Narcotics Control Bureau operated as an independent entity, beyond even Yu Zhao's sphere of influence, rendering his assistance in this matter unlikely. Mr. When countered with a subtle smile, remarking pointedly, indeed, young Master Qin's prowess knows no bounds, his influence having already permeated the Narcotics Control Bureau. Upon hearing this, Elder Qin paused in contemplation, a glint of shrewd introspection flickering in his aged eyes. It was common knowledge among the influential circles of the capital that the Narcotics Control Bureau was a force to be reckoned with, protected by unseen powers. Their actions were swift, decisive, and unerring, undeterred by any background or influence. How could the Qin family's influence have possibly infiltrated such an institution? This matter, I entrust to you, Elder Qin. Mr. Wen's voice echoed from the receiver. I can assure you that even upon Du Yu's release, she shall not seek retribution against young Master Qin's associates. These words carried an implicit threat, urging Elder Qin to relay the message to Qin Yexiao. Should Du Yu remain incarcerated, the Wen family would undoubtedly ensure that Jiangli would not emerge unscathed. At the Northern Emperor's manor, Qin Yexiao descended the stairs, his hand casually tucked into his pocket. Qin Lin, standing nearby, turned to observe his descent. It was apparent that their master was somewhat different today than in the past. His demeanor seemed less aloof, and the somber aura that usually clung to him had dissipated slightly. Yet, upon closer inspection, no significant alteration was discernible. Qin Lin dismissed it as a figment of his imagination, the thought fleeting through his mind. He stepped forward to report to Qin Yexiao. Master Xiao, Elder Qin just called. The Wen family has approached him. Qin Lin recounted the entire conversation verbatim, including the Wen family's threats. As Qin Yexiao listened, a sudden darkness descended upon his eyes, his obsidian pupils constricting, revealing a chilling ruthlessness. The atmosphere surrounding him became even more terrifying than usual. Qin Yichen emerged, rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn, his hair disheveled. He was immediately met with an atmosphere as frigid as an ice cave. His hand froze midair as he gazed at Qin Yexiao's fierce and menacing profile. His scalp prickled with unease as he stammered, "Brother, what? What's wrong?" Why was his brother in such a foul mood so early in the morning? Had his old ailment relapsed? Should he call Shen Yu to come and take a look? Qin Lin glanced quickly at Qin Yexiao, seeing that he remained silent. He cleared his throat and concisely explained the situation to Qin Yichen. What nonsense! Qin Yichen frowned and strode forward. The Wen family dares to bully Jiangli. Qin Lin, isn't the focus on the Wen family daring to threaten Master Xiao? Why is it all about Jiangli? How could a century-old family be so shameless? Qin Yichen scoffed, amused. Jiangli had been unfairly vilified for so many years. Now that she had finally cleared her name somewhat, the Wen family had emerged out of nowhere. Did they really think Jiangli was a pushover to be bullied? Who dares to provoke my brother? A cruel smile played upon Qin Yichen's lips, a stark contrast to his disheveled appearance. Was this a death wish? Qin Yexiao's face was veiled in frost, an absolute chill permeating the air. With a slight inclination of his head, his dark eyes lowered, his slender, porcelain fingers casually adjusting his cuffs. The Du family? Qin Lin responded with deference. Yes, sir. The ensuing silence stretched, each moment an eternity in the vast hall. As all held their breath, Qin Yexiao slipped a hand into his pocket, turning his face towards Qin Lin, his expression unreadable. You know what to do? Qin Lin met Qin Yexiao's gaze, cold and ruthless, understanding dawning in his eyes. He bowed respectfully. Your subordinate understands. Meanwhile, at Huiding, the bedroom was cloaked in absolute darkness. The floor-to-ceiling windows concealed by blackout curtains. The sixth phone call pierced the silence. Jiangli furrowed her brow, her fingers finding the phone with precision. Still with her eyes closed, she answered, her tone laced with coldness and a voice deep with sleep. You had better have a damn good reason for this. At the other end, Su Chuang trembled at the sound of her voice. Knowing he had disturbed her slumber, his heart quailed. He wasted no words, quickly relaying the essential information. Masterly, before we could even move, the Du family and all their assets have been seized. The downfall of such a prominent family was astonishingly swift. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's eyes snapped open. After a moment of silence, she inquired, when did this happen? Around 11 o'clock, the office was bustling with activity, diligently organizing the evidence chain, as the case was nearing its conclusion. Su Chuang suddenly recalled something and continued. That influential figure, the venerable Mr. Du, was taken away in broad daylight during his own ink wash painting exhibition, drawing significant public attention and even trending online. In the past, incidents of familial downfall rarely attracted such media frenzy. Now, it is prominently featured at the top of trending topics. In ancient times, it would have been akin to displaying a corpse at the city gates for all to see. The Du family has become a den of vice. Although they have always conducted themselves with a degree of discretion, this time they have made an unprecedented commotion. As for the Qin family member, he is truly reckless and ruthless. Meanwhile, at the Chu residence, Chu Chuzhang glanced at the lavish gifts and substantial bank cards prepared for the Du family as an apology, and once again harbored resentment towards Jiang Li. Is that beast truly at Huiting? His tone clearly conveyed disdain and irritation. Chu Linfeng remained silent, while Chu Yin softly remarked, Sister's current reputation is in shambles. With no business engagements and the dreamlike song temporarily halted, she can only remain where she resides. Chu Chengzhang exhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, and turned his gaze towards Chu Linfeng. After we bring her to the Du family, we shall take our leave. Hearing this, Chu Linfeng frowned. Dad, are you really not going to intervene with Li Li? Intervene? Do I possess the ability to manage her? Chu Chengzhang's voice rose in anger. She has brought disgrace upon my name. Chu Linfeng opened her mouth to speak. Enough. Do not plead for her. Chu Chengzhang's expression darkened. Hasn't she already caused enough trouble for the family? As long as the Du family can spare us, whether Jiang Li lives or dies is of no consequence. She has brought this upon herself. Chu Yin pressed her lips together, suppressing the barely perceptible smile at the corners of her mouth. This time, Jiang Li has offended both the one and the Du families, and it seems she has no chance of redemption. Chu Linfeng furrowed his brow, concern evident in his eyes. Chu Yin glanced at the pile of extravagant gifts meant to appease, and a sudden inspiration struck her. She stepped forward and said, Father, I shall accompany you. She is now the fiancée of Yu Xuanqing. Given the trouble Jiang Li has stirred, the Yu family is willing to act as intermediaries, not minding the inconvenience, to assist the Chu family because of her status as the future lady of the house. Even if Jiang Li were to align herself with the Qin family, she would merely be regarded as a disposable plaything. The hierarchy is unmistakably clear. Chu Chengzhang, ever compliant with Chu Yan's wishes, nodded in agreement. Very well. The group gathered their belongings and proceeded to leave. Just as they reached the entrance of the villa, Chu Chengzhang's phone rang. It was a call from Yurong. Assuming the caller was pressing him for updates, he quickly answered, Old Yu, I've just stepped out, and we're headed to the Du family with that scoundrel. On the other end, Yurong gripped his phone tightly, his voice strained. There's no need to go to the Du family. Hearing this, Chu Chengzhang's expression shifted to one of alarm, his heart racing. What do you mean? Did you not say you had already informed the Du family? Is it that the gifts I prepared are insufficient? No. Yurong interrupted him, opening his mouth hesitantly. Taking 2 seconds to gather himself before speaking stiffly, the Du family has been sealed off. Chu Chengzhang's motion of getting into the car abruptly halted, his face filled with shock. The Du family has been sealed off. Upon hearing this, Chu Linfeng and Chu Yan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Yurong, still haunted by the news, added, Old Master Du has already been taken away. The news has been widely reported. Chu Chengzhang stood there, utterly stunned. Lost in confusion, Chu Linfeng, holding his phone, was perusing trending topics and, upon seeing the downfall of the Du family, gasped in disbelief, silently exclaiming, How could this happen? At that moment, Chu Linfeng received a message from Yu Xuanqing. Rarely did he display such emotional upheaval, but now he felt as if struck by lightning. Qin Yexiao emerged from the operating room. Qin Yiqin immediately rushed forward, carefully regarding his brother. Brother, the old master is looking for you. As a side note, thank you for your support. Qin Yexiao did not spare a glance at his phone and proceeded towards the sink. Caught in between, Qin Yiqin, unable to find a way for Qin Yexiao to take the call, reluctantly switched the speaker on. Dad, if you have something to say, my brother is right next to me. Qin Lao's voice was heavy with displeasure. The Wen family wants you to release someone, yet you, instead, raided the Du family. Qin Yexiao slightly leaned forward, turning on the faucet, washing his hands leisurely. Qin Yiqin stood beside him, trembling, too afraid to utter a sound. The Qin and Wen families had always maintained a cordial relationship. Qin Lao seemed somewhat angered. You would disregard the ties between the two families for the sake of an actor? Qin Yexiao suddenly spoke. What did you say? Old Master Qin paused for a moment. He was aware that the situation stemmed from a woman in the entertainment industry but held no interest in knowing the name of such a trivial figure. With a sharp sound, Qin Yexiao's pale hand pressed down on the faucet, causing the water flow to abruptly cease. He turned his face, fixating on his phone, articulating each word with a chilling clarity. Her name is Jiang Li. Old Master Qin understood that his grandson was displeased with his referring to Jiang Li as merely an actress, and his anger intensified. What is this attitude of yours? Qin Yexiao took a tissue, wiped his hands clean, discarded it into the trash can, and without acknowledging him, turned and stormed into the changing room, slamming the door with a resounding bang. On the other side, Old Master Qin raised his voice, fury evident in his tone. Are we really making such a fuss over a woman? It seems you are utterly consumed by lust. After all these years, has Xinyu failed to cure your madness? You. Just as Old Master Qin was about to unleash further reprimands, a stammering voice came through on the phone. Dad, brother has left. The words hung in the air, causing Old Master Qin's speech to falter as his expression darkened ominously. In the hospital's underground parking lot, Qin Yexiao exited the elevator and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Li. Meanwhile, Jiang Li had just ended a call with Jiang Zhe. The young child had seen the trending topic, and the Du family, along with Du Yu and Fang Ziqing, had been thoroughly discredited. Her mother appeared to have been somewhat rehabilitated. The netizens expressed vehement disdain for Fang Ziqing, and Jiang Li's act of slapping Fang Ziqing had been turned into a widely shared gif, gaining tremendous popularity. That slap had been incredibly satisfying. In just one night, the fortunes of Jiang Li and Fang Ziqing had completely reversed. Fang Ziqing plummeted to disgrace, facing the scorn of the masses. Thus, Jiang Zhe called to congratulate his mother. After exchanging a few words, he was summoned by the teacher for a nap. Jiang Li set her phone down, stood barefoot in front of the glass counter in the open kitchen, took a cup, and poured some water. Suddenly, the screen of her phone illuminated. After taking a sip, she tapped the screen and glanced down. It was a message from Qin Yexiao. Have you had lunch? I can bring you something. Jiang Li cast a fleeting glance and promptly locked the screen, having no intention of replying. She picked up her cup and phone and proceeded towards the bedroom, preparing to continue her slumber. After a few steps, she abruptly halted and closed her eyes for a moment. Then, feeling somewhat weary, she lifted her hand to respond to Qin Yexiao's message. With her slender, delicate fingers, she tapped the keyboard twice. I've eaten, no need to come. She knew that if she did not respond, Qin Yexiao would likely bring a plethora of food and knock on her door. Once the message was sent, the name field changed to indicate the other party was typing. Qin Yexiao, I'll apply some medicine for you. Jiang Li glanced at the scars on the back of her hand and forearm, which had already begun to heal, and smirked lightly. Indifferently, she typed back, this injury? Is it really necessary? After all, it was merely a scratch from a nail. She chose not to return to her room, instead settling on the sofa, her long legs crossed and resting on the coffee table, reclining languidly. Pressing the keyboard, she sent another message. Stop with the games, don't cling to me. I'm not interested in you. It was direct, sharp, and delineated boundaries clearly. After this message was sent, the screen remained still for several seconds without a response. Just when Jiang Li thought Qin Yexiao had decided to retreat, 3 messages popped up in quick succession. For scars, a female star can't afford to have them. I'll be there shortly. I'll administer your medication and then leave. Are you sure you don't want me to bring you something to eat? Despite her protests, Jiang Li felt increasingly defiant. Unable to escape, she ultimately pressed the keys with a bit of force. Whatever. With a clatter, she flung her phone onto the coffee table in a fit of frustration. The doorbell rang, now 40 minutes later. Jiang Li yanked the door open with a crash, the door slamming against the wall, an echo of her emotions. Without even glancing at the person at the threshold, she turned and walked back inside. Her silhouette was slender and tall, exuding an air of cold indifference as she sank back onto the sofa. Qin Yexiao stood at the door, his gaze drifting downward to her delicate, pale ankles. The prominence of her ankle bones contrasted with her skin, which resembled ice and snow, bare feet resting on the pristine floor. He held his gaze for a few moments before averting his eyes and stepping inside. Jiang Li lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a video game, nearing its climax, her fingers moving with a leisurely grace. Qin Yexiao placed the food he had brought on the coffee table, 4 dishes, and a soup, all bearing the emblem of Tianjin Hotel. Once the meal was arranged, he extracted a scar treatment ointment from his coat pocket, placing it beside the food. Just as Zhang Li finished her game, she set her phone aside and looked up at Qin Yexiao, her brows slightly raised, questioning why he hadn't departed yet. Qin Yexiao paused mid-motion as he prepared to sit. Zhang Li lifted her chin toward the food on the table, stating, "Lunch, medication, leave them. You may go now." Qin Yexiao studied her for a couple of seconds before taking a seat. His voice was deep and magnetic, laced with a hint of amusement as he inquired, "Am I merely a tool for you? Thank you for your support." Chapter 59, A Frenzied Torment. Zhang Li held her phone, nonchalantly swaying it as she spoke slowly. "I never asked you to serve me. You volunteered." "Indeed," Qin Yexiao nodded. "I willingly serve you. After all, I am part of your harem." Upon hearing him mention the harem repeatedly, Zhang Li's dark eyes narrowed slightly. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her legs, propping her chin up with her hand, and squinted at him with her fox-like gaze. Qin Yexiao found his eyes involuntarily drawn to her collarbone and further down, to the forbidden territory. The way her arms pressed together revealed a delicate and fair expanse of skin. He tightened his grip on the utensils he was holding. Hearing the woman's somewhat mocking laughter, she remarked, "Qin Yexiao, there is another place in the harem called the Cold Palace. I think you would fit in quite well there." Qin Yexiao lowered his gaze, taking a slow, measured breath, while his peripheral vision caught sight of the black shawl draped over the back of the sofa. He set down his utensils and stood up. Zhang Li thought he had finally been put off by her jibe, only to see him approach her with the black shawl in hand. A faint scent of mint and tobacco enveloped her, accompanied by an aura of assertiveness. Qin Yexiao bent down to drape the shawl over her shoulders. Zhang Li frowned, watching him knot one corner of the shawl to cover her chest. His low voice descended from above. "I have substantial backing, according to the survival rules of the harem. You cannot casually cast me into the Cold Palace." Zhang Li's brows furrowed even deeper as she raised her gaze, her cold, dark eyes fixed on him. "How long has this situation persisted?" Qin Yexiao was somewhat perplexed, lowering his gaze to meet hers, his brows slightly furrowing in inquiry. "What does that mean?" he asked. Zhang Li replied, "It means I'm assessing whether you are beyond help." Qin Yexiao retorted, "Clinging stubbornly is a malady that requires remedy." Zhang Li's expression was earnest, each word deliberate. He gazed at her face and declared, "If you marry me, I shall be cured of all ailments." Zhang Li was at a loss for words, her patience waning as she attempted to clarify, "You truly have mistaken me for someone else." A subtle smile played on Qin Yexiao's lips, his demeanor softening slightly. "If I am mistaken, I shall concede." Zhang Li realized she had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Returning to his seat, Qin Yexiao unwrapped the utensils and offered her chopsticks, which she declined, her irritation barely contained. He murmured, "Once you finish eating, I will administer your medication and then take my leave. I have 2 surgeries scheduled this afternoon." The unwanted presence lingered. Zhang Li, expressionless, completed her meal, flinging the chopsticks onto the table with a clatter. Qin Yexiao cast her a glance and took the initiative to clear the remnants of their meal. Zhang Li nestled into the sofa, discussing work matters with Cheng Sijuan. Cheng Sijuan remarked, "I have arranged for a scar removal cream, the most effective on the market. I will have Miao Miao deliver it to you shortly. We cannot allow that arm to scar." Zhang Li replied, "No need for that." Cheng Sijuan insisted, "If you find it bothersome, I will have Miao Miao keep an eye on you. If you forget, I will have her set an alarm to remind you to apply the cream punctually." At that moment, a faint shadow fell over them. Zhang Li turned her gaze and saw Qin Yexiao standing beside her, holding the medication in his hand, hanging at his side. The man possessed large, slender palms, his fingers distinctly knuckled, exuding an aura of restrained coldness. He seated himself beside her, tilting his body slightly, his gaze deep and enigmatic. Zhang Li scrutinized him, her eyes devoid of warmth, and after a brief pause, lazily extended her arm. Qin Yexiao grasped her delicate wrist, applying medicine with a cotton swab. After observing for a moment, Zhang Li withdrew her gaze, responding succinctly to Cheng Sijuan's message, "I have a royal physician." The dialogue box remained silent for an extended period before finally responding. Cheng Sijuan seemed to have regained her composure, inquiring as if seeking confirmation, "Is it Lord Xiao?" Zhang Li typed, Cheng Sijuan reacted with astonishment. At that moment, Zhang Li's phone screen suddenly displayed an incoming call from Rong Xiao. Upon answering, Rong Xiao's voice came through, asking where she was. Zhang Li tempered her temper with a hint of respect, replying, Please go ahead. Rong Xiu's tone was gentle and kind, suggesting, if you have no plans for the evening, would you accompany this old woman for dinner? I have an appointment with Su Chuang tonight, perhaps another day. Before Jiang Li could finish her sentence, a sudden sharp sting pierced her arm. She cast a cool glance sideways. Qin Yexiao held the cotton swab, blowing gently on her wound, his eyes meeting hers with a deep, ambiguous tone. Does it hurt? Should I be gentler? Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. Meanwhile, Rong Xiu paused, immediately sensing the unusual tension, asking, Jiang Li, who are you with? Jiang Li remained silent. Rong Xiu seemed to recognize the owner of the voice and hesitantly inquired, Qin Yexiao? The man's tone was steady and sharp, reminiscent of winter ice and spring's frigid pools, imbued with a chilling detachment that rendered him distinctly recognizable. Rong Xiu noted this, finding it unsurprising to Jiang Li. Her exquisitely cold brows were furrowed with annoyance as she fixed her gaze on the man feigning concern for her. Responding with a non-committal HM into the phone, the call fell into silence. Moments later, Rong Xiu cleared her throat, seemingly a bit embarrassed, though society was increasingly liberal. Discretion was still advisable under the bright light of day. Jiang Li slightly furrowed her brow, but Rong Xiu interrupted her, her voice laced with laughter. You young people are filled with vitality, and I can understand. The sound of the conversation leaked through, catching Qin Yexiao's attention, a smirk playing on his thin lips. Jiang Li pressed her lips together, earnestly stating, let me explain. That's unnecessary. I comprehend, Rong Xiu replied, exuding an air of seasoned experience that suggested they need not feel awkward. Jiang Li remained silent. After a moment's thought, Rong Xiu suggested, how about this? Invite Su Chuang and a Qing as well. Let us gather tonight. The more, the merrier. You can tell me what you wish to eat, and I will arrange the venue. Qin Yexiao applied medicine to Jiang Li's wounds, discarding the cotton swab into the trash, and spoke, I will handle the arrangements. Someone will come to pick you up at 6. That works, Rong Xiu replied, then teasingly added, I won't intrude on your time together. See you in the evening. Jiang Li cast a sharp glance at Qin Yexiao, her eyes dark and cold, with her pupils slightly narrowing. A flicker of murderous intent ignited within her. In the Yunshang pavilion, Qin Yichen, Shen Yu, and Qin Lin arrived. As they stepped out of the car, 2 grimy, dust-covered SUVs aggressively entered their view, their tires screeching against the ground as the vehicles swayed wildly before brazenly parking. The momentum caused the cars to lurch forward before settling back into place. The Yunshang pavilion was a place frequented by powerful figures, and aside from the Narcotics Control Bureau, few dared to exhibit such audacity. However, the moment Su Zhenghua emerged from the driver's seat, a sudden silence enveloped Qin Yichen and his companions. They had assumed that the reckless driving was the work of Su Chuang, but to their surprise, it was the seasoned Su Zhenghua, who had surpassed 50 years of age. Qin Yichen could not help but admire him, raising a thumb in approval. Indeed, Su was as formidable as ever. Su Zhenghua sported a stern and serious countenance, exuding an air of unapproachability, his gaze haughty and indifferent. Qin Xiao was mistaken in his praise. Su Chuang, Song Qing, and several elite members of the Narcotics Control Bureau disembarked from another vehicle, nodding in acknowledgement to Qin Yichen and his companions before proceeding into the pavilion. Su Zhenghua, the head of the Narcotics Control Bureau, was notorious for his uncompromising enforcement of the law, his demeanor cold and unfeeling, a trait that extended to those under his command, who mirrored his frosty disposition. Qin Lin lowered his voice slightly, pondering the influential figure behind Su Zhenghua, who could command such authority, enabling the Narcotics Control Bureau to operate with impunity in the capital. Even this group felt their presence was inconsequential. Shen Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the enigmatic power broker behind the Narcotics Control Bureau. The Drug Enforcement Agency's influence is tightly knit, like an impenetrable fortress, fiercely protective of its own. Their power is impervious to infiltration, and they possess not a shred of information. Most importantly, individuals permitted entry into the agency remain shrouded in mystery, their backgrounds immaculate, with all personal records meticulously erased, rendering them untraceable. This is done primarily to safeguard their personal safety, shielding them from potential retaliation by drug lords against their families. Additionally, it serves to prevent the leakage of internal information, which could provide other factions with a foothold to threaten the entire agency. Qin Yichen and his companions did not linger at the entrance, but promptly stepped into Yunshang Pavilion. The attendant opened the door to the private room, where Rong Xiu was already present, engaged in cordial conversation with Su Zhenghua. After exchanging pleasantries, the group took their seats. Qin Yichen pulled out a chair beside Song Qing and lounged back in a nonchalant manner, one leg stretched out, his arm resting on the table. Exuding an air of frivolity, embodying the image of a wayward young scion, Song Qing lowered her gaze, pressed her lips together, and subtly shifted away, creating distance between herself and Qin Yichen. Noticing this movement from the corner of his eye, Qin Yichen turned his gaze to see Song Qing, seemingly eager to distance herself from him, as if he were a carrier of some contagion. He squinted slightly, chuckling as he leaned towards her, resting his chin on his hand. "What shall I call you, Qing?" With her head bowed, her hair obscuring much of her face. Only her delicately fluttering eyelashes were visible. She replied softly, "Song Qing." "Very well, Song Qing," Qin Yichen acknowledged with a nod, catching sight of the palm print on her cheek. The tone he usually adopted, brimming with arrogance, instinctively softened as he asked, "Were you frightened yesterday? Without my brother?" The Wan and Du families would not let Jiang Li and Song Qing off the hook. It is entirely understandable that Song Qing feels fear. There is nothing to be alarmed about. Her voice, cool and detached, conveys a certain indifference. Qin Yichen's impression of Song Qing is that she appears delicate, yet possesses an elusive aura that makes her difficult to approach. He remarked, "It is nothing to be frightened of if one is bullied, yet you treat me like a venomous serpent." Song Qing cast a glance at him, remaining silent. Qin Yichen slightly bent forward, leaning closer, his brows raised. "You ought to learn from Jiang Li. If someone strikes you, retaliate on the spot." Yet, Song Qing continued to remain unresponsive, enveloped in tranquility. At that moment, Su Chuang suddenly stood up, stating, "Qing, let us change seats." Song Qing nodded in agreement. Consequently, Qin Yichen observed as Su Chuang boldly settled beside him, effectively creating a barrier between himself and Song Qing, casting a wary glance at him. Qin Yichen thought to himself, what has he done to warrant such a defensive stance? It is utterly perplexing. Rong Xiu inquired of Su Chuang, "When will Lili arrive?" "Scheduled for 7, Su Chuang replied, glancing at his watch, which read 6:55. "She should be arriving shortly. This gentleman enjoys arriving precisely on time, every second meticulously calculated." Qin Lin recalled his own Xiong, Yi going to fetch Jiang Li, and pulled out his phone to share his grievances with Qin Shan. "I fail to comprehend what Xiong Yi sees in Jiang Li. Jiang Li may have some connection with the Narcotics Control Bureau, perhaps merely a minor undercover operative, attempting to leverage her to infiltrate our influence within the Bureau, which is hardly feasible. What could she possibly know about the Narcotics Control Bureau? Xiao Yi truly seeks a breakthrough through women. He might as well pursue Bai Ji, for she holds a significant position in the Narcotics Control Bureau and wields influence with Interpol and the Five Alliance Avenue. At least she possesses an interest in Xiao Yi, unlike Jiang Li, who engages with him in a game of feigned indifference. What Qin Lin remains oblivious to is that Jiang Li's intentions are not a mere act of manipulation. She genuinely wishes for Qin Yishao to remain as distant from her as possible. Observing the multitude of messages, Qin Shan could sense, even through the screen, Qin Lin's disdain and resentment towards Jiang Li. He replied, "If you find Jiang Li so intolerable, why do you still attend the dinner gathering?" Qin Lin retorted, "I was merely curious, wanting to see what it is about this woman that has caught the attention of our otherwise aloof Xiao Yi." Qin Shan cautioned, "Be perceptive. If Xiao Yi were to discover your true sentiments, my brother, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Prepare to be exiled to the outskirts to toil." Qin Lin responded, I understand. I'm not that foolish." Before long, the door to the private room swung open, revealing the figures of Qin Yishao and Jiang Li at the threshold, both masked in black. Upon seeing Jiang Li, Qin Lin averted his gaze almost instantly. Even while attempting to restrain himself, his disdain for her was palpable. Su Zhenghua was engaged in conversation with Rong Xiu when he abruptly stood, eyes fixed on the entrance, exclaiming, "You have arrived." Su Chuang and several distinguished members of the Narcotics Control Bureau promptly rose, their backs straightened. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor accompanied by a respectful address of Li Yi echoed within the private room. Jiang Li inclined her head slightly. Qin Lin observed this scene before him, feeling a jolt of surprise within. What is the situation? He has not forgotten the disdainful expressions these people had just displayed towards them. Now, they are treating Jiang Li with such deference. Qin Yichen also wore a bewildered expression. Shen Yu had witnessed Su Zhenghua's attitude towards Jiang Li, but he had not anticipated that Jiang Li held such a high status among this group. He was momentarily taken aback. The three exchanged glances. each more perplexed than the last. Su Jinghua pulled out a chair beside him, looking at Jiang Li with an ingratiating yet respectful demeanor. Please, take a seat. Qin Yichen and Qin Lin were left speechless. Is this the proud and aloof head of the Narcotics Control Bureau, Su Jinghua, who had previously dismissed them with contempt, now pulling out a chair for Jiang Li? Are they seeing this correctly? Out of context, thank you for your support. Chapter 61, Embroidery. Jiang Li is not worthy of comparison to you. Jiang Li removed her cap and mask, walking over at a leisurely pace to take her seat. Su Jinghua bent slightly to pour her a cup of tea. Jiang Li could distinctly sense the probing gazes of Qin Yichen and the others. She feigned ignorance, picked up her teacup, and calmly expressed her gratitude. Su Jinghua smiled. You are too kind. The group held a rigid perception of Su Jinghua, characterized by his sternness and lack of humor. He was known for his fiery temperament, even daring to confront his superiors. Yet, his current demeanor towards Jiang Li was entirely contradictory, filled with both respect and awe. This left everyone in a state of shared astonishment. Su Jinghua felt no sense of impropriety. He returned to his seat, retrieved a tablet, and courteously presented the menu to Jiang Li. I have ordered these for you. Would you like to add anything? Jiang Li replied, no need. Xu Jinghua placed the tablet back down. Qin Lin's gaze shifted toward Jiang Li, his eyes revealing a hint of scrutiny. Could this truly be the little star Jiang Li, whose reputation had been marred by scandal? Rongxiu glanced at Jiang Li and then at Qin Yishao, her expression laden with significance. She chuckled softly, remarking that she had not anticipated the two of them coming together. It was rather unexpected. I am not very familiar with him, Jiang Li replied, sipping her tea, her face betraying little emotion. She had a scratch on her arm, and he was tending to it. Qin Yishao remained silent. Song Qing possessed a thorough understanding of Jiang Li. In the entertainment industry, one's attractiveness is paramount, particularly for female stars. Over the years, Jiang Li had been quite protective of her physique, seldom sustaining injuries. There had only been one incident during a fire scene where an accident had led to burns. She had never taken it seriously, often neglecting to change her dressings on time, which resulted in a prominent scar. Under the watchful eye of Cheng Sijuan, she had undergone surgery to remove the scar. Now, with Qin Yishao attending to her injuries, Song Qing felt at ease. Qin Yichun and Xin Yu had different concerns than Song Qing. Was it really necessary for a medical luminary like him to attend to a mere scratch? Observing this, Rongxiu surmised that Jiang Li likely held no romantic feelings for Qin Yishao at present. She refrained from pressing further and suggested, if you have some free time these days, come stay with me for a while. It has been ages since you produced any works. Neglecting your embroidery practice will only lead to a loss of skill. Jiang Li absently tapped her fingers on the teacup, remaining silent. The others exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Li could embroider? And had she ever produced works? Qin Lin recalled the scene where Jiang Li was yanked by her hair and dragged in front of the reporters by Fang Jiqing. Could such a temperament belong to someone who could quietly sit there, needle and thread in hand, embroidering flowers? Jiang Li embroidering. What a bizarre and surreal occurrence. Most perplexing was Rongxiu's tone, so diplomatic and eager, as if she feared Jiang Li might decline her invitation. Others first witnessed the unsociable Su Jinghua offering a chair to Jiang Li, followed by the frosty demeanor of Master Rong, who exhibited a remarkably cautious attitude towards her. One shocking revelation after another left them utterly bewildered. Noticing Jiang Li's hesitation, Rongxiu sensed she was contemplating excuses to brush her off. Before Jiang Li could speak, Rongxiu took a step back, her voice tinged with a subtle urgency. Though not overt, it was palpably sincere. If you do not wish to become my disciple, I shall not pressure you, but your talent must not be squandered. The crowd was taken aback. Master Rong wishes to take Jiang Li as her apprentice, yet Jiang Li seems reluctant. This is Master Rong, Rongxiu, the queen of Suxiu. In that moment, the worldviews of the onlookers, already precarious, seemed to fracture. Qin Lin found himself questioning his own perception. Is this truly the same Jiang Li, the small star besieged by scandal? Jiang Li absent-mindedly traced her fingers over the porcelain teacup, and after a moment, she lifted her gaze to meet the slightly anxious stare of Rongxiu, awaiting her response. 2 seconds later, she nodded. Indeed, it had been a while since she last engaged in embroidery. Rongxiu visibly relaxed, a smile gracing her lips. Very well, I shall await your arrival at my residence. Jiang Li responded with a soft acknowledgement. Soon, the dining table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Qin Yexiao and Su Zhenghua engaged in conversation regarding the Du family. Su Zhenghua raised a glass to Qin Yexiao, expressing his gratitude for his assistance. Although they did not require such help, it was only polite to convey their appreciation for the support offered. Both Qin Yexiao and Su Zhenghua were of few words, with the former being particularly reticent and aloof. As Qin Yexiao placed a piece of green vegetable on Jiang Li's plate, he had yet to retract his chopsticks. Jiang Li, however, pushed aside the vegetable he had selected and opted for a piece of spicy volcanic ribs, savoring it at a leisurely pace. Qin Yexiao remained silent, ultimately pouring her a glass of warm water to alleviate the spiciness. Qin Lin cast a glance at Jiang Li, momentarily lost in thought before returning his gaze, his wrist rigid as he reached for the food. Upon exiting Yunshang Pavilion, the clock had already passed 9. Before departing, Rongxiu earnestly reminded Jiang Li once more to keep her promise to come. Jiang Li paused for a moment in silence before affirming with a slight acknowledgement. Only then did Rongxiu bend down to enter the vehicle. The others observed in silence, recognizing that numerous young ladies from affluent families in the capital aspired to study under Master Rong and learn Su embroidery, yet none had captured his interest. Consequently, those unable to become his apprentices took pride in securing a spot in his embroidery course at the university. Ironically, there was one individual whom Master Rong eagerly pursued as a disciple, yet she declined. The comparison was stark and disheartening. A crowd watched as Rongxiu's vehicle drove away. Qin Yexiao opened the passenger door and quietly offered Jiang Li a ride home. Jiang Li, adjusting her cap with one hand, spoke from behind her mask with an air of aloofness. "No need. I have matters to attend to." With that, she gracefully stepped into Su Zhenghua's car, bending down without a backward glance. Qin Yexiao watched as 2 somewhat dirty black SUVs drove away before him, his dark eyes reflecting a deep, somber gloom. Although the man's aura was not overly gloomy, it carried a certain stillness. Qin Yiqin and his group dared not utter a word. Once the rear of the vehicles vanished from sight, Qin Yexiao averted his gaze, lowered his brow, and stood still for a few seconds before turning and entering his car. At the North Emperor Manor, Qin Shan noticed a group returning and approached them respectfully, intending to report to Qin Yexiao about the evening's mission. "Young master, tonight, we need to find Xinyu." Qin Yexiao, disinterested, dismissed the remark and proceeded toward the medical research building behind the main mansion. Qin Shan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, responding, "Understood." He glanced at Xinyu and his companions, who appeared unusually quiet, seemingly affected by some disturbance. Frowning, he inquired, "What happened? You all seem utterly dazed." It was only then that Qin Lin opened his mouth, hesitating before he spoke. "Who exactly is Jiang Li?" Qin Shan, perplexed, looked at them and asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Yiqin answered Qin Lin, "In any case, she is no ordinary person." He found it impossible to decipher her. Jiang Li was exceedingly low profile, the disciple that Master Rong sought but could not attain. If her identity were to be unveiled, it would likely cause quite a stir in the capital. Master Rong is highly esteemed among the prominent families in the city, holding significant status. Even my brother once studied under Master Rong for a period, applying the techniques in surgical procedures. My brother possesses considerable talent, yet I have never witnessed Master Rong exhibit such regard toward him. Jiangze, your father. Aside, thank you for your support. Chapter 62. With consumption comes responsibility. Xinyu settled onto the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea. The Narcotics Control Bureau, Master Rong. Any faction behind this can certainly hold a prominent position in the capital. Jiang Li is quite intriguing. Qin Yiqin and Qin Lin exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Yet, they found it somewhat puzzling. With such formidable forces, it was baffling how Jiang Li managed to languish in the entertainment industry. Qin Shan, utterly bewildered, inquired, "What are you talking about?" Qin Lin turned to Qin Shan, recalling how he had lamented just hours earlier about Jiang Li's foolish actions as a small undercover agent. He sighed in regret. Qin Shan, speechless, pressed, "What on earth has happened?" Qin Lin recounted the entire affair in detail. "What the hell?" Qin Shan exclaimed in shock. "Ku Zhenghua and Master Rong?" Qin Lin nodded, acknowledging his previous misjudgment. "I was naive and misled." Qin Shan, incredulous, gazed at him. After all, Qin Lin was the most difficult among the formidable quartet of Feng, Lin, Hua, and Shan. Was he truly conceding? Meeting his significant gaze, Qin Lin sighed. "Brother, think for a moment. Are you unaware of the caliber of individuals within the Narcotics Control Bureau? It is a veritable fortress that even you cannot penetrate. This statement irked Qin Shan. If you wish to praise the Narcotics Control Bureau, do so. But why the contradiction? That is not the crux of the matter. Qin Lin leaned forward and analyzed. Consider this. Even this group treats Jiang Li with the utmost respect. What do you suppose it is that earns Jiang Li their unwavering allegiance? The Narcotics Control Bureau is entirely reliant on capability. Qin Shan furrowed his brow in contemplation, murmuring. Many in the capital speculate that Su Zhenghua is backed by a technological genius, someone exceptionally skilled in reconnaissance and intelligence, likely a top-tier hacker. Who else could command such deference from Su Zhenghua? Suddenly, Qin Shan's eyes widened in realization. So, that person could possibly be Zhang Li. Shen Yu and Qin Yichen exchanged glances, disbelief etched on their faces. That's impossible, right? The influential figure behind Su Zhenghua has been traceable for over a decade. How old was Jiang Li back then? It simply cannot be. At the Narcotics Control Bureau, Jiang Li lounged against the desk, clad in black cargo pants and combat boots. Her long legs striking. One hand confidently cradled the laptop while the other danced swiftly across the keyboard, her fingers a mesmerizing sight to behold. The casual yet defiant posture exuded an air of rebellion. With a crimson lip curled around a menthol cigarette, her alluring gaze remained lowered. Illuminated by the green glow of the code reflected on the screen, a cascade of intricate code flowed continuously from the bottom of the display, presenting a visually captivating feast. With a decisive tap of the final enter key, the program initiated with seamless precision. Jiang Li raised her brow slightly and surveyed the circle of men and women around her, the computer screen pivoting a full 180 degrees on her arm with an effortlessly cool motion. All done, she said, flicking the ash from her cigarette with a casual elegance. Others took over the computer, glancing quickly at the screen, their eyes filled with admiration as they regarded her. How astonishingly swift she was. Truly, she was a hacker of such renown that even their leader held her in high esteem. One could only wonder how their leader had managed to recruit such a luminary. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Is it really that fast? The others nodded earnestly, their expressions reminiscent of infatuated fans. With a playful smile, Jiang Li remarked in a teasing tone, a woman may be swift, but a man should not be too hasty. The atmosphere grew oddly silent. The typically poised and aloof young women suddenly found their cheeks flushed. Jiang Li leaned on the table, observing them with a soft chuckle, causing the men to blush profusely. None dared to meet the gaze of her fox-like eyes. Su Chuang's lip twitched. What could this exceptionally gifted individual have learned while mingling in the entertainment industry? Jiang Li lifted her chin. Go on, then. Only then did the group, as if released from a spell, hurriedly depart, their faces still aglow. Jiang Li took a drag from her cigarette, smiling. It was truly effortless to provoke, much like Qin Yexiao, dressed in a V-neck nightgown. She still required a shawl to cover her décolletage. Suddenly, she realized she was recalling someone she ought not to think of, and her gaze momentarily faltered. Su Zhenghua cleared his throat. Shall I escort you back now, or would you prefer to remain here a while longer? Jiang Li replied, after I finish this cigarette. Su Zhenghua and Su Chuang followed her to the small balcony. The night was deepening, and the surroundings of the Narcotics Control Bureau were enveloped in silence. In the distance, the vibrant neon lights of the city center illuminated the skyline. At that moment, Su Zhenghua's assistant approached with a document concerning the Du family, seeking his signature. Su Zhenghua received the document, signed it, and handed it back, stating, the eldest son of the Qin family will assist with the procedural review. This case should conclude swiftly. Please cooperate with the inspection agency in providing evidence. His subordinate was momentarily taken aback, unsure how they had become entangled with the Qin family, considering that their narcotics bureau had never engaged with any forces from the capital. However, the subordinate refrained from questioning further and dutifully responded, understood. The small balcony fell silent once more. Su Zhenghua glanced at Jiang Li, his gaze lingering on her arm. The black cuffs were rolled up to her elbows, revealing the marks left by her struggles. He remarked, you should not act so impulsively. Attacking Fang Ziqing and Du at this juncture is unwise. Even though Jiang Li had a history of ensuring things were handled, this time her actions were somewhat reckless. The evidence they possessed was far from comprehensive. Jiang Li, who had initially worn a nonchalant smile, felt it fade at his words, her emotions submerged in a cold mist. A vague aura of death emanated from her stern brow and eyes, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, suffocating. After a lengthy pause, Su Zhenghua finally heard her long-absent, husky voice. I owe Song Wei a life. I must protect his sister. Throughout the years, whenever matters concerning the Song siblings arose, Jiang Li's emotions would spiral out of control. Yet, with the passage of time, she had learned to suppress her feelings with ever-increasing severity. Su Zhenghua inquired, "How is Song Wei?" Jiang Li replied, "He is as he has always been, neither dead nor truly alive." Su Zhenghua sighed, lamenting, "After all these years, you have tried every means to heal him, yet there has been no resolution. He remains in this limbo." Jiang Li inhaled deeply from the cigarette, an aura of death enveloping her, as if she had emerged from a hell strewn with corpses. Su Zhenghua spoke in a low voice. "Perhaps we should seek out Master Xiao and have him examine Song Wei?" Jiang Li's heavy smoking had left her throat hoarse. "In my third year of high school, Song Wei had nearly succumbed to a medical crisis, only to be saved by Qin Yi Xiao. At the capital city hospital, the patients under Qin Yi Xiao's care were often transferred only to the funeral home. If he could not heal them, no one could. Surviving such severe injuries was a stroke of luck." Su Zhenghua's voice faltered. The comatose Song Wei was a profound wound in their hearts, a gentle tug revealing crimson pain. Su Zhenghua opened his mouth, weakly uttering, "We can only do our best." He refrained from adding the latter half, which implied fate's decree. Knowing it was a taboo for Jiang Li, she took another deep drag of her cigarette, her fingertips bright red, the tobacco crackling softly. She extinguished the cigarette in the designated area of the trash can, exhaling a cloud of white smoke before departing. Su Chuang snapped back to reality and quickly offered, "I'll see you home." Su Zhenghua turned slightly, watching Jiang Li's retreating figure, and sighed. Either Song Wei would perish, allowing Jiang Li to let go completely, or he would recover, granting her a chance for rebirth. Yet, both outcomes were arduous, for if Song Wei clung to even a flicker of life, Jiang Li would exhaust every means to sustain him. Thus, Song Wei lay in the hospital, trapped in a limbo of existence. In the late hours, the traffic in the capital remained congested. At a red light, Su Chuang pressed the brake and glanced sideways. Jiang Li's slender, pale arm rested against the black window, her fingers clasping a cigarette as she slightly bowed her head, immersed in the script of Ru Mengling. Su Chuang understood that once Jiang Li immersed herself in a role, she would approach it with utmost seriousness, striving for perfection. Even if it were a minor character with only a few lines, she would contemplate her performance countless times, aiming to embody the role to the best of her ability. Tonight, with the mention of Song Wei, Su Chuang was increasingly concerned about Jiang Li's state of mind. Song Wei was a taboo subject. Once brought up, Jiang Li's demeanor would deteriorate significantly, leading her to chain smoke and isolate herself in the basement of her suburban villa. In the dim light, she would smoke while meticulously embroidering traditional Chinese paintings. If she felt dissatisfied, she would douse the work in gasoline, and with her slender fingers delicately holding the cigarette, a mere touch of the burning tip would ignite flames, reducing the artwork before her eyes to mere ashes. Su Chuang had witnessed this once. The sight was hauntingly beautiful, yet fragmented and suffocating. Only when she had perfected her final embroidery would her emotions stabilize, at which point she would enlist Su Chuang to seek ways to sell it. Jiang Li relied on embroidery to maintain her composure. She had practiced calligraphy, ink wash painting, and sketching, attempting various forms of art, yet none proved effective. Only embroidery could soothe her troubled spirit. However, her process was far from tranquil. It resembled a violent catharsis. Observing that Jiang Li could still manage her emotions, Su Chuang refrained from suggesting a return to the suburban villa, allowing his previously tense heart to gradually ease. "I can't shake the feeling that you seem somewhat different upon your return. You haven't even sought me out to sell any paintings, and your condition appears to be improving," he remarked boldly. "Is that so?" Jiang Li responded nonchalantly. Su Chuang nodded, the traffic light turning green as he started the car. The radio announcing the weather for the next day: clear skies, southwest winds, 2031. It promised to be a lovely day. Gathering his courage, Su Chuang said, "You should try to avoid the basement and the suburbs. One needs to bask in the sun to prevent their thoughts from growing stale. The entire personnel of the Narcotics Bureau yearns for a day when they can bask in the sunlight, even if they cannot reside under its warmth. They hope that their gravestones can stand prominently in the bright daylight." A smile escapes Jiang Li's lips as she gazes ahead, leaning back against the seat. A cigarette pinched between her fingers while her phone rests against the car window. Slightly tilting her head, her tone is audacious and unrestrained. her voice low and husky, reflecting her belief that someone like her, steeped in sin, deserves to rot in the gutters. Everyone craves sunlight, viewing it as a form of redemption. Yet, how can so many stand in the light? Compared to this so-called illumination, Zhongli finds a greater affinity for darkness, wherein the endless, frigid blackness. There is no need for pity or salvation. Darkness becomes a realm of unrestrained revelry for the individual. She has never required that which is deemed light. Su Chuang opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Zhongli. If you utter one more word, leave the car and return to the Narcotics Bureau, she stated coldly. Her tone laced with an unsettling danger. In an instant, a chill ran down Su Chuang's spine, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. I fell silent. He spoke with a trembling voice, sealing his lips, not daring to breathe as he drove with utmost caution. Author's notes: thank you for your support. 3 updates with 8,000 words each. I am still adjusting to the demands of signing physical books. I should be able to maintain a steady update schedule soon. Chapter 63. Who can ascend higher and farther? Zhongli lowered her gaze, continuing to peruse the script of Remo Ling. At that moment, her phone lit up with an incoming call from a hidden number in Zhongzhou. She donned her headphones and activated the voice changer. It was me, Beast of the North. I have just received a message from Qin Yexiao's subordinate, urging you regarding that order. A male voice came through, pressing for the 3rd time. Jiangli had agreed to take on Qin Yexiao's task, yet he had managed to keep the Hacker Alliance from pushing his order through. This was the first time this powerful figure had been so audacious. Zhongli raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference. What is the rush? Are they on the brink of extinction? The man seemed to anticipate her response, clicking his tongue. Originally, I had little interest in this order, but your procrastination has piqued my curiosity. Apologies. I couldn't resist glancing at that document. Each order from the Hacker Alliance is shrouded in confidentiality, particularly those designated by someone of Qin Yexiao's stature, classified as S-level secrets. Within the entire Hacker Alliance, aside from the contractor, Beast of the North, no one possesses the authority to access it. Naturally, the leader, Gu and I, is an exception. Upon hearing this, Zhongli remained silent. Can you guess what I discovered? Gu and I continued with a significant tone. To my astonishment, I found within that order the batch of communication devices you abruptly had me replace 7 years ago. At that time, aside from the samples kept for records, everything else was destroyed. The sole sample currently resides in the forbidden grounds of the Hacker Alliance. How could Qin Yexiao possess their internal communication headsets? Gu and I recalled that night 7 years prior when their communication had abruptly ceased, and it was not until 3 or 4 hours later that Zhongli contacted him, instructing him to replace all equipment. The conclusion was evident. Zhongli's headset must have been lost, now in the hands of Qin Yexiao. Brother, what on earth is happening? In the tone of ancient intrigue, the spirit of gossip ignited as inquiries deepened. What is the situation between you and that young heir of the Qin family? He is profoundly impressed by what Zhongli conveyed 7 years ago. She mentioned encountering some trouble, a fierce battle that resulted in a fatality. Surely, it couldn't be that she nearly dispatched Qin Yexiao. If this were true, it would create significant enmity. Zhongli gazed at the retreating streetlights ahead and calmly inquired, is there anything else? After years of camaraderie, Gu and I instantly grasped her underlying message. If there's nothing important, then leave. Zhongli's avoidance of the topic only piqued Gu and I's curiosity regarding her relationship with Qin Yexiao, yet he lacked the courage to pursue the matter further. He redirected the conversation to pressing affairs, adopting a serious tone. About the case Qin Yexiao asked you to investigate, I have some recollection of it. It's a major drug trafficking case, yet we possess scant intelligence. It seems a significant player has erased all traces. I only know that 2 factions are involved, the capital S Narcotics Control Bureau and Interpol. As the streetlights flickered past Zhongli's gaze, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Gu and I chuckled, remarking on the formidable nature of the case, which explained why it was assigned to her. There was likely no one else capable of unraveling it. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it, Zhongli replied in a low voice before hanging up the call. In the early hours of the morning, Qin Shan received a document, prompting a group to rush to the medical research building in search of Qin Yexiao. The zero drug trafficking case, a matter from over a decade ago. Qin Yichin gazed at the projector before him, raising an eyebrow. So many lives had been lost in this case, yet there was not a whisper of it in the capital? Qin Shan remarked. The Narcotics Bureau has completely sealed this matter. Indeed, the case was significant, but Shin Yu looked at them and questioned. Isn't it a bit excessive to completely suppress the news? What are they trying to hide? Qin Yichen nodded in agreement. Yes. And Su Zhenghua lacks the authority to enforce such a total blackout. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up in Qin Lin's mind. Miss Jiang. Qin Yexiao's gaze shifted toward him. Xin Yu smirked slightly, tapping his temple with his fingertips, and replied, think about it. How old was Jiang back then? What could she possibly suppress? Moreover, the list predominantly comprised veterans from the Narcotics Bureau, the youngest being 19. Jiang's name was conspicuously absent from it. Xin Yu had no doubts regarding the authenticity of this document. They held great trust in Beowulf's capabilities. Qin Yichen spoke with conviction. While I believe Jiang is quite formidable, I doubt she possesses such influence. Qin Shan pondered for a moment and suggested, how about I investigate Miss Jiang further? Qin Yexiao's dark eyes glimmered. Illuminated by the projector's light, deep and bright. No need to investigate any further. The others were taken aback. What do you mean? Are we not going to pursue it any longer? In the dimness of the bedroom, Jiang lay on her side, slightly curled up. A river of blood flowed, and mountains of corpses piled high. The heart-wrenching screams echoed. Frame by frame, the crimson images clawed mercilessly at her nerves. Suddenly, Jiang Li opened her eyes. After a while, she sat up expressionlessly. She reached for her phone, cigarettes, and lighter on the bedside table, then walked barefoot in one direction. With a swish, she drew back the curtains and pushed open the glass door, letting the cold moonlight wash over her face. The crimson hue in her eyes was stark and fierce. Her lips pressed tightly together. Her aura was ominous and intimidating, akin to the frigid winds of the far north, a chill that seemed to cleave through bone. With a click, the lighter's flame flared to life in the darkness. Jiang Li perched her legs in a casual manner, sitting on the narrow metal railing of a cylindrical balcony. Below her, the terrifying height of the 28th floor loomed, rendering it a perilous sight. Yet she sat firmly, her black dress fluttering in the night breeze, brushing against her pale calves. Above, her waist-length, slightly curled black hair framed her face, accentuating her dark, fox-like eyes that hung low, radiating solitude and detachment. The night wind tousled her hair, and as she raised her hand to smooth it down, her strikingly beautiful profile was revealed, breathtaking in its allure. There she sat, high above the ground, smoking an entire pack of cigarettes, ash littering the floor beneath her, until the first hint of dawn's red glow appeared on the eastern horizon. She swung her long legs around, leaping back onto the balcony, and returned to her room, her figure slender and cold. In the Rong residence, Rong Xiu was having breakfast when she suddenly noticed Jiang Li entering with the butler. She paused, momentarily taken aback, and blurted out, "Why are you here so early?" Jiang Li was known as a champion of late nights, typically not rising until well past noon. Yet, she possessed an extraordinary gift. Her appearance remained utterly unaffected. Her skin was fair and supple, as if it could be easily punctured. Jiang Li tossed her black backpack to the butler, removed her mask and cap, revealing her strikingly clean and radiant features. She hooked her foot around the chair and sat down, her long legs splayed carelessly. Grabbing an empty bowl, she filled it with beef porridge and gulped it down with her fingers gripping the rim. Rong Xiu's lips twitched slightly. "Did you wake up hungry and come here to scrounge breakfast?" Jiang Li set down her bowl, raising an eyebrow as she picked up a soup dumpling with her chopsticks. A playful smile gracing her lips. "No, I just missed you. I would believe that only if I were a fool." Despite her words, Rong Xiu couldn't suppress a smile. She served Jiang Li a piece of chicken with the communal chopsticks, urging, "Eat more, you're too thin." Jiang Li ate plenty, yet she remained unable to gain weight. The butler remarked, "Madam, the entertainment industry is like that. Being thin looks better on camera." Although Rong Xiu had her reservations, she chose not to elaborate further. She inquired about Jiang Li's past year in Zhongzhou. Jiang Li replied, "I've been working as a stunt double in a production there, just making a living." Rong Xiu frowned. "Is it really that dire?" Leaning her arm on the table, Jiang Li sighed. "Life is tough. I'm just selling my skills." Rong Xiu had grown accustomed to her occasional frivolity. Seizing the moment, she quipped, "Then sell your talents to me. Let me teach you, and I'll pay you." "I'd rather not." Jiang Li tilted her head, filling her bowl with porridge again, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Beware, if I get impulsive, I might just burn down your mansion. Aside, thank you for your support." Chapter 64. As long as the money is sufficient. Rong Xiu gazed into Jiang Li's eyes, which were both enchanting and beguiling, sparkling with laughter, yet devoid of depth. Her pupils were pitch black, an abyssal darkness that sent a chill through the heart. Rongxiu recalled her peculiar habit of burning her paintings and decided against purchasing her artwork. Her gaze fell upon the slender, pale hands of Zhongli. Be honest. How long has it been since you last touched a needle? Zhongli lifted her brows slightly, resting her chin on her hand as she lazily reminisced. Over a year. Over a year. Rongxiu's expression shifted dramatically, her grip on the spoon tightening as she pondered how to remedy Zhang Li's prolonged absence from practice. Finally, her fingers drummed against the table. You must stay here for the entire day and practice diligently. After such a long hiatus, who knows how rusty you've become? Such a splendid talent. How can you let it go to waste? Zhang Li responded with a nonchalant ah. After finishing breakfast, Rongxiu led Zhang Li to her embroidery room. Upon opening the door, a grand landscape embroidery immediately captured their attention. The composition was magnificent, the stitching imbued with a commanding presence. The scenery arranged with deliberate elegance, a priceless masterpiece of unparalleled craftsmanship. This was Rongxiu's magnum opus. The embroidery room was filled with various tools for the craft. Rongxiu stepped over the threshold and entered, assuring Zhang Li, "You will practice here today, without any interruptions." "Oh," Zhang Li replied lazily, hands in pockets. Suddenly, a servant entered, bowing respectfully. "Madam, the students have arrived." Rongxiu was to interview several candidates for the embroidery research program at Jing University today. Known for her rigorous and demanding approach to teaching embroidery, she personally oversaw the admission of new students and apprentices. Upon hearing the servant's announcement, she instructed, "Take them to my study first." "Yes," the servant replied before departing. Rongxiu took a few steps inside, retrieving several ancient and weathered books from the table, which she handed to Zhang Li. "These are my newly acquired ancient texts. Take a look while I attend to the students," she said. Zhang Li nodded in acknowledgement. Rongxiu offered her a few more words of advice before departing, leaving the door ajar. Zhang Li leisurely walked past the fixed wooden rack, her delicate fingers gliding along its edge as she ventured further inside. This space was reserved specifically for her, a gesture from Rongxiu that she had always cherished. She seated herself, crossing her legs elegantly, her fingers dancing lightly on the white satin fabric, her gaze sweeping around the embroidery room, each movement imbued with a casual nonchalance. Then, she reached for the tools from a small bamboo basket nearby. The Rong residence was a charmingly antiquated courtyard-style dwelling, adorned with pavilions and towers, harmoniously set against the backdrop of scenic landscapes and meandering corridors. As Rongxiu approached the corridor, a servant hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Madam, Lady Yu has come with Miss Yu to pay their respects." Rongxiu furrowed her brows, her expression as frigid as ice. Not seeing them, she uttered curtly, and continued her path forward with hands clasped behind her back. In the front hall, Yu Ruoqi stood beside a scroll, her demeanor somewhat anxious as she frequently glanced towards the entrance. Lady Yu, nearly finished with her cup of tea, was growing impatient, her fingers unconsciously gripping the corner of the sandalwood table. "Mother, Master Rong has never been one for favoritism. Is it truly appropriate for us to seek her out?" Yu Ruoqi asked nervously, her eyes fixed on her embroidery scroll. Lady Yu frowned deeply, feeling at a loss. "Once we meet Master Rong, remember to perform well," she advised. Yu Ruoqi nodded, her gaze falling upon the pile of gifts they had brought. "With so many offerings, Master Rong will surely be inclined to look favorably upon us." The saying "one should never strike a smiling face" is universally applicable. Rongxiu serves as a mentor at the prestigious embroidery workshop at Jing University. "Mrs. Yu possesses a considerable talent for embroidery and is a student of Rongxiu's workshop. However, her modest abilities have yet to earn her any special regard from Rongxiu." Upon graduation, Mrs. Yu joined the Embroidery Association. Nevertheless, Rongxiu remains reclusive, seldom appearing within the association, and Mrs. Yu has had but a few fleeting encounters with her. Yu Ruoqi, having gained admission to Rongxiu's workshop through a single piece of work, boldly proclaimed her aspiration to become a direct disciple of Rongxiu. Yet, to this day, she has failed to publish even a single work or thesis, and her graduation from the workshop is now in jeopardy. Over the years, Yu Ruoqi has leveraged her status as Rongxiu's student to garner significant attention among the elite young ladies of the capital. If she does not graduate, it would not only tarnish her reputation, but also bring disgrace upon the Yu family. Consequently, Mrs. Yu has no choice but to bring Yu Ruoqi to seek an audience with Rongxiu. At this moment, a figure appears at the entrance of the hall. "Mrs. Yu immediately rises, and upon recognizing a servant, she is momentarily taken aback. The servant steps forward and politely informs them, "I'm sorry, but my lady does not wish to meet with you both. Please leave." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Yu's fingers instinctively tighten. She had mentally prepared herself for the challenge of approaching Master Rong, but she had not anticipated being denied even an audience. After delivering the message, the servant departs, leaving Mrs. Yu and Yu Ruoqi standing stiffly in silence. Once the servant is gone, Yu Ruoqi anxiously glances at her mother and exclaims, "Mother, what shall we do now? I absolutely cannot be forced to postpone my graduation." Madame Yu's complexion darkened, and she cast a resentful glare at Yu Ruoqi, opening her mouth as if to reprimand her, only to realize the futility of her words. The pressing matter at hand was to resolve the issue. Yet, what solutions could she possibly conjure at this moment? Madame Yu pursed her lips, her heart racing with impatience like ants on a hot skillet. Her gaze drifted toward the door, where a bold decision began to take shape in her mind. She turned to Yu Ruoqi and commanded, "Come with me." Meanwhile, in the embroidery room, Zhongli held a needle between her fingers, her delicate and pale wrist casually resting on the edge of the embroidery frame. Her fingers clutched the freshly drawn sketch. At that moment, a hushed murmur of conversation drifted in from outside. The voices were faint, yet Zhongli's keen hearing picked them up with clarity. "Mom, do you really think barging in like this won't provoke Master Rong?" Yu Ruoqi expressed her concern. "What if we fail to graduate and offend Master Rong? Do you think I would undertake such a risk willingly? If you had a bit more spirit, I wouldn't have to resort to this," Madame Yu replied coldly. "It's merely a graduation piece. Is it truly so difficult?" Yu Ruoqi, unwilling to yield, retorted, "Even if I lack ambition, I am still superior to Zhongli. We learned embroidery together as children, and I gained admission to Master Rong's workshop while she couldn't even get in. How dare you compare yourself to someone like Zhongli?" Madame Yu scowled, her voice sharp. "Remember, she is not even worthy of sharing your name." Seeing that Madame Yu was genuinely enraged, Yu Ruoqi obediently murmured an apology, "I understand." In the embroidery room, Zhongli tilted her head, gazing intently at the embroidery sketch in her hands. Madame Yu did not wish to impose excessive pressure at this moment. She softened her tone, expressing her hope that when they met Master Rong shortly, he would show leniency and allow her to graduate smoothly. As she spoke, Madame Yu had already reached the threshold of the embroidery room. Turning her head, she was taken aback to see the person they had just mentioned seated inside. She stood frozen at the door, her expression blank. Aside, "Thank you for your support." Chapter 65. Difficulties, lacking connections, and backing Zhongli? Or was it Yu Ruoqi who first broke the silence, her incredulous eyes wide as she stared at Zhongli? "What are you doing here?" Zhongli reclined casually, one leg crossed over the other, her wrist supporting her chin, a smile playing on her lips. Her slightly upturned fox-like eyes sparkled with allure, a sight both mesmerizing and lazy as she retorted, "Why can't I be here? This is Master Rong's embroidery room. What right do you have to be here?" Yu Ruoqi strode in, her disdain unmistakable. Madame Yu regained her composure and narrowed her eyes slightly. In recent times, Zhongli had been in the limelight. Regardless of the mixed reviews, the name Zhongli had consistently reached her ears, particularly after Zhongli had offended the Du family. She had assumed that Zhongli would be forced to leave the capital and never return. Yet, unexpectedly, it was not Zhongli who faced calamity, but the Du family instead. In a single night, the landscape of the capital had shifted dramatically. The entirety of the Du family's enterprises had been eradicated, rendering the once mighty clan non-existent. One could only wonder what enchantment Zhongli had cast upon the Qin family to elicit such allegiance. Suddenly, she recalled the moment of her entrance into the Rong residence, where she had observed servants escorting several students inside. This month marked the time when the training program would begin its search for new students. At this moment, Zhongli's presence in the Rong residence, particularly in Master Rong's private embroidery room, was unmistakably purposeful. Madame Yu scoffed inwardly, recognizing the ambition at play. Having allied with the Qins, she was not content and sought to leverage their influence to gain entry into Master Rong's training program. With a disdainful glance at Zhongli, she thought to herself, with that level of embroidery skill, she dares to aspire to be a student of Master Rong? Yu Ruoqi shared her sentiments, a mocking smile tugging at her lips as she remarked, "Zhongli, do you truly believe that Master Rong accepts just anyone into his program?" Zhongli raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk gracing her ruby lips as she leisurely retorted, Isn't it true that someone of your caliber has also gained entry? Yuruachi's expression shifted abruptly. The engagement between Jiang Li and Yu Xianxin had been dissolved, and Madame Yu regarded Jiang Li with palpable disdain. Coldly, she stated, "Do you think that now, having associated with the Qins, Master Rong will regard you with any favor?" Jiang Li remained silent, casually observing her embroidery draft. Feeling something was amiss, she picked up her brush and leisurely added a few strokes. Yuruachi scoffed. How arrogant. Everyone knows that Master Rong selects students solely based on talent. Your aspirations to enter through the back door are nothing but a foolish dream. Madame Yu maintained her elegant demeanor, asserting her status. Do not waste time here. Leave the Rong residence while Master Rong is still absent. Jiang Li remained unmoved. My mother is acting in your best interest. Otherwise, when Master Rong returns, you shall be prepared to be expelled. Yuruachi chuckled, crossing her arms, looking down from her lofty position. Aren't you going to hurry and leave? As soon as the words fell, a furious shout erupted. Who allowed them to enter? The voice was abrupt and laced with rage, sending shivers down the spine. Madame Yu stiffened, her gaze shifting to the doorway, where Master Rong stood, his countenance frigid and displeasing. Entering Rong Xiu's private embroidery room without permission was a grave transgression in the Rong household. Steward Rong, trembling, bent low and said, "Please, quell your anger. I shall have them leave at once." Madame Yu clenched her fists, digging her fingers into her palms to regain composure. She stepped forward, saying, "I apologize, master. It was my indiscretion." Rong Xiu's lips pressed into a tight line, her patience waning. Leave. Madame Yu's heart raced violently, her complexion paling with fear, summoning her courage. She persisted, "Master, may I request you to first take a look at Ruachi's work?" She quickly cast a glance at Yuruachi. The latter promptly retrieved her painting from the scroll and approached Rong Xiu, unfolding it with tense fingers. "Master." Rong Xiu furrowed her brows, on the verge of indignation when her peripheral vision caught the artwork, causing her expression to pause. Her gaze shifted to the piece. Observing this, Madame Yu sensed that the artwork had piqued Rong Xiu's interest, and she exhaled slightly in relief. After examining it for a few seconds, Rong Xiu raised her eyes to Yuruachi. "Is this your new piece?" The tone was laden with significance, her gaze revealing an ambiguous emotion. Madame Yu, her nerves taut, had no time to ponder further and hastily praised Yuruachi. "Master, Ruachi has not rested properly for a month to complete this work. What do you think of it?" Rong Xiu did not respond to her, merely fixating on Yuruachi's face. "I shall inquire once more. Is this embroidery your creation?" Yuruachi, meeting Rong Xiu's somewhat murky tea-colored gaze, felt an inexplicable wave of guilt wash over her, and she tremulously nodded twice. "Yes." Rong Xiu glanced at Madame Yu, then at Yuruachi, before taking the embroidery from Yuruachi's hands. Turning to Jiang Li, her tone noticeably softened, she asked, "How did your painting come to be in her possession?" Madame Yu's mind erupted in turmoil, as if struck by lightning. As an aside, thank you for your support. Chapter 66. Lord Li's Smile. Life and death uncertain. Yuruachi furrowed her brow, perplexed by Rong Xiu's words. She turned to Madame Yu, opening her mouth to speak. Yet before she could utter a sound, she beheld the dazed profile of Madame Yu. All her words became lodged in her throat, an ominous premonition enveloping her. Jiang Li's calm voice broke the silence. "This painting was embroidered a year ago, and it has long been sold." Upon hearing this, Yuruachi's face turned ashen. Her eyes filled with terror and disbelief as she turned to Jiang Li. The woman, with her wrist lazily propped against her face, gazed at the artwork. The painting she had purchased at a high price was, in fact, Jiang Li's handiwork? This was inconceivable. Rong Xiu returned the painting to Yuruachi and instructed the butler, "Show them out." "Yes," replied the butler dutifully. Then turned to Madame Yu and Yuruachi with a firm demeanor. "Ladies, please." Madame Yu's nails dug into her palm, her senses dulled, her mind in utter disarray. With no time to contemplate, she mechanically stepped forward, as if her soul had vacated her body, exiting the embroidery room in a daze. Yuruachi followed closely behind, her lips quivering. As Mrs. Yu approached the door, a gentle voice from behind caught her attention. "Today, it is the servant's negligence that has caused you distress. If you find it hard to remain in the embroidery room, why not accompany me to the study to examine the works of those students? One piece is quite commendable." Jiang Li, somewhat indifferent, replied, "I feel a bit flustered. It would be best if I refrained from making an appearance. Then you may stay in the embroidery room. If you wish for anything to eat at noon, Inform the steward, said Rongxiu. The familiarity between the two in their conversation was unsettling. Yuruachi glanced at her mother, who seemed lost in thought as she walked ahead, her mouth moving silently. Both of their faces grew increasingly pale. Once they entered the carriage, Yuruachi could no longer contain her anxiety. Mother, what is the relationship between Jiang Li and Master Rong? Jiang Li had become involved with Qin Yexiao, and she had assumed it was merely a fleeting dalliance. However, Master Rong was different. Mrs. Yu's fingers tightened on the seat cushion as she recalled the exchange between Master Rong and Jiang Li. Master Rong was devoted to embroidery, having dedicated her life to the preservation of this traditional art, remaining aloof to all. Yet today, her demeanor towards Jiang Li had been remarkably warm, akin to that of a cherished elder towards a beloved junior. She even permitted Jiang Li to remain in her private embroidery room. Such a stance indicated that the Qin family had no influence here. This could only imply that Jiang Li and Master Rong had known each other for quite some time. Mrs. Yu hesitated to contemplate further. Master Rong was a figure whom many esteemed families in the capital could not aspire to associate with, and even members of the four prominent families regarded her with a measure of respect. She and her daughter exerted great effort and faced numerous hardships to gain admission into the embroidery workshop, yet they failed to attract the esteemed Master Rong's attention. However, Jiang Li. Lady Yu pondered the underlying complexities of the situation, sensing that Jiang Li was far from the simplistic persona she appeared to be. Mom. Yuruachi's elevated voice jolted Lady Yu back to reality. She stared blankly at her daughter for a considerable time before blinking. Gradually, she averted her gaze, inhaling shakily. Ruachi. Do not provoke Jiang Li any further. Yuruachi furrowed her brows, but Lady Yu was too preoccupied to engage with her. Her mind consumed by the engagement between Jiang Li and Yu Xuanqing. It seemed she had erred. In the Rong residence's embroidery room, Rongxiu sat across from Jiang Li. Are you certain you have only sold 3 paintings over these years? Jiang Li nodded, tightening the screws of her embroidery frame. Before selling, Su Chong would always seek your appraisal, wouldn't he? Only 3 pieces have left my basement. The rest I have burned. However, I am uncertain about some high-quality replicas, Jiang Li added. Her works possess an extraordinarily distinctive personal style, characterized by a profound manipulation of light and shadow, with a somber and oppressive color palette that exudes an almost cathartic darkness. Embroidery traditionally emphasizes rich and vivid colors, highlighting the interplay of light and dark. Yet, Jiang Li's approach was entirely contrary. Her color combinations were audaciously unconventional, yet strikingly lifelike. Consequently, when her first piece emerged on the market, it sent shockwaves through the embroidery community, compelling them to surrender to her bold and dark aesthetic, the formidable visual impact, and her astonishing skills in both embroidery and painting. Her inaugural embroidery piece, titled Wolf, achieved immediate acclaim, heralding the inception of a novel style within the realm of embroidery, distinctly her own. Countless admirers have sought to replicate her work, attesting to the profound impact that Jiang Li's creation has had on the embroidery community, rendering her an undisputed dark horse in the field. Her body of work is scant, devoid of signatures or personal information. The Embroidery Association refers to her simply by the name of her first piece, Wolf. She is regarded as the father of contemporary dark embroidery. Rongxiu finds it amusing that the members of the Embroidery Association mistakenly assumed Jiang Li to be a man. Moreover, it is hardly conceivable that Jiang Li's inaugural artwork was crafted during her teenage years. Jiang Li, upon finalizing her embroidery sketch, glanced at it briefly before tearing the paper and discarding it into the trash. She possesses an exceptional memory, able to recall anything after a single glance. What is the current situation with the Yu family? Rongxiu inquired once more. Jiang Li replied, the engagement has been dissolved, and I have reclaimed the shares my mother bequeathed to me. That is for the best, Rongxiu responded with a disdainful snort. That Yu Xuanqing is unworthy of you. A faint, self-deprecating smile danced at the corners of Jiang Li's lips. Who, then, is she truly worthy of? At that moment, her phone chimed. A voice message from Jiang Zhe. She set down her tools, stood up, kicked her chair aside, and picked up her phone. Lowering her voice as she said to Rongxiu, I need to take this call. As she donned her headphones, she made her way outside. Jiang Li stood beside the feng shui fish pond, her feet perched upon the stones at its edge, her arm resting against her knee as she tossed fish food into the water. Clad in a black dress and high heels, her posture exuded a commanding and audacious presence, lacking any semblance of grace. On the other end of the phone, a child's tender voice emerged. Mom, I have a break at noon. Is there anything you need? I can go to the supermarket. Anything is fine, replied Jiang Liang, her delicate fingers pinching a clothespin. She added, just buy some things to stock up. All right. The child responded, I'll pick up Shi and Jiao Chan from Aunt Cheng this afternoon. Jiang Liang acknowledged with a sound. Suddenly recalling something, she squinted her eyes and slowly inquired, Darling, where's your dad? He seems a bit troubled lately. Do you know what to do? When Jiang Zhe first started living at school, he had felt dejected for several days due to his biological father's schemes. The grudge still lingered. When Qin Yexiao was mentioned, he smiled faintly, his tone innocuous. Mom, what are you talking about? I don't have a dad. Jiang Liang was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a resolute response from Jiang Zhe. The school bell rang on the other end, and Jiang Zhe obediently said, Mom, I have to go to class now. I'll prepare something delicious for you when you come home tonight. Jiang Liang raised her eyebrow. All right. After hanging up, she was about to turn back to her embroidery room when a WeChat notification popped up at the top of her screen from Qin Yexiao. What do you want for lunch? I can bring it to you. Jiang Liang narrowed her eyes, finding his persistence rather amusing. She replied slowly while walking back, Not here. On the other end, Qin Yexiao was taken aback by her prompt response, pausing for 2 seconds before replying, At Rongfu? Jiang Liang confirmed, Yes. Qin Yexiao said, All right, I understand. Jiang Liang questioned, Understand what? Qin Yexiao replied, See you at noon. Jiang Zhe. It was noon. As soon as school was dismissed, Jiang was always the first to dash out of the gates. He had his fingers hooked onto a gift from his homeroom teacher, an Ultraman backpack that he reluctantly accepted, swinging it behind him. In his other hand, a plastic bag dangled from his wrist, while he was engrossed in replying to messages on his phone, trudging towards the bus station. Just before reaching the bus stop, the sudden sound of brakes caught his attention. The soft, dark hair that hung over his forehead was lifted by the wind, revealing his fair brow. Turning his head, he spotted a familiar Brabus SUV, and his brows furrowed instantly. A side note, thank you for your support. Chapter 67, Betrayal. Qin Yichen leaned over from the passenger seat, smiling and waving at him. Hey, what a coincidence. Little friend. Jiang rolled his eyes internally. What bad luck. Qin Yexiao settled into the back seat, his voice calm and gentle. On vacation? Jiang shot him a sidelong glance, huffed disdainfully, and continued walking straight ahead, ignoring him completely. Qin Yexiao. Qin Yichen and Xin Yu exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was happening. Qin Yexiao took a couple of steps to catch up, gently grasping Jiang's arm. What's wrong? Jiang halted in his tracks, glaring at him with a fierce look in his eyes. None of your business. Deceptive trickster. Hypocrite. Any kindness shown to him must be ulterior, attempting to manipulate his mother. Who needs his concern? After a brief silence, Qin Yexiao patiently probed further. Were you bullied at school? Why the outburst? Upon hearing this, Qin Yichen couldn't suppress a laugh. It was remarkable enough that he refrained from bullying others. How could anyone possibly intimidate him? Such arrogance, coupled with the notion of raising wolves. Jiang Zhe cast a glance in his direction, causing Qin Yichen's spine to stiffen slightly, surprised that he could be unsettled by the gaze of a mere child. Qin Yexiao glanced at the Ultraman backpack behind him, its unattractiveness causing him to furrow his brow. Why not use the one that his brother had bought for him? Jiang Zhe's demeanor was frosty. He expressed disinterest, stating, I will return it to you once I get home. The child radiated an aura of rejection, a stark contrast to his earlier friendliness. Qin Yexiao pondered for a moment and softly said, If my brother has upset you in any way, I apologize. Qin Yichen gasped in shock, his eyes widening as if they might pop out of his head. Even Xin Yu, seated in the driver's seat, turned his gaze in their direction. Neither had anticipated that Qin Yexiao could display such warmth. Jiang Zhe regarded the kindness shown to him with suspicion, convinced that it was insidious and riddled with schemes, merely an act to manipulate him. How could the illustrious heir of the capital possibly condescend to appease a child? Jiang Zhe was resolute and remained impervious to his charms, pushing him away. You, step aside. At that moment, a bus approached from a distance. He shook off Qin Yexiao's hand, coldly declaring, My bus is here, don't block the way. Qin Yexiao refused to let go, insisting, Wherever you go, my brother shall accompany you. As the bus came to a halt at the station, Jiang Zhe was eager to board, but found himself unable to break free. In desperation, he began to shout at the top of his lungs, Help! A human trafficker is abducting a child. Help! Save the child! As she spoke, Tears streamed down her face, evoking deep sympathy from those passing by. The onlookers halted in their tracks, their gazes converging upon the scene. Qin Yexiao, Qin Chen, and Xinyu were taken aback. "Release my student." A commanding female voice rang out. The crowd shifted their attention. Jiang Ze's homeroom teacher rushed over, clutching her phone, and swiftly pulled Jiang Ze behind her, shielding him. The female teacher glared at Qin Yexiao with palpable vigilance. "Warning, do not act recklessly. I will call the police." Qin Yexiao surveyed the gathering crowd with a furrowed brow, his gaze settling on Jiang Ze, who cowered behind the teacher, rolling his eyes in defiance. Qin Yexiao's tone softened slightly as he urged, "Enough of this nonsense. We need to find your sister and take you along." The teacher remained unconvinced, tightening her grip on Jiang Ze, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Do you think I haven't encountered your kind of ruse before? Pretending to be a relative of the child won't work anymore." Tensions escalated. Qin Chen, reluctantly disembarking from the vehicle, approached with an expression that conveyed innocence. "Teacher, this is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. We are law-abiding citizens. How could we ever engage in child trafficking? Who would traffic children while driving a car worth over 10 million? The experimental primary school is among the most prestigious in the capital, with students often hailing from distinguished backgrounds." The teacher, recognizing the value of Qin Yexiao's car, began to scrutinize the trio before her. Despite Qin Yexiao's masked visage, his commanding presence was undeniable. Qin Chen and Xinyu, having just descended from the vehicle, possessed striking appearances and an impressive demeanor, far removed from the notion of child abductors. Qin Chen glanced at Jiang Ze and said, "Little Yi, stop teasing your brother." The female teacher pondered for a few moments before lowering her head to ask, "Jiang Ze, tell me, do you know them?" Unable to bear lying to the kind-hearted teacher, Jiang Ze reluctantly nodded. The teacher, sensing that Jiang Ze was simply at odds with his family and not in any danger, sighed in relief. She turned to Qin Yexiao and remarked, "Mr. Jiang, Ze is usually quite well behaved at school. Children cannot always be scolded. Sometimes, we adults must attempt to reason with them." Qin Yexiao responded with silence, while Qin Chen corrected her, "It's Qin, my surname is Qin." "Oh, my apologies, Mr. Qin," the teacher said with an embarrassed smile. Quickly realizing the situation, she added, "In blended families, it is not uncommon for siblings to have conflicts." Qin Yexiao interjected, "We are not biological brothers." Jiang Ze earnestly explained as well. The teacher nodded in understanding. "I see, half-brothers from different parents. In a new family, there can be more friction." Jiang Ze thought to himself, "Oh no, this is a huge misunderstanding." The teacher knelt down to meet Jiang Ze's gaze, speaking patiently and gently, "Jiang Ze, regardless of whether he is your biological brother, since you live together, you are family now. You must learn to get along well and not call your brother a human trafficker, all right?" Qin Chen, with a complex expression, ran his fingers through his hair, wondering if elementary school teachers were truly this dedicated. Jiang Ze nodded obediently, suppressing his inner dissatisfaction, acknowledging the teacher's words. The female teacher chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling the tousled hair of Jiang Ze, before standing up and turning towards Qin Yexiao, contemplating the idea of fostering a closer bond between the two brothers. She inquired, "Mr. Qin, would you like to join our parent group?" Jiang Ze interjected. "What on earth?" Qin Yexiao retrieved his phone and added the teacher as a friend. With a warm smile, she said, "I'll add you to the group. Thank you for your cooperation." Qin Yexiao responded with courteous politeness. The teacher, still smiling, assured him, "Should anything arise concerning Jiang Ze, I will promptly inform you." "Understood," Qin Yexiao replied. Jiang Ze, however, could only think, "What the hell?" He watched in disbelief as Qin Yexiao was added to his parent group. His mother had urged him to keep his distance from his father, yet the situation was becoming increasingly entangled. He felt a sense of hopelessness, questioning whether he would even return to Zhongzhou, pondering if he would witness the sun rise tomorrow. Would his mother, in her resolute manner, act as decisively against him as she had against his father? Jiang Ze slumped against the rear seat window, gazing at the trees whizzing by. Why must he shoulder such burdens at such a tender age? His cold had yet to subside. Qin Yexiao observed the small black mask covering his face. Jiang Ze wished to remain silent. Qin Yexiao gently grasped his shoulder, pulling him back and shutting the window, advising him to avoid the wind while he was still unwell. Jiang Ze leaned back in his seat, casting a weary glance at him, exhaling a tired sigh. "I'm not going to find my sister. I need to stop by the supermarket and then head to Sister Chang's to pick up Shishir and Diaochan." Just drop me off at the supermarket entrance." Upon hearing the names of the two wolves, Qin Yichen fell into a moment of silence. Qin Yexiao observed his slender frame and inquired, "What do you wish to purchase? Please make a list, and I shall have butler Qin deliver it to Huading. You are but a child and cannot carry such burdens." Jiangze interjected, "I may be small, but I am not incapacitated." Qin Yexiao then retrieved his phone, stating, "I will send you butler Qin's contact information via WeChat. From now on, you may consult him for any purchases." Subsequently, he messaged Qin Lin, instructing him to collect two wolves from Cheng Sijuan's residence and temporarily house them at the Beatty Manor, with plans to return them to Huading later. Jiangze regarded Qin Yexiao's meticulous arrangements with a hint of exasperation, muttering, "You might as well purchase a coffin for me as well. How bothersome." Qin Yexiao's attentive and considerate demeanor left both Qin Yichen and Shunyu in a state of silence. It was evident that their esteemed master Xiao truly aspired to become Jiangze's brother-in-law. In the Rong residence, Rong Xiu had just exited the study when he noticed the servants leading Qin Yexiao and his companions and remarked with surprise, "You have all arrived." The group greeted Rong Xiu politely. He nodded, his gaze settling on Jiangze, and who might this child be? Jiangze promptly introduced himself, displaying admirable decorum. "Hello, Madame Rong, I am Jiangze. Jiangli is my elder sister, and she often speaks of you." Rong Xiu was taken aback, pondering when Jiangli had acquired such a younger brother. A side note, thank you for your support. Chapter 68. Is this truly an apology? Qin Yexiao carried Jiangze's backpack, removing his mask with one hand. "Where is Jiangli?" Rong Xiu shifted her attention away from Jiangze and addressed the group, suggesting they proceed to the embroidery room. Everyone nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Jiangze spoke up, a hint of shyness in his voice. "I would like to use the restroom." The steward, Rong, replied, "Allow me to accompany young Master Jiang. You and the others may head to the embroidery room first." After a moment's contemplation, Rong Xiu nodded, instructing him to take good care of the boy. "Of course," the steward affirmed, turning to Jiangze with a warm demeanor, "Young master, I shall escort you to the restroom." Jiangze, displaying impeccable manners, responded with a polite, "Thank you, Grandma." For convenience, the steward also brought along a male servant. Upon reaching the restroom door, the steward halted and turned slightly, saying, "Young master, if you require anything, do call for us." Jiangze acknowledged with a nod and rushed into the restroom. Once he shut the door, he immediately pulled out his phone, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he sent a message to Jiangli. He succinctly informed her about adding Qin Yexiao to the parental group chat, as well as the arrangements for lunch at the Rong residence. Jiangze typed, "Mom, what should I do? Should I sneak away now?" If he had to eat, he would have to remove his mask and the thought of being seen. Jiangze's small hands rubbed his face in despair, unable to fathom such a scenario. How did things escalate to this point? Within seconds, Jiangli replied, "Smile." That ominous smile sent a shiver down Jiangze's spine, prompting him to hastily send two messages. "Mom, the baby is sorry, but this time it truly isn't the baby's fault. It's Qin Yexiao, that cunning man. Baby, come home now, roll up your bedding and return to Zhongzhou. I will never return to this sorrowful city again." Jiangze felt a profound sadness. Despite all precautions, he never anticipated the treachery that lay within his own home. His father was more terrifying than the paparazzi chasing after celebrities. Jiangli texted, "No need. Just come over." Jiangze, gazing at those tranquil words, felt the calm before the storm overwhelming his mind. He feared, "Will you kill me?" This time, Jiangli sent a voice message, languidly stating, "No, you are quite valuable. You can inherit the estate." Upon hearing this, Jiangze fell silent. Shunyu had always been inseparable from Qin Yexiao, but after being abandoned too many times, he insisted on accompanying him to the Rong mansion today. Qin Yicheng was equally intrigued by Jiang Li and decided to follow. However, he did not expect to witness such a scene. Jiang Li, clad in a black dress and black high heels, reclined lazily in front of an embroidery frame with her legs crossed, her slender back slightly arched. Her figure was exquisitely alluring, her posture exuding an air of arrogance. Her waist-length black hair was casually secured with a pencil, with several loose strands softly curling against the side of her face. The atmosphere around her was excessively aloof. There is a saying in the entertainment industry that aptly encapsulates her presence. Jiang Li truly epitomizes the pinnacle of beauty in domestic entertainment. She deftly held a needle between her fingers, weaving it through the satin fabric with grace. Qin Yiqing and Shun Yu stood frozen in place, their legs stiff, utterly dumbfounded. Knowing that a powerful figure could embroider was far more exhilarating than witnessing it firsthand. In their minds, embroidery represented an elegant and classical art form, a static beauty. They had never encountered an embroidery so flamboyant and unrestrained as that of Jiangli. While others embroidered with grace, this gentleman's work exuded wildness. Li Li and Rong Xiu stepped inside, and Jiangli lifted her eyelids, the delicate tips of her eyes slightly arched, her gaze dark and piercing. Upon noticing Qin Yexiao holding the Ultraman backpack belonging to Jiang Zhe, her ebony eyes narrowed slightly. Shen Yu and Qin Yiqing regained their composure and followed closely behind Qin Yexiao. As the group approached Jiangli, they instinctively observed the piece she was embroidering. It was a blooming, blazing ghost flower, its petals a gradient of red and black, with flames transitioning from gold to black. This stark contrast to the auspicious symbolism typically associated with embroidery created a visually striking and profound impact, steeped in darkness. Qin Yiqing took a few steps closer to Jiangli, slightly bending to examine the artwork. After a brief moment, he gasped, finding the style somewhat familiar. "Hey, Shen Yu, didn't we encounter something similar at an auction? Thank you for your support." Chapter 69 begins the torment of the scoundrels. Shen Yu gazed at the audacious stitching of the ghost flower under Jiang Li's hands, nodding in recognition. It was at the Ghost Markets auction that they had previously sought something and stumbled upon it. This was many years ago, and the embroidered piece was titled Wolf. Due to its daring style, the auction attracted numerous participants, creating a fervent atmosphere. Consequently, the artwork fetched an exorbitant price, drawing the attention of the International Embroidery Association. They held some recollection of it. Jiang Li's piece bore a striking resemblance to that of Wolf. Qin Yiqing suddenly recalled something and snapped his fingers, realizing, Jiang Li, you must be fond of that artist Wolf, am I right? Wolf has pioneered a new style of embroidery, garnering a devoted following of admirers who emulate her work. Jiang Li is likely one of them. Rong Xiu interjected. Qin Yiqing continued, speaking of which, Wolf is quite remarkable, with just 3 works. She has achieved legendary status. The first 2 have been acquired by the 5 alliances, and the only way to see them is to wait for the International Embroidery Exhibition. Jiang Li remained silent, pondering who might have purchased her 3rd piece. Qin Yiqing glanced at her, noting that there are plenty of high-quality replicas of Wolf's art available in the market. Rong Xiu recalled Yu Ruoqi's painting, which was indeed a replica, and wondered how Jiang Li had managed to obtain her 3rd piece. If you adore Wolf, I can arrange an invitation for you to the next embroidery exhibition, Qin Yiqing said, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Li, but that invitation won't be easy to come by. Only the most prominent figures from various countries and industries can attend such a prestigious event. Someone like Jiang Li would surely lack the qualification. Not interested. Jiang Li lazily replied. Qin Yiqing opened his mouth to ask why. If she liked Wolf, she would have no interest. However, Jiang Li turned her gaze towards Rong Xiu, saying, I'm hungry. Lunch is ready. Let's go, replied Rong Xiu. Jiang Li flicked the needle between her fingers with a light motion, and the others only heard the faint sound of air being pierced. They turned to see the needle embedded deep into the wood of the embroidery frame. Qin Yiqing and Shen Yu. What immense strength must be wielded to casually fling this, embedding the needle so deeply into the wood. The embroidery frame in the Rong residence is entirely crafted from sandalwood. Qin Yexiao observed, a flicker of subtle, enigmatic amusement dancing in his eyes. Zhang Liru, seemingly unfazed, rose from her seat, kicked the chair aside, and walked out with Master Rong. Qin Yiqing cast another glance at the needle embedded in the wood, still threaded with black line, an inexplicable chill coursing through one's veins. As they traversed the corridor, they encountered Jiang Zhe returning from the restroom. Sister, the child called out, his voice quavering slightly, hands clasped in front of him as he obediently approached Jiang Li. She glanced at him, remaining silent. Jiang Zhe felt a pang of apprehension. Qin Yiqing and Shun Yu had discerned that Jiang Zhe only feigned obedience in Jiang Li's presence. Rong Xiu scrutinized Jiang Zhe, carefully choosing her words to inquire about the child. Jiang Li seemed to just recall, her hair twisted up with a pencil. She lifted her hand to release it, cascading down like a waterfall to her waist. She ran her fingers through her hair leisurely, speaking succinctly, "He-s mine." Jiang Zhe. Rong Xiu was skeptical. After all these years, she had managed on her own, unable to care for herself, let alone a child. However, with Qin Yexiao and the others present, Rong Xiu nodded. refraining from further inquiries, contemplating addressing Jiang Li in private later. Upon arriving at the dining area, the servants had already begun serving the dishes. Jiang Zhe scampered ahead, struggling slightly to pull open a chair that was taller than him, calling out, "Sister." Jiang Li naturally took her seat. The three of them watched the scene unfold. Shen Yu now believed in what Qini Chen had once said, that Jiang Zhe was exceedingly arrogant. Rong Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained her composure and smiled, thinking that the child was rather well-behaved. Having another person by Jiang Li's side could potentially be beneficial, couldn't it? Jiang Li responded nonchalantly, propping her chin on her hand as she cast a sidelong glance at the obedient yet timid Jiang Zhe, who appeared quite guilty. After raising him for so many years, he should serve some purpose. This statement sent a chill down Jiang Zhe's spine, making his hair stand on end. Could his mother truly be considering selling him off? His eyes widened in alarm, the sincerity evident in his black and white gaze, glistening with moisture. "Sister, I still have so many uses. I'm an excellent cook. I'm better than any housekeeper. Plus, I'm free." The others chuckled softly at his earnestness. Rong Xiao couldn't help but laugh, understanding that Jiang Zhe was intended to look after Jiang Li, affectionate toward him due to her fondness for Jiang Li. She beckoned him over, saying, "Come, sit beside Grandma Rong." Jiang Zhe glanced at Jiang Li, and seeing her make no objections, he approached Rong Xiao. Shen Yu and Qini Chen exchanged looks, both beginning to doubt whether this gentle and kind Rong Xiao was indeed the aloof and unapproachable figure they had known. One by one, they settled into their seats. Noticing that Jiang Zhe still wore his mask, Rong Xiao asked, "Little Yi, why don't you take off your mask? It's time to eat." Qin Yexiao, Qini Chen, and Shen Yu lifted their gazes, realizing that despite having encountered Jiang Zhe several times, they had never truly seen his face. Thank you for your support. Chapter 70, Reversal. What is true despair? Upon hearing Rong Xiao instruct Jiang Zhe to remove his mask, Jiang Li exhibited little reaction, leisurely seated. She was always unrestrained in Rong Xiao's presence, disregarding decorum as she casually picked up her chopsticks to eat. All eyes turned toward Jiang Zhe. Qin Yexiao cast a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze, seeming somewhat disinterested. Noticing Jiang Li indulging in spicy food, he poured her a cup of tea. "Ah, I forgot." Jiang Zhe offered a demure smile, his eyes crescent-shaped as he gazed at Rong Xiao, remarkably composed. With a natural grace, he nonchalantly removed his mask and folded it, tucking it into his pocket. The instant he unveiled his face, a collective gasp arose among the onlookers. Shen Yu exclaimed in shock, "What? You. Qini Chen's eyes widened in terror, fixated on Jiang Zhe's visage, his mouth agape in disbelief. His reaction was overwhelming. Qin Yexiao furrowed his brow, instinctively lifting his eyelids, his piercing black eyes locking onto Jiang Zhe's face. In the next moment, a sharp crack resonated through the air. Everyone watched as the teacup in Qin Yexiao's hand was crushed to shards. His usually detached gaze, which seldom engaged with the mundane world, now stared blankly at Jiang Zhe. The entire restaurant succumbed to an eerie silence. Qini Chen and Shen Yu were so stunned that they forgot to breathe, their expressions frozen as they scrutinized Jiang Zhe's features. The collective gaze of the diners shifted from Jiang Zhe to Qin Yexiao, and then a sudden realization struck them, as if a blinding light had flashed before their eyes, shattering their composure. Qini Chen's lips moved several times, and after a long while, he finally regained his voice. When he spoke again, his hand holding the chopsticks trembled. "Why you? How can you resemble my brother so much? You cannot possibly be." The two faces, while not identical, bore such a striking resemblance that anyone would question their connection. The words "my brother's illegitimate child" almost escaped his lips, but were abruptly halted. Memories flashed in his mind of his brother having Shen Yu conduct a DNA test on Jiang Zhe, which revealed no blood relation whatsoever. It was impossible for him to be an illegitimate child. Rong Xiao parted her lips, glancing at Jiang Li. What on earth is going on? She had always been puzzled about how Jiang Li could be connected to the Qin family. Don't tell me the child is already this grown up. With her name called, Jiang Li slowly lifted her gaze, her narrow double eyelids accentuating the alluring curve of her eyes, cold and indifferent, revealing no hint of emotion. She squinted slightly, yet remained silent. Jiang Zhe was the first to speak. "Sister, it's true, I really do look a bit like him." The little boy's eyes widened in surprise, distinctly black and white, fixated on Qin Yexiao's face, as he produced a small mirror from seemingly nowhere. He compared his reflection with Qin Yexiao's visage, theatrically engrossed in the moment. His fair, round face vividly displayed astonishment and wonder, more convincingly than a seasoned actor. Qin Yexiao was also observing him, his pupils constricting, their gazes locked. The similarity in the contours of their brows and eyes was striking. At that moment, Qin Yiqin realized why he had always felt that Jiang Zhe's eyes seemed familiar. It was his brother. Thus, his brother sought a DNA test after discovering that Jiang Zhe bore a striking resemblance to him. Jiang slightly turned his face, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at the nearby Qin Yexiao with raised eyebrows, acknowledging the similarity. Others. Qin Yexiao had previously undergone a DNA test, but at that time, he was unaware of how much Jiang Zhe resembled him. So much so that he nearly believed Jiang Zhe to be. The man scrutinized Jiang Zhe, not missing a single subtle expression on his face. It was completely natural, devoid of any discernible flaw. Suddenly, Jiang Zhe exclaimed in realization. His small frame pressed against the dining table, leaning forward with excitement as he looked at Qin Yexiao. Brother, I was picked up by my sister. I can't possibly be the long-lost young master of your family, can I? Others. Were it not for the DNA comparison results still languishing at the Northern Emperor Manor, Qin Yiqing would have been utterly convinced that this was indeed his brother's son. Wow, I didn't expect my lineage to be so illustrious. The Qin family. Jiang Zhe wore an expression that suggested he was about to soar to new heights, transforming into a wealthy young master destined to inherit vast fortunes. He excitedly proposed to Qin Yexiao, Brother, why don't we conduct a DNA test? If I am indeed a part of the Qin family, I wish to reclaim my heritage immediately. Qin Yiqing and Shunyu. It's already been done. It's of no consequence. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Observing the silent faces across the table, Jiang Zhe struggled to maintain his composure, stifling a laugh to avoid revealing any cracks in his facade. The testing equipment at the Northern Emperor Manor had long been compromised by him, yielding entirely inverted results. But the performance was far from over. It must continue. Why is everyone so silent? Jiang Zhe, with a discontented pout, questioned why finding family didn't bring joy. Brother, why are you not reacting? Qin Yexiao remained silent. Are you all afraid that I might return and claim my share of the inheritance? Jiang Zhe continued, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. It's all right if you don't want to acknowledge me. A little monetary compensation would suffice to send me on my way. The others remained speechless. Jiang Li smirked, gazing at Qin Yexiao. Although we may share some resemblance, perhaps we should confirm it? If I belong to the Qin family, you ought to propose a price. Jiang Zhe's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Upon hearing her request for a DNA test, Qin Yexiao turned away, fixating on Jiang Li's strikingly dark and beautiful eyes. There was no warmth, no emotion, only an unyielding clarity and chill that pierced the soul. He suppressed any thoughts that should not have arisen. She would not. Even after the unexpected events of years past, she would not burden herself with a liability. Regaining his composure, Qin Yexiao's fingers remained tense as he mechanically discarded the shards of a broken teacup into the nearby trash bin. His voice was devoid of inflection. There is a resemblance. The illegitimate children of the Qin family will be brought back. None will be left outside. In the realm of true aristocracy, the existence of illegitimate offspring was of little concern. To them, the more descendants, the better. They valued capability above all. Alas, Jiang Zhe sighed, seemingly regretful. Very well. Butler Rong presented a new cup, placing it beside Qin Yexiao. He offered Jiang Li a piece of vegetable. Let us eat. Having successfully navigated the ordeal, Jiang Zhe discreetly wiped her small hands on her pants, erasing the cold sweat from her palms. Alas, I was utterly startled. During the meal, everyone appeared lost in thought. Even though it was clear that Qin Yexiao had no connection with Jiang Zhe, their gazes continually flitted between the two. After finishing dinner, the group settled in the hall. Qin Yexiao applied medicine to Jiang Li's wounds, bid farewell to Master Rong, and departed from the Rong residence with Shunyu and Qin Yiqing. Just before leaving, he cast a glance at Jiang Li, who remained in her relaxed position, one leg crossed over the other, her delicate arm draped casually over the sofa. Her eyelids drooping as she focused on her phone. Her fingers danced over the screen, seemingly engaged in replying to someone's message. Beside her, Jiang Zhe dutifully leaned over the sandalwood coffee table, engrossed in his homework, bearing a striking resemblance to her. However, the thought of that DNA test report lingered in his mind. At that moment, Jiang Li suddenly lifted her gaze, as if noticing his impending departure. She waved her hand with a somewhat enchanting smile. Xiao Yi, see you tomorrow. This time, Her smile held a touch more sincerity, along with an enigmatic emotion. Qin Yexiao regarded her intently for a few seconds before responding, "I will bring the wolf to you tonight." Jiang Li, displaying utmost politeness, replied, "Thank you, Xiao Yi. See you tonight." Qin Yexiao nodded, withdrew his gaze, and stepped out of the hall with measured strides. On the return journey to the courtyard, the car was enveloped in a profound silence, the stillness almost oppressive. After a considerable pause, Qin Yichen could no longer contain himself and broke the silence. "That Jiang Li's brother truly bears a striking resemblance to you, brother." Shen Yu glanced at the rearview mirror. Qin Yexiao reclined in the shadows of the back seat, his sharply defined features cloaked in a play of light and darkness, inscrutable and profound. The man remained silent. Shen Yu pondered for a moment and suggested, "Xiao Yi, how about we conduct another blood test? As an aside, thank you for your support." Chapter 71. Threat, truly a reckless endeavor. What absurd idea have you concocted? Qin Yichen turned slightly, exasperated. "This is a DNA test. Changing the sample will not alter the outcome. Blood and saliva are essentially indistinguishable." Shen Yu adjusted the steering wheel. Taking a turn, a second test is the safer option. Qin Yichen contemplated for a few seconds before retorting, "What if the individuals genuinely resemble one another?" Shen Yu replied, "Then we shall simply assume they are similar." Qin Yichen's lips twitched slightly. "Less of your nonsense, please." He turned to Qin Yixiao, his expression laden with complexity. "Brother, have you truly not been involved with any other women over the years?" Qin Yixiao lifted his eyelids, his pupils narrowing. A chilling glint in his eyes as he directed a piercing glare at Qin Yichen. The temperature within the vehicle plummeted several degrees, creating an eerie atmosphere. Qin Yichen gasped in shock, recoiling. "I apologize, brother. I should not have doubted you." After all, no woman had ever been seen in his brother's presence. How could he question his brother's integrity? Shen Yu lightly tapped the steering wheel, chuckling. "Do you think Xiao Yi is like you, flitting through a garden of flowers?" Qin Yichen protested. "What is wrong with that? I merely wish to elevate the happiness index of this world, to spread joy amongst us all." Shen Yu clicked his tongue. "If you crash, don't come looking for me to drown your sorrows in drink while you cling to my leg and weep. Impossible. Whoever cries is the fool." Qin Yichen always believed that there existed a significant distinction between being flirtatious and being lewd. He merely considered himself flirtatious. Shen Yu raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. He glanced at the rearview mirror. Their family Xiaoya and Qin Yichen were two polar opposites, likely the result of that female eccentric. However, even if that eccentric truly was pregnant and bore a child, the age of Jiang Zhe would not align. Moreover, there was the DNA test result, which he had personally overseen. It was infallible. The precision of the equipment at Beatty Manor surpassed even that of the Medical Alliance, leaving little room for doubt. Qin Yexiao held his phone, remaining silent. 3 seconds later, he sent a message to Zhongzhou. Jiang Li had spent the day at the Rong residence, and, after indulging in dinner, returned to Huiding well past 9 o'clock. "Mom, how was it? Was the baby's acting truly a reflection of your profound teachings?" Jiang Zhe chuckled at the thought of his flawless performance today, recalling the bewildered expressions of Qin Yichen and his companions. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "Playing them like that? You'd better be cautious." "I fear nothing." Jiang Zhe shrugged nonchalantly. "Who told my dad to set me up first? Just look up. Does heaven spare anyone?" With this, he felt he could avoid hiding and wearing masks in the future. Suddenly, he considered that his father's ploy to have him undergo a DNA test might not be such a bad thing after all. As Jiang Li recalled the cup that Qin Yexiao had crushed, a smile tugged at the corners of her lips, and the cold indifference in her exquisite features faded, replaced by a hint of playful amusement. Jiang Zhe had never seen her smile like that before. It was as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. His eyes widening in astonishment. Jiang Li is a formidable presence, exuding an overwhelming aura, with a temperament that is decidedly tempestuous. Yet, her emotions remain entirely restrained. When she takes action, the corners of her mouth are perpetually arched in a casual smile, chillingly indifferent. Jiang Zhe, while retreating, gazes at her face and remarks, "Mom, you seem to be in a rather good mood." Jiang Li, retrieving a mint from her trench coat pocket, tilts her head and unwraps the candy, biting down on it. "Is that so?" Jiang Zhe nods earnestly. Jiang Li muses that she had just witnessed an intriguing performance, thus her spirits are somewhat elevated. Her peripheral vision inadvertently catches sight of a sleek black car stationed at the entrance of her apartment building, and her eyes momentarily sharpen. The occupants have noticed her too. The door swings open, revealing Chu Lingfeng and Yu Xuanqing. Jiang Li narrows her eyes, as the faint smile upon her face is abruptly engulfed by an icy chill, her dark gaze swirling with latent hostility. Jiang Ze recognizes them, his brows knitting in annoyance. How bothersome, to disturb his mother's good mood. The two men approach her. Li, Chu Lingfeng glances at the child beside Jiang Li. Who is this? Jiang Li lifts her chin defiantly. Jiang Ze casts a fleeting glance at them, clutching his backpack as he strides into the apartment building, his small figure both resolute and cool. Yu Xuanqing, preoccupied, disregards Jiang Ze, his eyes scrutinizing Jiang Li with a complex expression. Li, are you seeing Qin Yexiao? Jiang Li leisurely crosses her arms. What does that have to do with you? Her words resonate with an unspoken affirmation in the ears of the two men. Yu Xuanqing presses his lips together. Li, I understand your eagerness to carve out a career in the entertainment industry, but the path of dubious means is not the right way, especially when it concerns the Qin family. This is certainly not something you can manage alone. The Qin family, reigning in the capital, wields immense power, rendering ordinary noble families like theirs insurmountable. Most critically, Jiang Li's temperament is prone to offending influential figures, should she find herself in trouble. Neither the Chu family nor even her grandfather, Old Master Yu, could shield her from the consequences. Jiang Li smirked. Are you afraid I might implicate you? Chu Linfeng, aware of Jiang Li's volatile nature, took a deep breath, his tone gentle and patient. I have already arranged everything, Li. Your father will send you abroad for studies. Once the commotion subsides, we will bring you back and secure a position for you in the company. Is that all you have to say? Jiang Li bit down on her mint candy, the coolness descending her throat, suppressing her agitation. Chu Linfeng continued earnestly. The entertainment industry is not suited for you. Yu Xuanqing also urged her, his tone tinged with impatience. Face reality, Yenner entered the entertainment industry almost simultaneously as you. Do you not see her standing? Why must you compare yourself to Yenner? Jiang Li lowered her arms, hands tucked into her pockets, observing them. They still smiled. Mind your own business, she replied slowly, each word deliberate, her eyes slightly narrowed, exuding an air of chilling defiance. With that, she averted her gaze, stepped aside, and moved forward, circumventing them. Yu Xuanqing grasped her arm, turning to face her, his gaze solemn. Li, we are all doing this for your own good. Please do not be so headstrong. He looked at Jiang Li's exceptionally beautiful face, momentarily dazzled. With a serious tone, he continued, Qin Yexiao can currently assist you in hiring a lawyer, purchasing gowns, and securing resources for you. But what will happen in the future? Can you guarantee that he will continue to assist you in the future? She does not require any assurance. A deep, clear voice resonated through the air. Chu Linfeng and Yu Xuanqing turned their gazes to see a man emerging from the dim night into the glow of the streetlight, Qin Yexiao. Both Chu Linfeng and Yu Xuanqing were momentarily taken aback. I give her my word, the man declared, as long as she remains in the entertainment industry, everything she desires, or even that which she does not, I shall present before her. With Qin Yexiao's appearance, an intangible sense of oppression silently enveloped the atmosphere, rendering the surrounding air thin and frigid. One hand was entwined with the leashes of Shi and Yao Chan, while the other held two overflowing shopping bags from the supermarket. The man's cold and sharp aura clashed conspicuously with the items he carried. Qin Yexiao's gaze fell upon Yu Xuanqing, who was gripping Zhang's arm, his dark pupils narrowing, revealing a chilling malice beneath. When he spoke again, his voice seemed infused with an icy chill. Let go. Author's note: thank you for your support. Chapter 72. I see you are utterly consumed by desire. Yu Xuanqing had yet to comprehend the situation when Qin Yexiao abruptly released the leash of the wolf and strode forward, seizing Yu Xuanqing's wrist with a powerful grip. Pain surged through Yu Xuanqing's wrist, nearly convincing him that it might shatter under the pressure. He was forcefully thrown aside, stumbling backward. Chu Linfeng was taken aback, not anticipating Qin Yexiao's sudden aggression, and hurriedly supported Yu Xuanqing. Young Master Qin, what do you mean by this? Get lost. Qin Yexiao's thin lips parted slightly. With merely a glance, it seemed as though the very pores of Chu Linfeng and Yu Xuanqing were on the verge of bursting, suffocating under the weight of his presence. He grasped Jiang Li's hand, intent on leading her away. Chu Linfeng furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Qin, this is a matter between my sister and me. It should bear no relevance to you. Yu Xuanqing, recovering from the pang of discomfort, raised his gaze and noticed Qin Yexiao standing intimately beside Jiang Li. His expression darkened as he pressed his lips together. Qin Yexiao turned his face slightly, lowering his gaze to inquire, "Your brother?" Jiang Li exhibited little emotion, simply replying, "Not familiar." "Li." Chu Linfeng looked at her, his eyes heavy with concern. "I will escort you upstairs." Qin Yexiao disregarded them entirely, tightening his grip on Jiang Li's hand as he turned to enter the apartment building. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Linfeng attempted to follow. Suddenly, two wolves, Shishir and Diaochan, rushed forward to block his path, their menacing gazes fixed upon him, their green eyes appearing ghastly under the streetlights as they bared their teeth and growled ominously. Yu Xuanqing, meeting the wolves' gaze, was taken aback and seized Chu Linfeng's arm, urging him to retreat. "Stay still, it's a wolf." Startled by the warning, Chu Linfeng's heart raced, yet he could not help but glance towards the already distant Jiang Li, his feet shifting restlessly as he contemplated pursuing her. Just as he took a half-step forward, the two wolves snarled fiercely at them once more. In a flurry, Chu Linfeng and Yu Xuanqing retreated a few steps. Fixing his eyes on Jiang Li's departing figure, Chu Linfeng raised his voice. Li, I will not harm you. Please ponder my words carefully." It was only after Jiang Li had entered the apartment that the wolves retracted their fangs, retrieving their own leashes before advancing. Chu Linfeng clenched his hands tightly at his sides. Inside the elevator, two wolves stood obediently on either side. Jiang Li caught a glimpse of the intertwined hands. Growing increasingly familiar, she lifted her gaze to observe the sharp contours of his profile, the smooth lines, and a teasing smile played upon her lips as she ambiguously inquired, "Is my hand comfortable to hold?" Qin Yexiao hesitated briefly, his gaze descending to their joined hands. Then he tightened and relaxed his grip, as if gauging the comfort. "Jiang Li." 3 seconds later, Qin Yexiao's eyes returned to her face. "It's comfortable." Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, astonished that he dared to respond. Qin Yexiao continued, "Very soft, and quite fierce when you plunged a knife into me." Jiang Li chuckled. "Xiao Yi, if you insist on putting it that way, aren't you afraid that once you marry me, there might come a night when you suddenly find yourself unable to wake up?" Qin Yexiao pondered for a moment, then leaned slightly closer to her, his voice earnest as he retorted, "Then, could you grant me a more comfortable way to die?" Jiang Li. They were so close that they could discern the reflections in each other's pupils. Their breaths intertwined delicately, gathering, the temperature rising imperceptibly. Ultimately, it surged intensely towards Jiang Li's heart, shattering years of tranquil ice, creating chaos that muddled her thoughts. Yet, after just a moment of confusion, she forcefully suppressed it. Realizing her emotions were spiraling out of control, her eyes darkened profoundly, an astonishing weight settling within. Nevertheless, the curve of her lips deepened as she spoke leisurely. "Xiao Yi, in a society governed by law, let us refrain from violence. Beware of the legal consequences." Qin Yexiao. A chime resonated. The elevator door slid open, and Jiang Li withdrew her hand, concealing a smile as she exited the lift with a stoic expression. Upon reaching the front door, she entered the password. Inside, Jiang Zhe was holding his phone, preparing to message Qin Yexiao to have Shishir and Diaochan sent over, when he heard the sound of the door opening. Turning his gaze, he saw his parents returning home together. Jiang Zhe felt that the daily sparring with his father was ultimately in vain, especially with them now lingering nearby. He smiled amiably, greeting, "Sister, brother." The two wolves, having not seen Jiang Zhe for quite some time, excitedly rushed over to him, nuzzling affectionately. Jiang Zhe tenderly ruffled their fur, cooing, "Good boys." Jiang Li discarded her high heels at the entrance, her bare feet meeting the cool floor, which invigorated her senses. The warmth lingering on her skin gradually faded, and her heart settled into tranquility. Qin Yexiao set down the groceries in the corner, changed his shoes, and picked up her flip-flops, moving with practiced ease, as if accustomed to Jiang Li's independent nature. As Jiang Li approached the coffee table, she lifted a glass of water, sipping half before something thudded against her feet. A low voice from nearby urged, "Put them on." Jiang Li glanced at the flip-flops, but chose not to oppose him. Sliding her delicate, pale feet into them, she turned slightly, fingers wrapped around the glass, her arms hanging naturally at her sides, her mood restored to normalcy. With a semblance of a smile, she regarded him. "It's late. I won't keep you." Qin Yexiao, realizing she truly perceived him as merely a utility, fell silent for a moment. Then, with an air of self-awareness, he nodded, casting a glance at Jiang Zhe and the two wolves still entangled together. "When you join the cast for filming, they can stay at my place." "No need," she replied. Jiang Li spoke softly, indicating that he resided on campus. All right, Qin Yexiao replied, his gaze penetrating into her eyes. He said, the master bedroom at the Beatty Manor is quite spacious. You are welcome to lie down whenever you wish. Jiang Li was taken aback, as memories of past misfortunes resurfaced in her mind. She gazed at Qin Yexiao's earnest expression, which was even more serious than hers. Fine. I will certainly visit when I have the time. A flicker of amusement danced in the depths of Qin Yexiao's eyes. If you require any resources, let me know, and I will have Qin arrange them for you. Why would I need so many resources? Jiang Li sipped her water, her dark eyes narrowing slightly. Have you thoroughly investigated me? Do you not know my intentions for entering this industry? Qin Yexiao fixed his deep gaze upon her for several seconds before responding. The investigation is not yet complete. His four words cut through the tension with stark clarity. Jiang Li acknowledged this with a soft "oh," neither refuting nor confirming his assertion. Just don't let yourself become complacent. Don't worry, Qin Yexiao replied. I am a law-abiding citizen and will wield the power of the law to protect your rights. Jiang Li remained indifferent, asserting, I am merely an actress, a public figure, and I accept both praise and criticism. However, accusations of drug use are intolerable. I cannot accept that. Qin Yexiao's pupils were as dark as night, concealing any discernible emotion, exuding a brooding chill that seemed capable of engulfing everything. Jiang Li squinted slightly, contemplating him. The entertainment industry is fraught with complications, where every action is magnified and manipulated by the media to convey various, often contentious interpretations. Some individuals avoid trouble, and Jiang Li had no desire to entangle herself in such matters. Qin Yexiao observed the expression on her face, which practically screamed, You better not cause me any trouble. He smirked slightly and whispered, Rest assured, I am a good person who adheres to the law and will protect your rights with legal means. Jiang Zhe crouched on the ground, swiftly turning his head at the sound of his father's voice, his gaze laden with complexity. Had he misheard? His father was advocating for lawfulness. In their family of three, not a single virtuous soul existed, yet the one who seemed least virtuous dared to proclaim adherence to the law. Jiang Li couldn't help but curl his lips in a smirk, nodding in acknowledgement. After all, Xiongyu was both beautiful and kind-hearted, renowned far and wide. At the Yu family villa, the Chu Qingzhang couple had been frequently seen in the company of the Yu family as of late. Both families were troubled by Jiang Li's predicament. Yu Xuanqing observed his slightly trembling wrist, a pain akin to tearing deep within his bones, cold sweat beading on his back. The bones should be intact, yet the pain persisted, rendering his complexion pale. Images of Qin Yexiao and Jiang Li's silhouettes incessantly haunted his mind, casting a shadow over his eyes. His grandfather often remarked that Jiang Li was proud and disdainful of explanations, lacking a solid support system, which led to her misfortunes in the entertainment industry. However, he never anticipated that following their annulment, she would so willingly succumb to degradation. Madame Yu and Yu Ruoqi were unusually silent. Yu Xuanqing's chest rose and fell slightly. Was she retaliating against the dissolution of their engagement by deliberately associating with the heir of the Qin family to provoke him? Chu Linfeng lowered his gaze, noticing Yu Xuanqing incessantly rubbing his wrist, and inquired with concern, Is your hand all right? It's fine, Yu Xuanqing replied, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his tone. Qin Yexiao would never marry her. The Qin family would never permit a woman of humble origins to enter their ranks. What foolishness is this? Even our family believes Jiang Li's reputation is too tarnished. I cannot fathom how one of the four great families, the Qin family, would accept her. Yu Rong cast a glance at him, seemingly taken aback by the sharply pointed words of his usually courteous son. Chu Qingzhang experienced a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he acknowledged Jiang Li's considerable abilities, having secured a connection with the heir of the Qin family. On the other hand, he harbored a deep-seated fear of Jiang Li's temperament. Should she offend someone, it could spell disaster for everyone involved. The Chu family could not afford such a risk. If only the heir of the Qin family had taken an interest in Chu Yan, things would have been far more favorable. Yanwei clenched her fingers tightly, her eyes filled with resentment. Jiang Li had lost the engagement with the Yu family, yet had turned her attention to the illustrious Qin family. A connection they had never dared to dream of. The young master of the Qin family seemed to be doing so much for Jiang Li. Facing the Qin family, Chu Qingzhang felt utterly bereft of confidence, looking at Yu Rong and thinking, Old Yu, what shall we do now? He was well aware that Qin Yexiao had no intention of marrying Jiang Li. It was merely a fleeting dalliance. What truly frightened him was the potential fallout from Jiang Li's actions. Yu Rong exhaled deeply, acknowledging that they were powerless to change Jiang Li's stubbornness, and they could only take one step at a time. The atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly tense. As Yu Rong lifted his teacup to drink, he suddenly paused, his gaze drifting toward Yuruachi. In the past, whenever Jiang Li was mentioned, Yuruachi would respond with scornful jibes, yet today she was unusually silent. Yu Rong recalled that Mrs. Yu had taken Yuruachi to visit Master Rong earlier and inquired, "Ruachi, what was the outcome of your meeting with Master Rong today?" Hearing her father's voice, Yuruachi returned to reality, her gaze unfocused as she replied, "Dad, what did you just say?" Observing her demeanor, Yu Rong deduced that the meeting had not gone well. He took a sip of tea and asked, "What did Master Rong say?" Yuruachi became lost in thought, recalling her time with Jiang Li in Master Rong's embroidery room and the master's attitude toward her. Upon observing her condition, Yu Rong turned to Madame Yu and inquired about Master Rong. Madame Yu looked at him, shaking her head, her expression somewhat peculiar. "I have indeed seen him." Yu Rong leaned forward to place his teacup down, still in disbelief. "Isn't Ruachi allowed to meet him?" Madame Yu's fingers curled slightly, hesitating before she spoke. "Dear, I encountered Jiang Li at the Rong residence." Yu Rong was taken aback. Others raised their gazes in unison. Madame Yu pressed her lips together and relayed the events at the Rong residence. "What did you say?" This time, even Yu Rong was unsettled. Jiang Li knew Master Rong and was quite familiar with him. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Master Rong held a unique status in the capital, teaching only students and never accepting personal disciples. He lived a reclusive life, rarely interacting with prominent families. What could a mere celebrity like Jiang Li possess that would earn her his attention? Chu Chengzhang clenched his hands tightly in his lap. Why was Master Rong being mentioned again? He was aware that Jiang Li had studied embroidery for a brief period during her childhood. But how could a master of such caliber be connected to her? "Dear," Madame Yu opened her mouth, seemingly struggling to find the right words, but ultimately mustered the courage to say, "Could we perhaps find Jiang Li and ask her to speak to Master Rong? Let Ruachi graduate smoothly." Ruachi clenched her fingers, her face burning with embarrassment. She had never imagined there would come a day when she would need to seek assistance from Jiang Li. Author's note: thank you for your support. Li Yi. Mediocre man. Happy weekend. Yu Rong was still reeling from the shock, his mind in a state of disbelief. He forced himself to calm down, intending to first check when Li Li would be free to invite her over for a meal. Upon hearing his agreement, Madame Yu nodded eagerly. Yu Qingzhang and Yin Wei sat on the sofa, both stiff and cold, like statues. The following morning, a faint crimson glow appeared on the horizon. Jiang Zhe opened the door to his room, rubbing his eyes as he emerged. He beheld Jiang Li languidly seated in an armchair by the floor-to-ceiling window, her small round table adorned with a laptop. The light cast a delicate interplay of shadows on her face, enveloping her in ethereal beams, rendering her as beautiful as a meticulously crafted painting, both otherworldly and enchanting. The two wolves remained in their obedient, prone position, serving as footrests for Jiang Li. Jiang Zhe instantly became alert, pulling out his phone to capture a dozen photographs, meticulously considering composition and angles, exhibiting a professionalism surpassing that of seasoned fans. Once satisfied with his shots, he sent them all to Cheng Sijuan and approached. "Mom, did you stay up all night?" Jiang Li responded with a soft Her gaze lowered, focused on the screen of her laptop. Jiang Zhe first walked over to her side to retrieve her empty water cup before heading to the coffee table to fill it with warm water. Returning to offer it to Jiang Li, he glanced at the screen displaying a convoluted map dotted with several red points, presumably indicating the southern border region. In the next moment, the previously flickering red points ceased their movement and illuminated steadily. Simultaneously, Jiang Li's phone received 3 messages from the wolf-headed logo application. "It's done." Recently, transactions on the dark web have become increasingly frequent. Since the Du family fell from grace, everyone has been more cautious. However, the frequency of attacks on the Drug Enforcement Agency's network has recently doubled, and the same goes for Interpol. They seem rather flustered. Messages self-destruct after reading, leaving no trace. Jiang Li smirked lazily, reclining back as he nonchalantly tapped on the keyboard. What is there to panic about? Father is here. Meanwhile, Su Chuang stood at the edge of a mountain path, perusing the latest news, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he bit on his cigarette. Suddenly recalling something, he quickly typed, "There's another matter, Li Yi. Xiao Yi has been placed on Interpol's investigation list. Being listed on Interpol's internal investigation roster is no trivial matter. It consists of prominent figures across various sectors. Even a certain fugitive drug lord can only find himself at the tail end of the list. Yet, a mere 7-year-old child, Jiang Zhe, has made it onto the internal roster. Jiang Li glanced at the message, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Zhe stood beside him, staring at his phone. Utterly perplexed. What a ridiculous situation. After all, he is still a baby. Why are they constantly investigating him? Su Chuang sent another message. Those people have probably never encountered a 7-year-old on Interpol's investigation list. Who knows what they intend to investigate? What brand of milk Xiaoyi drinks? Unbelievable. Jiang Zhe solemnly added an explanation. The milk I drink is all bought by my dad. It's delightful, very satisfying. Jiang Li. Su Chuang remarked. If I'm not mistaken, it must be Qin Yexiao who is investigating, right? Jiang Zhe replied in exasperation. Besides my dad, I can't think of anyone else so absurdly bored enough to do this. Jiang Li typed a couple of keys in response to Su Chuang. Yes. Su Chuang inquired. What should we do about this? A man of many schemes. Jiang Zhe let out a grunt, then shrugged indifferently, unconcerned about the investigation. Should he uncover anything, it would be my defeat. After speaking, she elegantly turned away and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Jiang Li, uninterested in the matter, discarded her phone and rose to take a shower. 20 minutes later, having finished her bath, she emerged, towel in hand, drying her hair. Her fingers were long and slender, the knuckles shrouded in a delicate mist, luminous and pale. Jiang Zhe had gathered the drying clothes and was tidying her wardrobe when he remarked, Mom, your phone rang, just now. Not recognizing the number, he chose not to answer. Jiang Li acknowledged him with a sound, walked over, and picked up her phone. Without the number saved, her sharp memory allowed her to instantly recognize it as Yu Rong's personal contact. Having seen her at the Rong residence yesterday, his call today was unmistakably purposeful. Suddenly, the screen illuminated with an incoming call. Jiang Li paused in her hair drying, her jaw twitching in mild annoyance, but ultimately, out of respect for Elder Yu, she swiped to answer. Activating the speakerphone, she tossed the phone onto the table. Li, it's me, Uncle Yu, came the voice from the other end. Yu Rong initiating the conversation. Jiang Li leaned against the chair, one hand clutching the towel as she continued to dry her hair, her legs lazily bent, and spoke with a polite nonchalance. Is there something you need? Yu Rong chuckled lightly, avoiding any roundabout preamble. Do you have some free time in the coming days? Uncle Yu would like to treat you to a meal. It has been a while since we last met after your return to the capital. Jiang Li gazed into the mirror at her reflection, her eyes momentarily narrowing. It had not been a short while since her return. The engagement had been annulled, and now they wished to invite her to dinner? Jiang Li had little inclination to indulge their whims, her speech measured and slightly subdued. No need. Yu Rong had anticipated how to persuade Jiang Li if she were to decline due to her busy schedule, yet he was unprepared for her resolute rejection. The smile on his face faltered, and he gently inquired, Li, are you upset? Regarding the engagement with Xinshan, your uncle did not assist you. Jiang Li, feeling vexed, narrowed her eyes and replied, her tone laced with a hint of coldness. Uncle Yu, I hold no interest in you Xinshan. Even if you do not mention the dissolution of the engagement, I shall. Had she expressed such sentiments before yesterday, Yu Rong might have suspected that she was merely attempting to preserve her dignity. However, he was now aware of her extraordinary connection with Master Rong. Yu Rong felt that the Yu family had squandered an exceptional opportunity. Unwavering, he asked, Li, it's just a meal. It has been a while since you last saw your grandfather Yu, hasn't it? The moment he invoked the elder Yu, a glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. After a brief pause, she slowly chuckled, Uncle Yu, you must have heard that I possess a rather temperamental disposition. It is not merely a rumor. I shall refrain from dampening your spirits. Her words, though polite, conveyed an unmistakable message. Do not provoke me. With that, she terminated the call. Yu Rong sat in his office chair, holding his phone, lost in thought. After a considerable moment, he exhaled heavily and dialed Madame Yu. Let us refrain from discussing Li any further. We shall devise a new plan for Rachi's graduation issue, he stated. On the other end, Madame Yu grew anxious, still incensed over his insistence on dissolving the engagement. Yu Rong opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by her. If she is angry, I shall apologize to her. At this moment, Madame Yu set aside her dignity and lowered her head, expressing her desire to marry into the Yu family, to which I acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Yu Rong scoffed derisively, questioning if she truly believed her son was a prized catch deserving of Ji Li. Madame Yu's expression darkened abruptly, demanding to know his meaning. Asserting her son's excellence and the undeniable achievements he had made in the company, achievements that were widely recognized. How could he possibly be unworthy of Jiangli? Enough, enough. Yu Rong sighed, urging her not to use Ruoqi's graduation issues as a pretext to mask her foolishness in pressuring Jiang Li to withdraw from their engagement. Ultimately, it was evident that she sought to leverage Jiang Li's close relationship with Master Rong. Madame Yu pursed her lips, recognizing her missed opportunity. Yu Rong, feeling unsettled, patiently reminded her not to forget their father's earlier warning, "Do not regret your choices." Madame Yu fell silent, reflecting on her previous words to Jiang Li. Her gaze fixed as she watched Jiang Li retrieve the jade pendant to annul their engagement. What had she truly done? After finishing her breakfast, Jiang Li retreated to her room to rest. Having gone 2 nights with little sleep, she surprisingly felt no fatigue. Leaning against the headboard, she lit a cigarette and scrolled through Weibo with a secondary account. Since her method of apology had become one of confrontation, Cheng Sijuan had hastily changed the password to her primary account, barring her from its use. Despite her primary account gaining tens of thousands of followers, this paled in comparison to the restoration of her reputation. That morning, Cheng Sijuan had posted a new 9-grid photo of her, depicting Jiang Li sitting by the window. The reviews continue to reflect a predominance of negative feedback over positive remarks. The sister is extraordinarily beautiful. I can hardly contain my excitement. Can we refrain from being overly rigid regarding the gender of Li Yi? The production is truly impressive. Could someone please share which hospital was involved? When will the reshoot for the promotional photos of Like a Dream take place? The costume designer for Feng Xiao is the new talent Song Qingwen. Directed by the esteemed investor Bai Jiao, alongside Xiao Yi, Jiang Li, and Song Mingkai. What a formidable lineup. I am eagerly anticipating this. Bai Jiao is the newly appointed leading lady. She may not be a newcomer, but her popularity is modest. However, her acting skills are exceptional, and her appearance aligns well with the protagonist of Like a Dream. Upon seeing someone summarize the cast, the ensuing comments are hardly commendable. May I inquire if Jiang Li is a suitable match? Like a Dream is destined for failure. It is disheartening to witness Jiang Li's fans shamelessly appropriating the efforts of numerous police officers from the Narcotics Control Bureau, truly intolerable. Can they not maintain some semblance of dignity? Furthermore, it is laughable that fans would employ this to exonerate her. Surely, no one genuinely believes that Jiang Li was responsible for solving the Feng Ziqing drug case. A modicum of merit does not absolve her past misdeeds. A caution to those above, a warning for 100,000 in savings. What is there to fear? The internet possesses a memory. The incident where Jiang Li assaulted someone, leaving them bloodied, remains a trending topic. There is ample evidence. How can someone with such a propensity for violence be deemed worthy of public admiration? National Radio and Television Administration. I speak plainly as a critic of Jiang Li. The likes on this comment are surging, indicating the number of her detractors. On average, one must sift through a dozen or so comments to encounter a solitary positive review in support of Jiang Li. As Jiang Li scrolled through Weibo, her cold and exquisite brows slightly arched in indifference as she flicked away the ash from her cigarette. At that moment, a WeChat message popped up from the top of the screen from Qin Yexiao. Good morning. What are we having for lunch? Jiang Li gazed at the 2 messages, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, striving for calmness before replying. I stayed up all night. I'm going to sleep now. Dare to wake me up at noon? On the other end, Qin Yexiao stared at the longest message Jiang Li had ever sent him. Aware of her morning grumpiness, he recalled what Jiang Zhe had mentioned. He replied, sleep well. See you tonight. With no desire to browse Weibo any longer, Jiang Li tossed her phone aside, extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray, and lay down to sleep. Suddenly, she realized that her actions seemed to indicate she was quite obedient to Qin Yexiao, so she picked up her phone again, entered the game, and began to play solo. Meanwhile, at the North Emperor Manor, during the season's commencement, Qin Yiqing was grinding through the night to rank up in the game, sitting at the dining table with dark circles under his eyes. Qin Yexiao, with his long, slender fingers, leisurely adjusted his shirt cuffs before pulling out a chair and sitting down. Good morning, brother, Qin Yiqing mumbled without raising his head. And after his formidable teammate achieved a pinnacle, he furiously rammed into the crystal as if he had never won before. Shen Yi took a sip of porridge, Xiao Yexiao. Qin Yexiao responded with a casual 18 consecutive victories. I am truly the chosen one. Qin Yiqing beamed at his impressive record, with his chosen game characters all being support roles. Returning to the main page, Qin Yiqing suddenly noticed Jiang Li's avatar glowing. She was playing the game early in the morning. He exclaimed, surprised that she was already ranking up at this hour. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly reached out from beside him and snatched away his phone. Looking up, he found his brother staring intently at the device, his brow slightly furrowed. "What's wrong, brother?" Qin Yiqing asked, puzzled. Qin Yexiao regarded a woman who had just told him she was going to sleep, but had now appeared in the game. He narrowed his eyes. It seemed she had enough energy to play games after an all-nighter, displaying quite a bit of spirit. He tossed the phone back to Qin Yiqing and, with an expressionless face, began to eat breakfast. Qin Yiqing blinked in confusion, then remembered that he had never truly understood his brother and decided to dismiss the thought, his mind carefree. Curious about Jiang Li's skills, Qin Yiqing eagerly clicked into her game session. Upon entering the game interface, he witnessed Jiang Li, a top laner, engaging in a 1v3 against 3 opponents from the mid and jungle. With dazzlingly fluid movements and fully unleashed skills, she dispatched all 3 adversaries, achieving a triple kill. The corners of Qin Yiqing's eyes twitched. Impressive, indeed. Qin Yexiao picked up his phone, instinctively scrolling through Jiang Li's Weibo. Upon entering, he was met with her morning grid of photos. Bathed in light and shadow, she donned a black dress, her languid posture exuding an aura of striking power. With her eyes slightly lowered, she was breathtakingly beautiful, yet exuded an alluring danger, akin to a sharp black rose, mysterious, unique, and commanding. Her skin glowed, porcelain white under the morning light. The ambience was exquisite, and the woman even more so. Qin Yexiao swiped back and forth through the 9 photos. His gaze fixed until he finished his breakfast, at which point he saved them all. Sitting across from him, Xinyu caught sight of this scene and raised an eyebrow. Truly, life is full of surprises. In the past, this individual would peruse an array of medical papers and materials each morning. Now, his attention is solely captured by Jiang Li. Every commendation for her receives his enthusiastic approval, and all images of her are meticulously saved. One wonders, however, how he manages to store such an abundance without exhausting his phone's memory. Might he require a custom 2048 gigabytes device? As Qin Yexiao preserved the images and opened the comments, he encountered the highest-rated remark, a straightforward confession: "I am indeed a critic of Jiang Li." A flicker of cold light danced in the depths of his obsidian pupils, and in an instant, the entire restaurant was enveloped in the man's oppressive aura. Qin Yiqing suddenly felt a chill. Turning to his brother, he beheld a visage so frigid it could freeze the air. Trembling, he inquired, "Brother, what is it now?" His brother's temper seemed even more unpredictable than before. It was then that he noticed his sibling had posted a message on Weibo, utilizing an account he had seemingly created without anyone's knowledge, emblazoned with Jiang Li's trending topic symbol. Meanwhile, Jiang Li awoke from her slumber to find it was already past 5 in the afternoon. After a brief moment to gather herself, she tossed off the covers and stepped barefoot into the hallway. Outside, Jiang Zhe was perched on a small stool, preparing dinner. Upon seeing her, he promptly exclaimed, "Mother, you're awake. You've trended again." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, too disinterested to investigate. As she made her way to the coffee table to pour herself a glass of water, "Have they concocted new slanders?" she mused, having grown weary of the incessant accusations regarding her cosmetic procedures and public appearances. Just then, the tablet before Jiang Zhe emitted the voice of Cheng Sijuan, declaring, "This time, I promise you won't be disappointed. It's something novel." Jiang Zhe was engaged in a video call with Cheng Sijuan. "Enlighten me," Jiang Li uttered softly. "Lord Li, are you cognizant of the events that transpired this morning?" Cheng Sijuan inquired, her tone laden with insinuation. Jiang Li remained silent. Cheng Sijuan continued, "It's rather peculiar. But this morning, Master Xiao impulsively augmented the investment in the production of Ru Ming Ling by a staggering 100 million. He even secured a marketing team for the production. An extravagant expense, I might add." Jiang Li was rendered speechless. Was he simply squandering his wealth? Cheng Sijuan's lips twitched slightly. "Moreover, you may recall my mentioning that the moderator of your super topic was replaced some time ago. I was perplexed by the identity of JLQYX, as they remained unresponsive despite my numerous attempts to contact them. Now, the truth has been unveiled." Jiang Li was taken aback. "It's Master Xiao," Cheng Sijuan exclaimed with heightened excitement. This morning, he was seized by a sudden impulse and initiated a lottery, selecting 1,000 individuals to receive 10,000 yuan each, a grand total of 10 million. The sole prerequisite for participation was never having disparaged you. The trending searches have been inundated with the frenzy. Jiangli was astounded. Jiangli retrieved her mobile phone and accessed Weibo, only to discover that she was once again dominating the trending searches, having achieved an explosive surge in popularity. The top post read, JLQYX, Jiangli Super Topic, Lottery, 1,000 individuals, each receiving 10,000 yuan in cash. The sole requirement for participation, never having criticized Jiangli. As it was a Saturday, the online community was teeming with activity. The initial responses, characterized by a deluge of question marks, swiftly transformed into an outpouring of declarations of affection for Jiangli. Most notably, the comments section beneath the hashtag was replete with expressions of love for Jiangli. Ha ha ha, I have never criticized Jiangli. I wonder what those thoughtless and unscrupulous detractors are feeling now. It utterly amuses me. What a spectacle it is to witness someone disparaging Jiang Li while simultaneously sharing posts, all in pursuit of that prize money. Doesn't it sting? Is Jiang Li now merely a walking 10,000 yuan? Haraha. Who is the tycoon that splashed out $1 million? Where are my vigilant informants? Damn, I risked legal repercussions to trace an IP address, only to come up empty-handed and end up with a virus on my computer. Haha. It's like lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. The life of the affluent is beyond imagination. Such comments keep pouring in, and someone even penned an 800-word essay to profess their admiration for Jiang Li, hoping to increase their chances of winning. Several topics have surged in popularity. Curious about the extent of netizens' affection for Jiang Li, love letter competition for Jiang Li. Jiang Li, visibly agitated, furrowed his brow. What is he to do? A few individuals continued to attack him within the thread, only to be met with fierce backlash from the online community, leading to their account suspensions. Scrolling further, Jiang Li noticed that a user named JLQYX posted again just 10 minutes after the draw. I asked you to share for the lottery, not to profess your love. The comments exploded in laughter, with everyone speculating about the identity of this person. JL refers to Jiang Li, but who is QYX? A kiss for QYX. Jiang Li. A kiss for you. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Li. She expressionlessly scrolled through her Weibo for a minute, having never witnessed such a harmonious scene under discussions about herself. Cheng Sijuan also remarked with a hint of awe, Li Yi, is this what we call the power of wealth? In less than 10 hours, Jiang Li's Weibo account surged by 8 million followers. Jiang Li. She endured and endured, but ultimately could not resist exiting Weibo. She opened WeChat and clicked into the chat with Qin Yexiao. Are you sick? In her ears, she could hear Cheng Sijuan's endless musings in the video, reciting a love declaration. Jiang Li absorbed none of it. After about 10 seconds, Qin Yexiao replied, awake now. I've asked the staff at Tianjin Hotel to bring you food. Jiang Li. They were completely on different wavelengths. She was unwilling to engage in idle chatter with him and expressionlessly sent him the link to JLQYX's Weibo. On the other end, Qin Yexiao, holding a document in one hand, walked towards the conference room, staring at his phone in silence for a few seconds before typing. I didn't cause you any trouble. Spending money isn't illegal, right? His words carried an inexplicable caution. Jiang Li. Jiang Li chuckled and typed. Xiao Yi, talented and wealthy. You've even become the host of my super topic. Not only that, but he had also infiltrated Jiang in the Wild's parents group. Qin Yexiao replied. Li Yi, do you like money? Jiang Li slightly raised her eyebrows and replied. A mundane person who doesn't like money and beauty. Qin Yexiao stated. I have money and I'm decent looking. If you marry me, you can have it all. Jiang Li, feeling apathetic, tossed her phone onto the sofa, lifted her gaze, and coldly informed Jiang Zhe, the video has ended. Jiang Zhe promptly pressed the red hang-up button, casting a glance at his mother as he strode back to his room, stifling a laugh, silently acknowledging the wisdom of discretion. His father was truly impressive. Meanwhile, Cheng Sijuan appeared bewildered, suddenly recalling there was an important matter yet to address, and thus sent a WeChat message to Jiang Li. Although the production team had the financial backing of Lord Xiao, they dared not delay the progress of the shoot. The director's intent was clear. Feng Xiao would design costumes while the crew commenced filming, with the first stills to be taken the day after tomorrow. I will drive to pick up the two little wolves tomorrow afternoon. After completing her grooming, Jiang Li emerged and noticed the message, replying, MHM. She pulled a tissue to casually dab at the droplets on her face, exited WeChat, and entered the internal software. In the Hacker Alliance group, there were 99 new messages. Upon entering, she discovered the latest post. Damn. The group is filled with masters of the hacking domain. Yet, we cannot identify who JLQYX is. Zhongli paused for a moment before exiting. Upon logging in, a few individuals received notifications. Gu and I immediately sent several messages. Beilong, let me share something amusing with you. You know the Qin family in the capital, right? This afternoon, a document bearing the Qin family seal was submitted to our alliance. The Qin family seal signifies the highest authority of the patriarch, and although it may not be a seismic event for the Hacker Alliance, it was certainly noteworthy enough to catch Guni's attention. I initially thought it was a significant matter, only to find it was an inquiry regarding a small celebrity named Zhongli. I was quite speechless at first, but upon investigation, it was discovered that Qin Yishao was involved with a certain young starlet, extravagantly showering her with wealth. Zhongli harbored no concerns that the Hacker Alliance would uncover any information about her, remaining reticent. Gu and I continued to comment, expressing astonishment. Who would have thought that the illustrious heir of the Qin family, known for his unparalleled medical prowess and distaste for frivolities, would be so easily ensnared by desire? This young starlet is quite remarkable. However, from my observations, it is certain that the Qin family will not let this young star off lightly. She has clearly seduced the prince. In ancient times, such a palace made would face dire consequences. Zhongli remained silent, only muttering a dismissive phrase. On the other side, Gu and I regarded the four-letter abbreviation with a complex expression, squinting as he said, "So you need to pay for Chinese characters, do you? Must you insist on using abbreviations? Stop pretending to be a Gen Z." Zhongli chose to ignore him, her fingers absently tapping her phone, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. At the Qin family estate in the capital, Qin Yishao had just completed a surgical procedure, the clock nearing 8 in the evening. He exited the operating room at a measured pace, discarding his gloves and mask into the trash, closing his eyes momentarily to rest. At that moment, Shenyu approached briskly, his expression grave. "Master Xiao, old Qin just called, stating he is waiting for you at the estate." Qin Yishao turned toward the changing room, his demeanor cold and resolute. "I have matters to attend to." Shenyu followed closely, his voice tense. Old Qin said, "If you do not return to meet him, he will have no choice but to summon Zhongli." Qin Yishao's grip on the doorknob tightened, halting at the threshold. His gaze sharp as he shot a piercing look at Shenyu, an aura of cold menace suddenly intensifying around him. As he made his way back to the Beidi Manor, Qin Yishao sent a message to Jiang Ziyi. "Brother has some matters to attend to, but he will be there. Remember to remind your sister to apply the medicine." On the other side, Jiang Ziyi, engrossed in a game, responded with a good attitude. "Considering his father's commendable behavior that day, I have already helped my sister with the medicine, brother. There's no need to worry." Qin Yishao's lips curled slightly as he typed, "All right." The mansion shone brightly, as if it were daytime. Upon entering the grand hall, Qin Yishao and Shun Yu beheld the elder Qin, dressed in a light gray Zhongshan suit, seated on the sofa. The atmosphere in the hall was eerily silent, filled with the presence of the elder Qin's entourage of black-clad bodyguards. The servants of the manor stood trembling by the side, not daring to make a sound. With one hand in his pocket, Qin Yishao strode forward, a palpable low pressure enveloping the entire hall. "Brother." Qin Yichun rose, nervously glancing towards him, subtly gesturing to a stack of documents on the tea table. At the very top was a photograph of Zhongli, seemingly a candid shot, capturing her stunning beauty. Qin Yichun was taken aback. His father had silently summoned the Hacker Alliance to investigate Zhongli, a move even they had not anticipated. And he had even utilized the Qin family seal. The last time his father had employed the family seal was over a decade ago. Qin Yishao cast a glance at the items on the tea table and, with a tone of indifference, greeted the elder Qin. "Father." Shen Yu respectfully bowed his head to the elder Qin, saying, "Qin Lao." Old Master Qin's gaze remained unperturbed as he gracefully lifted the celadone teacup to his lips, taking a sip without uttering a single word. The atmosphere lingered in a stifling silence. His reticence did not deter Qin Yishiao, who boldly settled into a solitary armchair. Retrieving a cigarette from a sleek case, with long, defined fingers, he placed it between his lips and ignited it with a sharp flick of his lighter. Old Master Qin cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yishiao, who seemed wholly indifferent to his presence. The elder's once vibrant eyes, now dulled with age, narrowed slightly. It was widely acknowledged throughout the capital that his son was not only a skilled physician but also fervently dedicated to philanthropy, a true paragon of virtue. Yet, despite Qin Yishiao's attempts to conceal his darker tendencies, The chilling depth of his malice was increasingly apparent over the years. He had saved many lives but had also dabbled in numerous unsavory affairs. Old Master Qin had never fully comprehended the motives behind his son's pursuits of fame and reputation. While it might have sufficed to remain in a modest clinic, he found it utterly perplexing that Qin Yexiao would repeatedly engage in foolish antics for the sake of a mere celebrity. With this thought, Old Master Qin's dissatisfaction with Qin Yexiao reached its zenith. After several seconds, he withdrew his gaze, allowing it to rest upon a solitary tea leaf floating in his cup, and spoke slowly. Concealed beneath layers of complexity, Master Tsang was held in high esteem in the central continent. To avoid entanglement in intricate power dynamics, he had steadfastly refrained from associating with any families in the capital, yet he made an exception for Jiang Li, deigning to visit a small film crew for a costume fitting. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiqin assumed that the elder had developed a favorable opinion of Jiang Li, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Father, Jiang Li is truly remarkable," he exclaimed eagerly. "Although she is remarkably beautiful, she is not merely a decorative vase." Old Master Qin chuckled meaningfully. "Since when has Rongxiu held such a high position in your eyes?" The history of the Qin family's rise to prominence is far from glorious. It can be described as bloody, forged through the trials of Old Master Qin's youth. The prestigious families, with their lofty status and abundant wealth, have always looked down upon the entertainment industry, regarding it as a mere embellishment. Particularly since Qin Yexiao is the designated heir of the Zhongzhou 5 Alliance Medical League. The advantages that Rongxiu holds in the eyes of others are insignificant in the gaze of Old Master Qin. Qin Yiqin felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing the enthusiasm that had just begun to swell, causing him to slump back down. Next month, Baiji's training in Zhongzhou will come to an end. Old Master Qin cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yexiao, his tone brooking no dissent. "Clean up this mess before she returns. As a side note, thank you for your support." Chapter 77. Pride intertwined with a hint of strange humility. Shen Yu and Qin Yiqin exchanged a glance. Baiji is the youngest head member of the Narcotics Control Bureau's technical team and maintains close ties with several major factions in Zhongzhou. She is Old Master Qin's most favored choice for a daughter-in-law. In the entire capital, only Baiji can engage in discussions with the Qin family's crown prince, Qin Yexiao. Upon hearing this, Qin Yexiao's dark and cold eyes narrowed, and when he spoke, his voice was deep, imbued with an indistinct pressure. "Indeed, we ought to address this disarray." Old Master Qin, pleased to see him receptive, nodded in satisfaction. His fingers drummed against the stack of Jiang Li's files, his keen eyes narrowed, conveying a warning laced with menace. "Do not disappoint me." Qin Yexiao lifted his eyelids slightly, his thin lips curving into a sardonic smile. "Certainly." Old Master Qin, having achieved his objective, departed with his entourage. Qin Yiqin stared at Qin Yexiao with a conflicted expression. "Brother, do you truly intend to marry Baiji?" His brother's affections seemed far too fickle, shifting from a female deviant to Jiang Li, and now Baiji. Shen Yu once again found Qin Yexiao inscrutable. 2 years prior, for reasons unknown, Interpol, in conjunction with the Hacker Alliance, planned to cultivate a cohort of talent. Baiji was dispatched by the Narcotics Control Bureau to partake in the training. During the joint program, her performance was exceptionally remarkable. It was said that both Interpol and the Hacker Alliance extended offers, which Baiji declined, resolving to return to Beijing. Such a highly sought-after talent with close ties to several major forces in Zhongzhou was indeed a rarity. However, it had not yet reached a point where Qin Yexiao needed to sacrifice himself to leverage Baiji to gain influence with the Narcotics Control Bureau. Qin Yexiao flicked off the ash from his cigarette, his sharply defined face slightly turned, the curve of his lips unwavering, exuding a chilling indifference. "Qin Lin, disseminate a message to all the prominent families." Old Master Qin had just returned to the Qin residence. An aide received a call, and his expression shifted subtly upon hearing the contents. After hanging up, he immediately reported to Old Master Qin. "Elder Qin, all the prominent families have received a warning from the eldest young master, stating that he has no relation to Baiji, and anyone who dares to discuss rumors about him, and Baiji will bear the consequences." Having spoken, the aide dared not raise his head. In the next moment, an antique vase shattered violently upon the floor, splintering into countless fragments. The entire hall resonated with the furious roar of Old Master Qin. "This ungrateful wretch. Let him deal with his chaotic matters with Jiang Li. Instead, he chooses to sever ties with Baiji." Does he not realize that Bai Ji's return signifies her complete takeover of the technical team at the Drug Enforcement Bureau? Old Master Qin's expression darkened. This Jiang Li was indeed formidable, having driven his son to such lengths. On the day of the costume fitting for Dreaming of You, as Jiang Li arrived on set, the entire crew buzzed with gossip about the individual who had extravagantly spent 10 million on a lottery draw within her fan community. Even those who merely brushed past her turned to clasp their hands in prayer towards her retreating figure. The results were to be announced that very afternoon. Su Miao whispered, "Sisterly, I actually shared it too. It's 1,000 yuan. Winning would be like getting it for free. That's 2 months' salary for a working person." Jiang Li could only respond with silence. Her payment account still bore a 6-digit password, safeguarding a meager 3-digit balance. With a lottery utilizing her name, it could easily reach 5 digits. The creative team exchanged pleasantries. Xiaoyi casually inquired, "Has anyone shared Jiang Li's fans' lottery Weibo post?" A multitude of contemporary male and female stars raised their hands, all declaring, "I shared it from a secondary account, just to join in the fun and lower the odds." Celebrity accounts had long ceased to function like personal social media. Now, they rarely shared daily musings, often venturing online under pseudonyms. That Weibo post had surpassed 100 million shares. Indeed, Jiang Li's fans could very well apply for a Guinness World Record, remarked the assistant director. Song Mingkai clicked his tongue and remarked, "Li Jia, your fans can casually splurge 1 million, yet you still reside in a rented apartment. What are you still doing in the film industry? You should simply cling to someone influential and move into a luxurious estate. Ascend to the pinnacle of life." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, adopting a nonchalant tone. "What a pity. I sell my art, not my body." Song Mingkai immediately seized upon the salient point. "Wait, do your fans genuinely wish to purchase your body?" The informed Su Miao swallowed hard and replied, "Not just that. They even have children in elementary school." Jiang Li smirked and said to Song Mingkai, "Aren't your fans also constantly chanting slogans about wanting to marry you?" With the script rolled in his hands, Song Mingkai shrugged. "One faction of my fans claims that those who do not desire to sleep with their idol are not true fans, while another faction insists that if they can't drink, they should go to the dogs." Laughter erupted throughout the room. At that moment, when she approached with the newly cast leading lady, Bai Jiao. Side note, thank you for your support. Chapter 78. Identity Exposed. Qin Shan went mad. Others first observed the unsociable Su Zhenghua pulling out a chair for Jiang Li. Then they noticed the cold demeanor of Master Feng Qinggu, who displayed a condescending yet submissive attitude towards Jiang Li. One revelation followed another, overwhelming them into speechlessness as they sat in their chairs, mouths agape. Qin Lin once again posed an existential question to himself. Is this truly the scandal-ridden little star, Jiang Li, that he had uncovered? Jiang Li absent-mindedly traced her fingers over the porcelain teacup. After a while, her fox-like eyes lazily flicked up, only to meet Rong Xiu's gaze, which bore a threatening implication that she would persistently pursue her until she acquiesced. 2 seconds later, she nodded helplessly, conceding, "All right, let's discuss it after I wrap up filming." Indeed, it had been quite a while since she had released any work. Rong Xiu smiled. "Very well. I shall await your visit post-wrap." The door to the private room swung open, and the manager, accompanied by a server, respectfully presented the dishes before silently withdrawing. Su Zhenghua raised a glass to Qin Yexiao, expressing gratitude for the information regarding the Du family that he had provided to the Narcotics Control Bureau. While the Bureau could have obtained this information without Qin Yexiao's assistance, it was only courteous to acknowledge his help. Jiang Li reached for the plate of volcanic ribs that looked exceedingly spicy, but before she could grasp it, the dish was abruptly whisked away. Qin Yexiao served her a slice of mild meat, saying, "Wait until your hand heals before indulging in such fare." Jiang Li remained silent. Upon exiting Yunshang Pavilion, it was already past 9. Before leaving, Rong Xiu earnestly reminded Jiang Li once more, "You promised me, so you must come." Her tone suggested a fear of Jiang Li reneging on her word. Jiang Li responded with an indifferent "oh." Only then did Rong Xiu bend down and enter the vehicle. The onlookers were left in disbelief. How many daughters from affluent families in Beijing aspired to apprentice under Master Rong to learn Su embroidery, yet none caught her eye? Consequently, those unable to secure an apprenticeship took pride in being admitted to Master Rong's embroidery course at Peking University. Ironically, one individual found themselves pursued by Master Rong for mentorship, yet that person remained uninterested. The disparity was disheartening. A crowd watched as Rong Xiu's car departed. Qin Yexiao opened the passenger door, gazing at Jiang Li. Allow me to drive you home. No need, Jiang Li replied coolly, donning her mask before turning and stepping into Su Zhenghua's car, gracefully bending to enter. Two somewhat dirty black SUVs drove past Qin Yexiao. The man watched the vehicles fade from view before retracting his gaze and entering his car. At the North Emperor Manor, Qin Yexiao reclined on the sofa, his elbow resting on the armrest of a single chair as he perused the breakfast menu for the following morning, presented by Steward Qin. Add a sea base. Let it not be too bland, he instructed, returning the menu to the steward. Understood, Steward Qin replied respectfully before turning to head to the kitchen. Shen Yu observed Qin Yexiao, his emotions as complex as ever. He had certainly witnessed the scene of the gentleman at the dining table deftly maneuvering the dishes tonight. It seemed he would need to appease him in the morning. Qin Yexiao retrieved a cigarette from the box on the table, placed it between his lips, and lit it. It was then that Qin Shan began to report on the evening's tasks. Young master, we can no longer locate Qi Zhixia. Suddenly recalling that this name was an alias, Qin Shan corrected himself. As for Huangfu Cuohua's whereabouts, it appears a hacker is aiding her in concealing her tracks. The Medicine King's Valley is now deserted, with both the old Medicine King and his apprentice completely missing. Shen Yu raised an eyebrow. Which hacker could possibly evade the tracking of spy satellites? There are indeed two capable individuals over at the 5 Alliance Avenue, one from the Gray Building and another from the Hacker Alliance. However, neither would act lightly, nor do they have any reason to assist Qi Zhixia. Qin Yexiao's dark, cold eyes narrowed slightly as he flicked the ash from his cigarette. There is no need to search for anyone else. Everyone should focus on finding Huangfu Cuohua. With each utterance of this name, Qin Yicheng felt as though his mind shattered anew. Understood. Qin Shan continued, there is another matter. The location we have been searching for, which has been erased from the map by a spy satellite, has now been roughly identified. We will investigate it as soon as possible. Another spy satellite? Qin Yicheng responded, somewhat incredulously, is it really possible for anyone to hack into a spy satellite these days? Qin Shan also seemed disheartened. I have also discovered that the last joint operation of the Narcotics Control Bureau and the Gray Building was executed with remarkable efficiency, reportedly due to tracking by a spy satellite using thermal imaging. This is why the speed of the arrests during that operation instilled fear in both the underworld and the law enforcement. Qin Shan had spent an entire week gathering these clues. The hall fell into silence. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Qin Shan suddenly noticed Qin Lin, who had remained seated on the sofa, silent throughout. To his surprise, he remarked, I never expected the master of the Lin sect to be so composed now. Qin Lin was arguably the most emotional among them in the Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain Alliance. Given such significant intelligence, he exhibited not a trace of reaction. Qin Lin sighed deeply. When you see Su Zhenghua of the Narcotics Control Bureau treating Miss Jiang with such deference, you too would remain as calm as I am. Qin Lin raised an eyebrow in confusion. What are you saying? With another deep sigh, Qin Lin recounted the events of the evening at Yunshang Pavilion. What? Qin Shan exclaimed in shock, staring at Qin Lin. The Narcotics Control Bureau referred to him as Lord Li, and Master Rong's disciple is someone they yearn for but cannot attain? Qin Lin nodded solemnly. Reflecting on his earlier complaint to Qin Shan about Jiang Li's foolish undercover antics, he felt a pang of embarrassment. Qin Shan found the situation utterly explosive, nearly losing his mind. Shen Yu poured himself a cup of tea. The Narcotics Bureau, Master Rong, any faction behind these names holds considerable prestige in North City. Jiang Li, quite intriguing. Qin Yicheng's lips twitched slightly. With such formidable forces at play, how did she manage to navigate the entertainment industry to arrive at her current state? Just the mere fact that Master Rong desires his apprentice yet cannot attain her would send ripples throughout North City. Master Rong commands immense respect from the prominent families in North City, holding a position of great authority. Even his brother had once studied under Master Rong, applying the acupuncture techniques in surgical procedures. His brother possesses considerable talent. It is curious why Master Rong does not extend the same regard towards him. Qin Lin remarked with a sense of weariness. The Narcotics Bureau is fortified with defenses so impenetrable even the sect leader cannot breach them. Within, meritocracy reigns supreme. And even these individuals exhibit utmost deference towards Miss Jiang. Qin Shan interjected. Praise the Narcotics Bureau, but must one also belittle him? Shen Yu sipped his tea. Many in North City speculate that Su Zhenghua has a formidable technical expert backing him, someone exceptionally skilled in reconnaissance and intelligence, likely a top-tier hacker. The only individual capable of commanding such respect from Su Zhenghua, in Shun Yu's estimation, could only be this person. Suddenly, Qin Lin's eyes widened in horror. No way. Could that person be Zhongli? Surely not. Qin Yichen's expression was decidedly complex. Su Zhenghua achieved significant recognition due to the zero narcotics case, which propelled him to his current position. The influential figure behind him can be traced back over a decade. How old was Zhongli then? It cannot be. At the Narcotics Bureau, Zhongli languidly leaned against the table, a slender mint cigarette perched at the corner of her mouth. Draped in a flowing black gown, her high-heeled shoes accentuated her long, striking legs, while her flawless curves captivated all who beheld her. With one hand gracefully cradling a laptop, her other hand danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed, her slender, elegant fingers leaving onlookers in a daze. Her nonchalant posture exuded boldness, and her fox-like eyes, slightly downcast, shimmered with an enchanting allure. The green code on the computer screen reflected against her clear, pale silhouette, creating a breathtaking tableau. As she struck the final enter key with a decisive click, the code flowed smoothly like a tidal wave. Done. The laptop screen pivoted towards the crowd, her movements exuding an effortless coolness. Others quickly glanced at the display, their eyes filled with admiration. So fast. Fast. Zhongli arched an eyebrow, her fingers pinching a cigarette, flicking off the ash with a casual finesse. The others nodded emphatically, their expressions akin to infatuated fans. Zhongli smirked, her tone playfully irreverent. Women can be swift, but men mustn't be too hasty. A peculiar silence enveloped the atmosphere. The once aloof and resolute anti-drug officers found themselves blushing. Zhongli leaned back against the table, observing them with a crescent-eyed smile that rendered the men bashful, none daring to meet her gaze. Su Chang's lip twitched. What unconventional knowledge had this extraordinary talent acquired from the entertainment industry? Zhongli lifted her chin, declaring, "You may return to your tasks." Only then did the group break free, their faces flushed as they scurried away. Zhongli raised an eyebrow slightly, bemused. Truly, she was easily provoked, much like Qin Yexiao. Clad in a V-neck nightgown, she felt the urge to drape a shawl across her chest, suddenly aware that she had conjured thoughts of someone best forgotten. Zhongli narrowed her eyes slightly. At that juncture, Su Zhenghua's deputy approached him with a dossier concerning the Du family, seeking his endorsement. Su Zhenghua received the document, affixed his signature, and handed it back, remarking, "The eldest scion of the Qin family will be assisting with the procedural review. This case should conclude expeditiously. Cooperate with the inspectorate by furnishing them with evidence." The deputy appeared momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to how they had become entangled with the Qin family. It was well known that the Narcotics Control Bureau maintained no dealings with any power factions in Beijing. However, the deputy refrained from further inquiry, dutifully responding, "Understood." Silence once again enveloped the office. Su Zhenghua cast a glance at Zhongli, his gaze lingering on her arm. The ebony sleeve was rolled up to her elbow, revealing the scratches. He voiced his concern, "You shouldn't have acted so impetuously by targeting Fang Ziqing and Du at this juncture." Even though Zhongli invariably ensured comprehensive coverage in her undertakings, this instance appeared somewhat reckless. The evidence at their disposal was not entirely conclusive. The nonchalant smile that had previously graced Zhongli's lips gradually dissipated, all emotions concealed within a pallid, frigid haze. Her apathetic eyes reflected a profound, chilling stillness, both suppressed and suffocating. After a protracted silence, Su Zhenghua discerned her low, raspy voice, veiled in a mist of ambiguity. "I am indebted to Song Wei for his life. I must safeguard his sister." Throughout the years, whenever matters pertaining to the siblings Song Wei and Song Qing arose, Zhang Li's disposition would invariably deteriorate. Su Zhenghua inquired, "How fares Song Wei?" Zhang Li replied, "As he has been, neither alive nor deceased." Su Zhenghua sighed, lamenting, "Over the years, you have exhausted every avenue in an attempt to cure him, yet to no avail, leaving him sustained by a mere thread of life." Zhang Li drew a deep breath of smoke, and the aura of death surrounding him grew ever more intense, as if he had crawled out from a hell strewn with corpses. Su Zhenghua spoke in a low tone, suggesting, "Perhaps we should seek out Master Xiao and have him check on Song Wei." Zhang Li, his throat rasping from the excessive smoking, replied, "In my senior year, Song Wei nearly succumbed to a medical crisis, and it was Qin Yexiao who saved him. There is a saying in the medical community, patients treated by the divine hand of Qin Yexiao are transferred only to the mortuary if he cannot cure them." Given the severity of Song Wei's injuries back then, It was sheer luck that he survived. Su Zhenghua was momentarily at a loss for words. The image of Song Wei as a vegetative state was a profound wound in the hearts of those present. It bled anew with the slightest tug. Su Zhenghua opened his mouth, uttering feebly, "We can only do our best." He refrained from adding the latter part about leaving the rest to fate. As it was a grave taboo for Jiang Li extinguished his cigarette in the designated ashtray, declaring, "Let's go." Su Chuang snapped back to reality and quickly offered, "I'll drive you." Su Zhenghua turned to observe Jiang Li's retreating figure, letting out a sigh. It had been a decade, and she still could not move past it. In the late hours of the night, the traffic in North City remained congested. As they halted at a red light, Su Chuang pressed the brake and inquired, "Master Li, shall I take you to the villa in the suburbs?" Jiang Li, with his slender, pale arm draped over the dark car window, absent-mindedly pinched a cigarette between his fingers. He replied, "No need, take me back to Huading Jun." Since the mention of Song Wei that evening, Su Chuang had been increasingly concerned about Jiang Li's state. Song Wei was a taboo topic. Whenever it arose, Jiang Li's demeanor would deteriorate, leading him to smoke incessantly and subsequently retreat into the basement of the suburban villa. She held a cigarette between her lips, meticulously embroidering a traditional Chinese painting. Whenever dissatisfaction struck her, she would douse it with gasoline. Her slender, pale fingers pinched the cigarette, and with a gentle touch, the flame erupted, reducing the artwork before her gaze to mere ashes. Su Chuang had witnessed this once. Each time he beheld such a scene, he felt as though Jiang Li were a fragile pane of glass, riddled with cracks, on the verge of shattering. Only when her final piece of embroidery was complete did her emotions find solace, at which point she would instruct Su Chuang to find a way to sell it. Embroidery served as her anchor to tranquility. She had dabbled in calligraphy, ink-wash painting, and sketching. Every attempt proved futile. Only embroidery could calm her restless spirit. Yet, her process of embroidery was far from serene. It was, in fact, a violent outpouring of her emotions. At present, seeing her still able to maintain some control over her feelings and not retreating to the suburban villa, Su Chuang felt the tension in his heart gradually ease. He remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that you have returned changed, and you haven't asked me to help sell your paintings. Your condition seems to be quite stable. Is that so?" Jiang Li replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps I am simply too busy dealing with Qin Yexiao to manage my emotions." Su Chuang responded with a sound of agreement. And as the traffic light turned green, he started the car. With a boldness that surprised even himself, he suggested, "In the future, you should try to avoid the suburban basement. One must bask in the sunlight. Otherwise, one's thoughts may become stale." Everyone in the Narcotics Bureau harbored the hope of one day living in the light. Even if they could not bask in the sun, they wished for their tombstones to stand proudly in the bright daylight. Jiang Li smiled, a self-mocking curve of her lips. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at the spacious road ahead, her clear, cold profile reflecting in the car window. Several seconds passed, and Su Chuang heard her low, hoarse voice. "A person like me, steeped in sin, deserves to wallow in the gutter. Many adore the sunlight, yet beneath its brilliance, how can so many find their place? It is absurd to crave illumination for oneself. Those who have witnessed the light can no longer endure the suffocating darkness. Thus, I have never needed the so-called light." Su Chuang felt a surge of panic. "Li Yi, you are not steeped in sin. You say one more word, and you can run back to the Narcotics Bureau under the cover of night." Jiang Li interrupted, her tone deceptively calm, yet laced with an unsettling danger. Normally obedient, Su Chuang found himself defiant this time. His jaw tightened, and his voice trembled. "You are not steeped in sin." Jiang Li cast a sharp glance his way. "No." Su Chuang gripped the steering wheel tightly, veins protruding from his forearms. "It's simply not true." Jiang Li narrowed her fox-like eyes and clicked her tongue.